A fool who constantly believes his future bride harbors an ambiguous relationship with that insufferable brat from the Malfoy family. Chapter 1. The Conclusion. Avada Kedavra. A deadly green light illuminated the chaos, and amidst the flying debris, no one could discern who had fallen. The remaining students, armed with their wands, joined forces with the members of the Order of the Phoenix to valiantly defend their school against the invading horde. Damn it, where is Potter? The master seeks him. Once again, several green beams shot toward the source of the voice. Silence. Luke Wood, another voice shouted in fury. These wretched pests shall feel the wrath of Greyback. I will have them all torn apart. In the midst of the fray, it was unclear whether the spells cast would strike their own side. Suddenly, a green light sped toward a particular direction. Draco, the platinum-haired boy, turned back in terror, only to see the beam of green light racing toward his heart. Before he could react, a figure lunged to intercept him. The Avada Kedavra curse collided violently with the heart of the dark-haired witch. Malfoy's eyes widened in shock as his right hand reflexively raised his wand toward the direction of the green light. Uttering the incantation of the Avada Kedavra spell he had never successfully performed before. He held the frail form of the girl tightly in his embrace. Yet amidst the chaos surrounding them, it felt as though he had lost all sensation in that moment. Except for Potter, no one could survive the Avada Kedavra curse, and she would be no exception. They had not spoken a word to each other in nearly a year, and they would never speak again. Leah, Draco Malfoy, exhibited profound sorrow. At that moment, it felt as though countless hands were tightly gripping his heart, rendering him breathless with anguish. In his arms lay the cold, lifeless body, and in that instant, it seemed as if everything had receded into the distance. He could hear nothing, see nothing. The spells of red and green swirling around him appeared to hold no significance. Andrea was dead. She had perished under the assault of the Death Eaters. She had died at the hands of those who were supposed to be her allies. Draco Malfoy wept silently over the corpse of the dark-haired witch amidst the turmoil of battle, until he was noticed by the red-haired Weasley. George Weasley, the twin brother of Fred Weasley. Malfoy recalled the moment Fred Weasley had been blown apart, and the unbearable pain etched across Leah's face, as if she had been struck by countless daggers. Fred Weasley. Malfoy understood he was the elder of the Weasley twins, known for his love of mischief, which he regarded merely as a means to garner attention. Yet he had never fathomed that Leah, from an opposing camp, could harbor such deep feelings for that individual. What had it begun? Since they could not be together in life, they would be united in death. Malfoy seized George Weasley's hand, beseeching him with a tone of desperation and pleading he had never before exhibited, imploring him to bring the dark-haired witch to Fred's side. George acquiesced, though he could not fathom why. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Fred had once shown a special regard for the dark-haired witch. George gently laid her body beside Fred's, while Molly Weasley nearly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by grief. "Mother, do not worry. From this day forth, George shall no longer vex you. I shall have a son and a daughter, one named Fred and the other Andrea, allowing them to love one another dearly. Is that agreeable, Mother?" George found himself joyfully reflecting within his thoughts. Thereafter, he never encountered Malfoy again, until dawn. The sobbing half-giant cradled Harry's corpse as he made his way into the castle, leaving everyone in despair. In this moment of helplessness, Neville Longbottom confronted the Dark Lord and drew forth the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. With the demise of the Dark Lord's final devoted servant, Harry sprang to his feet as Malfoy tossed his own wand to him. The Dark Lord, accompanied by Nagini, pursued Harry, and no one knew what transpired thereafter. Ultimately, the Dark Lord perished, and so did Malfoy. Harry descended the staircase, holding Malfoy's lifeless body, stating that Malfoy had been bitten by Nagini in a valiant attempt to save him. In the final judgment, Harry testified that Narcissa Malfoy had saved his life from the Dark Lord, and Draco Malfoy had rescued him from Nagini, leading to the acquittal of the Malfoy family. Although they were engulfed in grief over their son's death, what of it? This great battle had claimed enough lives already. Malfoy, Lupin, Tonks, Snape, and Fred. My dear brother, I have not dreamed of you since then. May we be brothers once more in the next life. Chapter 2. The familiar Draco Hogwarts is renowned as one of the finest wizarding schools, where every individual endowed with magical talent in Britain receives an invitation to enroll at the age of 11, delivered by an owl. Within Hogwarts, There exist 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, the latter of which is often associated with the breeding of dark wizards. Andrea Taylor, an exemplary student of Slytherin, found herself transported back to her cherished youth, feeling as though everything was a gift from Merlin. Not everyone is as fortunate as she. Few have the chance to return to the past after death, to relive their happiest moments at Hogwarts, especially when all those she cares for remain safe and sound. She could draw closer to them, despite the prejudices of the house preventing her from revealing her true feelings. Merely watching him within the confines of the school brought Andrea joy, a far cry from the darkness that permeated the last 2 years, where death was a daily occurrence. "Can you take me to buy a wand, sister?" The youthful voice of her little brother interrupted her reverie. Andrea offered a restrained smile to her 11-year-old brother. As she gazed at the bustling crowd in Diagon Alley, she felt a sense of disorientation. This year marked her brother Al's preparation to enter Hogwarts. In her previous life, his young, unfulfilled existence had been abruptly cut short at the tender age of 15. Since that day, Andrea had been engulfed in sorrow. However, now she was witnessing Al reach the age of enrollment, and she vowed to protect him from bullying and terrifying assaults once more. She looked at Al, playfully tapping his nose, a tender smile gracing her face. "You're quite the bundle of excitement. You've been thrilled for days." Sister, I'm going to Hogwarts. I've been looking forward to this day for so many years," Al exclaimed, practically dancing with joy. Ever since Andrea had revealed to him that they were wizards, he had not ceased to dwell on the thought. "Fine, let me indulge your whim. I'll take you to Ollivander's to select your wand." Wonderful. Unfortunately, it seemed that Ollivander's wand shop already had a small patron. A scruffy, diminutive boy was being assisted by Ollivander in selecting a wand. Observing his appearance, Andrea initially thought he was a troublesome sort. After waiting for a short while, the boy still had not found a suitable wand. Aware of their lengthy list of purchases, Andrea decided to prepare ahead and instructed Al to patiently wait in the wand shop until her return. The first-year studentess list was extensive and cumbersome. Andrea had to use the shrinking charm to reduce the items, ultimately placing them into a stretchable bag. She sighed as she crossed off each item, relieved that only the new robes remained. That could be easily resolved at Madame Malkin's shop. Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch, greeted her warmly. "I remember you. Miss Taylor. Here for robes, I presume? You seem to have grown quite a bit. I suppose your previous size will no longer suffice? I'll measure you again shortly. There's a young boy inside, so please wait a moment." At the back of the shop stood a slender young boy, his face obscured by the counter. "It's not for me. It's for my brother, who is starting first year this year," Andrea explained, taking a seat on a small stool prepared to the side. While she waited, Andrea found herself lost in thought once more. This year, Hogwarts had undergone numerous changes. First, the arrival of the savior, Harry Potter, followed by the annual perils that ensued. Though not directly caused by Potter, each incident seemed to be intertwined with him. She had little interaction with Potter, save for her increased attention due to Fred. She recalled Fred's younger brother, Ron Weasley, who appeared to be a close friend of Potter's. Gryffindor was adept at forging friendships, a trait Slytherin seemed to lack. Neither she nor Draco appeared to possess any true friends. Thinking of Draco, she realized he too had reached the age for enrollment. She wondered where he was and what he was doing, perhaps still wearing that haughty expression, as if he looked down upon everyone. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Suddenly, Andrea sensed someone standing before her. Expecting it to be Madame Malkin calling her to try on robes, she opened her eyes only to meet a pair of gray ones, filled with a complex mix of emotions, curiosity, hope, and deep-seated pain. Andrea instinctively averted her gaze, but tears betrayed her resolve and slipped down her cheeks. What more needed to be understood? Merlin was merciful. He had favored her, and not just her alone. Raising her hand to touch him, she could only tremble and whisper, "Draco." The platinum-haired boy threw himself into her embrace, holding her tightly. "It's been so long, Draco. I missed you so much." Draco, overwhelmed, momentarily cast aside his usual aloofness, his heart full as he registered the familiar, youthful voice he had longed to hear. "I missed you too." Andrea gently stroked his soft hair, her voice softening considerably. She yearned to weep in Draco's arms, to release the sorrow she had concealed since Al's death. For 2 years, she had regarded Draco as her brother, investing all her emotions in this boy. Yet she could not. Draco was the heir of the Malfoy family, and the Malfoys would never associate with a half-blood witch. As Lucius's most esteemed heir, he was bound by expectations that far surpassed his peers. Not to mention Lucius's cunning nature, she did not wish for him to discern anything amiss. Draco clung to her neck, unwilling to let go. Andrea tugged at his clothing gently. "You ought to let go. What if Madame Malkin comes out and sees us? I wouldn't know how to explain. Is Lucius accompanying you today? If he sees us, we'll be in trouble." Andrea inhaled the familiar scent that clung to him. Just think about it, a pure-blood supporter and a half-blood witch. Andrea was no longer the girl who had spent 2 years by his side. Humph. Can't you think of something more meaningful? Draco's words dripped with dissatisfaction, yet he eventually released her. It was not merely fear of his stern father that compelled him, but a desire not to burden the girl before him. They did not converse for long before Madame Malkin emerged, quickly determining Isle's size. During this time, Draco stood by her side, engaging in light conversation, anxious that Lucius would return soon. They exchanged addresses, with Draco insisting that Andrea frequently send him owls. Just as they finished speaking, Lucius pushed the door open and entered. In an instant, Draco straightened, standing proudly beside him. The swiftness of his reaction causing Andrea to stifle a laugh, only to receive a disgruntled glare from the young master. Draco discreetly waved a hand behind his back to Andrea before departing with Lucius. As Andrea had anticipated, Lucius did not cast even a glance in her direction. It matters not. After the commencement of the new term, they shall have ample opportunities to converse. She firmly believes that Draco will undoubtedly become a Slytherin. Upon Andrea's return to the wand shop, Illinois had already selected his wand. Ollivander was nowhere to be found, having presumably hidden in some corner, and the previous boy had long since departed. However, Illinois was overjoyed to share with her the news of his newfound friend, none other than Harry Potter. Sister, did you know? It was Harry Potter. Il furrowed his brow, recalling that he had grown up in a Muggle family. You see, he must have had a difficult life. He is even half a head shorter than I am. Harry Potter? Andrea couldn't help but recall the visage of the boy she had seen moments ago. Her memory was hazy, but she distinctly remembered his slight frame concealed beneath an oversized coat. It was a countenance that one might easily dismiss. Who could have imagined that this was the youthful appearance of the renowned savior? Andrea's clear recollections of Potter began during the Triwizard Tournament in their 6th year, marked by the tragic death of a Hufflepuff and the resurrection of the Dark Lord. At that time, Potter was a prominent figure at school, appearing healthy and handsome. One could hardly fathom that he had endured such hardships in his childhood. Inevitably, Andrea's thoughts drifted to Fred. She remembered Potter alongside Fred's younger sister, who tragically perished in the battle, leaving Andrea unaware of her fate thereafter. Do you have a preferred house? Andrea inquired suddenly. I don't know. Who can say? I wonder which house Harry will be sorted into. It would be splendid to be in the same house as him. Well, we shall soon find out. Let us return. James is waiting for us at home. James Watson, her father's Muggle friend, had taken them in after their parents were slain by Death Eaters. It was from that moment that he learned his best friends hailed from a magical world, yet he unreservedly cared for them. Alas, James ultimately fell at the hands of the Death Eaters, and Il met his fate during the 5th year, during the Transfiguration. Had it not been for Narcissa's compassion in providing cover, she would never have survived long enough for the Aurors to rescue them. Without Narcissa's life-saving intervention, she would never have stood on the side of darkness for Draco. Chapter 3, The Sorting Hat's Decision. On the 1st of September, the weather was unusually clear. London is often shrouded in gloom, seemingly in celebration of the illustrious Harry Potter's return to the wizarding world. Everything appeared exceptionally splendid. James had work commitments, while Andrea ventured alone with her younger brother to King's Cross Station, Platform 9. Il had an abundance of luggage, compelling them to hasten their pace. The new students were particularly conspicuous, bobbing their heads and gazing about, marveling at everything that was novel. Andrea seized Il, who was straining his neck to poke at the wall, exasperatedly remarking, if memory serves, you did this very thing when I was in 1st year. Now, 2 years later, you're at it again. Sister, am I truly going to Hogwarts? Which house will I be sorted into? Will I be with you? The excited boy chattered incessantly, resembling a chattering little bird, having repeated these queries countless times since receiving the owl's letter. Honestly, we are about to board. Stop asking such foolish questions. From a distance, Andrea spotted her friend, and thus, she gently pushed Il's back, guiding him across the platform. The train was about to depart. Novi had already reserved a compartment for her. Il was reluctant to sit with her, eager to meet new first years to find his place during the sorting. Andrea decided not to concern herself with him. Once on the train, nothing untoward would occur. After bidding farewell in the aisle, they parted ways, and Il slowly dragged his luggage to find an empty compartment. Novi Caddis was her best friend in Slytherin, in the same year and dormitory. Novi, it's been ages. Indeed, it has, Leah. The two exchanged a warm embrace. As soon as they settled in, Novi eagerly began gossiping. Hey, Leah, have you heard? Harry Potter seems to be attending Hogwarts. Clearly, Potter was the object of expectation among young witches and wizards, even someone as aloof as Novi. It's true. I happened to see him in Diagon Alley over the holidays. Although she and T recognized him as Harry Potter at the time. You've seen him? What was he like? Novi inquired with keen interest. The name of the savior carried immense weight, and despite having heard her mother express disdain towards the title, The anticipation of a 12-year-old girl for the famous savior remained undiminished. Andrea shook her head, summarizing, he didn't seem very well. I've heard he grew up in the Muggle world, and his family appears to have mistreated him. My goodness. I can guarantee that had he grown up in the wizarding world, everyone would have adored him. Are those people fools? Andrea wholeheartedly agreed. Harry Potter would undoubtedly be cherished wherever he went, except perhaps by the trolls of Gryffindor. Novi soon abandoned the topic. She still had 2 feet left to complete the 30-foot paper assigned by Professor Binns at the end of the last term, as history of magic had always been her weak point. Seizing the opportunity of the train ride, she began furiously working on Andrea's assignment. The train chugged along, the sounds of chatter and commotion echoing from outside. To avoid disturbing Novi's concentration, Andrea cast a charm to ensure that no matter what transpired, it would not affect her. Soon enough, the solitude of the compartment was shattered as the door swung open abruptly. A girl with a wild mane of hair, resembling a lion's mane, blocked the entrance. Her head slightly raised, revealing her nose hairs. She rudely inquired, "Have you seen Neville S. Toad?" "No. Please knock before entering next time, you rude girl," Andrea retorted, finding such behavior quite distasteful. To her surprise, the girl's face flushed. "I'm so sorry. That was terribly impolite. My name is Hermione Granger. I hope we can have a better introduction next time," she hurriedly concluded, slamming the door behind her. Hermione Granger? Isn't she one of Harry Potter's trio? She certainly seemed to have grown into her haughty demeanor. Thus, even if she were to encounter another, she would find it difficult to accept the boisterous Gryffindor. Fortunately, no one else interrupted them, and the train soon arrived. Unlike the first-year students, they had a special means of transport to the school. As usual, the sorting ceremony was presided over by Professor McGonagall of Gryffindor, but this year, the focus was distinctly on the young savior, Harry Potter. All eyes were fixed on the sorting hat, which appeared greasy and grimy, perched upon Potter's head. His expression oscillated between anxiety and relaxation, as if engaged in an unpleasant conversation. Andrea could deeply relate. The sorting hat had once hesitated for what felt like an eternity between Gryffindor and Slytherin for her own placement. How amusing. How could she ever be like a troll from Gryffindor? The sorting hat did not keep them waiting long and soon proclaimed with a booming voice, "Gryffindor for the savior." Just as in the previous life. I.L. Taylor, Gryffindor. The sorting hat loudly announced its decision. What a surprise. She had assumed I.L. would be in Ravenclaw, considering the past. It seems her family will soon welcome another little giant. Perhaps it's because I.L. knows Potter ahead of time. Ron Weasley, the youngest of the trio, is undoubtedly a Gryffindor. Not to mention Draco Malfoy, who remains the most distinguished figure in Slytherin this year. Andrea observed the Gryffindor table, where the twins enthusiastically applauded and cheered for Potter's arrival. She focused on Fred. Andrea could always distinguish between the twins, knowing precisely who was Fred and who was George, watching his smile reveal those delightful dimples. And she couldn't help but smile back. "How lovely it is, Fred, that I can still steal glances at you like this." The distance between the Gryffindor and Slytherin dormitories is vast, and with different schedules for various years, Andrea found it challenging to catch sight of I.L. around the castle. To celebrate his entry into Hogwarts, she could only send her gift through an owl, as even siblings of the same blood must tread carefully in matters of inter-house rivalry. Slytherin is notorious for its cunning ways. Andrea understood this better than anyone. Besides her gift, Draco reluctantly presented I.L. with a Gryffindor lion badge, a gesture made possible only by Andrea's influence. Although she was perplexed as to when her sister had befriended such a detestable person, Illinois was nonetheless fond of the gift. As they commenced their 3rd year, the selection of elective courses added considerable weight to their studies, leaving Andrea little time to check in on her little brother. Draco, on the other hand, sought every opportunity to converse with her, though each time they missed their chance. Even as members of the same house, they found themselves unable to exchange a word, which led Andrea to feel as though she were intentionally avoiding Draco. By Merlin, all of this is mere coincidence. Chapter 4. I could almost kick him in the face. On Tuesday evening, while Andrea was alone in the library researching and completing her potions homework, Draco emerged from some shadowy corner. Andrea Taylor. Draco's displeasure was evident. He clearly believed she had been evading him for days. "Shoo, don't be so loud. I don't wish to be expelled by Madame Pants." Madame Pants was notoriously irritable about students speaking loudly in the library, and Andrea dreaded the thought of being blacklisted by her, which would prevent her from enjoying the library's solace. "Let us step outside," Andrea suggested, pulling Draco away from the library, positioning themselves by the staircase where they would be readily noticed. "What do you need, Draco?" she inquired. "You seem to always be avoiding me. I haven't found a moment to speak with you." Draco shot her a disgruntled glare. "I'm busy," unable to suppress her frustration. Andrea retorted, "You know full well how many electives we've taken on in 3rd year. I hardly have time to meet I.L." Draco was momentarily pacified. If she had no time for her own brother, He could easily see her whenever he wished. Surely, you didn't seek me out just to discuss trivial matters. Adult Draco seemed to regress to an 11-year-old, exhibiting such juvenile behavior. It's not just Potter. I didn't even target Longbottom in flying class. Yet an unexpected turn of events led him to become Gryffindor seeker. And that foolish, black and white thinker. Always fixated on my brother. Can you believe he suggested I would be jealous of Potter? Draco's anger spilled over into a broadside against IL, clearly infuriated. The Malfoy family had always prided itself on its pure blood lineage, careful to uphold the family's honor. And Draco would never stoop to publicly berating Gryffindor's lot like a crass commoner. A thought struck Andrea, and she chuckled. You've always had a contentious relationship with Potter. I thought that after you saved him at Malfoy Manor, you two might find some semblance of harmony. Draco feigned a smile. The boy who lived? How could a Slytherin like me ever coexist amicably with him? The notion that he might save Potter's life was merely a reflection of Andrea's desire to prevent Voldemort from achieving ultimate victory after her demise. The Malfoy family had sacrificed so much for that individual, yet what had they gained in return? His father's wand was seized, and he was imprisoned in Azkaban, leaving his mother in a constant state of fear. It was hard for Draco to reconcile the image of his once dignified father, now reduced to a beggar upon his release from Azkaban. All right, let us not dwell on him, Draco concluded, dissatisfied with the topic of Potter. You were the one who brought it up, Andrea replied, feigning innocence with a flutter of her eyelashes. Draco surveyed their somewhat cramped surroundings and shifted the conversation, his expression growing serious. Leah, regarding the Dark Lord, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I no longer wish for the Malfoys to pledge loyalty to him. After 4th year, there has been no smile on my parents' faces, and our home has become suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. I cannot endure that again. Andrea's expression turned pale as memories flooded back. She recalled returning home in her 7th year. Not to the warm embrace of James, but to the lifeless body of a loved one, staring back with vacant eyes. The Death Eaters had attacked their home because Andrea, being a half-blood Slytherin, had refused to join the ranks of the Dark Lord. Her parents had even aspired to join the Aurors in their fight against him. When she and IL attempted to flee, they encountered the Death Eaters, and IL, merely a 5th year, stood no chance against them. A green light had struck him. And as for her, she had been aided by Narcissa. Leah? What's wrong? Draco's concern etched across his face as he observed her pale countenance and vacant gaze, reminiscent of someone who had been kissed by a Dementor. Andrea shook herself from her reverie, her expression still grave as she firmly grasped Draco's hand. I am fine, Draco. I will not allow history to repeat itself. I refuse. Her voice was low, imbued with determination and resolve. Memories surged forth as she recalled that the Dark Lord's return coincided with Draco's 4th year. We cannot allow him another opportunity like that. Indeed, Draco replied, gripping her hand tightly, lowering his voice as though afraid of being overheard. Do you remember Professor Quirrell, who died this year? Andrea nodded. After all, a defense against the dark arts teacher who reeked of garlic and exhibited cowardice was hard to forget. He was one of his followers. Andrea's expression turned to shock as Draco continued. I overheard my parents discussing this. I suspect he may have intentions against Potter. This year, many unusual events have transpired at school. I understand. Andrea exhaled deeply, astonished to learn of such a dangerous individual lurking in their 3rd-year cohort. I will keep an eye on Potter. Draco, you must also be cautious. Recognizing that the stairwell was hardly an ideal locale for discussing secrets, Andrea refrained from elaborating further. After arranging a time and place for their next meeting, Draco took his leave. Returning to the library, Andrea resumed her potions assignment. After all, no matter how perilous the Dark Lord might be, he paled in comparison to the terror that awaited her in Professor Snape. Andrea had observed Potter for an extended period, behaving like a curious onlooker, yet she had seen no sign of danger. Meanwhile, Illinois seemed to be getting along splendidly with Potter and his friends after joining Gryffindor. She soon set aside her responsibilities towards him and turned to her long-absent friend, making plans for the two of them to take a stroll by the Black Lake. The weather was overcast, with a damp mist permeating the air, and the grass was soaked. After casting a drying charm, Andrea sat down with ease, while Novi, initially reluctant, finally acquiesced after employing a few drying spells of her own. Leah, I haven't seen you in days. What have you been up to? Novi inquired with curiosity. Given that over a month had passed since the start of term, and she had only spotted Andrea in the Great Hall and during classes, it was evident how elusive Andrea had been lately. I signed up for far too many courses at the start of the term. The assignments are overwhelming. If you came to the library, you would certainly see me every day, Andrea lamented. To delve into more advanced magic, she had to dedicate considerable time to her potions assignments, thus earning her a chance to access the restricted section. Recently, she had unearthed quite a few intriguing items within. Oh please, I would rather go on 10 dates with boys than step foot in that library, Novi scoffed, her mind consumed by her burgeoning romance with a fifth-year Ravenclaw. Andrea shrugged, already anticipating this outcome. However, their respite was short-lived as a boisterous gang of Gryffindors passed by, prompting Andrea and Novi to frown and hasten back to the common room. Chapter 5. An unshakable feeling. Aside from the demanding coursework, there were few matters that troubled Andrea. The sole source of her irritation lately was in her care of magical creatures class. This course was taught by Professor Kettleburn, an elderly man who seemed to lack the vigor for teaching. He often came up with peculiar ideas mid-lecture, and recently assigned Gryffindor and Slytherin to pair up to care for a flobberworm. The final grades would depend on the size of the worm at the end of the term. Unfortunately, this class was shared with Slytherin. Andrea recalled that the pair of red-haired twins were also enrolled in this class. When Professor Kettleburn asked the students to form teams, Andrea realized that most of those around her had already found partners, having been a moment too slow. George swiftly whisked Novi away, confident that his gentler demeanor would prevent any conflict with her. So, how did she end up with Fred? "Hello, Slytherin miss," Fred greeted her with a smile, though Andrea sensed a hint of malice aimed at Slytherin lurking behind it. Fortunately, Fred did not have a habit of being physically aggressive towards girls. "Hello, Weasley," Andrea replied, managing a restrained smile that appeared no different from her usual demeanor. She endeavored to avoid any physical contact with Fred while speaking, feeling quite uncomfortable with the warmth of his breath brushing against her neck. The Weasley twins certainly had a knack for mischief. After Fred attempted once again to stealthily toss a flobberworm larva onto her, Andrea couldn't help but widen her eyes in disapproval, forbidding him from getting any closer. Fred shrugged, a smirk adorning his face. All right, I won't make Slytherin miss angry." He laughed heartily and ran off, dragging George with him, likely sneaking away to who knows where while Professor Kettleburn was distracted. It seemed that the task of caring for the flobberworm would rest squarely on her shoulders, as the spirited twins were hardly the type to sit still and tend to the creature's needs. Andrea placed the flobberworm together with Novi's, the two Slytherins exchanging a glance and sharing a quiet chuckle. After some time, Andrea realized that in their third year, Slytherin and Gryffindor shared classes in herbology and history of magic, with even the elective care of magical creatures and ancient runes being joint classes. Fortunately, Fred had only opted for care of magical creatures. She wasn't keen on facing him too frequently. In potions class, Gryffindor consistently bore the brunt of Professor Snape's caustic critiques. Andrea noted that Professor Snape had an uncanny talent for finding fault with Gryffindor. "The daisy roots are chopped too finely. -1 point for Gryffindor. You added too much rat spleen, fool. Gryffindor loses another point due to your ignorance." The scowling professor stalked around the Gryffindor table, gleefully deducting points from several students before taking his leave. TCH, Andrea distinctly saw the twins making faces at his retreating figure, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, under the chilling glare of the headmaster, she gradually froze, nearly spilling a drop of rat spleen into what was meant to be a flawless shrinking solution. For this, Andrea received a stern look from Professor Snape. Had she not been a Slytherin, his venomous ire would likely have been directed at her. Friday afternoons featured 2 consecutive defense against the dark arts classes. Professor Quirrell, swathed in his ludicrously garlic-scented purple scarf, a supposed gift from a prince, had been stuttering ever since his encounter with a vampire. Sitting in the classroom, Andrea propped her chin on her hands, observing the professor awkwardly clutching a ludicrous lizard-like creature. As a teacher of defense against the dark arts, he never imparted genuine skills. He resembled a professor of care of magical creatures more than anything else. He was terrified of dark magic, and even feared his own students. Andrea found it hard to fathom how such a timid stutterer could possibly serve as a minion of the Dark Lord. Her gaze was direct and unwavering, devoid of any hint of scrutiny, resembling that of a diligent student. Noticing her unwavering attention only made Quirrell stutter more. Once the defense against the dark arts class concluded, the weekend arrived. At Hogwarts, students in their third year and above could visit Hogsmeade on weekends, provided they had a guardian's signature, an enchanting village entirely inhabited by wizards. Novi had long yearned to explore Hogsmeade, and with Andrea's recent absence, she had struggled to find someone to accompany her. Thus, when the weekend arrived, Novi insisted on dragging Andrea along, refusing to let her decline. After much persistence, Andrea finally acquiesced to join her on Saturday morning. Novi wanted to visit Madame Putafoot's tea shop, but Andrea had no desire to go. It was filled with couples engrossed in their flirtations, oblivious to the fact that it was not Valentine's Day. Instead, Andrea wished to take Novi to Honeyduke's, where she could purchase a large bag of delectable sweets, especially the bubblegum that produced bubbles resembling bluebell blossoms, lasting for days without popping. Andrea held a particular fondness for this treat. "Please, let's buy your sweets later. If you don't want to go to Madame Putafoot's, let's head to the Three Broomsticks. I want to try butterbeer," Novi pleaded, clinging to her arm, unwilling to face the pub alone. "Come on, Leah, We're in third year now. Let us give it a try together. By the end, Novi was nearly dragging her along. Although Andrea could easily extricate herself with a little effort, she was reluctant to disregard her friend's wishes. Thus, she grasped Novi by the waist and declared, "Once you finish your longed-for butterbeer, you must accompany me to the Honey Duke's candy shop. I intend to purchase some gifts for Aiel and James, your little Gryffindor brother. I shall also procure a few gifts for her, so come inside with me." Novi was aware that Andrea was a half-blood which raised in the Muggle world. Yet she did not subscribe to the ideology of pure blood supremacy, rendering the distinction between Muggles and half-bloods inconsequential to her. Seated at the spacious, bright, clean, and warm bar of the Three Broomsticks, the lithe and striking which exuded an aura of desirability. Soon, each of them held a large mug of frothy hot butterbeer. "Bitter. I am not fond of this taste," Andrea remarked, taking a small sip, as she preferred the sweet, melting confections that danced upon her palate. Novi licked her lips, seemingly savoring the flavor. "I find it delightful." After taking a generous gulp, Novi understood why butterbeer was so beloved. "It's no wonder. Considering you are the type to demand 5 extra spoonfuls of sugar in your cake, this must indeed be a bit bitter for you." More than once, Novi had been left searching for water after consuming the cake Andrea had offered her. Oh, that was truly a taste of despair. The two of them downed a large mug of hot butterbeer, and even began to perspire slightly. Novi tugged at Andrea, leading her outside for a stroll until the novelty wore off, at which point Andrea finally decided to buy the sweets she desired. She selected her favorite Bubble Super Bubble Gum, sizzling honey candies, licorice wands, and some oil-slick chocolate balls, which cost her quite a sum. A small portion was sent to James, while most was intended for Aiel, who could share with his new companions. Andrea also dragged Novi to a specialty shop for quills to purchase new feather pens and ink. Chapter 6, A Shocking Discovery. Early the next morning, an owl descended upon the Gryffindor long table, dropping a sizable package that toppled Aiel's pumpkin juice. Percy, seated beside him, waved his wand and cast a spell to clean up the mess. Upon opening the package, Aiel discovered that his sister had sent him an abundance of sweets that would last for weeks, despite not being particularly fond of sugary treats, along with a note reminding him to share with his classmates. Without hesitation, Illinois distributed more than half of the candies. The sizzling honey candies from Hogsmeade were particularly enchanting to children. Little Gryffindor harbored a concern. Harry and Ron were his good friends, as was Hermione. Yet the three of them never seemed to coexist harmoniously, leaving him at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, Harry and Ron shared a close bond due to the Weasley family's kind assistance at King's Cross Station. While Hermione's oblivious actions on the train and her arrogance during classes had made Harry less fond of her. Time flew, and Andrea was troubled by the realization that Fred seemed to have truly forgotten about the assignment concerning the care of a flobberworm in their Care of Magical Creatures class. If it weren't for Andrea's careful tending, their group as flobberworm would likely have remained smaller than half its size. Of course, Fred's attitude towards her was considerably more amicable than that towards the average Slytherin. He wouldn't throw stink bombs at her or cast levitation spells on her hair. He even attempted to offer her sweet candies during the class, and Andrea suspected he might have learned of her penchant for confections, though she genuinely enjoyed sweets. She hesitated to accept Fred's kindness, as the notorious reputation of Hogwarts Prankster King was well known. Time passed gradually between Andrea and Fred, to the point where Andrea almost forgot about the presence of Professor Quirrell at Hogwarts, until he unexpectedly appeared before her. On Halloween, everyone gathered in the Great Hall, where the ceiling was adorned with enormous pumpkins enchanted by Professor Flitwick. The tables were laden with delightful desserts, beverages, and exquisite dishes of steak and lamb, all creating a splendid atmosphere. This idyllic Halloween night was abruptly shattered when Professor Quirrell, clad in a thick, garlic-scented purple scarf, stumbled through the Great Hall's doors. Horrified as he shouted about a troll in the dungeon, oblivious to the ensuing chaos as he fell heavily to the ground. Instantly, the enchanting Halloween evening was marred, followed by terrified screams from the younger students in the hall. Dumbledore's authoritative voice commanded silence, instructing the prefects to escort their respective houses back to the common rooms while the professors accompanied him to the dungeon. Andrea quickly cast a glance at Draco, who pointed at Quirrell and nodded, seemingly affirming that it was indeed Quirrell's doing. Having not paid attention to the savior for some time, Andrea scanned the Gryffindor line until she spotted 3 small figures moving against the flow of the crowd, racing towards the dungeon. One silhouette was strikingly familiar. Andrea cursed under her breath, ignoring the need to confer with Draco, and bolted after them. In the Gryffindor line, the twins exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. "George, Fred, let us go on an adventure together," they exclaimed in unison before swiftly departing the group. Percy was preoccupied with watching over the first-year students to prevent them from running amok, and amid the confusion, no one noticed that 2 red-haired twins had vanished from the line. "Damn those troublesome Weasleys." Draco muttered as he squeezed through the crowd. Witnessing the twins escape and unable to suppress his curse, he dreaded to think what would happen if the Weasleys encountered any trouble. Leah would be beside herself. With 2 third years and 3 first years. 5 Gryffindors facing a troll, utterly reckless. Resigned, Draco navigated through the throng towards the direction they had fled. Andrea chased after them, unaware of where she was heading, until she encountered Harry, Ron, and Il rushing back towards her, their faces a mix of excitement and terror. "Where's the troll?" Andrea inquired. "Blocking their path. We locked it in," Il exclaimed with exhilaration. Suddenly, a piercing, terrified scream echoed from the girls' restroom, accompanied by the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. Andrea realized with dismay that they had imprisoned the troll in the girls' restroom, evidently unaware that a poor girl was still inside. "Merlin's beard, please let nothing happen," Andrea exclaimed as she swiftly shoved past the 3 boys and dashed into the girls' restroom. "Hermione," the 3 boys yelled in unison, following her closely. The closer Andrea got to the restroom, the more she detected a pungent odor reminiscent of dirty socks and a restroom that hadn't been cleaned in centuries. She felt herself gagging involuntarily. "Alohomora." Andrea deftly opened the restroom door. The troll was swinging its massive club, wreaking havoc among the wooden stalls. "Ah!" Hermione screamed, clutching her head. "Immobulus," Andrea responded calmly, wielding her wand. The spell merely caused the massive creature to stagger slightly, redirecting its attention towards her. While brandishing her wand, Andrea coolly instructed Hermione, who was amidst the wreckage, "Get away from there." "Wow!" 2 identical gasps echoed from behind. Andrea slightly turned her head, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld 2 identical red-haired Weasleys grinning at her. "Beware of the troll, Miss Slytherin," one of them warned. Overwhelmed, Andrea quickly recited a spell. The troll roared, seemingly unaffected by her incantation, as it swung a hefty wooden club towards her. Obstacles loomed ahead. The identical voices rang out again from behind. The troll was momentarily ensnared, while Harry, blocked from view, shouted, "What should I do?" Hermione, curled beneath the sink, shouted with her eyes shut, "Grab your wands." "Wands, wands." Harry fumbled in his inner pocket for his wand, appearing dazed and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the troll swung its club again, crashing it down heavily beside Hermione's hiding place. In a moment of urgency, Ron Weasley drew his wand, recalling a spell learned in class, and with a gentle flick, uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." The club slowly lifted from the troll's grasp, turned, and landed squarely on its head with a resounding thud, causing the creature to collapse. "Goodness, you all have truly caused a ruckus," Andrea thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "It seems your escapade has concluded." A somewhat arrogant voice echoed from the doorway. The group turned in terror towards the entrance, exhaling in relief upon spotting the platinum-haired boy. Thankfully, not a professor. "Draco," Andrea greeted him. "Another Slytherin?" Fred remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Draco. With 6 Gryffindors facing 2 Slytherins, Andrea sensed Fred was planning something mischievous. "Are you all planning a symposium here?" "Leah, come back with me. You've made too much noise, and the professors are on their way," Draco chided, casting a disapproving glance at the twins, offering the Gryffindors no semblance of kindness. "So soon?" Andrea exclaimed, startled. She certainly did not wish to be caught by their head of house, nor found among a group of Gryffindors. "What will we do if the professors catch us?" "We will certainly lose points." The first years were now thoroughly panicked, particularly Hermione, as it was her presence in the girls' lavatory that had attracted such a crowd. On account of Andrea, the Weasley twins chose to escort her and Draco, having become quite familiar with the school's secret passages. Andrea followed Fred and George, leading a gaggle of youngsters through the winding corridors of Hogwarts. As they departed, Andrea could already hear hurried footsteps approaching. Andrea and Draco successfully returned to the Slytherin common room, both reluctant to speak, fearing any discovery of their lingering presence by the head of house. After a hasty farewell, they parted ways. Nova awaited her in the dormitory, evidently eager to inquire why she hadn't returned alongside the others. Andrea could only vaguely allude to the events, as elaborating on the defeat of a troll with Gryffindors was not something she could comfortably explain. The following morning at breakfast, Professor Dumbledore attributed the troll incident to an unfortunate error made by a certain professor, yet he refrained from mentioning the events that transpired in the girls' lavatory. Andrea couldn't shake the feeling that the wise elder was observing them through his half-moon spectacles. When she glanced towards the staff table, Dumbledore winked at her. Feeling a bit unsettled, she averted her gaze, realizing her suspicions were not unfounded. Nothing that occurred within the school escaped Dumbledore's keen awareness. What about Quirrell? Did Dumbledore know of that as well? No one was aware of the ordeal the Gryffindors and Slytherins had shared the previous night. Once the professors departed and most of the students had dispersed, Andrea approached the Gryffindor table, where several eyes discreetly turned her way. It wasn't he until Andrea sharply tapped IL's head that she garnered several glares of indignation, with some even rising from their seats. The Weasley twins greeted her with cheerful smiles. Andrea slightly tilted her chin in response. Those who had returned exhausted from the previous day had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when IL whimpered, "Sister, sister." The remaining students who had not yet left gasped in disbelief. "How could your sister be a Slytherin?" A boy with braided hair queried suspiciously. Gryffindors were naturally unwelcoming towards Slytherins. Andrea, however, found no reason to be angered by the boy's unkind tone. With a stoic expression, she leaned down to glare at IL, whispering words that only he could hear. "If I catch you engaging in any more dangerous antics, you will be in grave trouble." The morning held a transfiguration class, once again shared with Slytherin. After receiving a pleading glance from IL, the twins, envisioning themselves as gallant knights, naturally flanked Andrea, whisking her away. "Come along, Miss Slytherin. We're going to be late for class." "Hey," feeling her right hand firmly grasped by a warm pair of hands. Andrea instinctively attempted to pull away but was overpowered by the boy's strength. Meanwhile, George was entirely overlooked by her. "Let's go, we too shall attend class." After the trio disappeared from view, Illinois spoke to Harry and the others. Upon reaching Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, the twins did not relinquish their hold on her, even displacing Nova, who had been seated beside Andrea, and Fred proceeded to push George aside. George sulkily took a seat behind Fred. "Weasley?" Andrea's heart raced. Only an arm's length separated her from Fred. Fred propped his head on his hand, tilting it as he watched her. "Class is about to begin, Miss Slytherin. Do you have any questions?" Professor McGonagall had entered, leaving Andrea unable to return to Nova's side, so she merely nodded, signaling that all was well. "However, would you mind not calling me Miss Slytherin? You may refer to me as Taylor." "Of course," Fred readily acquiesced. "All right, Taylor." Nova, clutching her books, relocated to sit beside George, who was directly behind Andrea, and she was clearly displeased, poking Andrea's back with her finger, feeling overshadowed by her. Fred turned to glare at her with wide eyes, bemused by the sight of a Slytherin addressing a Gryffindor in such a manner. "It's the first time I've heard someone compliment me on my looks," Fred mused narcissistically. George nodded in agreement. "Your handsomeness reflects well on me. Indeed. This Slytherin has a discerning eye." Andrea felt both bashful and exasperated, pretending to focus intently on Professor McGonagall, ignoring all else. Yet, Fred suddenly noticed her earlobe, slightly revealed beneath her long dark hair, gradually turning crimson. As if he had stumbled upon a delightful secret, Fred found himself frequently glancing at Andrea throughout the lesson, causing her considerable discomfort. Seizing an opportunity when Professor McGonagall turned away, Andrea quietly implored Fred, "Could you please stop staring at me?" Fred feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders in response, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "How would you know I was looking at you if you didn't turn around?" He lightly tapped his wand, transforming a needle on the table into a small gray mouse, which appeared as if it had been diligently listening to the lecture. Leo was acutely aware that things were not as they appeared. Upon turning back, she found Fred gazing intently at her once more. "Stop staring," she exclaimed, fearful that her composure would falter and her secret would be revealed. In a moment of panic, she waved her wand, conjuring a plump, pink mouse adorned with a comical bow on its head. "Oh no," Leah exclaimed, mortified as she concealed her face. This was far beneath her usual standards. She raised her wand, intent on transforming it into something more suitable. Fred, seemingly oblivious, reached out and placed the pink mouse upon his desk. Leo watched as he tossed his own rather unattractive gray mouse in its direction, saying, "Change it. I prefer the pink one." George, standing behind him, muttered, "I had no idea you had such a penchant." Fred shot him a glare, retorting, "You have no idea what you're missing." Yet, Fred himself was unaware of why he had instinctively chosen to swap Andrea for a mouse. The pink creature on his desk flicked its tail, as if mocking his foolishness. The gray mouse, disheveled in appearance, prompted Andrea to smooth its fur with a flick of her wand. Fred then carelessly grabbed it, leaving it in a tangled mess, and provocatively stared at her. Leah couldn't help but shoot a glare at this immature boy. His emerald green eyes sparkled like precious jewels, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Fred reached out, attempting to touch her. Leah instinctively recoiled. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked hesitantly. Fred quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly scratching his nose. "Nothing. I just wanted to touch it." Oh, what an awkward exchange. Both of them felt a flush creep upon their cheeks. "Come on, are you two flirting?" Nova and George observed from behind, wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 8, A Painful Lesson? After class, Andrea hastily gathered her belongings, dragging Nova away from Transfiguration. Fred, perplexed, inquired of his brother, "Why are they in such a hurry?" George replied, "That's a Slytherin." "Fred, do you have a thing for her?" "No," Fred protested. "I just think she's a bit different from the typical Slytherin." "Really?" George chuckled, Fred, are you falling in love? As he laughed, he exited the classroom, prompting Fred to leap onto his back, turning the moment into a playful scuffle. At lunchtime, as Andrea, Nova, and Eric sat together, Nova broached the subject of their transfiguration class. Leah, are you close with those two Weasleys from Gryffindor? Your relationship seems rather special. Eric, a member of their study group, was intrigued by Nova's remark. Arriving early for transfiguration, he had not noticed Andrea and Nova seated with the red-haired Gryffindors. Nor was he aware of any developments between Andrea and the Weasleys. Andrea, exasperated by her friend's curiosity, replied, No, not really. At most. My brother is good friends with their brother. So he has been teasing you throughout class? Eric questioned. Not all the time. Andrea blushed slightly, but insisted that there was nothing between her and the Weasleys. Deep down, she understood that Fred's interest was merely a fleeting fascination. Well, without any gossip. I'm a bit disappointed, Nova admitted. Eric affectionately ruffled Nova's hair and offered her a pumpkin pasty, her favorite, in the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. The lesson focused on the behaviors of werewolves. As Andrea had anticipated, Fred did not sit beside her. They merely exchanged a casual greeting. Strangely, Andrea felt as though someone had been pointing at her recently. Yet whenever she turned to investigate, everyone appeared perfectly normal, as if it were merely her imagination. Nova often suggested that her academic pressures were overwhelming, but Andrea sensed that there was more to the story. It wasn't until Saturday morning that she witnessed several Slytherins snickering as they rounded a corner in the first-floor corridor that she felt compelled to follow them. Upon catching up, her temper flared as she observed 3 Slytherin students pointing their wands at a group of first-year students, one of whom was her brother, Taylor. Though Slytherins and Gryffindors were notorious adversaries, it was rare for such blatant bullying to occur within the school, particularly by upperclassmen targeting younger students. Soon enough, she grasped the situation. Hey, the leader, a boy with prominent buck teeth, sneered, I heard your sister is a Slytherin. What a disgrace for Slytherin to have a Gryffindor brother. Taylor shouted back in indignation, Don't speak about my sister. What's the matter, you big oaf? Are you going to use your wand against me? The 3 Slytherin boys erupted in laughter, their cackles reminiscent of ugly toads. The boy has buck teeth, making him appear even more foolish. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson first? Another boy menaced, raising his wand. What curse should I use on you? The Cruciatus curse? Of course, this was merely an attempt to intimidate them. One of the 3 unforgivable curses was not something one could easily learn at school, and anyone who dared to use it would find themselves sentenced to Azkaban. Harry and Hermione, hailing from Muggle families, were unfamiliar with such dark magic, while Ron's expression paled, having grown up hearing terrifying tales about it. Momentarily forgetting that a group of students couldn't possibly wield such forbidden spells, Taylor raised his wand in anger, while Hermione attempted to restrain him, knowing that Professor Snape would certainly deduct points for this altercation. Hey look, he wants to fight me, the buck-toothed boy taunted, unexpectedly raising his wand towards Taylor, Trip Jinx. While the unforgivable curses could not be enacted, using minor spells to harass them would likely go unnoticed by the professors. Protego. A shimmering white shield suddenly materialized in front of Taylor, deflecting the attack. Who's there? Show yourself. The boy shouted in panic. Andrea stepped out from the shadows. Wand raised, her expression cold. Abel, Alron, Bob, she called out, pointing her wand at them, clearly familiar with their names. What was the point of 3 third-years bullying a group of first-years? The 3 boys' faces turned pale, startled to find Andrea confronting them directly. Since you have such a strong opinion of me, why not voice it to my face? Perhaps I might grant you the wish of seeking your demise if I'm in a good mood, Andrea said with a calm demeanor, betraying no anger. While she appeared composed, Taylor knew that Andrea was far from being as tranquil as she seemed. Hermione had released him, and he hid behind Andrea, confidently whispering to the nervous trio. My sister is extremely angry. Anyone who dares to bully her will face severe consequences. Harry, who had suffered abuse at his aunt's hands, envied Taylor for having such a wonderful sister. Though Ron had 5 brothers, George and Fred only teased him, making him envious of Taylor as well. Only Hermione appeared unfazed, pondering that if this were merely a scuffle between Slytherins, surely no professors would deduct points for it. What do you intend to do? You are a Slytherin. And if you lay a hand on your housemates, the headmaster will surely punish you. Arlong shouted anxiously, retreating discreetly while searching for other Slytherins nearby. Andrea stepped forward defiantly. It seems you only know how to bully first years because you can't stand against me. How utterly pathetic. If you wish to torment my brother, why not inquire with his sister first? With a swift motion, she raised her wand and petrified them all. Andrea quickly immobilized the remaining 2, threatening them in hushed tones. And after casting the tongue-tie and leg-locking curses, she released the petrification spell. Watching their wildly growing hair obstruct their vision, the tongue-tie curse preventing them from undoing the spell. and the leg-locking curse forcing them to hop back to Slytherin for help, she realized none of them stood a chance against her, even when combined. These 3 Slytherins had troubled Il multiple times, yet he had refrained from mentioning it to Andrea for fear of causing her trouble. He never expected her to handle them so effortlessly. "Sister, you are amazing." The 4 little ones gazed at her in admiration, while Il looked on with concern. "Am I causing you trouble?" Andrea affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured, "It's fine. They are no match for me. If they have any sense of pride, they will keep this incident to themselves." Ron appeared somewhat shy, but earnestly remarked, "If anyone bothers you, you can tell Il. And I'll have my brother teach them a lesson. Fred and George are quite adept at pranks." Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically, likely displeased that Fred and George might incur points off Gryffindor. Harry awkwardly added, I don't know how I could help you, little one. There will come a time when you will be needed," Andrea said with an implied meaning. "All right, now let's go wherever we please. If you face any more bullying, be sure to come to me, all right? Until you are capable of defending yourselves, let your sister handle these matters." Andrea smiled gently. "Okay." Chapter 9, Harry's Triumph. As November approached, the weather grew exceedingly cold, shrouding everything in a thick mist, with the surrounding mountains blanketed in ice and snow, and the lake's surface becoming both frigid and hard. Andrea had spent an inordinate amount of time alone in the library, so much so that Nova and Eric had to join forces to drag her out. Eric had initially suggested sitting by the Black Lake, their usual spot, but both Nova and Andrea were unwilling. One could hardly expect them to enjoy lingering in such a damp and chilly location. Andrea cast a few warming charms on her companions before feeling a bit more comfortable. On Saturday morning, the castle was relatively deserted. The Great Hall was more populated, warm, and filled with delicious food provided by house elves, prompting Andrea to decide to head there. Suddenly, 2 identical voices rang out in front of them, as 2 seemingly fierce and terrifying lions lunged toward them. Startled, Andrea instinctively drew her wand and pointed it at one of the lions' noses. Hey, don't attack!" exclaimed the red-haired lion, raising his wand and muttering an incantation, causing the lion's appearance to gradually fade away. The other lion did the same. Only then did the 3 of them notice that they merely had lion heads while their lower halves were clad in wizarding robes. "Damn Gryffindor!" Nova shrieked in anger, as the 2 red-striped ties adorned their garments. "Fred and George Weasley." Andrea blinked, realizing they seemed somewhat familiar. Action before thought, indeed. Clearly, the twins' pranks were random, as they burst into laughter and dashed away before Nova could draw her wand in retaliation. "Actually, that was rather amusing," Eric remarked, rubbing his nose. Receiving a fierce glare from Nova, Andrea observed that they were headed toward the Quidditch training ground. This marked the 3rd time this week. "Is there a match coming up? Why are they frequently heading to the training grounds?" Andrea inquired, perplexed. Eric and Nova exchanged a look of exasperation. "Goodness, are you not a Slytherin student? They are clearly anxious. We have a Quidditch match against Gryffindor next week," Nova exclaimed, exasperated. "So soon?" Andrea asked, having lost track of time after spending so many days in the library. To complete the private training mandated by the potions master, she had sought out the restricted book on powerful potions. To successfully concoct the potions detailed within, she had to expend considerable effort. Thus, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their accusatory glares, she realized she had overlooked such a significant event as the Quidditch match. No one noticed that Andrea was excessively preoccupied with the whereabouts of the Weasley twins. Upon entering the Great Hall, they found a corner seat at the Slytherin table. As Eric flipped open his History of Magic assignment, he asked her, "How long has it been since you paid attention to these matters?" "It seems I have never really paid attention," Andrea silently mused, though she would not voice such a sentiment, deftly steering the conversation away. At the opposite end of the table, near the professor's seats, sat Draco along with his 2 hefty henchmen, Crab and Goyle, a mountain of cake before them, each holding one. Draco sat across from them, appearing quite displeased. Taking advantage of his proximity, Andrea waved and greeted him. Nova asked, "Are you quite familiar with that boy from the Malfoy family?" Slytherin is rife with self-proclaimed pure-blood wizards who look down upon half-bloods and muggles, believing their pure lineage to be paramount. The Malfoy family is among the most prominent in this regard, particularly Patriarch Lucius Malfoy. As Lucius's good son, Draco exhibited a demeanor strikingly similar to his haughty father. Andrea did not elaborate. Fortunately, Nova and Eric did not press the issue. Otherwise, how could she explain the friendship between the heir of the blood supremacist Malfoy family and someone from the Muggle world? Eric extracted his schedule from a pile of books, where a date was circled in red and specifically noted. "Quidditch match, cheer for Slytherin," Andrea read aloud. Eric seemed a bit flustered, snatching the schedule back from her hands and shooting a glare at Nova, who was stifling a laugh. "I am a devoted Quidditch fan. I have never missed a single match," he asserted. Having not spent time with friends for a while, Andrea thought for a moment before suggesting, "Let's go watch together next week." Bored by Andrea's engrossment in her studies, the three of them swiftly agreed to their plans for the following Saturday. Time flew by, and tomorrow marked the Quidditch match. Harry Potter had become the youngest player in Quidditch history in many years. Initially, this news had been tightly held by Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, yet it had spread nonetheless. Andrea had seen Harry once, in the courtyard on the first floor, where he appeared quite anxious, being so young and participating in such a match for the first time. As Andrea strolled by, she animated a snowman with her wand, which immediately began to exhibit a variety of comical expressions, much to the delight of Harry and his companions. In the distance, Professor Snape approached, his expansive black robes trailing behind him. Not wishing to be seen with Gryffindor while standing alongside Slytherin, Andrea swiftly darted away. Before she departed, she thought she heard the professor's dark, disdainful voice, seemingly directed at Harry. This piqued Andrea's curiosity about the matter. The following day arrived swiftly, heralded by the rare appearance of the sun, though the air remained chilled and damp. Wrapped snugly in her silver-green scarf and clutching her thick robe, she cast several warming charms upon herself. Merlin, she truly abhorred the cold. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as if all the students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had gathered. Eric had even brought a telescope and claimed his spot early. Andrea and Novi struggled through the throngs to join him, panting as the heat began to make them sweat. She settled beside Eric while Novi took a seat on the other side, effectively sandwiching him between the two girls. Before long, Draco arrived, with Goyle having saved him a seat right in front of her. Andrea greeted him, though they did not encounter each other often. She frequently caught Draco's glances directed at her from just a table's distance away. Soon, the match commenced, and Harry soared into the sky on his brand-new Firebolt 2000, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The air erupted with cheers, indicating that the news of Harry's possession of such a broom had astonished everyone. Andrea could hear the exuberant shouts from Gryffindor. Glancing over, she spotted Ron and Hermione holding up a tattered, dirty bedsheet emblazoned with colorful letters proclaiming Harry's inevitable victory. Suddenly, she heard a derisive snort from a young gentleman nearby. Quickly averting her gaze, Andrea felt a twinge of embarrassment. She and Novi were not particularly fans of flying on broomsticks. She preferred apparition, despite her current inability to perform it. Eric, seated between the two girls, shouted in excitement, appearing as though he might leap into the fray of the match at any moment. The players zipped past on their brooms, and she could only occasionally discern which figures were Fred, George, or Harry amidst the swirling red and green. Soon, her interest waned. Draco occasionally turned to her for quiet conversation, yet his focus remained steadfastly on the field. Suddenly, Andrea heard Eric's exclamation of shock. Both she and Draco whipped their heads around to see Harry's broom malfunctioning, violently shaking as if attempting to throw him off. What on earth is happening? Eric gasped. They were several hundred feet in the air. A fall could result in more than just broken bones. It must be a curse, Andrea remarked, her brow furrowing after a mere glance. She exchanged a knowing look with Draco, and both thought of one person. Chapter 10, each in their own pursuit. Quirrell. Andrea's gaze darted across the professor's table. Quirrell sat in the back row, wrapped in his ludicrous purple turban, huddled closely behind other professors. Yet, she could see his eyes fixed intently on the field, muttering incantations under his breath. In that instant, she was certain he was casting spells against Harry. She also noticed Professor Snape below him, seemingly engaged in the same activity. However, Andrea was convinced that Snape was reciting countercharms. She nudged Draco's shoulder, gesturing for him to look at Professor Snape, mouthing, "Don't worry." She had great faith in Snape's abilities. Draco shot her an irritated glare, muttering, "I am not worried." Just as Andrea had anticipated, Harry's broom soon stabilized, and he rejoined the match. Andrea noticed that Snape's robes appeared to be on fire. She thought she glimpsed a familiar cascade of brown curls flash by. However, her attention was quickly diverted as Gryffindor erupted into a thunderous cheer, colorful streamers filling the air. Bewildered, Andrea wondered what had transpired. Eric slumped back into his seat, disappointed. Gryffindor had triumphed, with a first-year seeker having caught the golden snitch. Andrea observed several red-clad figures surrounding the bespectacled young savior, their cheers and applause enveloping him. Caught up in the exuberance of Gryffindor, she genuinely felt happy for them. In the next moment, however, she received a piercing glare from the platinum-haired boy, Quirrell. After the match concluded, Andrea fabricated an excuse to separate from Eric and Novi, retreating with Draco into a forbidden corridor on the third floor to converse, where they would not be overheard. He wants that scar-headed boy to fall. Why? Draco paced, frowning. He bore no grudge against Potter, unless that person instructed him to. The corridor was eerily silent, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. How could he do it? Andrea inquired softly, her expression peculiar. Everyone knows he died 11 years ago. You know he won't truly return for another 3. Indeed, How could he compel Quirrell to act? He has no reason to target Potter. Listen, Draco. We do not know Quirrell's intentions, and we have no evidence that he is acting on behalf of that person. Andrea narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with recollections. He is a defense against the dark arts professor. I suspect he is well-versed in dark magic. I heard he was a Ravenclaw. His grades must have been commendable. We cannot confront him directly. We all know the Dark Lord will not return this year. We just need to uncover why Quirrell is targeting Potter and discover how the Dark Lord is giving him orders. Draco soon relented, not wishing Andrea to worry about him. But he follows Potter around whenever he gets the chance. He cast the disillusionment charm. No one noticed him. He had not shared this with Andrea. Did you notice that Professor Snape's robes were on fire? Andrea shifted the topic. I think I saw Hermione Granger. What was she doing there? Wait. Do they think the professor is targeting that Scarhead? Draco asked incredulously. The reason they might think so is due to the professor's apparent disdain for Harry. Andrea pondered silently. Their conversation did not linger long. After exchanging information, they departed, aware that they were in a prohibited area where Filch and his cat could appear at any moment. On Saturday, the Quidditch match saw Slytherin defeated by Gryffindor, and for several days, whispers of malediction towards Gryffindor and Harry Potter echoed through their common room. Andrea suddenly noticed that Harry and his little band of saviors were avoiding her. One day, as they crossed paths, she had not even greeted them before the four hurried past, heads down, making their way to the courtyard. Andrea surmised they were headed to the Forbidden Forest to visit Hagrid, as she knew the trio had a close relationship with him. The departed Harry Potter squad. Ron grasped Diel's arm, his gaze fixed warily upon him. What if your sister informs Snape? He is the head of Slytherin. Diel retorted angrily. She would never do that. You don't understand her. Harry and Ron united in their stance, despite Harry's favorable impression of Andrea. It is inconceivable that Professor Snape would act against Harry. I mean, he has no reason to do so. Attack a first-year student? Hermione interjected. Ron appeared even more incensed, his freckles coalescing into a frown. You still call him Professor? We all witnessed his incantations directed at Harry. Yet Diel could not refrain from countering. But that does not prove Professor Snape harbors malice towards Harry. What if he is trying to protect him? Huh? Protect him? Ron exclaimed incredulously. I believe he would rather see Harry perish. Have you forgotten how he treats him every time? Indeed, Snape's demeanor during potions classes was universally acknowledged. Hermione was swiftly persuaded, aligning her sentiments with Harry and Ron. She turned to Diel, urging that they were not hiding the truth from Andrea. Rather, they were merely ensuring Harry's safety and assessing Snape's stance before divulging anything to her. After much discussion, Illinois reluctantly agreed to keep Andrea in the dark. Now they needed to seek Hagrid to inquire about the room at the end of the third floor and the three-headed dog. Andrea had quietly followed Quirrell several times. Her mastery of the disillusionment charm commendable. However, she dared not trail too closely, for Quirrell was exceedingly vigilant, and she feared discovery. On several occasions, as curfew approached, she observed Quirrell conversing with their head of house, the discourse evidently unpleasant. She did not dare approach, uncertain of their discussion. Yet, on one occasion, after their separation, she witnessed Quirrell shed his timid demeanor, becoming dark and foreboding, muttering to himself in a disconcerting manner. Soon, Andrea resolved to cease her pursuit of Quirrell. Believing she had inadvertently uncovered his secret, she understood how he received his directives. Peeves, the poltergeist, emerged from nowhere, hurling dung bombs that nearly struck her, prompting Andrea to stealthily return to the common room, keeping Quirrell's secret from Draco. Chapter 11. A Christmas with Gryffindor. Christmas was fast approaching. One December morning, Andrea awoke to find Hogwarts blanketed in a thick layer of snow, several feet deep, and the lake's surface encased in a hard, icy shell. The Weasley twins faced severe punishment for enchanting snowballs to chase Quirrell, striking him on the back of his scarf. Knowing the truth, Andrea silently prayed for the Weasley brothers. While brainstorming how to mitigate their risks, everyone eagerly awaited the holiday. The weather grew colder, and Slytherin's common room, situated beneath the lake, was permeated with frigid air, rendering the roaring fireplace and hot tea insufficient for comfort. The holiday soon arrived, and Andrea and Diel decided to remain at school for the festivities. James had written to inform her that he had found a girlfriend, and being nearly 40, she resolved not to intrude upon him. Andrea was the sole Slytherin left behind. The day before Draco returned home, he reminded her not to forget to prepare Christmas gifts, assuring her that in addition to the presents, he would have Narcissa prepare some treats to be sent by Owl. In the Great Hall, Andrea observed Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick bustling about, adorning the hall with decorations for the Yule Ball. Flitwick was conjuring a cascade of golden bubbles with his wand, hanging them upon the branches of a newly procured fir tree. Professor McGonagall transformed candles into exquisite lanterns, illuminating the hall splendidly. With nothing else to do, Andrea waved her wand, assisting in levitating a large pumpkin to the ceiling. Professor Flitwick praised her precise control over the spell. Christmas arrived. Andrea awoke in the deserted Slytherin common room, as an owl delivered her friends' Christmas gifts early that morning. She received presents from James, Draco, Neville, and his 3 little friends. Hermione sent her a book titled The Complete Potion Master. Harry gifted her a new set of quills and ink, and Ron provided her with a notebook. Additionally, Fred and George sent her a large box filled with colorful candies, unlike any she had seen before, accompanied by a card explaining that these were their homemade prank sweets. She pocketed a few, closed the lid, and stored the box away, considering the twins' penchant for mischief as prudent grounds for safekeeping. She waved her wand to organize the gifts. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, Andrea felt somewhat out of place. The Slytherin long table was utterly vacant. The number of students remaining was scant. And other than the conspicuous mass of red-haired Gryffindors, the remaining occupants from the other 2 houses were few. "Hey, sister, come sit with us," Il called from among a group of red-haired Weasleys. The Weasley family occupied a significant portion of the Gryffindor table. Hermione appeared to be absent. And both Il and Harry donned hand-knitted sweaters adorned with their names, a creation of Mrs. Weasley. "Come join us in the middle," Tyler beckoned. "Let us enjoy breakfast together and make the most of this splendid Christmas. Why don't you join us?" Andrea walked over, and Fred made space for her to sit. "What is wrong with Harry?" she inquired, noticing him at the far end of the table, hugging his knees, appearing quite forlorn. Il blinked, displaying a hint of youthful concern. "It's a secret," Ron chimed in. "All right." Andrea temporarily set down her knife and fork, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve 2 vividly colored candies. "Here, have some sweets. They will surely brighten your spirits." Her expression was sincere. Oh. The twins' faces lit up with excitement. Typically, Andrea seemed somewhat aloof, making her difficult to approach. Yet at this moment, she radiated warmth, prompting the innocent Gryffindors to eagerly accept the candies from her hand. Il and Ron each took a candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into their mouths. Harry, still downcast, observed his friends enjoying the sweets, his interest piqued. "Oh no," Ron suddenly exclaimed in horror. Everyone turned to follow his voice, witnessing his head elongate into an odd shape, his mouth far larger than his head, contorting grotesquely. Puff! His head transformed into that of a bird. Il experienced a similar fate. "It's the Weasley twins' prank candies." Andrea would not easily consume anything from the Weasley twins. Not even from Fred. "Ha! Tyler, you're absolutely brilliant." Fred and George's close companion chimed in. "Little Ronnie, your mouth is all long and flat." "Little Il, did a toilet seat squeeze your face?" Il's head had become round and flat like an owl's. The remaining occupants of the hall, noticing the commotion, erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused by the antics of the 2. Even Harry could not suppress his laughter, returning to the Gryffindor table. The transformation lasts but a minute, and they swiftly revert to their original forms. Il and Ron cast her a glance filled with shame and indignation, with Ron's face flushed crimson as if blood were about to drip from it. Suddenly, he lunged at the twins, shouting, "It must be your doing. I saw you. Little Ronnie, you truly wound your brother's heart. It seems your brother shall have to show you some affection now." The twins exchanged knowing smiles and pounced on Ron, pinning him down. Percy had to shout, "Maintain order. Maintain order." Andrea cautiously skirted the battlefield, while Il and Harry's laughter grew ever louder, prompting George to drag people into the fray, escalating the chaos further. "Ah, youth is truly splendid. Indeed, it is what makes Gryffindor shine." As she envisioned Slytherin's envy of the noble code of conduct emblazoned upon their foreheads, Andrea couldn't help but sigh, relishing the vibrancy of youth. Regardless of what the future holds, it is paramount that everyone revels in the present. Yet, she pondered what had troubled Harry moments before, realizing she had inadvertently overlooked significant happenings concerning the Savior. One day after Christmas, Andrea pulled Draco into the library for a clandestine retreat. "I heard Harry and the others are searching for Nicholas Flamel." Her gaze swept across the pages of the book. Il had not divulged any of this to me. Draco leaned in closer. Nicholas Flamel's greatest achievement was crafting the only philosopher's stone in existence. The stone can transmute any metal into pure gold and concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. What business could Harry possibly have with Flamel? Andrea mused, perplexed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. "Draco, it seems we have discovered what Quirrell is after." She exchanged a knowing glance with him. "The philosopher's stone. Quirrell seeks to resurrect himself using it. But where is the stone?" They hurriedly exited the library. Andrea noticed their head of house had been exhibiting low spirits lately, frequently spraying potion fumes towards Gryffindor and potions class, particularly targeting the twins, with even a few Slytherins not spared. According to Il, Harry was always the center of attention in potions class, having been penalized 20 points alone last week. May Merlin bless you. Chapter 12. Fred is a blockhead. After Ancient Runes class, Andrea ambled down the corridor, burdened with a pile of books, her expression somewhat vacant as she continued to contemplate the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel is a friend of Dumbledore. If the stone is indeed at the school, where would Dumbledore conceivably place it? Is it possible that Dumbledore is unaware of Quirrell's true nature? He is, after all, the greatest white wizard of our time. Bam! Turning a corner, Andrea collided with a rushing figure, sending her belongings scattering across the floor. Tyler, a youthful voice called out to her. As Andrea recognized the face, the figure had already levitated the books back to her one by one. Thank you, Weasley, she replied, recognizing Fred. She glanced behind him, but saw no sign of George. He was alone. It was a rarity to see them apart. She thought they wouldn't even separate to use the restroom. Fred inquired, "What are you reading?" "The other one, The other Weasley." They were not yet familiar enough. Andrea reminded herself not to mix up their names. "Oh, you mean Fred? He's behind me." Fred began his antics again, wide-eyed and spinning tales. This was their brotherly routine. They often masqueraded as one another, tricking their friends with their identical appearances. "I don't believe you." Andrea's emerald eyes sparkled with skepticism. Fred walked alongside her, grinning. "Oh, come now. How can you not believe me? Kind George would never deceive." "But Fred would," she retorted. They exchanged playful banter as they wandered further away, eventually stepping into the courtyard together. "Hey, brother. Hey, Tyler." Someone rushed up from behind and bumped into Fred, a shock of red hair suddenly appearing beside him. "Hello, Weasley." Andrea feigned ignorance as to who had greeted her. The courtyard was bustling, with curious eyes fixated on this peculiar pairing of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Fred continued to play along. "Fred, where are you off to?" Andrea was certain George Weasley instantly grasped his brother's intentions. "I heard Lee has some bag spiders. I'm planning to procure a few for experiments." "What about you, George? How did you two end up together?" "I bumped into her just now." Fred's attention was drawn back to the bag spiders, appearing rather eager. Andrea thought it was time she took her leave, not wishing to disrupt the brothers' interests. However, before departing, she turned to Fred and said, "Well, I must be off now. Fred George Weasley." "Farewell, George Weasley." "Huh." George, witnessing his twin brother's bewildered expression, couldn't contain his laughter. "Hello, Fred George Weasley. It seems you were never able to deceive her from the start. Your acting must be rather poor." "I certainly wasn't exposed," Fred protested. George chuckled as he nudged him playfully. "I'm not Fred George. Don't pin that on me." The two engaged in light-hearted teasing as they dashed into the castle. After parting ways near the staircase, Andrea returned to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering her dormitory, she found Novi giggling over something, her demeanor almost giddy. "What is you laughing so much?" Andrea said, leaping toward her. "What are you looking at?" Novi appeared flustered as she hastily attempted to conceal something beneath her bed. She struggled to rise, but Andrea firmly held her down, determined to learn her secret. Reluctantly, Novi confessed. "A fourth-year Slytherin boy asked me to accompany him to Hogsmeade this weekend." Everyone knew what a boy and girl going to Hogsmeade implied. Grey Fenwald, a tall and muscular lad, a rather dim-witted brute. "Did you accept?" Andrea speculated, suspecting that this was not Novi's type, especially since a certain mutual friend harbored feelings for her. As expected, Novi shook her head. "I didn't agree. I'm just a little thrilled. This is the fifth boy to ask me out since third year. Hee, my charm is still quite potent." Andrea teased her, "Of course. Just look at who you are. Any boy not lining up from Slytherin to the Black Lake is truly missing out." "Humph. I've noticed your wit has sharpened lately. You haven't been spending too much time with those Gryffindor twins, have you?" Novi countered, though secretly, she felt a tinge of jealousy, even as she gossiped. She nudged Andrea with her shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Come on, spill. Even our house's super handsome boys have been turned down. Do you perhaps have someone you fancy?" Andrea is not only strikingly beautiful, but also possesses a gentle demeanor, though those unfamiliar with her might perceive her as somewhat aloof. Growing up as a half-blood witch in the Muggle world, she faced bullying and exclusion during her time in Slytherin. However, after she elegantly retaliated with her own prowess, Andrea garnered a devoted following of admirers. Just a few days ago, a sixth-year Slytherin senior extended an invitation for her to join him in Hogsmeade over the weekend. The entire Hogwarts community is well aware of what it signifies when a boy invites a girl to Hogsmeade. Regrettably, Andrea held no interest in this proposition and declined without a moment's hesitation. When Nova inquired about her rejection, Andrea candidly nodded, admitting that she harbored feelings for someone else and thus had no desire to entertain other suitors. Moreover, she felt no attraction to them, so why should she acquiesce? "Oh my, you've just revealed a significant secret," Nova exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lunged into Andrea's embrace. "Do tell, which young man has captured your heart?" Loving Fred was indeed a delightful experience, if only they had not been adversaries in the past. Andrea placed a hand on her shoulder, creating some space between them. Her expression suddenly tinged with sadness. "He is a wonderful person." "Nova, sensing her distress, cautiously asked, "Did he reject you?" "Don't be so cautious. I'm quite all right. He is unaware of my affections, and I have no intention of pursuing a relationship with him." Andrea smiled, while Nova regarded her with the all-one reserves for a rare and endangered species. Yet, she spoke no falsehood. Gryffindor and Slytherin were natural rivals, making any union between them virtually impossible. Moreover, Fred did not reciprocate her feelings, did he? Perhaps it was foolish to entertain such hopes. She had likely spent too much time in Fred's company lately, indicating a need to maintain some distance. Nova yearned to ask more questions, but Andrea was no longer interested in discussing Fred, swiftly diverting the conversation, and Nova wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. That boy must be utterly dense. Nova fumed silently. Chapter 13. Is Malfoy your boyfriend? Fred noticed that he had not encountered the Slytherin girl for several days, despite sharing several classes together. He instinctively sensed something amiss. One day, he and his twin brother stood at the corner of the third-floor staircase, holding a roll of parchment as they observed a figure approaching. To Fred's surprise, it was Andrea, who, as they attempted to greet her amicably, abruptly turned her head and veered into the corridor. "Something is off, very off," Fred mused, stroking his chin. "What seems to be the issue?" his brother inquired. "That girl is acting strangely," Fred replied. "Which girl?" George asked playfully. "Of course, it's Taylor." George looked puzzled. "Fred, have you been paying too much attention to Taylor lately?" "Have I? I'm merely curious as to why she always scurries away from us like a mouse fleeing a cat. We've never played any pranks on her, have we? Aren't you curious?" Fred was genuinely baffled. Their previous interactions had been pleasant, so why this sudden oddity? "All right, you've convinced me," George said with a shrug. "Then, George." Fred exchanged a glance with George. They shared a knowing smile and declared, "Let us embark on a quest for the truth." Quiet in the corridors. Percy suddenly bellowed. "Hey, Percy, your voice is much louder than ours," George retorted, addressing their older brother. "Head boy Percy," Fred jested as he sidestepped his brother. Percy aspired to become Minister of Magic, which Fred found somewhat disheartening. When the Weasley twins finally located Andrea again, she was standing closely beside Draco outside the Ollery. The two of them leaning in to speak quietly, almost with their heads touching. Of course, this was merely due to Draco's shorter stature. As they sought to keep their conversation private, Draco was engrossed in sharing a thought with Andrea when they were startled by the twins' sudden appearance. "Look what we've discovered. A little Malfoy. A young junior hiding here with Taylor. Truly, a Malfoy. Is this your little boyfriend?" Fred asked half-jokingly. Andrea and Draco exchanged incredulous glances. Draco squinted at the two identical redheads for a moment before locking eyes with one of them and, feigning a smile, remarked, "Fred Weasley. You truly are a fool." "Fred? I'm not Fred. I'm George," Fred feigned indignation. "Indeed, our mother can hardly tell us apart," George added, half-seriously, intrigued by how Draco could differentiate between them. Draco remained half-squinting, suddenly realizing that he could occasionally distinguish between the two. Perhaps it was due to the battle they had endured. He had come to recognize the Weasley family's inherent kindness, especially George's. As for Fred Weasley, he cast a reproachful glance at Andrea, as if to question her poor taste in companions. One of the red-haired Weasleys, huh? The twins continued to argue over who was Fred and who was George, and fearing they might attract attention, Andrea felt compelled to intervene. "Do you have business with us?" Andrea asked, presuming they were merely passing by, even though the likelihood of such a scenario was quite slim. Draco redirected his sharp gaze towards them. George shrugged. "Fred wanted to speak with you." Draco immediately retorted, "I knew you were deceiving me." The twins' antics were notorious for their knack for impersonating one another. "Fred? Who is Fred?" "I am not Fred." Fred attempted to prolong the jest, but was met with two stern Slytherin gazes that compelled him to concede. "Very well," Fred sighed. "I actually came to request your assistance in tutoring George with his potions homework. You know he has faced too much criticism lately. What kind of good brother would I be if I didn't pull you into this?" "Fred," George exclaimed, exasperated, "your audacity rivals the very walls of Hogwarts." "Indeed." He concurred. Draco leaned against the wall, contemplating the interruption of his conversation. Yet, he found himself reluctant to depart, for the twins' quarrels were a rare spectacle. I believe you two have received a similar number of reprimands," Andrea said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Let us not forget that they always help each other with their potions assignments," she added, wanting to clarify. "All right, you got us. We both came to borrow your notes." George quickly interjected, wary of what Fred might inadvertently expose. Fred half-jokingly lamented, "Taylor, have you been avoiding us lately? We've seen you several times without a word." Andrea, of course, would not confess that it was true, even if it was a fact. Don't overthink things. That is the secret to longevity in our times. I wish you both a long life. Worry less about what should not be pondered. Fred, George, Draco, Snickers, you have led us astray. The two brothers exclaimed in unison. How gentle Taylor had been when they first met, yet now he had resorted to speaking in euphemisms. Well, I won't disturb your conversation any longer. But do remember to lend us your homework. Poor Fred and George are in dire need of your assistance. Fred clasped his hands together, performing a peculiar gesture whose meaning eluded them. Of course, that's no trouble at all. I'll bring it to you during afternoon classes. As Fred and George prepared to depart, George abruptly turned around, a serious expression on his face. Malfoy, can you truly distinguish between us? Draco scoffed dismissively. Oh, George Weasley. Do you presume that everyone is devoid of common sense? Andrea stifled a smile, refraining from contradicting him. Goodbye, whatever your schemes may be. Just remember to keep them to yourselves. The twins hastily retreated, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to embarrassment. Fred, how terrifying. His brother nudged him. Quiet. Let me ponder for a moment. Indeed, the implications were quite dreadful. Imagine, there could be someone who could separate them, still two individuals. George shivered at the thought. Fred envisioned someone approaching him, calling out Fred, and then addressing his brother as George. The mere idea sent a shiver down his spine. It truly is frightful. Draco continued to chuckle, his lips curled in a subtle smile. Andrea poked his arm, which seemed quite impolite. What are you laughing at? Since his rebirth, Draco had abandoned the excessive use of pomade to style his platinum hair, all because Andrea had solemnly informed him that too much product could lead to baldness. Do you wish to become bald? The seriousness of Andrea's expression at that moment made Draco shudder with a mix of amusement and dread. As he laughed lightly, his soft, platinum locks swayed gently. Andrea reached out to tousle his hair, finding it remarkably soft. Draco swatted her hand away in annoyance. You haven't yet told me what you find so amusing, she pressed. Draco crossed his arms, bemused by her obliviousness. Her evident concern for him was matched by his own interest in her, yet she remained unaware. I now understand why you are enamored with that Weasley. You are both quite foolish, he concluded. Draco brushed her hand aside and hastily walked away. He wished to avoid being seen. Lest anyone misconstrue his actions as a date with Leah, how dreadful that would be. Chapter 14. A rewarding day in the Forbidden Forest. Days passed peacefully until one fateful morning. The air was thick with the discontented grumbling of students. As she entered the great hall, the clamor was particularly pronounced among the Gryffindors, resembling a pot about to boil over. What has transpired? She inquired as she approached Novi. Novi's expression mirrored her unease as she gestured toward the house hourglasses. You'll see for yourself at the house hourglass. Confused, Andrea made her way to the hourglasses representing the four houses, only to be astonished to find that the crimson hourglass for Gryffindor was nearly empty. She distinctly recalled there being over 200 points just yesterday. Don't be astonished. Take a look at ours, Novi suggested, now standing beside her and indicating the Slytherin hourglass, which had also diminished significantly. What on earth is happening? Novi pouted, her honey-colored eyes rolling dramatically. You'll have to ask your first-year friend what he did last night to lose 50 points all by himself. Draco? It seemed plausible. In her previous life, he had similarly caused a deduction of 20 points, which she recalled was connected to Harry. Yet this time, Draco had not targeted Harry and his friends. How could he have incurred such a significant penalty, especially 50 points? Not even the Weasley twins had managed to lose that many points at once. The savior of the wizarding world had, overnight, become the subject of scorn among the Gryffindors, with many openly berating him. Even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs regarded him with disdain, as they had hoped for Gryffindor to triumph over Slytherin in the House Cup this year. Now, all their hopes lay in ruin. The hero of the magical realm had become a pariah, along with his companions Hermione and Il, who had been caught during their nighttime escapades, while Ron, having been injured days prior, had been spared. As for Draco, given Slytherin's tendency to conceal their emotions, few could be seen chastising him. So what heinous act did you all commit to warrant such a severe deduction? Andrea was bewildered by Draco's irrationality whenever his affairs with Harry were involved. And Il, how long had it been since she had seen him? Now he was part of the Savior Quartet. Draco appeared somewhat embarrassed, a rarity for him. You know I have a fondness for dragons. Potter's obnoxious giant friend has a baby dragon, and I merely followed behind to observe. Who knew I would be discovered thanks to Peeves? If it weren't for him throwing mud and attracting Filch, I would have remained unnoticed. Draco spoke rapidly, his indignation evident. If Peeves were within reach, he would unleash every spell he knew upon him, despite their ineffectiveness against poltergeists. You had better hope Professor Snape does not hold you accountable, or you'll be in for a rough time. If Lucius finds out, you'll be in serious trouble. Andrea relished the prospect, knowing that given Snape's connection with Lucius, Draco might find himself facing a dual reprimand. Oh damn, Draco exclaimed, growing frantic. If my father discovers this, I will surely be consigned to copying the Malfoy family tree all summer. His expression grew even more woeful. However, what truly troubled him was the impending detention. The last time such an incident occurred, he had been but 11 years old, and he had long forgotten what punishment awaited. There were 4 of them in total. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and I.L. Taylor. The notice for detention had appeared on their table that very morning. By 11 o'clock that night, they arrived at the entrance hall, where Filch awaited them, lantern in hand, indicating that their detention would not take place within the castle walls. Draco crossed his arms, visibly displeased. He recalled being sent to the Forbidden Forest by Filch, accompanied by that giant. Harry and the others were unaware, following Filch to Hagrid's hut, their faces alight with excitement. Ron, who had the most knowledge about the Forbidden Forest, was absent, leaving the remaining trio oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Once Filch handed them over to Hagrid, he departed, and the 5 of them, along with a dog, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, each carrying a lantern that swayed unsteadily. By the time Andrea returned to the common room, it was quite late. Had she not employed the disillusionment charm to evade Filch patrols, she would have surely been caught numerous times. Slytherin, unlike Gryffindor, did not revel in socializing. Even in the common room, it was rare to encounter another soul, especially at such a late hour. Thus, when Andrea spotted Draco sitting in the common room with a pale complexion, she felt a wave of concern wash over her. Draco, what is the matter? You appear quite unwell. Andrea knelt beside him, her wand emanating a gentle white light, the incantation failing to reveal any injuries. It is the Dark Lord. He seems as though something has constricted his throat. I encountered him. The Dark Lord. He shouldn't be here. Andrea swiftly cast several silencing charms, ensuring their conversation would remain unheard. Draco gradually calmed under her soothing presence. She offered him a cup of water, from which he took a hearty gulp to regain his composure. He needed to clarify to Leo what he had witnessed that evening. Andrea's expression turned grave. You mentioned seeing him drinking unicorn blood with Harry. How can you be so certain it was him? You do realize that slaying a unicorn incurs a curse. Potter's scar had been throbbing painfully. It had always done so when the Dark Lord appeared. Previously, there had been an incident in the Forbidden Forest. Yet he had never suspected that the robed figure he encountered would be that individual. Moreover, he had felt an overwhelming surge of dark magic emanating from him. It must have been the Dark Lord, Draco asserted with utmost conviction. Weren't you all grounded? How could you venture into the Forbidden Forest? Andrea was thoroughly perplexed. Goodness. Did Filch punish you by sending you into the Forbidden Forest? No wonder I saw him lurking about so many times last night. How dare he send a group of first years to such a perilous place? Fury surged within Andrea. Aside from Draco, the other 3 were genuine first years. Not to mention her brother was among them. Don't worry, aside from Potter and me, no one else encountered the Dark Lord. They were with Hagrid. They were quite safe. Very well. Yet, I wish to share a truth with you. Andrea shifted the topic, contemplating whether to divulge the secret regarding Quirrell's head. She hadn't anticipated such a scenario today. Should there be any unforeseen circumstances in the future, leading Draco and his peers to confront Quirrell, it would be akin to facing the Dark Lord himself. Goodness. Draco could not suppress his astonishment. You mean Quirrell? Quirrell's head is, what? Oh, Merlin's trousers. How is that even possible? The Dark Lord? Reduced to clinging to a stuttering professor's head? My father must remain unaware, right? He cannot fathom the expression on the Death Eaters' faces if they were to discover that the Dark Lord they followed now exists in such a wretched state. Would they still remain loyal to him as they once were? I doubt he would allow anyone to know of his condition. Following such a man as Malfoy leads to no good. I must persuade my father to abandon his allegiance to that individual. Convincing Lucius to relinquish his pure-blood ideals seemed an insurmountable task. Andrea could only offer him comfort. Do not fret, at least Quirrell will soon be dealt with. With just over a month until finals, though the circumstances of Quirrell's demise remain unknown, nobody has encountered any trouble this year. Draco discreetly blinked, resolving to withhold his decision to continue shadowing Potter and uncover how they intended to eliminate Quirrell. Dearest Leah, I assure you, I absolutely did not intend to keep this from you. I merely wished to spare you from worry. In return, I shall keep a watchful eye on Il. Draco Malfoy vowed. Chapter 15. To obliterate that wretched cloth. This month, Andrea approached Professor Snape for the 3rd time with a note seeking approval for her restricted section book. Their formidable Slytherin headmaster, with a stern countenance and furrowed brows, admonished her not to squander her time on the study of advanced magic so early. Had the esteemed headmaster not been so impatient, but instead perused the books Andrea sought to borrow, he would have discovered several volumes concerning dark magic within. As finals approached, Andrea dedicated a considerable portion of her time to practicing spells, particularly those of the dark variety. She did not view dark magic as inherently malevolent. It all depended on the intent of the user. Fortuitously, Nora was often absent from the dormitory. Otherwise, she would have struggled to explain her newfound fascination with dark magic and her extensive knowledge of obscure dark spells. Of course, she had no intention of making any contributions toward the eradication of the Dark Lord. At the very least, She would drag Draco along with her. Draco had voiced his grievances on numerous occasions, insisting that saving the world was a task fit for the chosen one. Why should they partake in such Gryffindor-like endeavors? As Andrea waved her wand and rolled her eyes, she retorted, I never intended to save the world. Do you think I would shoulder such a burden? I will eventually confide all of this to certain individuals. Certain individuals? Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let me guess, Dumbledore? That old lunatic? He is not a lunatic. Andrea shot him a disapproving look. In fact, after learning everything she could from Draco, she held many in high esteem. Not everyone could think in terms of the greater good. He had consistently been protecting you, safeguarding Hogwarts. You cannot deny that. Draco groaned in exasperation. He collapsed onto the nearby sofa, his silky hair cascading down to obscure his eyes. Damn it, Leah is entirely correct. But who desires his protection? Keeping everything to himself. Bearing the weight of the world alongside the headmaster until his imminent demise. Only to discover from Potter and the Dark Lord's conversation that the despised headmaster was a misunderstood great spy, safeguarding everyone right under the Dark Lord's nose. Draco's eyes flashed with indignation. Andrea poked his cheek playfully. You presently resemble an 11-year-old boy. You sulk, you pout. You complain. At least you no longer speak ill of my father, correct? Her tone dripped with mischief. My father's remarks are quite familiar indeed. Andrea. Draco's expression indicated his growing ire. Andrea soon realized she had been unable to locate Draco for some time. This had become a routine occurrence. Unless they scheduled a meeting, she could hardly find him. It was only in the final 2 weeks leading up to the end of term exams that she learned from certain Slytherins of Draco's whereabouts. He was in the hospital wing. Fuming, Andrea stormed in. I thought you were a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Look at you. Her gaze swept from his leg up to the myriad of small wounds adorning his face. You concealed this from me. You faced that individual alongside them without my knowledge. She brandished her wand, pointing it at Draco's forehead. I thought you were not foolish. You should have at least consulted me first. Leah. Draco cautiously tugged at her sleeve, gesturing toward the white curtain drawn beside them, indicating the presence of a savior nearby. Lower your voice. Andrea retorted with mock sarcasm. Goodness, does our Slytherin savior still concern himself with such matters? I never intended to keep it from you. But it happened suddenly, and I couldn't very well sneak into the girls' dormitory after curfew to inform you. You know I'm not truly a first year. I'm far safer than Potter. He whispered the last part. But you still allowed yourself to be injured like this. Andrea sharply pointed out his current state, her frustration apparent. Malfoy, you ought to have let Harry handle it. He should have considered you his best friend by now. Draco lay on the bed, resigned to listen to Andrea's admonishments. While just beyond the curtain, Harry welcomed his friends. The first to arrive were the other 3 members of Gryffindor's new quartet, followed closely by the rest of the Quidditch team. Wood uttered only a few words before hastily departing, expressing concern for Harry, while the twins lingered, marveling at Harry's daring escapades. Eel animatedly recounted the marvelous experiences of that evening, and the twins chimed in with exclamations of awe, as Eel eagerly promised to discreetly show them the room. For this adventurous group of Gryffindors, it was merely an exhilarating escapade. However, Eel completely forgot to inform her sister, who remained blissfully unaware. Draco observed the deepening pallor of Andrea's face and gradually shrank further into his blankets. Eel Taylor. Andrea sharply pulled aside the curtain that separated them. The sound of 6 startled eyes widened in astonishment at her. Sister, sister. Eel's face turned ashen, and she stumbled back a few paces in fright. Andrea strode over, tugging at Eel's ear, suppressing her urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. Her voice twisted with indignation. It seems you consider this a matter of pride. Perhaps I should toss you into the Black Lake to mingle with the piranhas, or cast you into the Forbidden Forest to cavort with those magical beasts. Or should I lock you in a room with a troll until you comprehend what is appropriate behavior? Oh no, please, don't pull my ear. Eel squirmed beneath her grasp, hoping for a modicum of dignity in front of her friends. The Gryffindors stood in stunned silence, marveling at how Andrea, usually so approachable, now bore an uncanny resemblance to a dark, brooding bat. Leah, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Harry said apologetically from his bed. He appeared rather worse for wear, with injuries that seemed more severe than Draco's, and his hands were bandaged. Yet, at least he seemed considerably more well-behaved than Eel. I am not angry for that reason, Andrea clarified, releasing her grip on Eel's ear. You should not have acted so rashly. You ought to have informed the professors. These are matters they should address. You are merely first years, she admonished, casting a fierce glare at Eel and the pseudo-first year, Draco, lying in the adjacent bed. Harry noticed her gaze, and next door, Draco buried himself deeper into his sickbed, revealing only a small portion of his head as he quietly observed them. Harry blinked his large green eyes, pursed his lips, and slowly managed a smile. Thank you, Malfoy. Thank you for rescuing me from that man. Humph, Draco muttered softly. unable to meet Potter's grateful gaze, recalling that day when he had initially been rebuffed by Potter. Perhaps if he had not been so proud, he might have befriended the hero he had heard tales of since childhood. Before long, Madame Pomfrey entered and shooed them away, declaring they had overstayed their welcome and that both Harry and Draco required their rest. Just before leaving, Andrea leaned in close to Draco and whispered, "Have you figured out how to explain to Lucius why you were out all night with the Gryffindor savior?" Think carefully." Draco shuddered slightly. It seemed he could not escape the impending task of rewriting the immortal glory of Malfoy 50 times. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Encounter. Following the incident in the infirmary, time seemed to accelerate. Soon it was the last day of term, and thanks to the bravery displayed by the savior and his companions, Gryffindor had escaped from the last position. Slytherin, buoyed by Draco's points, maintained its undefeated status in the House Cup, even though the final scores for Gryffindor and Slytherin were identical. Ultimately, the two houses jointly claimed victory in the House Cup. Gryffindor was naturally elated, while Slytherin was relieved not to have been defeated. The most discontented were the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, who had hoped that with the savior's arrival, Slytherin would be dethroned. Of course, Andrea noted that their head of house did not appear to be in high spirits. After all, Slytherin had historically dominated with a significant advantage, and this year a savior had emerged, alongside a headmaster who displayed a marked favoritism towards Gryffindor, Albus Dumbledore. Andrea's contemplative gaze drifted towards the elderly man on the dais. It seemed her suspicions were not unfounded. Dumbledore appeared to be employing various means to facilitate the victory of Gryffindor, or rather, the savior. But why? Nevertheless, none of this could dampen the joyous atmosphere surrounding the impending holiday. At King's Cross Station, Platform 9, Draco embraced her tightly in a secluded spot, whispering in her ear about how to practice maintaining an air of confidence during the summer, before striding over to Lucius and Narcissa with an air of arrogance. The three of them departing using the portkey. The Weasley family, with their vibrant red hair, attracted considerable attention. Ron invited several of his friends to spend the summer at the Burrow, but Hermione declined, as she would be traveling to France with her parents. Harry's aunt and uncle, who were averse to anything related to the magical world, would certainly not permit him, and Eel, after consulting her, decided to head to the Burrow in the third week of summer. Fred and George also extended their invitation, assuring her that their mother, Molly, would be delighted to welcome her and Eel to their home. "Probably not," Andrea replied regretfully. "James plans to introduce me to his new girlfriend over the break, and afterward, we should be visiting her family in Germany." In truth, she had other matters to attend to during the summer. Well, okay. The twins expressed their understanding with a hint of disappointment. The four friends leaned together, vowing to keep in touch over the summer, and reluctantly parted ways, having settled on a time to reunite. James was still at work, so Andrea took Eel home via the subway. They resided in a quaint two-story villa in Kingston, London, complete with a lovely little garden that James meticulously tended. Upon returning home, Andrea set Eel to packing, while she ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. When James arrived home, he warmly embraced both her and Eel, announcing that he would formally introduce his girlfriend to them on Saturday and inviting them to visit her family in Germany. Eel preferred to remain with his friends and thus declined the trip. They planned to depart around July 20th. Even in summer, Germany felt refreshingly pleasant. Andrea walked alone along the streets, clad in simple jeans and a white t-shirt. Her wand was securely tucked away in her pocket, hidden beneath her shirt's hem. At least in Germany, the British Ministry of Magic would be unable to accurately detect her use of magic. James's girlfriend was an exuberant and generous individual, and her family welcomed James and her visit with open arms. Their attentive hospitality made Andrea feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to find a quick excuse to venture out alone. In Germany, there were places reminiscent of Diagon Alley, and Andrea knew precisely how to reach one. Much like in Britain, the magical world remained concealed from ordinary muggles, and Andrea discreetly arrived at her destination. The European wizarding community had experienced significant upheaval decades ago, when a dark wizard named Gellert Grindelwald sought to dominate the wizarding world, aiming to eradicate Muggleborns and half-bloods. He was ultimately defeated by Albus Dumbledore in 1945 and imprisoned in Nuremberg. This was the truth that Andrea had gleaned from her readings about Albus Dumbledore's illustrious history. However, according to her conjecture, the truth of the matter was unlikely to be so straightforward. After all, no matter how formidable Dumbledore might be, he could not possibly emerge unscathed when confronting the Dark Lord, who instilled terror in everyone at that time. It was rumored that Grindelwald had a faction known as the Saints, akin to the Death Eaters, serving as the Dark Lord's fangs. Yet, since Grindelwald's defeat, the Saints had vanished without a trace for 47 years. But why? How could she have encountered a saint in Germany? As she cast a defensive charm, she was struck by a spell from behind, her consciousness fading as she heard words like England and Hogwarts. When she awoke again, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. She lay upon a luxurious crimson velvet sofa, surrounded by opulence that suggested she had entered the domain of an ancient and affluent noble family. Before she could gather her wits, a cup of sweet milk tea was thrust into her hands, accompanied by a plate of delicate pastries. "Well done, Schneider. You may step outside now. I wish to converse with this young lady alone." A gravelly voice emerged from the corner. Instantly, Andrea became alert, though she soon regained her composure. Her wand remained securely tucked in her pocket. She had no intention of drawing it. Upon regaining consciousness, the realization that someone had effortlessly abducted her from the street made it clear that she had no opportunity to retaliate. Nonetheless, Andrea cast a deep gaze at the figure before her mind swirling with questions. Could this frail, gray-haired elder truly be the once feared Dark Lord? Even more astonishing was the fact that it was said that Nurmengard was fortified with anti-magic barriers to prevent Grindelwald's escape. Yet, why did she feel no such constraints? She surveyed the surroundings, everything appearing so incongruous. The dazzling crystal chandelier, the sumptuous velvet sofas, the exquisite golden rosewood furniture, along with books and delectable treats. This hardly resembled a prison, did it? Indeed, Grindelwald remarked, presenting himself as a seemingly benign elderly gentleman. Of course. However, Andrea dared not voice her thoughts. She was acutely aware that Grindelwald was not as harmless as he appeared. The title of Dark Lord was not bestowed lightly, and perhaps his only rival was the most esteemed white wizard, Dumbledore. Yet she remained oblivious to the reasons for her mysterious abduction. "You seem to have some knowledge of this place." He finally lifted his gaze, his weary eyes fixated on her. Andrea's body tensed, her right hand tightening around her wand. In that instant, she felt as though she were being scrutinized by a predator. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." He appeared to smile, yet his eyes held no warmth, and even the faint smile on his lips felt frigid. "I merely wish to inquire about a matter. I have heard you hail from Hogwarts." It seemed she was beginning to grasp the connection. Grindelwald and Hogwarts were linked by a singular individual. "Perhaps you truly wish to inquire about Dumbledore?" After a prolonged silence, Andrea finally mustered the strength to respond. In that room, they were alone. And when Grindelwald posed his question, an overwhelming magical pressure enveloped the space, each wave of force pressing mercilessly upon her very soul, inducing immense suffering. It made Andrea grit her teeth, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her complexion paling, and her hands trembling uncontrollably as she held the teacup. "Not simple. It appears you know who I am." Grindelwald's lips curled into a sinister smile, his expression darkening. His hand gripped his wand, as if ready to cast the killing curse upon her. Chapter 17. The Secrets of Nurmengard Tower. "The Saints. I merely know their emblem," Andrea replied, lowering her gaze, striving to resist the oppressive magical force. "In the life and glory of Dumbledore." "A clever girl." Gellert smirked, instantly lifting the magical pressure, allowing Andrea to breathe. "Your magical prowess seems quite formidable. While it may not compare to mine, it certainly surpasses that of your peers. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, I guarantee your safe departure." "You wouldn't want me to resort to legilimency, would you?" Grindelwald inquired gently. Andrea, trembling, set the cup down, her posture remaining rigid. "I have no choice. Ask your questions, and I shall answer if I possess the knowledge. Tell me, how did you come to know who I am? How did you ascertain this place? Do not attempt to be clever. I can discern the truth." He appeared considerably more pleased, swiftly shifting to the topic Andrea had previously avoided. "I guessed," she replied hastily. "I have seen your youthful visage. I have not forgotten your right eye. The place that confines you is, evidently, Nurmengard." She surveyed the surroundings once more, clearly recognizing that this place could not confine him. The Saints had brought her here, indicating it was perpetually under his control. "Well done," Grindelwald applauded with a clap of his hands. "And what else?" Andrea was on edge, acutely aware that Grindelwald, the most formidable dark wizard, was far more powerful than the Dark Lord of Britain in her estimation. She hesitated to continue speaking, especially regarding Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter had pried into the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore from the lips of Barty Crouch Jr. and woven it into her narratives. Yet, she remained uncertain whether this was Skeeter's fabrication or rooted in truth. "Continue," Grindelwald insisted. She reluctantly relayed her thoughts. "I have heard you were once close friends with Professor Dumbledore." She made no attempt to deceive him, well aware that angering Grindelwald could result in her demise without him needing to draw his wand. The air thickened once more, and Andrea found it difficult to breathe. Grindelwald's expression darkened, revealing a more sinister demeanor. "Who told you that?" "It was in a book. I heard that Professor Dumbledore easily vanquished you, but I found that hard to believe. You are both top-tier wizards. It would be extraordinary if a confrontation did not result in destruction. You are indeed astute." He smiled again. "Are you a student of Hogwarts?" The implication struck Andrea that had she not been a Hogwarts student, Grindelwald would undoubtedly have dealt with her differently. Thus, she quickly affirmed, "I am." Grindelwald inquired slowly, "How is Dumbledore faring?" "Quite well. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and most students hold him in great esteem." Andrea felt a wave of relief wash over her, unaware that admiration for Dumbledore illuminated her features. A student who revered Dumbledore. That notion struck Grindelwald. "Tell me about Voldemort." "I have heard he re-emerged after 11 years. Is that not so?" Grindelwald casually questioned, seemingly oblivious to the potential panic this information might incite. He did not consider whether such matters were within a student's knowledge. Upon hearing the name that could not be spoken, Andrea's eyes widened. Betraying no sign of fear, the saints indeed operated under his command. She initially praised Grindelwald's might, but hesitated regarding Voldemort. "He has returned," she said, her tone lacking fear. "But it is said a curse surrounds that name. He resurged last year, lingering at Hogwarts, a pitiful parasite living in a professor's shadow, merely surviving." Grindelwald noted her tone replete with disdain and mockery. It seemed this girl was unafraid of the Dark Lord, whom all of Britain dreaded. "You harbor a secret," he concluded, pondering if he had caused trouble for Albus. Andrea blinked, smiling, her fear dissipating. "A great deal of trouble, not only for Dumbledore. His existence is a dilemma for everyone." Andrea's thoughts flickered like a flame, and in an instant, a daring and perilous idea took root in her mind. Albus Dumbledore, that venerable and esteemed white wizard, had always been their guardian, shielding Draco's soul from the encroaching darkness and ensuring that Harry Potter could grow up in peace. Why then, could he not enjoy a better fate? What was the true nature of his relationship with Grindelwald? Were they merely close friends, or was there something deeper? If they were once allies, what had driven them apart? And why did Grindelwald flourish within the very prison that confined him? All these questions ignited within Andrea an insatiable curiosity. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in whether Grindelwald would honor his word, allowing her safe passage from this place due to his connection with Dumbledore. "I believe I possess certain secrets that only I am privy to, and perhaps you might be inclined to exchange some information with me," Andrea proposed. No one dared to threaten Grindelwald, but perhaps today he was in a favorable mood. Or perhaps he was swayed by Dumbledore's reputation, or maybe Andrea's demeanor had amused him. Grindelwald remained unperturbed, discussing trivial matters that skirted around the essence of the secrets she sought. Yet it was clear that what Andrea desired was far more profound. With a soft sigh, Andrea gazed earnestly at him, her eyes filled with sincerity and confusion. "I merely wish to understand your true sentiments towards Professor Dumbledore. Are you enemies or friends?" She inadvertently addressed him with a sense of reverence. Grindelwald momentarily faltered, followed by a fleeting evasion. Friends? Could he still lay claim to that title after all he had done? Did Dumbledore harbor resentment towards him, considering the fate of his beloved sister, who had fallen victim to an unknown wand? The thought terrified him. What if it were Dumbledore's doing? How could Dumbledore confront such a reality? Perhaps it would be better if it were he who bore the blame, rather than Albus. "I shall divulge a colossal secret," Andrea exclaimed, raising her hand with fervor. "I swear by Merlin. However, your attitude is of paramount importance." "Friends?" "Indeed." Grindelwald narrowed his stunning blue eyes at the young girl before him. He nodded emphatically. "Dumbledore has always been of utmost significance to me. For years at Nurmengard, he had been consumed by regret and avoidance. Ariana stood as a chasm between him and Albus. That fateful duel had forced Albus to make an irrevocable decision." Andrea fell silent, contemplating the weight of her words. Perhaps this was the crux of the matter. "Professor Dumbledore acquired the Elder Wand from you, did he not?" she inquired. "Indeed. You seem to possess considerable knowledge." Grindelwald's expression shifted, becoming dangerous once more. Andrea recognized that she had uncovered too many secrets that should remain hidden between him and Dumbledore, secrets that, given Dumbledore's character, would never be divulged to anyone. Summoning her courage, Andrea met Grindelwald's oppressive gaze with unwavering resolve, as if she had made a momentous decision. "I have a secret to share with you." She drew her wand to her temple, extracting a silvery strand, a glimpse into Dumbledore's future. Grindelwald remained silent for an extended period, then waved his wand to inscribe something in the air. Shortly thereafter, a sentinel arrived with a pensive. Andrea extracted her memories of Dumbledore, some garnered from her own investigations, and others glimpsed through Draco's recollections. She was wagering on Grindelwald's feelings for Dumbledore, trusting her instincts that his emotions were far more complex than mere friendship. Yet, what did Dumbledore think of him? She invited Grindelwald to explore the memory with her. The memory unfolded slowly, and when Grindelwald emerged from it, his demeanor was perilous and icy. Severe as Snape, he killed Albus, Grindelwald recounted with a chilling calmness, ignoring the bloodthirsty undertones in his tone. Andrea might have assumed he felt no inner turmoil. No, Andrea interjected, sensing that Grindelwald was about to charge off to Hogwarts to exact vengeance upon Professor Snape. But it had been Dumbledore's request. You forget, he was cursed, and it was Professor Snape who aided him. Grindelwald narrowed his beautiful blue eyes. How could he have been cursed? You cannot expect me to know everything. Are you from the future? Yes, sir. I am risking revealing this to you in hopes of gaining your assistance, and to better aid Professor Dumbledore. It was a perilous decision, made with the intent of enlisting Grindelwald's help to vanquish the Dark Lord. I know that Voldemort ultimately acquired the Elder Wand. If we assume that Professor Dumbledore safeguarded it until his demise, Andrea began tentatively. He desecrated Albus's grave. Grindelwald interjected, his eyes turning crimson, his magical aura surging violently, causing the furniture around them to shatter. Andrea hastily drew her wand, casting the most powerful protective charm she knew to shield herself from Grindelwald's unleashed power and the chaos erupting around them. Will you assist me? For Dumbledore. For what he believed in. Andrea shouted amidst the wreckage. Once Grindelwald regained his composure, she carefully chose her words. My arrival here today was entirely unplanned. I had no intention of disclosing these matters to anyone. For Albus, even if he does not care, Grindelwald replied with a self-deprecating smile. Give me your hand. Let me see the extent of your magic. Andrea, unguarded, extended her hand towards him, feeling the surge of magic coursing through her. She had no inkling of how it all culminated in Grindelwald taking her on as a student. After he introduced her to several core members of his followers, Andrea could hardly contain her astonishment. Grindelwald observed the bewildered expression of his newly appointed pupil and could not suppress a chuckle. It was his first experience as a teacher, and everything felt refreshingly novel. Andrea eagerly made a request, hoping he could find a way to erase her trace from the British Ministry of Magic, as she did not wish to be constrained in her use of her wand for such reasons. It was merely a matter of using a potion to infiltrate the ministry, and with a flick of his hand, Grindelwald summoned a follower to handle the matter for her. Respectfully escorted back by the follower, Andrea left with a small key pendant. A portal to Nurmengard. Nurmengard could hardly contain Grindelwald. There was not a single guard in sight, and his followers moved freely, making it seem like the stronghold of the first Dark Lord. He had languished here for over 40 years for various reasons, and it was time to rectify the mistakes of the past. Reorganizing his followers would be Grindelwald's first step towards his resurgence. The very next day after Andrea departed from Nurmengard, a follower sent her a message confirming that her trace had been eliminated. Thus, after spending less than 2 weeks in Germany, Andrea returned to London, finding an excuse to leave home and apparate to the house where her parents once resided. It had been sealed by magic. Andrea sought to retrieve a diary that belonged to her mother, which she had seen her mother use to record various events. Previously, she had been unable to navigate this journey alone, but now, with the ability to apparate, her circumstances had changed. Despite not having obtained the qualification for apparition, she was indeed quite familiar with the spell. The house was enveloped in a muggle-repelling charm, ensuring that no one would lay eyes upon it. The residents retained the remnants of the destruction wrought by the Death Eater's intrusion, and Andrea discovered the diary nestled within the floorboards of her parents' bedroom and took it with her. She would not dare to peruse her mother's diary in such a place. Throughout the summer, Andrea corresponded with Draco several times. His letters recounted Lucius's prohibition against him venturing out alone during the holiday, as well as the foolish escapade he undertook with the Chosen One against the Dark Lord at the end of the previous school year. Draco recounted how Lucius's face had gone ashen upon learning of the incident, akin to being kissed by a Dementor, leading to stringent surveillance over him, forbidding any contact with Gryffindors. The Dark Lord, his master, his son had personally ended the life of the Chosen One, even if it were merely a fragment of his being. Lucius dared not contemplate what the Dark Lord would do should he return to the Malfoy family. However, under Draco's persistent persuasion, Lucius showed signs of wavering in his loyalty to something that was neither human nor ghostly, yet evidently, he had not yet encountered a greater interest compelling enough to relinquish his allegiance. The Malfoys would always prioritize their interests. In addition to communicating with Draco, Il also sent her letters every few days, so numerous that she scarcely knew how to respond. Last week, Il wrote to her about how Harry was mistreated at his aunt's house, and how a peculiar house elf intercepted letters from his friends, warning him of the danger to his life should he return to school, while causing magical disturbances at his Muggle aunt's home that led to a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Andrea found this situation curious. A house elf? As far as she was aware, house elves were bound to obey their masters, so who was attempting to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts? It seemed that the elf's master was quite concerned for Harry's safety, yet what peril could await him at Hogwarts? A realization sparked in Andrea's mind. It was the basilisk. In the preceding year, the basilisk had instigated widespread panic at Hogwarts, with everyone fearing that they could be its next victim. Why would the house elf's master know in advance of the danger looming over Harry Potter? Unless this threat was specifically aimed at him. But why release the basilisk at Hogwarts? Was it truly the fervent fans of Slytherin seeking to purge the muggle-born wizards from the school? Andrea pondered this dilemma. Yet it appeared increasingly likely that the basilisk would indeed reappear this year. She continued reading, learning of their nighttime escapade on Harry's birthday, where they stealthily drove a muggle car, modified by Mr. Weasley, to Privet Drive to fetch Harry to the burrow, Merlin's tattered socks, a reckless band of Gryffindors. Consequently, when they stealthily returned home the following morning, they were caught red-handed by Molly Weasley, who scolded Ron and the twins soundly. However, Andrea silently affirmed Mrs. Weasley's actions in her mind. For Merlin's sake, driving a muggle car around, hoping to remain unseen. How perilous. They could be killed. Andrea penned a letter, sternly warning Il. Though he might not take it to heart, ever since joining Gryffindor, his brain had been assimilated. After all, how could one claim to be a proper Gryffindor without a taste for adventure? Il had yet to return from the burrow, having stayed there for over a month. In light of this, the twins invited her to join them at the burrow the following Wednesday, as they would be heading to Diagon Alley that morning to procure supplies for the upcoming term. Mrs. Weasley had already granted her access to the family's flu network. She also invited Andrea to arrive a bit earlier so she could partake in breakfast with everyone, and Andrea felt she had no reason to decline. Given the rarity of house elves, Andrea wrote to Draco inquiring if he was acquainted with a house elf named Dobby. To her surprise, Draco replied that the Malfoy household indeed had a little elf by that name. He was a rather eccentric elf, yearning for freedom and desiring wages. He disobeyed his master's commands and had ventured into the Muggle world to intercept Harry, preventing him from returning to school. In his letter, Draco mentioned that Dobby had foretold a significant event occurring at school this year, one that would endanger Harry Potter's life. Draco had not recalled the basilisk incident, indicating he was entirely oblivious to it. So, did the basilisk have any connection to Lucius? Chapter 19. A Morning at the Burrow. The Burrow. Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. Andrea arrived at the burrow via the flu network from the Leaky Cauldron. Indeed, she did not relish the flu network. Emerging covered in soot was not her preference. Were it not for her status as a mere ordinary student about to enter her 4th year, she would have preferred apparition. As she tumbled out of the fireplace, she felt utterly disheveled. Molly Weasley promptly set about cleaning her up before giving her a gentle embrace. "Ah, you must be Andrea. You look lovely." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Mrs. Weasley appeared quite busy, offering a brief greeting before hastening back to the kitchen to attend to her tasks. Andrea quietly surveyed the house. The kitchen was small, and she had to maneuver carefully to see a pristine wooden table accompanied by 2 rows of chairs. The downstairs was devoid of activity, and Andrea glanced up the crooked staircase, which led to 2 additional floors, adorned with numerous heartwarming portraits of the Weasley family. "Lazy pigs, not one of them is awake," Mrs. Weasley remarked, before warmly presenting a cup of milk to Andrea. "Have a little to tide you over. They played too late yesterday and don't seem to know when to rise." What had been promised as a communal breakfast had devolved into her sitting alone. Word had it that Fred and George had spent the previous day playing with several boys in the garden on flying broomsticks, exhausting themselves to the point of missing dinner and sleeping straight through to the present. Except for Mrs. Weasley, no one else was up. Mr. Weasley had not returned the previous night, presumably off searching for contraband Muggle items. Mrs. Weasley was a quintessentially warm and boisterous Gryffindor. She seemed entirely unconcerned that Andrea was a Slytherin. From her first impression, she perceived Andrea as gentle, beautiful, and academically accomplished, as Il had claimed. Deeming her more suited to Ravenclaw, Andrea found it difficult to refuse someone so welcoming. After finishing her glass of milk, she stepped into the kitchen to assist her. Before long, Mrs. Weasley affectionately began calling her Leah. After a short while, Percy Weasley descended the stairs. He was the Gryffindor prefect and the eldest boy currently at home, with his 2 older brothers having graduated from Gryffindor long ago. A whole den of Gryffindors, Andrea mused, unable to suppress a comment. Feeling like a small snake in a lion's den. "Hello, Taylor," Percy greeted her, appearing quite serious, in stark contrast to the lively Weasley clan. "Percy, you're up just in time. Go wake everyone. We need to prepare breakfast," Mrs. Weasley instructed. Andrea then observed him ascend the stairs once more. "Mom, I can't find my socks." Before long, a voice swiftly approached from afar, as someone leapt down the stairs and entered the kitchen. "Hey Taylor, how are you?" Andrea greeted with a smile. "Hello, Wesley," she replied. Mrs. Weasley, hands on her hips, called out, "Fred? Or George? Regardless, hurry up and wash up. Tell the others to do the same. We can't keep Leo waiting too long." The familiar redhead suddenly appeared before her, leaning in closely and asking, "Guess who I am?" Mrs. Weasley, ready to scold him for his impolite behavior, was interrupted. "It's George Weasley," Andrea stated matter-of-factly. "Uh-huh, you can indeed tell us apart," George exclaimed joyfully, hopping up and kissing her cheek before darting away to fetch the others. Such a rascal, isn't he? Molly murmured softly. Then, with a puzzled grin, asked, Dear, can you really tell them apart? That's remarkable. I often mix up their names myself. Andrea smiled and pressed her lips together. There are slight differences in their appearances, she said, gesturing a small distance with her hand. In fact, I suspect they might even play tricks on us when we get it wrong. Quite right. Those two little rascals. The clock chimed 3 times. The door swung open with a bang, and a middle-aged man with thinning red hair and glasses entered, looking rather slender. Hello, Mr. Weasley, Andrea greeted. Andrea Taylor? He asked uncertainly. Fred and George have mentioned you. You're a good girl. He removed his glasses and coat, walking over to kiss Mrs. Weasley. Soon after, others began to descend in succession. Bill rushed to her side, excitedly enveloping her in a hug after more than a month apart. Hey, Taylor, another twin approached. George said you can tell us apart. He made his way to the dining table, nibbling on a piece of bread while buttoning his shirt. Andrea greeted him with a smile, standing beside Molly. Clad in a muggle dress, her long black curls cascading down her back, her emerald eyes fixed intently on him, a radiant smile gracing her face. Despite her seemingly ordinary appearance, Fred inexplicably felt his cheeks flush, clearing his throat awkwardly and averting his gaze. Ron, standing behind him, widened his eyes, glancing at them and muttering, Blimey. This year, Fred's younger sister Ginny was finally of age to attend Hogwarts. She hid shyly behind her mother, her small face flushed. Andrea remembered her in 6th year, bravely leading students against Death Eaters. Gryffindor spirit. Once seated, the table quickly filled to capacity. The Weasley family was indeed numerous. Breakfast at the Weasleys was quite hearty, though Andrea was still adjusting to such an environment. Thankfully, they finished their meal promptly. They hurried through breakfast, everyone donned in cloaks. Andrea wrapped herself tightly in her black cloak, needing to make a trip to Knockturn Alley to sell some potions she had brewed during the holidays. Given some circumstances at home, the galleons her parents had left them were insufficient to support her brother and her through 7 years at school. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were quite concerned. She suggested that Arthur Weasley assist her, as Knockturn Alley was not exactly a safe place, filled with unsavory dark wizards and nefarious characters. As Molly Weasley would say. However, Andrea assured them she would be cautious, having ventured to Knockturn Alley alone since her 2nd year, a fact she was hesitant to disclose. In that place, amidst the mix of people, who would notice whether or not one had a wand, Fred and George were eagerly wanting to accompany her, only to be thwarted by Mrs. Weasley once more. They needed to use flue powder through the fireplace to reach Diagon Alley. Andrea was the first to step through, needing to be quick to reunite with the Weasley family afterward. Unbeknownst to her, there was a mishap behind her. Harry was using flue powder for the first time, choking on it, failing to articulate the spell correctly, and ended up who knows where. The Weasley family was in a frenzy, but as Andrea exited the potion shop, she spotted Harry, disheveled and surrounded by a group of sinister-looking individuals. Chapter 20, At Flourish and Blots. Andrea strode forward confidently. Harry, come this way. She drew her wand and pointed it ahead, her voice taking on a raspy tone reminiscent of an elderly woman, rendering her unrecognizable. Wrapped in her long black cloak, Harry recognized her and quickly clutched the hem of her robe, seeking refuge beside her. It appeared that this was indeed the Knockturn Alley Andrea had warned him about. What bad luck. The seemingly enigmatic Andrea did not intimidate the surrounding rogues. Rather, her diminutive stature belied any semblance of threat, causing a few to converge upon her, wands gripped tightly in their hands. Harry, anxiously tugging at Andrea's sleeve from behind, felt a surge of tension as they raised their wands to pounce. With a swift flick of her wand, Andrea cast a silent Petrificus Totalis, freezing a middle-aged man covered in boils in his tracks. Others remained undeterred, still poised to strike. Andrea, now devoid of patience, executed another silent spell, revealing a hooded figure to the open air. In a voice that was both stern and hoarse, she commanded, Leave. At that, the remaining attackers retreated quietly to the shadows. Andrea seized Harry's robe and swiftly led him away from Knockturn Alley. You shouldn't be here. Every one of these people could devour you whole. She warned him seriously upon their return to Diagon Alley. It was an accident, Harry replied. You were incredible. How could you cast spells without uttering incantations? In such places, one must always have a few tricks up their sleeve, Andrea deflected. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Harry was unaware of the difficulty of casting nonverbal spells, and her statement led him to believe it was rather commonplace. In reality, nonverbal spells required immense magical power, and few could master them, as they would not waste their surplus energy on such endeavors. Harry soon dismissed the matter, exhilarated to see Hermione waving at him from the entrance of Gringotts. Harry, long time no see. Hermione exclaimed. I was worried about you during the days I didn't receive your reply. Long time no see, Hermione. They exchanged gentle hugs at the door. Hermione, noticing the dust clinging to Harry, curiously asked, Harry, How did you get so messy? Oh, look at my carelessness, Andrea remarked, pulling out her wand and cleaning Harry up. Thank you. Before long, they made their way to Flourish and Blots, where the Weasley family awaited them. Mrs. Weasley rushed over, embracing both her and Harry tightly. Thank goodness, you're finally back. I'm so relieved to have you, Andrea. Here, thank goodness you found him. Her worry was palpable. Andrea felt nearly suffocated, as the twins each grabbed an arm to rescue her. She smiled gratefully at them as they stood in line. Flourish and Blots was packed with people, with a long banner outside announcing Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. Gilderoy Lockhart, a narcissistic charlatan devoid of any genuine talent, is nothing more than a mere buffoon seeking to capture attention. It is hard to fathom that she has forgotten the numerous tribulations they faced in their defense against the dark arts class. It is truly astounding that she must endure yet another session under this insipid instructor. My mother is an ardent admirer of his, Fred explained. And I dare say this year's defense against the dark arts professor must undoubtedly be a fan of Lockhart himself, he declared with great indignation. You shall soon witness just how infatuated the professor is with Lockhart, Andrea thought irresponsibly. The shop was teeming with people, leaving her with no place to stand. As she navigated through the throng with a headache, flanked by the twins who diligently escorted her upstairs, she still had several books on potion making to procure, while Fred and George returned downstairs, needing to queue for their own selections. Damn Lockhart. Having swiftly chosen her books, Andrea lingered, leaning against the railing on the second floor, observing the lively scene below, where the golden-haired fool, beaming with delight, clutched Harry and fabricated foolish tales of how the savior was enamored with him. A disdainful smile crept upon Andrea's lips. He appears to be nothing more than a jester, does he not? Unbeknownst to her, Fred had come to her side. Indeed. Andrea nodded in agreement. It is utterly ludicrous to appoint such a person as the instructor for defense against the dark arts. Fred scratched his head, at a loss for words. He had approached her when he saw her standing alone on the second floor, but now he found himself unsure of what to say. Soon, their attention was drawn to a commotion at the entrance, where two middle-aged men were engaged in a fierce brawl, abandoning their wands to resort to the most primal and savage method of pummeling each other's faces. All Andrea could discern were the shifting red and platinum locks. Lucius and Mr. Weasley. She immediately recognized the identities of the combatants. Fred leaned over the railing, cheering loudly. Father, take him down. Andrea spotted Draco standing idly with the Weasley family and hurried down the stairs. Draco was embroiled in a quarrel with Ron, and upon noticing her descent, he turned with a huff and approached her. George, suddenly distracted by his twin brother, observed Fred descending the stairs with an air of displeasure. Following the events of the previous semester in the hospital wing, Draco's relationship with this group of Gryffindors had improved somewhat. But who could have anticipated that Lucius and the Weasley family would treat each other as bitter enemies, ensuring that any encounter would inevitably lead to discord? To this day, Draco dared not let Lucius know that he had a close half-blood wizard friend, Andrea, at school, for otherwise, her time at Hogwarts would surely be fraught with difficulty. Just as the two men were locked in a fierce struggle, Hagrid suddenly entered from outside, effortlessly separating them with his large hands. Humph, little girl, clutching your books. This is the best your father can provide for you. Lucius, with a dismissive pat of his robe, derisively mocked the Weasley family before beckoning Draco to leave. Andrea keenly noticed that he seemed to have mixed something into Ginny's cauldron. An old diary? If memory serves, during her 4th year, someone was captured in the tightly guarded Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. The remains would be eternally buried, or so it was said. From her previous attentiveness towards Fred, it was evident that this girl must be Ginny. Fred had mentioned that she had endured some rather unpleasant experiences. Could this be related to that diary? Pretending to accidentally knock over Ginny's cauldron, Andrea seized the opportunity to swipe the diary as their books became entangled. Their group returned to the leaky cauldron, where they would utilize the fireplace to return. Andrea and Il would be heading back to their home in the Muggle world. As Il had overstayed his welcome with the Weasley family for over a month, he had to return home during this final stretch. With a heavy heart, Il bid farewell to everyone. The start of the school year was imminent. Chapter 21. A joyful rejection of Lockhart. This year, thanks to Draco's advance warning, Harry and Ron did not encounter the same predicament of being unable to traverse Platform 9 as they had in a previous life. They arrived at school safely and on time. Regrettably, Professor Snape was deprived of the opportunity to reprimand him. During the sorting ceremony, Ginny Weasley was successfully placed into Gryffindor. And without the incident of the stolen car, Ron Weasley naturally received no howling letters this time. After the feast, Dumbledore solemnly introduced this semester's new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, who immediately began boasting about how perfect and charming he was. All the Slytherin table erupted in derisive laughter. Look at the other houses. They are not a group of infatuated fools. If this professor proves to be as inept as Quirrell, Slytherin shall not acknowledge him. Foolishness, Eric commented. Fortunate that you two have not fallen for that imbecile. Novelly expressed her disgust, turning away. Don't joke, that buffoon? Andrea set down her cutlery, picked up her napkin to dab her mouth. Realizing that their sentiments were in perfect accord. Consider the foolish antics he has engaged in this year. An entire year devoid of proper defense against the dark arts lessons, which had somehow devolved into a farcical performance class entirely for the sake of his personal adulation. Reflect upon the dueling club. Not to mention how this idiot ended up as a memoryless fool at the end of the term. Years later, Rita Skeeter would reveal that this was merely a thief exploiting forgetfulness to pilfer the achievements of others. Why does Dumbledore consistently recruit such eccentric individuals as professors for defense against the dark arts? Contemplating this, Andrea turned her gaze towards the professor's table, where the elderly man with salt and pepper hair was cheerfully indulging in sweets, his similarly blue eyes obscured behind half-moon spectacles, radiating the usual warmth as he observed the students. If Gellert is her teacher, then Dumbledore is hers. A complex expression crossed Andrea's face, her gaze intense and powerful enough to draw Dumbledore's attention. Severus. There is a little Slytherin girl who has been staring at me. Is something amiss? Dumbledore blinked at the cold-faced Snape, a restless giant. Snape glared fiercely in the direction of Slytherin until Andrea, with her expression stiffened, averted her gaze. Only then did he turn back to the smiling old man, his usual unyielding demeanor prevailing. If your brain has not been corroded by sweets, your attention should be on the great savior, rather than indulging a Slytherin's superfluous curiosity. Heh. Dumbledore replied with his characteristic benevolent smile. The head of Slytherin felt increasingly irate, especially with a professor nearby whose incessant chatter rivaled that of a giant boasting about his Merlin's medal. It seems our new professor has thoroughly incensed the headmaster, Novelly snickered. Keeping a watchful eye on the staff table, still shaken by having annoyed the headmaster, Andrea dared not glance back, only listening as her companions recounted how Gilderoy Lockhart had boasted of his accomplishments at the faculty table. The first lesson of the fourth year was Transfiguration, shared with Hufflepuff. In the same period, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw attended defense against the dark arts, with everyone brimming with curiosity about the teaching prowess of the new professor. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was destined to disappoint. Sure enough, as the first class concluded, the corridors outside the classroom echoed with curses directed at Lockhart, all lamenting his superficiality. In response, Andrea felt a profound disdain. She had not even purchased Lockhart's book, believing that a mere transformation spell would suffice, and she thought Lockhart might not even notice. During the first week of school, more than half of the girls at Hogwarts were captivated by Lockhart's handsome visage, their eyes blinded to the essence of reality. It was rumored that Hermione Granger from Gryffindor harbored a considerable infatuation for Lockhart. However, after the conclusion of the first defense against the dark arts class, this infatuation morphed into a deep-seated skepticism. A group of Cornish pixies, which even second-year students could manage, had utterly bested Lockhart, causing him to lose his wand. What a lamentable affair this was. For Andrea, there was an even graver predicament. Due to the dismally low scores achieved by Slytherin students on Lockhart's private quiz, he had tasked Andrea with gathering the students' opinions in Slytherin to deduce the reasons for his unpopularity among them, requiring her to report to his office on Wednesday evening. Oh, Merlin's torn jeans. The fourth-year potions class was scheduled for Wednesday afternoon, lasting 2 consecutive periods. Why should she squander her time on such a tedious task, instead of focusing on her potions homework? As for the honor of being Lockhart's messenger, that duty could be left to poor Harry, as she had heard Lockhart summoned his adoring students to his office every Tuesday evening to respond to their letters. If those admirers knew that their replies were penned by the illustrious Harry Potter, they might be even more delighted, Andrea mused with a rare touch of sarcasm. After yet another potions class, Andrea lingered in the classroom, sincerely beseeching their head of house, expressing her willingness to assist the beleaguered potions professor in the dungeons that very night. Snape raised an impatient eyebrow, his lips twitching as if he were about to unleash a scathing reprimand upon this Slytherin who dared to waste his time. Andrea promptly confessed about Lockhart's request and earnestly asserted that she would never willingly spend her time on such a mundane endeavor. Humph. After receiving a knowing glance from the Slytherin's Serpent King, she was accepted into his fold, relieved that she need no longer engage in meaningless tasks. Andrea sweetly thanked the professor and left the dungeons with a light step. Next, it would be time to head to the Great Hall for dinner, and then, with apologies, inform Lockhart that she would regrettably be confined to the dungeons on Wednesday night and could not assist him in his trivial matters. As for who would take on that task, it was none of her concern, was it? As she turned the final corner into the Great Hall, a hand gently rested upon her shoulder. "Yeah, are you happy?" Fred's red-haired head poked in from the side. They had taken to addressing each other by name after their escapade in the Shrieking Shack. "Fred, where's George? He isn't with you?" Andrea greeted him nonchalantly, not bothering to hide her ability to distinguish between the Weasley twins with uncanny accuracy. Just finished practice. I went back to the dorm for a shower, Fred replied persistently. You still haven't said what has you so cheerful. Andrea responded. Lockhart has appointed me as his ambassador in Slytherin. And I've managed to negotiate a swap with Professor Snape for tonight's detention. You're brilliant, Fred exclaimed, stopping her and regarding her with a complex expression. You're not feverish, are you? Why would you be so pleased about being punished by the old bat? Andrea's smile faltered slightly as she fixed him with a serious gaze. Don't refer to him that way in my presence. Perhaps Professor Snape was excessively harsh towards Gryffindor, but she could not abide anyone disparaging him in her company. Had it been anyone else, she might have retaliated, but she did not wish to anger Fred. Still, her tone was sufficiently stern. All right, Fred acquiesced, taken aback. I'd much rather learn something useful than waste my time on trivialities, Andrea reminded him. This time, I won't be lending you my potions homework to copy. You'll have to complete it yourself. Fred immediately looked crestfallen, tugging at Andrea's right hand in protest. Oh, come on, good girl, have mercy. Just forgive me this once for my slip of the tongue. I promise I won't say it again. Really, Fred assured her. Next time, I won't say it in front of you. He chuckled. The two continued to bicker for a while until a few Ravenclaw girls descended the stairs. Casting incredulous glances at the entangled pair, their eyes revealing disbelief, turning back for several lingering looks before departing. This is quite peculiar. Andrea quickly withdrew her hand, hastily saying, All right, you can copy. Let us hurry inside. The atmosphere became awkward, the surrounding air seemingly stilled. Fred raked a hand through his tousled red hair, bewildered by the sudden shift. They exchanged glances, each turning to walk into the great hall, neither uttering a word. Fred berated himself internally. He was not one to fall silent. Speak a few words to lighten the mood, Fred. Their silence persisted until they entered the great hall, where the lively atmosphere diluted the awkwardness. After a hurried farewell, they each made their way to their respective house tables. Aside from the previously mentioned Ravenclaw girls, no one else seemed to notice the peculiar ambience between the two. Chapter 22. Something is amiss. Life at Hogwarts was busy and fulfilling. Without Lockhart, devoid of a barrage of pink envelopes filled with love letters, she had significantly improved her skills in handling potion materials due to her frequent requests for detention. Following the Cornish pixie incident during the first week, Lockhart no longer employed magical creatures in his lessons. Instead, he regaled the class with tales from his books, prompting students to engage in role-playing games. Perhaps they were reenacting how he had vanquished magical creatures? This week, the students were to portray the werewolf that had trapped him in a telephone booth before being defeated. Unfortunately, Andrea was chosen. Yes, your expression should be more ferocious. And you don't need a wand for this. Come at me, and I'll repel you with a spell. Girl, your movements are insufficiently vigorous, Lockhart lamented, expressing regret that this was not the most accurate portrayal of the scene. Andrea had to grip her wand tightly to prevent herself from casting a genuine curse at him. Today's assignment is to write about how I repelled the werewolf, 20 feet, due before our next class, he declared. As soon as class ended, Andrea clutched her book and was the first to leave, her hair slightly disheveled from the recent transformation, and her clothes wrinkled from blocking one of Lockhart's spells. But she paid no mind. She was thoroughly fed up with being called upon to partake in Lockhart's tedious role-playing games every lesson. Hey, don't be upset. Fred and George wove through the crowd, books in hand, sandwiching her between them. Really, there's no need to be angry with such a fellow. They rounded a corner and prepared to ascend the stairs. The stairs were shifting again, and they hurriedly dashed up, clutching their books. Andrea took a deep breath, adopting a calm demeanor. I'm not angry. It's not worth getting upset over such trivial matters. She herself was unsure of the sudden surge of frustration she had just experienced. After all, she was not one to easily lose her temper. Fred and George also noticed something amiss with her and suggested that she ought to consult Madame Pomfrey. As they ascended to the 5th floor, Andrea reluctantly remarked, I'm not particularly fond of potions. Worry not, I shall manage on my own, she added. Enjoying the art of potion making was one thing, but consuming potions crafted from a haphazard array of ingredients was quite another. Surely, no one relished drinking such concoctions. They entered the library, where Madame Pants prowled with her feather duster, her sharp gaze fixated on every young wizard present. Any sound would earn a resounding thwack on the head. Shoo, Andrea whispered, urging them to quiet down as the three found an empty table. Recently, Nova had been elusive, often hard to find, while Eric spent most of his time with his other male classmates, which had fostered a closer bond between her and the twins. She needed to complete her paper on werewolves and an assignment on ancient runic. Fred and George had come to copy her potion essay. Andrea swatted their hands away, keeping an eye on Madame Pants' movements, and murmured, do it yourself first. If you encounter difficulties, I'll help you. Fred shrugged and, in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, commented, "She's been shutting down too many potion classes lately. It's as if she's the spokesperson for Snape." George attempted to protest, but his brother had already declared a truce. He shot Fred a sidelong glance and took out paper and quill. It would be better in the Gryffindor common room. Who knew if Jordan had already finished his assignments? For a moment, the trio fell silent. The library filled only with the rustling of pages and the gentle scratching of quills on parchment. Gryffindor had Quidditch practice later that afternoon, leaving them little time to squander, especially with a potion class enforcer watching them keenly. Fred assured that this jest bore no malice whatsoever. Soon, they parted ways, the twins dashing off with their assignments in hand. They had been so engrossed in their potion homework that they almost lost track of time. Thanks only to Andrea's timely reminder. With time still on her side, Andrea managed to complete her assignments for other subjects as well. By dinner, she received a small note stealthily tossed her way by Il. Upon opening it, she discovered it concerned Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain and a sixth-year student. It detailed how he had insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood, leading Ron to angrily cast a spell at him, which rebounded off Ron's broken second-hand wand, resulting in Ron still spewing slugs. Andrea glanced over to the Gryffindor table and noted that Ron was indeed absent, as were Harry and Hermione. Fred and George excitedly recounted to everyone how their poor little brother resembled a giant slug, continuously regurgitating smaller slugs. Il shouted in indignation. "You shouldn't mock him like that. It's our way of showing affection," the twins cheerfully replied. While she quietly observed Gryffindor, a jarring scraping sound interrupted her thoughts. Andrea instinctively reached for a plate and cutlery. "What's wrong? You look dreadful lately." Nova appeared unwell, with dark circles under her eyes and a vacant stare. Mechanically cutting at her plate, yet often missing, she chewed the air as if it were food. "Shall I accompany you to see Madame Pomfrey? Perhaps you need a vial of dreamless sleep potion? Have you not been resting?" Andrea asked with concern, noticing her friend appeared to have gone days without proper rest. Looking utterly haggard. "No, I'm fine," Nova replied with a slight shake of her head, lifting a cup of juice to her lips in a mechanical manner. Andrea noticed her glance fleetingly towards Gryffindor. It was a fleeting moment. Had Andrea not been watching closely, she might have thought it a mere illusion. Who was she looking at? There was no one she recognized in Gryffindor. In the days that followed, Nova's peculiar behavior intensified. She often drifted off into daydreams for no apparent reason. "Miss Caddis, this is your third class without due attention. Slytherin loses 2 points. Please pay better attention in the future," Professor McGonagall stated sternly. Nova responded incoherently, her mind elsewhere, and barely made it through Transfiguration class under Andrea's watchful eye, which resulted in her being assigned a 12-foot-long essay. After class, Nova did not wait for Andrea to return to the dormitory with her, but staggered off alone, seemingly in a daze. It was not until close to curfew that she returned, looking alarmed, her lips tinged with purple, and her body devoid of strength, as if she might faint at any moment. Andrea remained in bed, feigning sleep, her eyes barely open as she covertly observed her friend. Too much had been amiss lately. When she finally lay down, she no longer carefully tucked her wand into its exquisite protective sleeve, but instead gripped it tightly in her palm, pressing it firmly against her chest. This was a clear defensive posture, one not typical of someone unaccustomed to danger. When had such irrational behavior begun? Why had she not noticed sooner? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Andrea closed her eyes once more, the green curtains descending to create her own little world. She lay in the center of the bed, gazing upward, her hands folded across her abdomen, her wand firmly clutched in her grasp. Chapter 23, A Disturbing Feeling. The next day, Andrea spotted Harry conversing with Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, in the courtyard of the castle. Their voices were somewhat raised, and as she passed, she caught snippets of their discussion about how a weasel had invaded Hagrid's vegetable patch and killed a chicken. It was of no concern to her, so she hurried on her way. She walked all the way to the West Tower to release her owl, thinking she should inquire about recent happenings involving Gellert. She prided herself on not being an easily angered person, yet more than a few had remarked that she had grown irritable of late. What could be the cause? Gellert Grindelwald's reply arrived swiftly. The very next morning, she received a letter. The poor owl had flown back and forth between England and Germany twice in one day, and it collapsed into the bowl of pumpkin juice Andrea had prepared, splattering juice everywhere. She tucked the letter into the inner pocket of her robe, used her wand to clean up the mess, and offered the weary owl a small treat. Her morning class did not begin until 10, allowing her time to return to the dormitory to read Gellert's response. This morning, Nova had once again vanished without a trace, and Andrea hurriedly finished her breakfast before trudging towards the common room. As she passed the long Gryffindor table, many greeted her warmly, but she merely waved a hand in acknowledgement, too pressed for time to stop and chat. She seemed to be in a great hurry, Fred remarked unhappily. George nudged Fred playfully. "Hey brother, did you see? The owl seems to have brought a letter. Could it be from someone important? Fred suddenly felt less cheerful, especially upon hearing Il mutter, "How come I don't know of anyone I don't recognize who would write to her?" His heart soured, akin to spoiled milk. Though he could not quite grasp the reason why. George sighed. It wouldn't be a love letter, would it? After all, Andrea is quite beautiful. This conjecture inexplicably instilled a sense of unease in Fred, though he was momentarily oblivious to the pangs of youthful infatuation. At that moment, he prided himself on being Andrea's closest friend in Gryffindor and resolutely vowed to shield her from the insidious charms of unknown suitors. Fred's piercing gaze landed on the Slytherin table, scanning the room like a hawk surveying its prey. None of the boys above 4th year appeared to be of reputable character. Oh, Eric Bush, was he a friend of Andrea's? Or perhaps it was Draco Malfoy. He was only a 2nd year, yet his rapport with Andrea was notably close. Fred had witnessed them on several occasions, their heads leaning together in intimate conversation. His glare towards Draco intensified, sensing the hostility in Fred's gaze. Draco turned to meet his eyes. Fred Weasley. He pondered, momentarily confused, as he could not recall any grievances with the Weasley brothers. However, that did not warrant Draco tolerating unfounded provocation, and he returned Fred's gaze with equal defiance. Fred's anger flared anew. He felt he had pinpointed his target. Damn little Malfoy. Stupid Gryffindor. Neither boy held the other in high esteem. Hey, brother, are you locking eyes with Malfoy? George joked, playfully patting Fred on the shoulder. By now, numerous onlookers had taken note of the silent exchange between Fred and Malfoy. Fred's response was a sharp slap to the back of his brother's head. Time was of the essence. The next class was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, and tardiness would surely result in dire consequences. With a focused mind, Fred gathered his textbooks and hurriedly departed, disregarding his brother's hunger for more food. George shouted after him, hastily seizing 2 loaves of bread to chase after Fred. In the dormitory, Andrea wore a grave expression. The floor was strewn with the contents of an open suitcase, disarrayed as if a storm had swept through. At the bottom of the heap lay a small box, warded by numerous spells. She opened it to find it empty. The diary that had once been housed within had vanished without a trace. Gellert's letter had mentioned that if someone's temperament underwent a drastic transformation, it could be indicative of dark magic's influence. Yet, she herself had been practicing dark magic, which Gellert described as a form of malevolent manipulation akin to soul magic, particularly affecting those who interacted with it. Andrea could not help but recall the diary that had inadvertently fallen into her cauldron during the summer, a gift from Ginny Weasley. The diary bore the name Tom Riddle, a former Slytherin student who had received an award for special contributions 50 years prior. Coincidentally, during the summer, Andrea had heard another name associated with him from Gellert, perhaps imparted by Professor Dumbledore. Upon acquiring the diary, she had employed a multitude of detection spells, yet none had revealed any traces of dark magic, compelling her to stow it in the box and lock it at the bottom of her suitcase. But now, the diary was inexplicably missing. How could this be? The Slytherin dormitory was accessible only to its rightful occupant, making it evident who had taken the diary. Yet how could Nova have known of its existence? She was not one to meddle with others' belongings, and it was utterly peculiar that she seemed unaware of the diary's disturbance. Lately, many had remarked on her worsening temperament. When had this change begun? Oh, Fred had mentioned it might have been last week. And it seemed Nova had also begun to act strangely around that time. Carefully, Andrea began to search Nova's bed, but found nothing. Moreover, in stark contrast to her usual meticulousness, Nova, known for her fastidious nature, would never leave her belongings in such disarray. Her current mental state was indeed alarming. Gellert had suggested she locate the source of her influence, a notion she wholeheartedly embraced. She suspected the diary contained profoundly sinister dark magic, though she remained unclear on its nature. If only Gellert could take a glance at it. How foolish she felt. She should have done so the moment she acquired the diary, instead of storing such a dangerous item in her dormitory. Nova's current state of distress was a burden she bore entirely. If she did not recover the diary quickly, especially if it was indeed Nova who had taken it, her friend could be in grave peril. Just look at her now, wandering aimlessly, speaking in disjointed phrases, forgetting her own words and actions, and flinching at every greeting. As if under the effects of a soul-sucking curse. Andrea was startled by her own thoughts. How reminiscent it was of a soul-sucking curse. A diary? Could it truly wield such power? Yet, beyond the notion of a soul-sucking curse, she could conceive of no other explanation for Nova's condition. But who had cast such a curse upon her? A diary? Or was it indeed that very diary? Chapter 24. A meeting with Gellert. It had been quite some time since Andrea had seen Il, when she finally encountered him at the Quidditch pitch. He informed her that Harry seemed to have had a falling out with them recently. No wonder she always saw Harry alone, head down, hurriedly navigating through the crowd, devoid of the chatter and guidance of Hermione or Ron's loud complaints. Although Andrea had not located the diary in Nova's possession, she conjectured that if it were of human origin, Harry Potter would undoubtedly be its primary target. As long as that individual lingered, Hogwarts could never find peace. On another occasion, she spotted Harry walking alone, his expression a mix of confusion and agitation. As she passed by, she quietly urged him not to be alone and to remain vigilant against the anomalies plaguing Hogwarts. Andrea swore she had seen shock, confusion, and caution flicker across Harry's face. Excellent. It appeared that something was amiss. But what exactly was it? Why could she not recall? She had refrained from disclosing the diary's matter to Draco. Much like Lucius would not readily heed a child's words and alter his loyalty to that individual. However, she simply wished to spare Draco any discomfort in this affair. Recently, Draco's relationship with Harry had shown slight improvement, and she did not want the diary incident to jeopardize that. Thus, Andrea preferred to keep Draco uninvolved. Andrea found herself unable to devote more time to Harry's situation. Nova's condition had deteriorated significantly. She consistently resisted Andrea's attempts to approach her, and any suggestion of taking her to the hospital wing was met with vehement rejection. Lately, Harry and his friends had become increasingly elusive, making it difficult for Andrea to spot them in public. When she did manage to catch a glimpse, they were always in a hurry. Before long, her thoughts were diverted by another presence. Fred had recently taken to distancing himself from his brother, trailing behind her like an infatuated shadow, appearing at her classroom door precisely as the lessons concluded. "Fred, are you particularly idle these days?" On a Friday, she finally found an opportunity to address this with him. Fred cast a complex glance in her direction, carefully choosing his words. "I've heard that Malfoy and Harry have been getting along well lately." "Indeed. What of it?" Andrea inquired. Fred scratched the back of his head, gazing into the dark circles under Andrea's eyes. She appeared to have had a restless night. "You shouldn't take it too seriously. He is still quite young," he murmured. Nonetheless, he harbored a lingering suspicion that Andrea shared a close bond with Malfoy, stemming from the latter's recent preoccupation with Harry, which had left Andrea looking somewhat distraught. Andrea's expression grew more perplexed. What was she supposed to be concerned about? What did too young even mean? Suddenly, Fred found himself at a loss for words, as they stood not far from the classroom, where numerous passers-by could see them conversing. Just then, George emerged from some hidden corner, pulling the two of them into a secluded nook. Encouraged by the twins' silent cues, Fred boldly asked, "Are you free this weekend?" "This weekend?" Andrea recalled the professor mentioning that he would be in England, and they would fortuitously meet in Hogsmeade. Hesitation crossed her face. Did she have prior engagements? "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry," Fred replied, his enthusiasm deflating. George had suggested inviting Andrea to Hogsmeade, and now Fred struggled to fathom what she could possibly be occupied with that weekend. "All right, perhaps we can arrange something next time," George interjected, eager to whisk his brother away before Fred could pry further into Andrea's weekend plans, which would make him appear rather infatuated. Thus, it was just the two brothers who set off for Hogsmeade. Early Saturday morning, Fred lethargically allowed George to tug him from the joke shop. Even mischief failed to ignite his spirits. "Hey, brother," George suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Fred followed his gaze, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a robe's hem. But the familiar silhouette, cloaked in dark hair, sent a shiver of recognition through him. She appeared to be in a hurry, as if anxious to meet someone. Furrowing his brow, Fred instinctively lifted his feet to follow her, while George, unable to call him back without drawing attention, trailed behind. They pursued Andrea until they reached a secluded area, losing sight of her. This path led to the Shrieking Shack, a place Fred and George had clandestinely visited several times. Yet now they could not discern its location. "This place certainly has an air of mystery." Fred and George exchanged glances. Fred anxiously paced in place, pondering why Andrea would meet someone at the Shrieking Shack. If the peculiarities here were the doing of her meeting, then her companion must possess formidable magic. Would Andrea be at a disadvantage in their encounter? Unbeknownst to Fred, Andrea was aware of someone following her, but chose to disregard it. If an intruder dared to breach her privacy, it would likely be they who faced misfortune. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Andrea entered the Shrieking Shack, where a man in his 30s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, awaited her. 2 chairs, a table, and 2 steaming cups of tea adorned the room. "Professor?" Andrea raised her wand uncertainly, recalling their last meeting when Gellert had appeared as a frail centenarian, and now. "Do not be so astonished. Wizards possess many means to preserve their youth. Please, take a seat." Gellert gestured toward the chair opposite him. The warmth of the room, likely conjured by Gellert's magic, enveloped Andrea as she loosened her cloak and sat down. "What brings you to England so suddenly? Aren't there still some renegade saints in Germany that require your attention?" she inquired. A subtle smile graced the blond man's lips as his deep blue eyes fixed upon her. "How could I rest easy knowing my only student might be under the influence of dark magic? As for the saints, Norman is keeping an eye on things. So nothing major should arise for the time being. Andrea lowered her gaze, her heart swelling with gratitude, yet she jested. Perhaps it is not only for my sake? Oh. Gellert's smile deepened, and he drew out his wand. Let me conduct a preliminary examination. Andrea obediently sat still as Gellert's wand emitted a flurry of white spells that flitted around her. After a moment, he retracted his wand, his expression growing solemn. Indeed, the traces of dark magic are quite pronounced, he murmured, but a counteracting potion will suffice to remedy your minor affliction. Now tell me, is there anything you wish to discuss that cannot be conveyed in a letter? I've misplaced a diary. I've searched everywhere for it. It contains remnants left by Voldemort. And my friend has been acting strangely. I suspect she may have taken it. She's very weak and has been forgetting her actions frequently. Sounds akin to oblivion or perhaps a soul-sucking curse. Gellert furrowed his brow, not dismissing the possibility of it being a dark magical artifact. Andrea kept her head down, her right hand gripping her wand tightly, while her left unconsciously traced the rim of her cup. Professor, is it possible for a diary to possess magic? Andrea ventured. This thought had occupied her mind for days. She had heard from Draco that Harry had once inadvertently destroyed an object bearing the dark mark in a hidden chamber at Hogwarts during their 7th year. The moment it was destroyed was as terrifying as if Voldemort himself had appeared. She had also heard how Voldemort had severely punished Bellatrix Lestrange, his most loyal servant. For some reason, an object he had entrusted her with before his demise. Thus, as one of Voldemort's formerly trusted subordinates, might Lucius possess such an object? If he were unaware of its value, he could have framed the Weasley family in an attempt to evade the Ministry's scrutiny. It seemed all too coincidental that the object had fallen into her hands, and events could unfold as they had in a previous life. Oh, you have reminded me of something, a thing I dare not touch lightly, Gellert mused, placing his wand to his forehead, gradually unraveling a memory of an unfinished desire he had shared with Albus. What is it? Andrea pressed, her mind racing for answers. Do you know of Horcruxes? Gellert inquired. Horcruxes? To Andrea, this term was entirely unfamiliar. I've heard you have been researching numerous tomes on dark magic. Given that you found nothing, it seems Albus had already purged this knowledge from the archives, Gellert stated, making it clear he wished for no one to meddle in such matters. However, I cannot allow you to engage with such malevolent artifacts unprepared. Gellert's tone shifted. This is not the appropriate venue for such discussions. We shall communicate via a two-way mirror henceforth. Use owls only when absolutely necessary. He produced a shard of mirror and placed it upon the table. Return at another time, and I will provide you with books on Horcruxes. Remember, do not study them in secrecy, Gellert cautioned. Understood, Andrea replied. Well, I merely intended to check on you. Who knew I would stumble upon unexpected revelations? Gellert remarked as he stood, nodding toward the snowy expanse outside the Shrieking Shack. You should head back now. There are 2 red-headed figures awaiting you. His gaze pierced through the enchantment, spotting a boy anxiously pacing. When he turned back to Andrea, a hint of humor laced his voice. Is that the one you fancy? Andrea responded softly, having noticed those who were left untouched by the banishing charm. It turned out that Fred and George had been trailing closely behind her. Leave now, I will contact you again. With a sharp crack, Gellert disapparated away. Wrapping herself tightly in her thick robes, Andrea emerged from the suddenly materialized Shrieking Shack. She had barely taken a few steps when Fred dashed forward, his brother still oblivious to his absence. Hi, Fred. She glanced past him. Hi, George. What are you two doing here? She feigned ignorance about their pursuit of her. The Shrieking Shack seemed as if it had been cleaved from Hogsmeade, one side a chilling haunted house, the other a bustling wizarding village. Waiting for you, George interjected. Waiting for me? Her expression briefly flickered with confusion before recalling Fred's inquiry from the previous day. So they had intended to invite her to Hogsmeade yesterday? Fred's mouth suddenly turned downcast. We saw you in Hogsmeade. You mentioned you had something to do. Were you meeting someone else? He refrained from mentioning the abrupt disappearance of the Shrieking Shack. I'm sorry, I was just here to meet someone important. But you came with George, didn't you? Fred disregarded her question, pondering who this important person could be. A family member? A friend? Or perhaps a romantic interest? George nudged his arm, signaling him to snap out of it. Fred glanced back at the Shrieking Shack. No one emerged, indicating they must have already departed. Yet, their failure to witness anyone else leaving raised suspicions of a powerful spell, perhaps disapparition or an invisibility charm. No, the invisibility charm would leave footprints. It seemed to be disapparition, which required one to be of age. Fred? Fred? Andrea called out a few times. The trio stood in the snow, Andrea's face etched with confusion, Fred's countenance grave, while George rubbed his forehead, adopting an expression of exasperation. He inquired on behalf of his thick-headed brother. So, do you have time now? It's still early. Why don't we explore a bit? Is that all right? Fred turned to her. Of course. Andrea had no reason to decline and valued the opportunity to befriend Fred. Then let us hurry, or I'll be frozen into an ice sculpture, George exclaimed, pulling both of their arms, insisting they return to the lively streets of Hogsmeade. Having finished the last of the fizzing Whizbees, Andrea had longed to buy more to take back. George darted into the various shops, determined to create an opportunity for his brother. However, Fred seemed to ignore his good intentions, displaying far more excitement than George as he filled a large bag with sweets, almost more enthusiastic than Andrea herself. Soon, Andrea had chosen her items, concerned that the two had waited outside for quite a while and might catch a chill. I'll head to the Three Broomsticks to order a few butterbeers. You can find me there once you're done. See you soon. They briefly parted ways. The Three Broomsticks remained as bustling as ever, and she ordered a hot butterbeer, finding a cozy corner to curl up in bliss. The warmth radiating from the crackling fireplace made her drowsy. Hello, may I sit here? A gentle voice interrupted her reverie, as there were no other seats available. It was a large table that could accommodate more people. Startled, Andrea looked up to see a tall boy with black curls and gray eyes. He appeared familiar, prompting her to glance at him a few more times, momentarily forgetting to respond. The boy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory. May I sit here? Of course, Andrea replied, her expression complex. Cedric Diggory. The last memory she had of him was from their 6th year, a dark day when chaos erupted, marking the beginning of the end for a young life lost amidst another looming darkness. Diggory had innocently sacrificed his life, his demise twisted by the Ministry of Magic into a means for Dumbledore to seize power. No one remembered this poor boy who had once fought for Hogwarts glory. His death barely stirred the waters of remembrance, soon fading into oblivion. Now he sat before her, smiling and extending his hand. Hello, I know you. You've been top of your class every year since you entered. Andrea Taylor from Slytherin, you're quite brilliant. Just call me Andrea. You're quite clever yourself. She responded with a smile. You may call me Cedric. They amicably exchanged names. True to his reputation, Cedric engaged her in discussions about their studies, and Andrea found his manner gentle and considerate, making their conversations exceedingly comfortable. Cedric was pleasantly surprised to discover that Andrea possessed knowledge far beyond what one would expect at her age, even surpassing his own. I take back my words. You are not merely clever, you are an absolute genius, Cedric exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Andrea's theoretical understanding was exceptionally advanced. Originally, Cedric had intended to take a brief respite before departing, but now he found himself reluctant to leave, wishing to invite Andrea to continue their discussion on the way back to school. However, Andrea awaited Fred and George and had to politely decline. Not long after Cedric departed, Fred and George entered, each burdened with a plethora of items. Well, we won't need to return for quite a while, George puffed, out of breath. Fred meticulously checked Andrea's purchases before handing her a large assortment of delightful candies she hadn't tried yet. Time had passed swiftly, and they hadn't been able to sit for long. After each having a large mug of hot butterbeer, they hurried back to school. Chapter 26. Entering the threshold as October unfolded, the chill within the castle intensified, the howling cold winds biting at one's skin. Whenever anyone traversed the courtyard towards the castle, they couldn't help but wrap their wizarding robes tighter around themselves. The damp, cold air permeated the campus, resulting in numerous cases of colds, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry of activity. Her invigorating potions would cause one's ears to emit steam, yet they proved highly effective, with most individuals recovering by the following day. For an extended period, the weather remained dismal, with incessant drizzles. During Care of Magical Creatures class, Andrea observed the pumpkins Hagrid had cultivated, each growing as large as a carriage, likely enhanced by the expansion charm, all for Halloween decorations. Since returning from Hogsmeade the previous week, whenever she was in the library, Cedric would seek her out to discuss their studies. Cedric was gentle and considerate, never making their conversations feel awkward, and he was quite knowledgeable, making Andrea feel at ease when engaging with him. Thus, it was common to see a pair of exceptionally attractive young individuals seated together in the library, quietly discussing the contents of their books. Mindful of the library's rules against loud noises, occasionally leaning a bit closer in their gestures, Fred eyed the harmonious duo with envy. What are they so close for? He grumbled, pressing against the bookshelf to shield his presence, though he couldn't hide his seething expression. Hey, brother, Madame Pants is watching you, George cautiously alerted him. Yet, Fred was too preoccupied to heed George's warning. He couldn't help but wonder if Diggory was indeed the boy that Leo was seeing. George listened as Fred mumbled something about a boyfriend, saying, What are you thinking? If you like her, just go for it. Who likes her? Fred retorted. I'm just looking out for her. What if she gets deceived? All right, George replied. If Fred refuses to admit it, what does it matter to me? I heard Diggory is quite a decent fellow. If he were Leah's boyfriend, that wouldn't be so bad. I might as well wish them well. As George feigned an intention to leave, Fred grasped his arm, his voice rising. Mrs. Pants, brandishing a feather duster, approached, and before Andrea noticed, Fred quickly pulled George away. Fred, honestly, Andrea is quite a wonderful girl. If you don't make a move, there will be plenty of boys vying for her affections. When the time comes. If you're sobbing in my arms, I will definitely let the Hogwarts crowd witness it, George teased. Fred shot a sharp glare at his brother. Brother, do you truly not fancy her? George inquired. Fred fell silent. He must like her, otherwise, why would he devote so much time to her? A Slytherin. If he didn't like her, why would he always want to cling to her? If you like her, just tell her, George encouraged, suddenly realizing Fred's shyness. Let me help you out. I'll tell her. Leah, Fred likes you. You can be his. Before George could finish, Fred leaped onto his back, choking him. All right, brother. You've been mocking me quite a bit lately. I'm serious. If you like her, be bold and speak up. This hesitance doesn't suit you, Fred. Fred retorted. What if she really has a boyfriend? That would be too awkward. George couldn't help but facepalm. If that's the case, could you stop following her around like a lovesick puppy? Fred pondered seriously, imagining not seeing Andrea anymore, watching her being affectionate with another boy. Hugging and cuddling, Fred clenched his fists and suddenly dashed out. Fred, wait for me. George extended his hand. Subsequently, Fred sought to create more accidental encounters with Andrea, but would denied him further opportunities. In the midst of a storm, they had to intensify their Quidditch training. Wood was determined not to lose the upcoming match against Slytherin, especially since Slytherin now possessed 7 brand new Firebolt 2001 brooms, while they only had Harry's Firebolt 2000 to maintain appearances. It wasn't that Gryffindor's skills were lacking. They were simply at a disadvantage hardware-wise against the Comet. Halloween arrived unexpectedly. After training that day, Fred trudged through the castle in his muddy, soaked robe, needing to return to the Gryffindor Tower to bathe and change before attending the Halloween feast. George had already returned, while Fred had been left behind by Wood for over half an hour due to a mishap during training. The rain was torrential, and Angelina nearly fell off her broom, which put Wood in a foul mood. Fred had unfortunately crossed paths with his heir. Fred's robe, soaked with mud, dripped water as he rushed upstairs, colliding with someone on the 6th floor staircase. Fred? As he rubbed his shoulder, he heard a familiar voice and looked up to find Andrea. She surveyed his drenched appearance, frowning at the relentless rain. Just finished training? You Gryffindors don't take breaks in this downpour? We don't want to lose to Slytherin. It would make our lives miserable. Fred grinned. Don't catch a cold, Andrea said, casting a drying charm that instantly made the water vanish, leaving dry clumps of mud that could easily be shaken off. What are you doing here? Fred asked as they remained on the staircase. I went to find Professor Flitwick to submit my essay and bumped into Cedric. So we chatted for a bit. Diggory again. Fred's displeasure was evident as he pouted. What's wrong? You suddenly look upset. His red hair drooped, lacking vitality, resembling a forlorn red-haired dog. Even the most callous person would feel compelled to pat his head, let alone Andrea. However, that would be crossing a line. So she settled for a gentle pat on his shoulder. Filthy things. There's dirt everywhere. Which little brat is leaking water all over the castle? I swear I'll catch you. A grumbling voice echoed from below, quickly drawing nearer. It's Filch. Don't let him catch you, Fred exclaimed, swiftly grabbing Andrea's hand and continuing up to the 8th floor, explaining as they ran. He has been in a bad mood ever since I heard a few third years smeared frog brains on the ceiling in the dungeon. He has been working hard to clean it up. But Andrea thought, I'm not the one leaking. There's no need for me to run away with you. One was spotless, while the other was caked in dried mud. Filch would never mistake them for each other. But before she could speak, Fred had already pulled her up to the 8th floor, where she stopped, breathless, in front of the Gryffindor Tower. Fred realized he might have done something foolish. But they were already there. How about I take you inside to rest for a bit? He hesitated to suggest. You want a Slytherin in the Gryffindor common room? Andrea's eyes widened in disbelief. No, is that not allowed? Fred was startled by her outburst. If a Gryffindor were to enter the Slytherin common room, it would surely cause chaos. Who says it's not? Fred thought. However, he had no intention of brazenly bringing her in, unless he wanted to risk it all. With only half an hour until the Halloween feast began, they had little time to spare. Fred could already hear voices emanating from the common room, indicating that everyone was getting ready to head to the Great Hall. The fat lady's portrait swung open, and Andrea's eyes widened in fear of being caught. Chapter 27, Gryffindor Common Room. Come in, don't let them see us. Fred quickly pulled Andrea behind a statue, where a secret passage lay hidden. A throng of chattering Gryffindors emerged from the common room, among them his brother George, who was complaining about not knowing where Fred had gone. In the narrow passage, Andrea and Fred pressed closely together, daring not to make a sound for fear of being overheard. She could feel Fred's warm breath against her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Fred, relax, she whispered, as his grip tightened around her hand, the temperature rising between their clasped fingers in that confined space. Oh, Fred nervously released her hand, realizing his ears felt a bit warm now. Time slipped by until they could no longer hear any sound from outside. Fred quickly opened the secret door, pulling Andrea through. However, as soon as they were outside, he let go of her hand. "Stay a while. Wait for us to go together," Fred naturally invited. In truth, she could have departed for the hall on her own at this moment. Yet Andrea's mind was far from such considerations. The Gryffindor common room was suffused with the warm, radiant glow of golden-red drapes and lights. The comforting warmth of a crackling fireplace, a half-finished game of wizard chess sprawled across the long table, alongside open assignments and cups of tea precariously tilted, nearly spilling onto the floor. Disheveled books and robes belonging to an unknown owner lay scattered across the dark red sofas. Everything appeared in disarray. Yet it was imbued with the vibrant essence of life, revealing Gryffindor as a lively family rather than the self-important demeanor often observed in Slytherin. Had this scene unfolded in Slytherin, it would likely have invited a barrage of hexes from fellow students. It was no wonder that those who emerged from Gryffindor always shone so brightly. Fred allowed her to observe for a while, but their time was limited. He led Andrea to the boys' dormitory, which was currently empty. "You can stay here for a bit. No one will come in," he reassured her. Fred quickly grabbed a change of clothes, urging her to wait while he prepared to take her out. Fearing that others might return to the common room, he decided it best for Andrea to remain in his dormitory. As he caught sight of Andrea sitting obediently on his bed, he couldn't help but dash out. "Fred is truly charming," Andrea mused to herself as she remained in his room, sitting on his bed and somewhat impolitely surveying the surroundings. Unlike the Slytherin double rooms, Gryffindor consisted of 5 occupants per room. Fred's bed was the closest to the window, offering a view of the vast Quidditch pitch, though currently obscured by a torrential downpour, rendering the outside a dark, indistinguishable expanse. In contrast to Slytherin's silver and green, Gryffindor was ablaze with golden-red hues, enveloping Andrea as if she were surrounded by searing flames. However, amidst the warmth lay a chaotic assortment of blankets, discarded shirts, and trousers, along with crumpled potions textbooks scattered about. Unable to resist, Andrea drew her wand, tidying the mess into an orderly arrangement on the bed. She hesitated to linger too long on Fred's bed, as it seemed imbued with his scent, a faint aroma of fresh grass mingling with the pleasant fragrance of laundry detergent. "The scent of sweat might be a bit much for me. It lacks romance." As her gaze wandered, she suddenly spotted a corner of white peeking from beneath Fred's pillow, a piece of paper covered in doodles. She discerned a few words that resembled names, though they were obscured by vibrant scribbles, prompting her curiosity to lean closer for a clearer view. "Hey, Leah, what are you thinking about?" Fred emerged swiftly from the shower, towel-clad, hair still dripping water that trickled down his neck into the partially open collar of his shirt, making her turn her head away. "Dry your hair first," she suggested. With just the two of them in the room, Fred felt a bit shy. He grabbed his wand and casually performed a quick dry charm, his hair instantly becoming dry and tidy. "Let's go. We're going to be late," she urged. The two of them stealthily descended the staircase, finding the common room completely deserted. As they hurried towards the hall, Andrea felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing someone might notice her and Fred emerging together from the Gryffindor Tower. Upon reaching the entrance to the hall, they discovered that the feast had already commenced. Andrea had no intention of entering alongside Fred in full view of everyone, as it would suggest they had just returned from a date. Thus, she greeted him and stepped in ahead of him. A light jog flushed her cheeks with color. Eric had saved 2 seats beside him, and she settled into one of them as he casually handed her a glass of pumpkin juice. "Thank you," Andrea said while sampling the food presented before her. "Where's Novi?" Eric frowned slightly, concern etched on his face. She returned to the dormitory. She mentioned feeling unwell this morning. "Please bring her some food after the feast." Andrea nodded, her expression stiffening. Halloween, the Chamber of Secrets. How could she have forgotten? It was on this very day, after the feast, that they encountered the petrified Mrs. Norris and learned of the chamber's opening. She had discovered that the monster within was a basilisk by overhearing Professor Snape and Lucius Malfoy conversing at Malfoy Manor. This was also the day when Harry and his friends appeared at the scene of Mrs. Norris's petrification, leading to a prolonged suspicion cast upon him by Filch as the culprit. The diary remained missing, and Novi's condition continued to deteriorate. Casting a glance towards Gryffindor, she noted, as expected, that Il and the Gryffindor trio were absent. Fred and George were animatedly conversing, seemingly jesting with Percy, whose expression was decidedly grim. However, Andrea's countenance was even more troubled. At the staff table, Dumbledore was cheerfully indulging in a rather grotesque skull cake when he caught sight of her anxious expression, his brow subtly furrowing. Andrea considered seeking Dumbledore's assistance, yet she lacked a valid reason to approach him privately, knowing it would invite the ruthless mockery of the Slytherin head. Her anxiety persisted until the conclusion of the feast. Chapter 28. Confession to Dumbledore. The petrification incident coincided with the end of Halloween. Mrs. Norris was once again petrified. The chamber was opened, and those opposing the heir must tread carefully. Mrs. Norris's rigid form was displayed against the wall, while Filch lamented, clutching Harry and demanding an explanation from Dumbledore. Every half-blood or muggle-born wizard at Hogwarts felt a wave of unease. Initially, Andrea had not harbored much concern. But upon witnessing Il and Harry standing helplessly before the petrified Mrs. Norris, her apprehension surged. Knowing the monster in the chamber was a basilisk mattered little. She was utterly ill-equipped to confront a creature said to be from Salazar, Slytherin's era. She feared for Il, for Fred, and for Draco, her friends and loved ones, worried about the myriad of potential calamities that could befall them. Some speculated that the petrification incidents were the work of vampires, prompting numerous students to don garlic necklaces. Slytherin scoffed at this notion, yet a first-year student, rumored to be a half-blood, fearfully adorned himself with garlic and insisted on clutching a silver dagger while sleeping. The Weasley brothers took to selling various styles of crosses and charms around the school, purportedly to ward off vampires, and many muggle-born wizards wholeheartedly believed in their efficacy. The protective crosses sold remarkably well. This inspired Andrea, who persuaded Fred to incorporate some rudimentary protective charms into their merchandise, such as simplified versions of the shield charm and the bubblehead charm. She utilized nearly all the protective spells she knew to create several small pocket-sized badges, which she distributed to Harry, Draco, and others. During breakfast, Il passed her a note filled with simple complaints. A recently disabled mouse has been exhibiting a peculiar restlessness, often disappearing without a trace. Yet such trivialities would scarcely concern her. Wait. A grave look suddenly crossed Andrea's face as she recalled the boastful words of the diminutive man she had overheard at Malfoy Manor. Initially dismissed as mere attempts to elevate his status, they now seemed disturbingly plausible. One day, Andrea sought out Fred, who confirmed that the Weasley family had indeed kept a mouse for 12 years. Its little pinky toe tragically severed. This revelation solidified her suspicions. The matter reminded her of a long-forgotten truth. Thus, during a break from classes, she ventured to the Ollery to send a note. By evening, she received a timely reply. After dinner, she ascended the spiral staircase, pausing before two immense stone statues. A pile of cockroaches. When the office door swung open, she beheld the elderly man with white hair, seated comfortably in a large armchair, his hands playfully teasing an ugly little bird perched on a sycamore branch. "Is this the Phoenix?" Andrea inquired, approaching with familiarity, extending a finger much like Dumbledore. The creature gently pecked at her fingertip. "Fox seems quite fond of you. Shall we sit down and converse, Lya? May I call you that?" Dumbledore said with a smile, conjuring a steaming cup of milk tea and producing some of his cherished sweets. "Why not give them a try?" He gestured toward the pile of cockroaches, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Of course, you may call me Lya. And these do appear quite delectable, don't they?" Little did he know, her passion for sweets rivaled that of Dumbledore himself. With an air of composure, Andrea picked up a cockroach and tossed it into her mouth, relishing the squirming creature as it attempted to escape her teeth, crunching delightfully. Observing her, Dumbledore's smile deepened with sincerity. In a good mood, he tossed candies into his mouth, contemplating. This little girl could be invited again next time. After sampling the sweets, Dumbledore inquired, "Now, Lya, would you be so kind as to disclose the reason for your visit?" He had witnessed too many sorrowful expressions from her. Andrea sat up straight. "Indeed, there is something of great importance. To be honest, I hadn't intended to disclose this to you so soon. I would have told you eventually, just not now, but it concerns the Chamber of Secrets, does it not?" Dumbledore asked with certainty. "Yes," she affirmed, producing a tattered black diary and placing it on the table, one she had retrieved from Novi after placing her under a sleeping spell the previous night. "What I am about to reveal may seem unfathomable, yet I still trust you. I have shown this memory to only one other person." She drew her wand, pressing it to her temple, extracting a silvery strand. "I know you possess a pensieve, and I wish to invite you to witness a memory." Dumbledore's countenance grew grave. He was not dismissive of her words, yet a fourth-year student displaying such demeanor was unexpected. He retrieved a shallow stone basin. Andrea directed the memory into the pensieve, gesturing for Dumbledore to join her as they both plunged into the recollection. Together, they traversed 7 years of memories, from Harry Potter's first year to the deaths of Il, Dumbledore, Sirius, Grindelwald, Fred, and the sacrifices made by each individual in the war. After more than half an hour, Andrea and Dumbledore emerged from the memory. Dumbledore's expression was complex. He tenderly embraced the battle-scarred girl, his slender hand lovingly stroking her head. "You have endured much," he murmured. This girl was far stronger than she appeared. Andrea shook her head. "I only hope they will not lose their lives to war once more." Dumbledore released her. Refilling her cup with tea, and after a sip, Andrea began to calm her racing heart. She produced the note Il had given her that day and handed it to Dumbledore. You see, Ron's pet seems to have been seeking opportunities to remain by Harry's side since the petrification incident. As you know, the Chamber of Secrets belongs to Salazar Slytherin, and it is said that Voldemort is the last descendant of Slytherin. Perhaps he wishes to capture Harry to present him to his master. You have seen it yourself. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. This is the impetus for my decision to share this matter with you. Peter aided in Voldemort's resurrection during the Triwizard Tournament, resulting in the death of a Hufflepuff. Dumbledore's expression remained somber, yet he suddenly leaned forward, his gaze intent. I must ask, who is the other individual who has seen this memory? It is crucial for me to know. Andrea straightened, feeling a wave of nervousness and awkwardness wash over her. She recalled that despite Grindelwald's enduring thoughts of Dumbledore, even up to his final moments, he had sought to protect him. But what would Dumbledore think? If he were to learn that Grindelwald had escaped Nurmengard, would he attempt to recapture him? Hesitating, unsure of how to proceed, she finally murmured a name. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore froze, his expression a mixture of complexity as he scrutinized her eyes, searching for signs of manipulation. You know who he is, do you not? He inquired. Indeed, I do. And I must say, he is no longer in Nurmengard, she replied, meeting Dumbledore's gaze, enunciating each word carefully. She reasoned that if it were Grindelwald, he would not have concealed this from Dumbledore. Dumbledore lowered his head, speaking softly. I knew that place could not contain him. His serious demeanor vanished, replaced by a warm smile. It is evident you have faith in him. Yes, he is currently my teacher. Andrea's expression fell flat. It seems you have encountered an extraordinary adventure, Dumbledore marveled. Suddenly, he brandished his wand, gesturing in the air. 8:30. There is still some time before curfew. I believe I can still address that troublesome little mouse. He shifted the topic away from Grindelwald, focusing instead on Pettigrew. I hope my luck holds. Harry and his friends remain in the common room. Lia, would you care to accompany me? Andrea recalled the day of Halloween when Fred had led her to the Gryffindor common room and politely declined Dumbledore's casual suggestion. I think it would be best for me to wait for your news. She blinked her emerald eyes. I trust you will inform me of the outcome, yes? Of course. He replied, sharing a smile as they exited the office together. Chapter 29, Those Closest to Us. Andrea descended the staircase back to the common room, awaiting news while carefully avoiding drawing any attention to herself, particularly from Professor Snape, as she could scarcely explain her late-night excursion to such a distant locale. Additionally, she needed to use the two-way mirror to inform Gellert of the developments, such as Dumbledore's awareness of his absence from Nurmengard. Dumbledore's actions were far swifter than one could have anticipated. By the following morning, Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, hastened to Hogwarts, driven by a tempest of fury. What had Dumbledore claimed? That he had uncovered the true perpetrator behind the Potter family's tragic demise? There could only be one true culprit, Sirius Black. If Dumbledore asserted he had found the genuine murderer, did that not imply that the Ministry had mistakenly apprehended the wrong individual and rendered an erroneous verdict over a decade ago? This notion was utterly unacceptable to Fudge. Even upon encountering the animagus rat Scabbers, he remained convinced that it was all part of Dumbledore's nefarious scheme to usurp him and seize control of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, do you truly believe that a mere rat could be a fugitive? I suggest you refrain from wasting everyone's time. I am aware that Black was once a student of Gryffindor, but surely you cannot sacrifice another deceased individual to exonerate him? Dumbledore fixed him with a penetrating gaze, seemingly peering into the depths of his very soul, which only served to infuriate Fudge further. It was not until Dumbledore cast the counter-animagus spell that revealed an unattractive, corpulent rat transforming into a short, balding man with watery eyes that Fudge could not suppress a gasp. Peter Pettigrew is alive. Then whom did Sirius Black kill? Fudge realized that the Ministry had indeed erred many years ago, but the former minister had long since vacated his position, and the public would merely attribute the blunder to him. Fortunately for Dumbledore, he was indifferent to the sordid machinations of politicians, providing him with a convenient excuse. After all, it was merely a case adjudicated by the former Minister of Magic, Barty Crouch, and had no bearing on him. As long as he could restore Black's innocence, the world would recognize who truly deserved their admiration and affection. He brought the confined Pettigrew back to the Ministry, and soon, Sirius Black was declared innocent and released. The entire wizarding community was made aware that Peter Pettigrew was the traitor who had betrayed the Potters. Upon his release, Sirius contacted Dumbledore. For besides being a dear friend of the Potters, he was also Harry's godfather, and after 11 years of absence from his life, he could no longer contain his desire to see his godson, Harry. At this moment, Harry was still engulfed in fear over the recent attacks at school, confiding in only a few friends about the inexplicable voices he could hear. Ron cautioned him that such matters were highly taboo even within the magical realm. Ron was troubled by Scabbers' sudden disappearance, pondering whether the rat had slipped away while he was distracted. And his greatest fear was that Scabbers had been petrified by the heir of Slytherin in some unknown location. Truth be told, no one would particularly care about the fate of an ugly, disabled little rat. Unbeknownst to Harry, the most significant person in his life was eagerly anticipating a reunion at Hogwarts, even disregarding his own fragile state. Aside from Andromeda, no one was privy to the magnitude of what had transpired at the school. After all, Sirius Black was a figure from over a decade past. And aside from the professors, who among the students had ever heard his name? 2 days later, Andromeda was summoned once more to the headmaster's office, this time accompanied by Harry. Unlike their previous visit, they were greeted by a man with disheveled black curls, a gaunt visage, and despite meticulous grooming, he appeared utterly worn down, though his demeanor was remarkably intense. Sirius Black. Andromeda recognized him instantly. As Harry entered, Black lunged forward to embrace him. Harry, this is Sirius Black. He is your godfather. Dumbledore beamed as he introduced the three of them. Sirius, this is Harry, and this is Andromeda. Andromeda cast a fleeting glance at the scene of the godfather and godson embracing, feeling little stir within her. She then leveled a reproachful gaze at Dumbledore. Had they not agreed that her involvement would remain confidential? Dumbledore mischievously winked, but it is essential that Sirius knows who his savior is. Harry, bewildered by Black's sudden embrace, was released just as quickly. He was still grappling with the unfolding events, having been preoccupied with worries that Dumbledore had discovered his secret and that he might face expulsion. Black, still overwhelmed with emotion, even embraced Andromeda before returning to his godson, pouring forth the words he had long yearned to express, his speech laden with regret and anguish. Following the deaths of the Potters, he despised himself for his lack of discernment. Believing that Pettigrew had perished in the explosion, he allowed himself to be imprisoned in Azkaban, convinced it was his penance, unaware of the torment his godson endured in the Muggle world. All of this stemmed from his own arrogance. Merely contemplating the matter filled Sirius with an anguish that was nearly unbearable, and he nearly choked Harry in his fervent embrace. Black's health was still precarious. He had come to meet Harry and his savior despite the objections of the healers at St. Mungo's, who were displeased with his decision to leave prematurely. However, Black was resolute. Fortunately, Dumbledore remained concerned for his well-being, and before he could utter more than a few words, Madame Pomfrey arrived to escort him back to the infirmary, where he was to consume restorative potions before being taken to St. Mungo's. Before departing, he reluctantly invited Harry and Andromeda to spend the Christmas holidays at Grimmauld Place, to which Harry unhesitatingly agreed, having longed for a familial connection to rescue him from the Dursleys. Now he had a godfather, a dear friend of his parents. Was this not a momentous occasion? He could hardly wait to share the news with Ron and the others. Surprisingly, Andromeda, after a moment's hesitation, also acquiesced. Leah, is he truly my godfather? Outside the headmaster's office, Harry was still brimming with excitement, finding it hard to believe. What if it were all a ruse? What if there was no godfather, and it was merely a kind deception by Professor Dumbledore? Andromeda saw the hidden anticipation in his expression, recalling the abuse Harry had endured at the hands of his Muggle relatives, and she imagined he must be yearning for a loving godfather. Andromeda thought of the loathsome traitor Peter and of Sirius Black, who had imprisoned himself in Azkaban for over a decade due to his own mistakes. She gently patted Harry's shoulder, assuring him, he is indeed your godfather. You must believe that, in this world, he is one of the people who loves you most. Thank you, Leah, Harry replied, touched as he embraced her, burying his doubts about Andromeda's role as Sirius's savior deep within his heart. Chapter 30. A hint of ambiguity. Ever since Andromeda had handed the diary to Dumbledore, no further rumors regarding the Chamber of Secrets had circulated within the school, nor had anyone else been petrified. Norberta had frantically searched for the diary for several days, during which she began to display aggressive behavior, as though she felt threatened by those around her. Gellert attributed this to the aftereffects of a potent soul-sucking curse. Andromeda feared that she might spiral into a breakdown, aside from the soothing antidote. Her mental state had been profoundly shaken. After consulting with Dumbledore, Andromeda administered a forgetfulness potion to help her rest comfortably in the infirmary. Aside from her and Dumbledore, no one knew what had transpired with Norvi. All that was known was that after spending several uncomfortable days in the infirmary, she had returned to her former self. As for the memories from the time she was subjected to the soul-snatching curse, they had vanished entirely, leading Norvi to jest that perhaps she had been the victim of a obliviate charm. Andrea's smile was tinged with guilt. As November rolled in, time seemed to accelerate. Gryffindor and Slytherin were set to face off in their first Quidditch match. Andrea hoped that after handing the diary to Dumbledore, the match would conclude without incident. After all, she recalled that Harry seemed to encounter trouble every year since his arrival at Hogwarts. Indeed, as she watched a bludger relentlessly pursue Harry. She found herself resting her head in her hands in despair. Goodness, was the chosen one cursed with a disaster magnet? Wherever there was chaos, there he was. The match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch, only to have his left arm brutally broken by the bludger. Oh no, it ended with Lockhart, that incompetent fool, extracting the bones from Harry's entire arm. The moment Lockhart charged in, she sensed impending doom. Alas, no one was quicker than Lockhart. He was perhaps too eager to showcase his true abilities. She swore she had seen Draco secretly cast a jinx on Lockhart, causing him to crash into the ground. Yet he mistakenly believed he had simply tripped. Harry was taken to the infirmary, where he consumed an entire vial of Skillgrow, likely to remain there until his new bones grew in. Until last night, Andrea had felt quite at ease. However, within a single night, the castle was engulfed in fear once more. Colin Creevey, the Gryffindor student who had been shadowing Harry with a camera, was found petrified not far from the infirmary. This seemed to validate the rumors circulating the school that the heir of Slytherin sought to eliminate Muggle-born wizards. He must have been spotted by the basilisk while pursuing Harry into the infirmary, and Andrea learned that it was the Muggle camera he held that had saved his life. Once again, Andrea sought out Dumbledore, beginning to fear that her premature intervention might have triggered a butterfly effect. The diary had been taken away. So why did the basilisk still appear? Even his servant, Peter Pettigrew, had been captured. Was it possible that someone within the school had already been manipulated by him? Unbeknownst to them, once the Chamber of Secrets was opened, only blood could halt it. Hogwarts inevitably descended into a state of panic and dread once more. No one dared to wander the castle alone, fearing petrification at the hands of the heir of Slytherin, and the more terrifying prospect of losing their lives. Now, students mostly traveled in groups, calling upon friends, and only dared to roam the castle during daylight hours. Aside from the fearless Gryffindors, no one was willing to risk a nighttime encounter with the creatures lurking within the chamber. Except for the Gryffindors, the Weasley twins were among the most notable representatives. They possessed a secret that allowed them to track the movements of everyone in the castle, enabling them to evade patrolling professors and Filch countless times. Even the presence of such a terrifying monster could not dampen their enthusiasm for nocturnal escapades. On Wednesday evening, Andrea emerged from the potions professor's dungeon, merely a corridor away from the Slytherin common room, when she was suddenly seized by a pair of strong hands and pulled into a stone wall. She vanished from the surface, and thankfully, given the current climate of fear, no one would have been around to witness her fright. The ambush was so sudden that Andrea had not yet registered what was happening before being dragged into darkness, unable to scream, as a warm hand swiftly covered her mouth. Instinctively, Andrea struggled against the grip, but the hand held her firmly as the owner leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Leah, it's me, Fred." Goodness, what a nuisance. Andrea lightly punched Fred's shoulder, forcefully prying his hand from her lips. He must have hurried over, for her lips still bore the lingering warmth of salt. In the darkness, she subconsciously licked her lips. "Fred, you shouldn't be out of the common room at this hour," Andrea exclaimed, her emerald eyes wide with concern. The castle was far from safe lately. Fred stuffed an unknown bundle into her arms and waved a roll of parchment, preparing to leave. "George and I know all the secret passages in the castle, don't worry." "So, you specifically came to deliver this to me?" Andrea asked, waving the parcel in her hands with a hint of exasperation. "Of course," Fred replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Andrea fell silent. The passage was pitch black, narrow, and serene, allowing them to hear each other's soft, measured breaths. It had been several days since she had last seen Fred, and she began to wildly recall all the events of the year, speculating on the possible hiding places of the basilisk. Merlin. Why hadn't she forged a better relationship with the Chosen One? If only she had, she might already know where the basilisk lay hidden. Gently, Andrea poked Fred in the side, softening her expression as she whispered, "You need to be careful too. Don't make everyone worry." Oh, Fred replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Andrea's head was too close to his chest, her warm breath brushing against him, creating an intimate proximity. They lapsed into silence once more, and Andrea felt the urge to say something to break the tension, yet feared shattering the atmosphere. After a brief silence, Fred suddenly leaned in closer, his prominent nose nearly touching Andrea's face, a coy smile gracing his features. "Do you worry about me too?" Having heard George mention several times that Andrea often daydreamed in his direction, he felt inexplicably that her treatment of him was different, imbued with a tenderness and concern not shown to George. It felt as though the gaze of Slytherin had been upon him since their first year, only to gradually intersect with Andrea's after years of separation, especially since Iltair's arrival in Gryffindor last year. "So, as George suggested, did you like me too?" Andrea, oh how she longed to tell you. Many cared for you, including George. With clumsy attempts, she shifted the topic. "It's getting late. If you don't return soon, I'll have to escort you back." Of course, she was merely teasing Fred. If a patrolling professor were to catch them, it would not bode well. They would probably think them reckless little adversaries, Andrea mused. Please don't. I'll head back now, Fred replied, having originally come to deliver the package to Andrea. They fell silent, and after escorting Andrea out of the passage, he slipped away into the shadows of another corridor, hastening back to Gryffindor. Percy had been acting a bit mad lately, insisting on taking roll calls at curfew. Even more strictly than Professor McGonagall. He could not afford to be caught. Otherwise, he would face their mother's wrath. Chapter 31, A Little Secret of Black. During the Christmas holiday, Harry and Andrea were delighted to receive an invitation from Sirius to visit Grimmauld Place, just the two of them. It seemed that Sirius was reluctant to meet anyone else. Consequently, they missed the dueling club proposed by Lockhart, and Andrea felt immensely grateful for Black's invitation at that moment. Grimmauld Place was once the ancestral home of the Blacks, a lineage that had endured through generations. Once a powerful pureblood family, only Sirius remained as the last male descendant. Harry informed her that Sirius mentioned an elderly house elf with ears stuffed with white hair, a muddled mind, who only knew how to curse and scream. It must be Old Creature, Andrea thought, recalling the name she had seen in her mother's diary. They took the Hogwarts Express to King's Cross Station, where Sirius Black awaited them on the platform. Upon their arrival, Black approached them with great enthusiasm, embracing them before leading them through apparition. The Black family was a prestigious pureblood lineage that had been passed down since the Middle Ages. The old house stood 5 stories tall, its exterior overrun with withered, yellowing plants, while a dark iron gate stood vigilantly outside, warding off any would-be intruders. As the door creaked open, a shrill, high-pitched voice erupted from within. A woman, frenzied and wild, extended her fingers as if to wrench their heads off. Beasts! Bastards! You filthy abominations! Why do you not perish? How dare you bring such filth into my home? You shall not tarnish the glory of the Blacks. Creature! Expel them! Cast out that ungrateful wretch. Walburga Black, a woman fervently devoted to pureblood supremacy and an admirer of the Dark Lord, was the source of the chaos, Andrea concluded silently. Although she had never been here before, she felt a peculiar familiarity with everything. Harry was utterly embarrassed, unsure of the situation. It appeared to be far from pleasant. He had never heard Sirius mention this, and assumed his arrival had caused some trouble for Sirius. The expression on Black's face was one of distaste, as if he had swallowed 100 foul substances. As he waved his wand to conceal the portrait of the Black matriarch behind a curtain, with a sharp crack, the hunchbacked creature, with his bald head and white-haired ears, suddenly appeared, glaring at his current master with disdain, anger, and revulsion. Oh, poor creature's mistress, her filthy little cub bringing refuse into her home. Like a foul bug in a gutter, dirty, disgusting. My poor mistress, if you are aware from beyond the grave, to see this traitor accompanied by half-bloods and mud-bloods. Miss Domia. It is Domia. No, not the same. Young Master Regulus showed creature, black hair, green eyes. How familiar. Just like when he was a child. Ah? Miss Andrea. Creature screeched in excitement. He rushed over, bowing deeply before her. What is happening? Even Sirius was momentarily taken aback. Regulus Domia was Domia Black, his Death Eater brother's favorite cousin, similar to how he cherished Andromeda. He recalled that Domia Black had long been disowned. How could Regulus have been secretly meeting her? Harry tugged gently at Andrea's sleeve, stumbling over his words under Creature's fierce glare. What does this mean? Are you also one of the Blacks? He understood nothing. Bastard! You shall not touch Miss Andrea. Creature charged at Harry in a fit of rage, brandishing his long, pointed nails. Creature! Andrea quickly commanded him to stop. Sirius instinctively pulled Harry behind him, having reacted the moment Creature lunged. He yanked both Harry and Andrea into the dimly lit hall, baring his teeth in a fierce expression as he sat down and demanded to know what was going on. Creature screamed in fury. Do not lay a hand on Miss Andrea. His face was filled with hatred and contempt for Sirius. The entire Black residence was permeated with a stench of decay. It was evident that Sirius genuinely appreciated Harry and Andrea's arrival and had made considerable efforts to clean up the long-abandoned house, though it still appeared quite dilapidated and disordered. However, this was also largely due to the house elf's lack of cooperation. Creature had refused to acknowledge Sirius's identity ever since Walburga Black's notoriety. And had it not been for him being the last male of the Black family, the estate would likely have been claimed by Narcissa Black Malfoy. Andrea settled onto a clean sofa that Creature had hastily arranged, her brow slightly furrowed, uncertain of how to explain everything to them. Creature thoughtfully placed red tea and pastries before her, while Sirius and Harry sat across from her on an old, dusty sofa, gazing at her with pitiful eyes, clearly wishing for the same treatment. Andrea lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip before recounting what she knew. Part of her reason for coming here was tied to this. Upon hearing Andrea's narrative, Sirius's expression grew rare and blank. Harry appeared far more composed, likely due to his lesser connection to the events, and he even pondered further. Leah, you mean Sirius's aunt? He asked hesitantly. Sort of, Andrea replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Sirius Black. Compared to Regulus, this man seemed naively fortunate. According to her mother's diary, Regulus resembled a supportive and caring younger brother, while Sirius's heart was solely focused on his godson Harry, of Slytherin lineage, whom he detested and scorned. Regulus valued family, while Sirius considered him merely a dog to that man, unaware of the sacrifices Regulus had made for him. Andrea unconsciously revealed a look of disdain. Sirius suddenly grasped Andrea's hand. Domia, your mother, was she disowned for marrying a muggle? He questioned eagerly. Yes, after graduating. She refused to serve the Dark Lord and went into hiding, during which she met my father, a muggle wizard who graduated from Gryffindor. They were both killed by Death Eaters in 1981, shortly before the Dark Lord's downfall. She recalled the moments following her rebirth, a whirlwind of green light, maniacal laughter, and screams intermingling with the images of her parents falling one after the other. Taking a deep breath, Andrea continued, for years, Regulus secretly assisted my mother in evading those Death Eaters, until 1979. Her sharp gaze fixed intently on Sirius. Regulus died. Creature let out a mournful cry, collapsing onto the nearby floor. Regrettably, Regulus's death was shrouded in mystery. Prior to that fateful month, he and her mother had ceased all correspondence, leaving only the news of his demise. Creature wept uncontrollably, and Andrea reached out to pat him, oblivious to the fear reflected in his large eyes. Chapter 32. A Christmas belonging to the Black family. Andrea's eyes suddenly glinted with cruelty. Regulus helped them for 2 lifetimes. She cannot claim that Regulus was ever a coward. He bore the burden of the Black family for you, and you have no right to condemn him. I'm sorry, Sirius murmured, clutching his head in despair. Regulus, his most cherished brother, how could he harbor such resentment towards Regulus for defying the pureblood ideology of the Black family? He knew well that Regulus was both intelligent and kind-hearted. Upon Regulus's demise, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing him willing to serve as Voldemort's pawn. Therefore, you must live well and protect the Black family. Isn't that Regulus's wish? You are his most beloved brother. Andrea gently consoled him, her voice soft, a stark contrast to the harshness she had displayed when admonishing Sirius moments earlier. Surely, it was better for the Black family to be under Sirius's stewardship than to fall into the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange, that madwoman. Leo watched with compassion as Sirius wept, cradling his head in his hands. Let him be alone for a while, Andrea thought to herself, hoping Sirius would come to terms with his past transgressions. Regulus's death remained shrouded in mystery. How could he allow his beloved brother to misunderstand him so? She softly called out to the distressed house elf, Creature, please take Harry and me back to our room. I wish to rest for a bit, if you don't mind. Miss Leah, Regulus's favorite, thank you, old creature, for preparing the room, he muttered. How could one inhabit the room that wayward son tidied? With a snap, he vanished, only to reappear moments later. Please follow, creature, he said, bowing his head respectfully as he led them upstairs. Andrea's room was adjacent to Regulus's, spacious and bright, impeccably clean, adorned with vast swathes of silver green. It boasted a bed large enough for several people to tumble about freely, a finely gilded chaise longue, a gem-studded table, and a grand wardrobe brimming with beautiful, albeit dated, robes. This was once Miss Domia's room. I hope Miss Leah enjoys her stay, Creature said, bowing deeply once more as he gently pushed her inside and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. He then hurriedly escorted Harry to the room Sirius had prepared for him, which appeared even larger than Andrea's. However, the heavy, dust-laden curtains and the incongruous crimson bed curtains and linens, coupled with the dreary furniture, left Harry feeling considerably disappointed. He discerned that this house elf did not heed Sirius's commands. Its heart was steadfastly aligned with Regulus Black, despite Sirius now being its master. Creature opened the door for Harry, roughly shoving him into the room before vanishing. He had no desire to converse with the wayward son's guest. Aside from Regulus, only Miss Andrea was a good person in this household. Creature had to prepare dinner for Miss Leah. She had spoken on behalf of Regulus, and she deserved the best. Despite Sirius's sorrow, that did not deter old Creature from wishing to provide Andrea with a splendid Christmas. Though he was reluctant to obey Sirius, Creature was more than willing to serve Andrea, Regulus's favorite niece. The Christmas tree, prepared in advance by Sirius, stood a magnificent 14 feet tall, adorned with beautiful ribbons and twinkling stars. Creature magically conjured frolicking reindeer, created swirling snowflakes upon the lofty ceiling, and animated snowmen. To welcome Andrea on her first visit to the Black ancestral home, he adorned the tree with an abundance of small gifts, ready to swat Harry's hand away should he dare reach for them. On Christmas Eve, Creature meticulously prepared a lavish feast, and Andrea's favorite was roasted pork ribs, of which he served her 2 generous portions. At her prompting, Harry continuously consoled Sirius, who, by the eve of Christmas, had temporarily regained a semblance of optimism. Remembering that this was his first Christmas with Harry, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on the child. "Good girl," Sirius said after embracing her tightly. "Let us think of Regulus and work towards revitalizing the Black family, a brand new Black." Andrea said this while returning the embrace. That night, Harry experienced the most splendid Christmas of his 12 years. Early the next morning, Harry dashed to Andrea's door, pounding on it with exuberance amidst Creature's frantic protests. "Leah, wake up. Let us go unwrap the presents," he exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, Andrea flung the door open, nearly colliding with Harry's fist. "Oh," Harry said sheepishly, scratching his head, as Andrea appeared weary, evidently having not rested well. Nevertheless, seeing Harry's genuine excitement, Andrea indulged him with a glance, dressed quickly, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and descended the stairs alongside the eager Harry. Beneath the towering Christmas tree lay a mountain of gifts, necessitating some time for them to select their presents. Compared to the previous year, when Harry spent his first Christmas, this year he had a godfather, adding another person who cherished him. Knowing Harry was on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Sirius gifted him a Firebolt 2001. "My Firebolt 2000 isn't broken yet," Harry said with a smile, his joy evident. He declared this the best Christmas gift he had ever received. Andrea examined her gifts, finding several more than last year, including one from Sirius, likely in consultation with someone, which was a copy of the mysterious potion, a gift she rather appreciated. Most touching was the gift from Creature. Carefully wrapped in green ribbon, a small box containing a magically animated unicorn toy. It was a cherished plaything from her childhood, though it seemed somewhat childish now. To her surprise, she realized that it had been Creature who gifted it to her back then. Amidst Creature's excited chatter, Andrea gently embraced the loyal house elf devoted to Regulus. "Thank you for being so kind to a half-blood whom you disdain. Even if it's due to Regulus's wishes, you have still treated me well," she reflected with gratitude. Originally, Andrea had planned to remain at the Black ancestral home for the entire Christmas holiday, but on the third day, she received an invitation from a blonde man, bidding farewell to Sirius and Harry and quietly departing after his repeated entreaties. Chapter 33, My Teacher and His Secret Lover. In England, at Greenton Manor in Manchester, Andrea cradled her teacup, her gaze lowered as she delicately sipped the liquid, shielding herself from prying eyes. The opulent manor was adorned with gilded splendor. Even the staircase banisters were embedded with tiny diamonds. Yet, in contrast to the overall decor, the deep purple sofas, star-studded lace tablecloths, and vibrant red and green wall paintings created a rather absurd and oddly familiar palette. Out of the corner of her eye, Andrea once again caught sight of the elderly man with white hair, a long beard, and half-moon spectacles, whose expression seemed rather peculiar. She found herself at a loss to describe the sensation. It appeared as though Dumbledore's face bore an irritable expression. But could it be Dumbledore sporting a pout? Indeed, it was apparent that the 2 individuals seated across from her were quite tense. One figure was Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, while the other was Gellert Grindelwald, whose familiar golden locks and deep blue eyes stirred memories within Andrea. Apart from his hair, he appeared just as he had on the first occasion she laid eyes upon him. These 2 adversaries of the century reunited at Grindelwald Manor after a span of half a century. At this moment, they resembled 2 quarreling lovers. Startled, Andrea hastily sipped her tea to calm her nerves. How had Professor Dumbledore managed to find this place? Was it not said that Grindelwald's movements were shrouded in secrecy, eluding all pursuit? Yet, it seemed that some individuals willingly ventured forth to confront others. But why did Professor Dumbledore appear so irate? "Albus," Grindelwald began, "do you like the flowers I sent you? I had an owl deliver them early this morning." His expression was earnest, though Andrea sensed he had been out of touch with the times for far too long. Unable to suppress a reaction, she lowered her gaze, concealing the look of disbelief that threatened to surface. Merlin. If she was not mistaken, Grindelwald was referring to the gift he had sent Dumbledore on Christmas Day. Yet, on that day, Dumbledore had typically dined in the Great Hall with the professors and students who remained at Hogwarts. Just imagine it, with Grindelwald's penchant for the dramatic. An owl arriving early in the morning carrying a grand bouquet of red roses before Dumbledore. She could envision the stunned expressions of everyone present. If Grindelwald were there, a second wizarding war could very well have erupted. So, had Dumbledore come to Grindelwald Manor specifically to confront him over this incident? However, the fact that Dumbledore was willing to meet Grindelwald was entirely unexpected. She had assumed that after all these years, it was Grindelwald's unrequited affection. Setting down her teacup, Andrea watched as the 2 former lovers pointed their wands at each other's chests. "Hey, you're both over 100 years old and leaders in your own right. Is it really necessary to resort to violence so suddenly? Standing up with her wand in hand, Andrea was abruptly thrown back onto the sofa by a wave of magic emitted by Grindelwald. A little girl should not interfere, he declared dismissively. As the magical tension between the two men escalated, the surrounding objects began to explode with deafening bangs. And the oppressive magic made it difficult for Andrea to keep her head up. Clutching the sofa cushion, her long hair fell wildly over her face. It dawned on her that their feelings were genuine, as was their desire to harm one another. Her presence amidst them rendered her nothing more than collateral damage. With a sense of exasperation, Andrea shouted, "Please, if you must fight, do it elsewhere. This place cannot withstand your magical pressure." She thrust her wand upward, emitting a blinding white light that forced the two tense wizards to halt their actions, tilting their heads in unison, gazing at her with expressions of surprise and innocence. Grindelwald must have possessed a certain audacity to capture Dumbledore's heart. Dumbledore scrutinized Grindelwald with his deep blue eyes, yielding a foolish smile in return. Humph. He must be genuinely infuriated to seek out Grindelwald. Upon receiving news of a potential Dark Lord resurfacing in Germany, coupled with the embarrassment of those roses on Christmas Day, it was no wonder he was upset. With a casual flick of his wand, Dumbledore cast a spell to restore order, resuming his seat on the sofa, teacup in hand, exuding an air of dignified authority. A benevolent smile graced his face as he addressed Andrea. "Leah, Merry Christmas. What a pleasant surprise to see you here." It was as if he had not just been on the verge of an altercation with Grindelwald. Ignoring Grindelwald, who stood silently, his head bowed in contemplation, Andrea replied with a warm smile. "It's delightful to see you here as well, Professor Dumbledore." As she faced Dumbledore, she caught Grindelwald's subtle glance, understanding its implication. They exchanged a few brief words before Andrea tactfully sought an excuse to leave the hall. Before departing, she discreetly peeked back, curious about what Grindelwald and Dumbledore might have discussed. Grindelwald's expression was far from pleasant. Suddenly, the notorious golden-haired Dark Lord stepped forward, abruptly hoisting the legendary White Wizard, and in an instant, they vanished with a disapparition. Dumbledore's feeble struggles were dismissed with ease, and thankfully, Grindelwald seemed to remember to maintain some decorum in front of witnesses, refraining from any crude actions. She hadn't seen it. No, she hadn't seen anything at all. Shaking her head, Andrea exited the scene. The following morning, she observed that Professor Dumbledore seemed even more irate. Grindelwald had taken advantage of Dumbledore's momentary weakness to administer an entire bottle of youth potion, resulting in a night of physical conflict. No fairies were involved, merely a tussle. Grindelwald, unwilling to harm him, found himself in a predicament where their issues had to be addressed. Upon regaining their youthful appearances, it was as if they had returned to that summer when they had first met. Just as Dumbledore was about to pour out his heart, a punch landed squarely on his nose, forcing them to confront their primal conflicts first. In the end, they both looked rather disheveled. When Dumbledore awoke the next morning, dressed and armed with his wand, he obliterated Grindelwald's room before swiftly disapparating away. One moment, Grindelwald was peacefully sleeping beside his exhausted partner. The next, he was jolted awake by the sound of a tremendous explosion, finding his once lavish room reduced to an empty bed beneath him. Andrea, who had rushed to the scene, hesitated 10 meters away, too intimidated to approach. "Ah, the first-generation Dark Lord abandoned in such a manner. Ah, Andrea, you seem rather excited," Grindelwald said, slowly approaching her, his expression both tender and inviting. "No, that's merely your imagination," Andrea replied, her guard fully raised in the face of danger. Days later, just 3 days before the end of the holiday, Grindelwald unceremoniously expelled her from the manor, claiming it was to assist the professor in reclaiming his runaway lover. With a sense of relief, Andrea left the manor, her belongings in tow, and she couldn't help but chuckle as she disapparated away. She intended to first arrive in Hogsmeade before using the secret passage Fred had informed her about to return to Hogwarts, confident that Professor Dumbledore would provide a plausible explanation for her early return. Chapter 34, perhaps a touch of jealousy. Due to the recurrence of petrification incidents, this Christmas, far fewer students remained at Hogwarts. Particularly, Muggle-born wizards dared not stay behind, fearing they might be the next targets of the heir of Slytherin. However, the Slytherins were unrestrained, with some brazenly mocking half-blood and Muggle-born wizards from other houses, leading to significant tensions between the houses. Once again seated at the Gryffindor table, Andrea found herself listening repeatedly to Il and her complaints about Gilderoy Lockhart's combat club, all while enduring the resentful glares from the Slytherin table. Why had she chosen to sit so close to the Gryffindors at such a critical time? Yet, she evidently remained unfazed. As for the dueling club, having experienced it once, she could hardly forget Lockhart's dismal performance. Underestimating their esteemed head of Slytherin, he feigns a demeanor of magnanimity to mask his own ineptitude. It is this fool who has orchestrated events that have led to the exposure of Harry's Parseltongue. Speaking of Parseltongue, Andrea reflects on how her actions inadvertently facilitated Sirius's early release, allowing Harry to avoid exposure at the Black family manor this Christmas. Thus, it seems that Harry will not suffer the disdain and fearsome slander typically reserved for Slytherins due to his serpentine ability. The matter of Harry's Parseltongue eventually faded into obscurity. Yet Andrea now contemplates the peculiarity of a Gryffindor wizard possessing the same gift as the founder of Slytherin. However, as Harry's secret remains intact, she finds herself unable to probe further. At Eel's request, Andrea recounts the exquisite details of the Black family manor and its singularly handsome heir time and again. Suddenly, she blinks her emerald eyes and smiles, anticipating a surprise in store for Harry upon his return. Given Eel's keen interest in the Black family, surely he would be delighted to have an uncle like Sirius. Pondering this, Andrea is abruptly yanked away by a hand that emerges beside her. Andrea tilts her head to find Fred frowning at her, silently questioning her. Fred, growing impatient, rakes his fingers through his hair. Since you sat down, you've been prattling on about the Blacks for over half an hour. Is that not acceptable? Andrea muses helplessly. She had assumed Fred harbored a dislike for Sirius, perhaps due to an aversion to the Black family, yet she had never heard of any discord between the Weasleys and the Blacks. Confounded, she wonders. Should I cease my discourse? Might it be that the perpetrator who wronged Sirius resided undetected in their home for over a decade? Yet, she recalls that Dumbledore had not disclosed this matter publicly. Fred's expression darkens further. George, leaning on his brother's shoulder, is nearly incapacitated with laughter. Initially, after exchanging pleasantries with Fred, Andrea had been incessantly discussing Sirius and the Blacks, her words flowing without pause. Fred had been watching her with eager eyes, waiting for her to acknowledge him. Yet, half an hour had elapsed, and she continued to speak of the Blacks. She even mentioned that Harry would return to find a surprise waiting for Eel. Where was Harry returning from, if not the Black family? It was said that Sirius Black had once been a remarkably handsome man, and even after many years, he retained the unique charm of a mature gentleman. Did Andrea, then, find herself drawn to such men? Fred mused that in 10 years, he would never evolve into such a figure. With this thought, Fred slumped despondently onto the table. What's wrong with him? Andrea inquired helplessly, turning to George. George, observing his brother's state, could hardly contain his mirth, laughing uncontrollably. For his brother, who dared not confess his feelings to a lady, George winked playfully, mystifyingly declaring, the trials of adolescence. Almost instantly, he found himself enveloped in a brotherly embrace from Fred, who tackled him to the ground. The two of them rolled about, grappling playfully. Andrea's early return was not solely due to assisting Gellert in placating Dumbledore. Rather, it was prompted by the petrifying incidents that had resurfaced after the destruction of the diary. Initially, the matter should have concluded with the diary's obliteration, yet now, Andrea feared that the demise of the diary had left the basilisk uncontrolled, lacking its master. With a heavy sigh, Andrea quietly distanced herself from the crowd and made her way to the headmaster's office. This year, her visits to the headmaster had nearly rivaled her trips to the cellar. She had intended to inquire about the Chamber of Secrets, realizing that until the basilisk was entirely dealt with, safety would remain elusive. However, she had yet to deduce where the creature might be concealed, pondering how it had been vanquished in previous times. Just as she approached the 8th floor, she spotted a figure clad in a dark robe, a tall and imposing silhouette descending the staircase. Looking up, she quickly approached and respectfully greeted, "Good day, headmaster." The ominous figure of the headmaster approached, casting a downward gaze upon her, his tone chilling. "If my vision serves me correctly, Miss Taylor appears to be a student of Slytherin. Yet this marks the 3rd occasion this month I have caught you wandering into Gryffindor territory." While it was true that the headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor, as were the Gryffindor dormitories, and considering that Dumbledore himself had once been a Gryffindor, perhaps her frequency of visits to the 8th floor had indeed increased. Perhaps I shall refrain from visiting today, Andrea thought to herself, casting a furtive glance at the scowling headmaster, who seemed inexplicably irate. Prudently, she decided to leave. It mattered little whether she lingered. It was wiser to avoid inciting the anger of the headmaster. Moreover, recalling her last visit when she had inadvertently glimpsed a violet figure with golden hair partially concealed in the headmaster's quarters, she resolved that Gellert should be capable of managing matters of such magnitude on his own. The task of finding the Chamber of Secrets should not rest solely upon the shoulders of a 4th-year student. As her teacher, he ought to exert more effort as well. With this clarity, Andrea returned to the Slytherin common room, feeling a sense of relief. However, she still faced a more pressing concern. The entrance to the chamber had yet to be discovered, and no one could ascertain that the next appearance of the basilisk would not coincide with someone unfortunate enough to meet its gaze. Petrification or death could occur in an instant, and one could not guarantee perpetual luck. What if the next victim were Fred, who reveled in nighttime escapades? Chapter 35. The one who opens the chamber. She remembered. In the common room, Andrea found Draco, who was regaling his followers with tales, and she dragged him out amidst their teasing glances. In the secret passage where Fred had previously hidden her, Andrea led Draco inside. "Hey, Andrea, you are being rather rude. Can't we discuss this inside?" Draco protested as she abruptly pulled him out, his shirt askew. "Listen, Draco, I have something of great importance to ask you," Andrea said earnestly. Draco replied, "Go ahead, ask. I recall that in my previous life, Hagrid was accused by the Ministry of having opened the Chamber of Secrets. Do you remember? It was the very day Dumbledore was ousted by Lucius." Andrea queried. She recalled Gilderoy Lockhart's boastful assertions regarding how, had he not ensured his actions, the Ministry would never have apprehended someone like him, referring to Hagrid, who had been detained by Cornelius Fudge until the end of the term. Why then? Did Fudge believe Hagrid to be the one who opened the chamber? As she spoke, Draco pondered, acknowledging that so many years had passed. He admitted that he had once harbored disdain for the half-giant. Indeed, there exists such a tale. I overheard my father recounting the events of 50 years ago when the Chamber of Secrets was first unsealed, and a monstrous creature emerged to claim the life of a young girl. As a consequence, Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, and his wand was shattered. Draco pondered this carefully. Hagrid, of course, could not possibly be the one to have opened the chamber. Andrea was convinced that it was Voldemort's doing. Poor Hagrid was merely a scapegoat. However, she could not disclose this information to Draco, given that it had been a while since she and he had engaged in meaningful conversation. It was rather explosive to lead with such news, and Draco was eager to act alongside her. Andrea felt compelled to share a portion of the truth with him, such as the fact that the diary Lucius had given to Ginny was, in fact, a magical artifact of the Dark Lord, and that the events surrounding the chamber were orchestrated by this very diary. However, as her understanding of Horcruxes was still limited, she refrained from divulging that particular detail. Nevertheless, this was enough to send a chill down Draco's spine. He recalled the fate of Aunt Bella, who had lost Voldemort's possessions in their 7th year. What if the Malfoys possessed something akin to what resided in Bella's vault? Draco dared not contemplate further. Andrea patted his shoulder and said, "Once the chamber is fully resolved, you ought to inform Lucius. If that day does come, Lucius could be in grave peril." This was, of course, a prudent thought. Draco, drenched in cold sweat, returned to the common room, unable to find sleep that night. With the knowledge that the chamber's opening was somehow linked to Hagrid, Andrea had no intention of remaining idle. Yet, considering her lack of rapport with Hagrid, how could she extract any clues about the chamber from him? On an afternoon devoid of classes, Andrea hurriedly rushed outside, colliding with another towering figure. The force of the impact sent her staggering backward until a strong arm encircled her waist, catching her in a warm embrace. "Fred?" Andrea gasped, looking up to find a familiar face hovering above her. Fred held her gently, her soft form against his chest, and for a moment, he was lost in thought until Andrea, feeling her cheeks flush, playfully patted his waist, prompting him to release her. With her fragrant presence enveloping him, Fred felt an overwhelming urge to confess his feelings, but as he gazed down into her clear eyes, a burning heart sank within him. He hesitated. What if the person Andrea admired was not him? Would his words jeopardize their friendship? "Fred, what brings you here?" Andrea inquired, regarding him with curiosity. She turned to glance behind her. "Why hasn't George been around much lately?" "George, it's actually him who hasn't been around." Fred, uncharacteristically bashful, shifted his reddened ears and turned his head away. "I merely spotted you here and came to find you." "No, don't say it like that. It'll make Leia think you're a weirdo, tailing her like a madman," he added, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Andrea, amused, diverted her gaze, aware of the unspoken secrets lingering between them. It was rumored that the Weasley twins had rarely been caught during their nighttime escapades since their arrival at school. Surely they possessed some clandestine tools, did they not? After all, they had once been regarded as formidable foes by Filch and Hagrid, hadn't they? "Are you and Hagrid quite close?" Andrea tightened her grip on his arm. "Well, I suppose so, unless he spots me and George and tries to shoo us away. Take me to see him. I have some questions I wish to ask." Andrea tilted her head in request. Let us go, right now?" They had no classes that afternoon, and the path to Hagrid's hut was deserted. Upon knocking, Hagrid answered, gun in hand, eyeing them warily. Seeing Fred, Andrea sensed Hagrid's reluctance to admit them, clearly indicating that the twins had caused quite a ruckus in the past. "What do you want, you Slytherin?" Hagrid scrutinized them suspiciously, yet he poured 2 cups of hot tea and presented a plate of rather unappetizing treats. Andrea grimaced at the sight of the snacks, opting instead to sip her tea. Fred, unable to contain his curiosity, began to explore Hagrid's abode. Andrea cast him a glance, uncertain if she should broach the subject of the chamber in Fred's presence. Initially, she intended to leverage Fred's presence to approach Hagrid, but she did not wish for him to be entangled in this matter. Fred, still excitedly exploring, inadvertently caught sight of Andrea's hesitant gaze directed at him. It seemed there was something she did not want him to know. But what could be the nature of her business with Hagrid? A sudden flutter of unease gripped Fred. He quickly retreated to his seat, tilting his head, his wide eyes revealing a desire not to be dismissed. Well, there's nothing I can't share with you. And rather than let you speculate or take risks, it's better you understand the dangers involved. Andrea set her teacup down and cleared her throat. Hagrid, I wish to inquire about the Chamber of Secrets. How much do you know? The suddenness of her question startled Hagrid, causing the teapot he held to crash to the floor, splattering hot tea onto Fred's trousers. Andrea swiftly pulled him closer, though it still did not prevent the mishap. I know nothing of any chamber. Who sent you here? Hagrid's tone was laced with panic, though his expression bore a hint of menace. Return to school. This is not a matter for you students to concern yourselves with. Andrea recalled how Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts, his wand shattered as a result. She refrained from glancing at his flower-patterned umbrella, realizing that the past had indeed left him with deep scars. Do you know where the entrance to the chamber is? Andrea asked, holding little hope, for Hagrid appeared more frightened than anything else, likely fearing another wrongful accusation. It was not unfounded to think so, should the entrance remain undiscovered, and the basilisk go unfound. Hagrid could very well face scrutiny once more, and this time, the outcome could lead him to Azkaban. Chapter 36, The Key Figure Discovered. In his fury, Hagrid brandished his shotgun, expelling them from his hut, and they had scarcely sat for 5 minutes outside. The two exchanged glances, and Fred suddenly shrugged. You've set a record. George and I have never made him this angry. What made you think to ask Hagrid these questions? Andrea brushed him off casually, claiming, Dumbledore sent me to inquire. She had not anticipated Hagrid's vehement aversion to the topic, leaving no room for negotiation. Wait, Fred noted with keen sensitivity. You're interested in the location of the chamber's entrance, not the creature within it, aren't you? You don't suspect me, do you? Andrea widened her eyes in mock disbelief. Fred quickly waved his hands. Absolutely not. I merely speculate on your purpose for visiting Hagrid. After all, this was perilous business. And it was clear that Dumbledore had chosen not to disclose it publicly, indicating he did not wish for them to be embroiled in danger. Andrea smiled, though her demeanor remained serious. As they strolled side by side toward the castle, they encountered few others along the way. Suddenly, Fred's demeanor shifted, his head lowered, and his eyes dimmed. Once again, that familiar sensation enveloped him, as if he were excluded from her world. The last time this occurred was during their initial encounter in Hogsmeade, and now, it was happening for the second time. What circumstances could possibly lead Dumbledore to divulge such perilous information regarding the Chamber of Secrets to a Slytherin rather than a Gryffindor? He would wager that even the so-called savior, Harry, remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of these matters. Suddenly, Fred recalled what Ron had told him at the beginning of term about how Harry had stumbled into Knockturn Alley, where Andrea had found him and warded off dark wizards with nonverbal spells. Fred's heart brimmed with confusion. Nonverbal spells were typically taught only in the 6th year, and many did not master them even by their 7th year. Yet, Andrea had just completed her 3rd year. According to Harry, she had managed to cast 2 nonverbal spells in one go, a feat quite taxing on one's magical reserves. Moreover, her close relationship with that arrogant ferret, Draco Malfoy, raised further doubts. Fred could hardly believe that Lucius Malfoy would permit Draco to associate with a half-blood witch, jeopardizing the Malfoy family's esteemed reputation. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Secrets were best uncovered through personal discovery, and perhaps one day, Andrea might choose to confide her little secrets to him. Fred tentatively brushed against Andrea's arm, which he had placed at her side. She merely curled her fingers shyly and shot him a flushed look, causing a light-hearted smile to return to Fred's face. Since she had not outright rejected him, it seemed that Andrea did not harbor any animosity towards him. Nor was it a trivial matter of house prejudice. If she chose to withhold certain information, could it be due to his perceived weakness? Fred couldn't help but introspect. George felt a profound sadness. Ever since his brother had developed feelings for a Slytherin, it seemed as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. He, George Weasley, found himself wandering alone. He entered the library and yanked his engrossed brother from his book, forcing him to look up from advanced spell work. With exaggerated incredulity, George exclaimed, "Goodness! The diligent little Fred is studying so hard. Surely you do not aspire to be Percy's sidekick? Brother, this is not at all like you. We had agreed to embrace our status as underachievers, yet here you are secretly striving for academic excellence." The forsaken George wiped away non-existent tears and bitterness. Fred shrugged and playfully punched his brother. As George grimaced in mock pain, Fred swiftly borrowed a book and, under Madame Pance's watchful gaze, fled the library with his brother in tow. They continued their journey until they reached the edge of the Black Lake, where Fred tossed the book to the ground and reclined upon it, one leg extended and the other bent. George lay beside him, prodding Fred with his arm. Hey, seriously, what is going on with you lately? You used to follow Andrea around daily, but now you're always holed up in the library. What gives? Fred, shielding his eyes with a hand, replied in a mournful tone, I am merely striving to keep pace with her. He suddenly realized the vast chasm between himself and the girl he admired, a feeling of defeat creeping in for the first time. He had frequently witnessed Andrea engaged in scholarly discussions with Hufflepuff's Diggory, often delving into advanced material, leaving him no opportunity to interject. Wow, George exclaimed, though he still struggled to comprehend the connection between his brother's words and actions. Hey, brother, that frown doesn't suit you at all. In a playful tackle, George pounced on Fred, tickling him until he collapsed in laughter. At a distance, on the astronomy tower's windowsill, Andrea released a sigh of relief. Ever since she and Fred had returned from their visit with Hagrid, he had maintained an unusually high-stress demeanor, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Andrea had heard that Hermione Granger had inquired about the Chamber of Secrets during History of Magic class. Although no substantial leads emerged, she noted that the student who had perished when the chamber was last opened had been a Muggle-born girl. A Muggle-born girl. At that time, the Muggle Protection Act had yet to be enacted, and the girl's death had merely resulted in a hefty compensation. After all these years, even her name had faded from memory. After her fruitless encounter with Hagrid, Andrea pondered the identity of the girl who had been murdered. If that girl had remained at Hogwarts all these years, where might she be now? Abruptly, Andrea slapped her forehead. How foolish of her. If the girl had lingered within the school, she must have transformed into a ghost, and there were only 2 female ghosts in the castle, the Grey Lady, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, and Moaning Myrtle. Clearly, the girl who had been killed was none other than Moaning Myrtle, the plump girl eternally weeping in the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Andrea stealthily entered the abandoned lavatory on the 2nd floor, where Myrtle was sitting atop a toilet, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon seeing Andrea, Myrtle cried even louder, mistaking her for a former tormentor, her tears threatening to flood the lavatory. Andrea spent considerable time assuring Myrtle that she bore no ill intent. I am here to ask you some questions. Do you remember how you died? Oh, what a sorrowful question, Myrtle wailed, her tears once again cascading throughout the lavatory. That was such a tragic day. I hid here, crying, with my big yellow eyes, and then I became like this. Thoughtfully stroking her chin, Andrea mused. This indicated that Myrtle had no knowledge of what had killed her. She had lost her life upon meeting the basilisk's gaze, yet remained oblivious to the nature of her murderer. Consequently, Andrea was still unable to ascertain how the basilisk could roam the school undetected. Chapter 37. A resolution at last. Andrea was unwilling to let the trail go cold. She placed her hopes in Harry. Upon returning to school, Harry's behavior had shifted dramatically. He frequently avoided crowds, surrounded by his trio of companions acting as a protective barrier against any disturbances. Andrea felt distressed. Ever since Il and Harry had become close friends, he had kept many things from her in loyalty to his friends, leaving her to fend for herself. Yet, she needed to accelerate her efforts, as there had been yet another petrification incident. This time, it was Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, and akin to the previous occurrence. Andrea knew that Finch-Fletchley had once again narrowly escaped disaster. Without that ghost's presence, he would have faced the basilisk directly. Once more, Andrea sought out Myrtle, who was crying sorrowfully. Today, Peeves had come to mock her. Myrtle, her transparent form seated on the toilet, had her tears flooding the lavatory. Andrea stepped into her stall, and after half an hour, she dashed out in a frenzy. Oh no, how careless of me. Knowing that the place where Myrtle had met her fate was in this lavatory, it stands to reason that the basilisk's lair would most likely be here as well. If only I hadn't thrown my wand in a fit of anger, I might have spotted that enchanted, immune to magic, snake-shaped tap. No wonder, after all these years, aside from Voldemort, no one has managed to locate Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Who could have fathomed that its entrance lay concealed within an abandoned girls' lavatory? This revelation illuminated the reason behind the lavatory's abandonment, for it had once been the scene of a tragic crime involving Myrtle. However, despite knowing the location of the entrance, she found herself unable to unlock the chamber. It was said that Harry had been the one to open the chamber and rescue the kidnapped Ginny, and Andrea surmised that it might have had something to do with Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue. Without a moment's hesitation, Andrea raced to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Fortunately, Dumbledore was present at that moment. With a grave expression, Dumbledore listened intently to the news Andrea brought forth, and without delay, summoned his most trusted confidant, Severus Snape. You are truly an extraordinary girl, Andrea, he remarked. Yet, Dumbledore found it difficult to devote much attention to her. Suddenly, the heavy black cloak of Snape burst through the door with a resounding bang, enveloping the room in an ominous presence. Albus, I presume your mind has not yet rusted, and you are aware that you should not disturb me while I brew potions, Snape said with a caustic tone. Severus, take the antidote and accompany me to a certain location, Dumbledore rapidly instructed, gently stroking Fawkes's head. Fawkes, please fetch Harry. The Phoenix affectionately pecked Dumbledore's finger and soared to hover above the potions professor's head, flapping his wings in a display of past grievances over being plucked before taking flight. Snape's piercing gaze fixed upon Andrea, who sat nearby, unable to make her exit in time. I believe Miss Taylor should elucidate to her poor, ignorant professor why she finds herself here. What sort of mischief are you engaged in? Andrea felt as though she were perched upon a bed of nails. Yet fortunate for her, their headmaster intervened. Dumbledore blinked his azure eyes and, in an innocently naive tone, remarked, Severus, I believe you would find a basilisk of great interest, provided you were swift enough. Damn it, a basilisk. Snape nearly spat at Dumbledore in front of the students. How could Dumbledore allow such a perilous magical creature to roam freely within Hogwarts? Indeed, Dumbledore must have had too much sugar clogging his mind. Snape silently resolved never to assist Dumbledore with potion brewing again. He ought to forego those sickly sweet confections. Snape's expression shifted through various shades of ire before he could no longer contain his fury. You had better provide me with an explanation. He swiftly turned to Andrea, bellowing. Get back to the common room this instant. A month's confinement begins tomorrow, and while you're at it, make sure to clarify with your head of house what precisely you have been involved in. Faced with the wrath of the head of Slytherin, even Dumbledore dared not underestimate the situation, given that Snape would only grow more incensed upon witnessing the impending arrival of the savior. Andrea decided it prudent to make her exit. She fled the headmaster's office, pausing only when she reached a hidden corner, where she patted her rapidly beating heart. Once she regained her composure, she realized there remained but half an hour before curfew. She speculated that Professor Dumbledore would likely wait until after curfew to enter the chamber, assuming he did not encounter a few wandering Gryffindor mischief-makers along the way. Should they unfortunately cross paths, given the headmaster's current level of irritation, she could only wish them well. A flicker of concern crept into Andrea's mind. She had never laid eyes on a basilisk herself. All she knew was that the creature had been vanquished by Harry, yet the details of its demise and its true form remained a mystery to her. It was said that this basilisk was a pet of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of the house, making it far larger than all present combined. She wondered whether Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape would be able to handle it successfully. The entrance to the chamber lay within the abandoned lavatory on the second floor, a route Andrea had to take back to the common room. She stealthily concealed herself at the far end of the corridor, cautiously casting a disillusionment charm to ensure that Filch and his cat would not unexpectedly capture her. She doubted she would be able to sleep that night, anticipating the outcome. Midnight arrived before she finally spotted Dumbledore clutching the Sorting Hat, with Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. Their headmaster held Harry by the collar and led the way. While Harry appeared oblivious to the fact that curfew had passed and was being summoned to the abandoned girls' lavatory, he twisted his neck uncomfortably while casting furtive glances around the place. Hurry up, Potter, Snape barked, yanking on the collar of Harry's uniform. Yes, Professor Snape, Harry murmured. Dumbledore trailed behind, a smile gracing his visage as he observed the scene until the three figures vanished through the doorway. Andrea leaned against the wall, her expression a tapestry of emotions, ensuring she cast another disillusionment charm before it wore off, lest anyone notice her presence. Time stretched on, and Andrea stood until her legs grew weary, finally witnessing the disheveled forms of Dumbledore and Professor Snape emerge from the lavatory, with Harry unconscious in Dumbledore's arms. A wave of concern washed over her, fearing that something had befallen Harry. Yet, the relieved expressions on the faces of the headmaster and head of Slytherin indicated that matters had been resolved satisfactorily. As dawn approached, with 2 history of magic classes awaiting her, Andrea had no desire to doze off in class due to fatigue. Hence, upon seeing Dumbledore and Snape exit safely, she quietly returned to the common room. Sure enough, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Dumbledore announced that the creature terrorizing the school had been slain. Though he spoke in vague terms, refraining from disclosing the nature of the beast, Harry was expressly forbidden from revealing the truth to anyone, including Ron and the others. Perhaps this was for the best, if these sheltered students were to learn that a basilisk had been lurking within the school for countless years. One could only imagine the uproar it would incite. Thus, the knowledge of this event remained confined to the 4 of them, before Andrea could breathe a sigh of relief. She suddenly caught sight of her head of house's eyes, which held a warning glint. Oh, Andrea smacked her forehead in realization. She had forgotten that her successful endeavor from the previous night had earned her a month of confinement. In the dungeons, with the headmaster. Fred was sometimes right. The headmaster was truly unlikable. Clearly worried, he insisted on eliciting complaints from everyone. Chapter 38. The Arrival of Valentine's Day. With the basilisk vanquished, the school returned to its usual bustling state. Several petrified students, once the mandrakes matured, successfully reintegrated into the community. A month of confinement had dulled Andrea's spirits, and her irritation only escalated with the approach of Valentine's Day. From the crack of dawn, merely standing outside the great hall could not shield her from the cloying scent of perfume that permeated the air, nor the rose garlands adorning the doorknobs. Upon entering the hall, the absurdity escalated. Everywhere she looked was a sea of pink. Floating candles had transformed into shades of pink. The starry sky had morphed into a rosy hue, and clusters of pink roses were affixed to the walls. Bubbles cascading from the ceiling were all a delicate rose pink. And even the tables and chairs were draped in a layer of pink, saturating the atmosphere with romance. Amidst the overwhelming floral aroma, Andrea took her seat, pulling the scowling Draco, who wore an expression of distaste, down beside her. Another foolish Valentine's Day spectacle. Draco let out a cold snort, gesturing for her to look at the table of another house. Most of the girls from Hufflepuff were utterly oblivious to reality, gazing dreamily at the professor during the meal. A gaggle of infatuated fools. He spoke mercilessly. The Slytherins had always looked down upon Hufflepuff, and Andrea nodded in agreement, albeit only regarding Lockhart himself. Then they spotted Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant pink robe adorned with a pink rose at the collar, making a speech that rendered the expressions of all professors and students rather grim. Andrea cast a questioning glance at their esteemed headmaster, puzzled as to why someone so devoid of genuine talent remained at the school. Dumbledore returned her with an expression of helplessness. After all, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was undeniably challenging. Valentine's Day was nothing short of a calamity at Hogwarts. Little dwarves, masquerading as Cupid with wings and harps, prowled everywhere, seizing students and publicly reading out embarrassing letters. They persisted in their antics, disregarding everyone's wishes. One such dwarf, bearing a harp, barged into Professor Flitwick's charms class, and Andrea, unable to endure it any longer, raised her wand and petrified it before it could utter a word, subsequently using a levitation charm to toss it out the door. Professor Flitwick promptly awarded Slytherin 5 points, clearly suffering from the disruption himself. While she dealt with the dwarf, Andrea noticed that her deskmate, Fred, seemed to be in a rather foul mood. "What's wrong, Fred?" she inquired, having sensed his unease over the past couple of days. Fred shook his head but quickly adopted a cheerful facade. Despite his silence, Andrea could discern something amiss from the various odd expressions his brother directed towards her. Before she could engage Fred further, the class ended, and the two brothers vanished in an instant. On this Valentine's Day, numerous boys sought to confess their feelings to Andrea. After using spells to banish the little dwarves for what felt like the umpteenth time, she was thoroughly exasperated. With no classes that afternoon, she sought refuge in an empty classroom, casting an oblivion charm on the door and immersing herself in a book. Had it not been for a few foolish Slytherins attempting to tease her, she would have preferred to remain in the common room. At last, Andrea found some peace. She lost track of time until her stomach grumbled, realizing it was already dinner time. However, the thought of dining in the Great Hall, where Lockhart would undoubtedly preside over a saccharine feast, made her stomach churn. She regretted not asking Fred where the kitchens were, having heard him mention their nocturnal escapades there. Nonetheless, torturing herself for Lockhart's sake was an unwise endeavor, so Andrea steeled herself and resolved to head to the Great Hall. On her way, a tall boy with a square jaw was pushed forward by a group of friends, and Andrea, noting their teasing expressions and the boy's flushed face, braced herself for what was to unfold. It was a public setting, and she found it difficult to embarrass someone in such a manner. She could only look apologetically at the boy. Knowing she would not agree to anyone, she had secluded herself in the empty classroom to avoid this very situation. Yet here it was. "You. Hello, Andrea, I'm Macmillan. I've liked you for a long time, and I wonder if you would consider going out with me?" He appeared even more flustered, stumbling over his words. However, Andrea was not one to keep someone in suspense. She opened her mouth to decline. Her refusal was evident on her face, and sensing her discomfort, Nate stepped forward, intent on trying again. Suddenly, an excited male voice broke in. "No." A man rushed in and stood before Andrea, arms outstretched like a protective hen. Both Andrea and the group were taken aback, and she instinctively reached for her wand. But upon seeing the tuft of red hair, she paused. "Fred, what are you doing here?" Andrea was dumbfounded. "Leah, are you going to say yes?" Fred nearly leapt forward, looking disheveled, with specks of white powder dusting his hair and face, suggesting he had just come from some chaotic endeavor. "Oh, now is not the time for a chat with Fred." Andrea grasped Fred's hand, pulling him back as she stepped forward. Despite Fred's efforts to shield her, she stood before Macmillan. I'm sorry, but I'm not considering that right now. You're a great guy, and there will be better girls suited for you. A universal formula for rejection. Upon witnessing Andrea's intimate gesture towards Fred, Macmillan seemed to grasp something unspoken and, to avoid embarrassment in front of his peers, took his leave with a facade of grace. Fred, however, noted Andrea's mention of not wanting to date for now, and it stifled any burgeoning excitement within him. Better not risk ruining their friendship. Before he could concoct a reason for his sudden intervention, Andrea silently led him to a corner, ensuring their conversation would remain undisturbed. What's wrong, Fred? You startled me. To be honest, Fred had been acting strangely all day, avoiding her gaze whenever she looked his way. She had assumed he was preoccupied with something urgent. Fred scratched his head awkwardly. I want to take you somewhere. Can you come with me? Go for it, Fred. George is waiting for you. At least make sure today ends well for Andrea. Of course. Fred guided Andrea down to the basement. Stopping beside a painting of a fruit platter, he scratched at a pear depicted on the canvas, which transformed into a green handle. Twisting it, the door swung open. He turned back, grinning. Welcome to our secret lair. It was a vast room, seemingly as large as the Great Hall itself. Fred, right beneath the Great Hall, with stone walls stacked with numerous dishes. For long tables were set up, mimicking the arrangement of the Great Hall. Fred informed her that the food was sent up to the tables in the Great Hall from the ceiling. This is the kitchen? Andrea asked incredulously. Just moments ago. She had been pondering its location, and now she found herself within it. Why did you bring me here? Fred nudged her to sit at one of the tables, and a little elf eagerly presented her with food. Fred told her to wait a moment and headed toward a small alcove at the far end of the room. After a short while, he returned. Andrea, happy birthday. It was a cake about a foot high, with her likeness atop it, albeit crookedly crafted and slathered with frosting in a haphazard manner. Andrea could hardly believe it. Did you make this? For me? Fred pushed a small cart forward, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he scratched his cheek upon hearing Andrea's words, causing his freckles to become even more pronounced. He intended to celebrate Andrea's birthday privately, yet he seemed quite shy about it. George followed closely behind him, exuding a much more relaxed demeanor. One hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket, while the other held two beautifully wrapped gift boxes. These were presents meant for Andrea. He recalled how his brother had discreetly inquired with Il about Andrea's birthday, learning it fell on Valentine's Day, and had since ruminated tirelessly on how to make her day special. George stepped forward and presented the gifts to her, saying, "Happy birthday. This is from Fred and me." Hey. Fred shot an annoyed glance at George for speaking before him, hastily pushing the cake forward with a levitation charm to place it on the table. Knowing Fred was too shy to articulate his feelings, George unwittingly helped him out. Fred has been practicing for several days. I never knew his culinary skills were so lacking. Fred had no time to quarrel with his brother. Instead, he sliced a piece of cake for Andrea, encouraging her to savor it. With sweet cream melting in her mouth, Andrea felt a surge of happiness and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Fred. And thank you, George. The cake was far too large for them to finish alone, and after consulting with Fred, they decided to share it, taking some back to Slytherin and the rest to Gryffindor. She suddenly remembered Il, who must be looking for her. The house elves in the kitchen delivered the cake to their respective dormitories, primarily for those with whom they shared a good rapport. While she and Fred returned to the Great Hall, Il had indeed been scanning the Gryffindor long table and, upon spotting Andrea and Fred's entrance, grumbled a small complaint as she handed over the gifts. It was at this moment that Harry and the others realized it was Andrea's birthday, all feeling frustrated that Il hadn't mentioned it sooner, leaving them no time to prepare gifts. As Andrea made her way back to Slytherin, Draco was the first to roll his eyes dramatically. Humph, celebrating your birthday with two red-haired moles. It seems you've increasingly forgotten my existence. Here, a gift, he said, half-heartedly complaining, fully aware that given the chance, Andrea would undoubtedly choose to spend time with that Weasley. You should appreciate the effort. Thank you, Draco. Andrea knew he had always treated her exceptionally well, almost like a sister over the past 2 years. Draco then recalled something, asking, by the way, who made that cake? It was utterly subpar. Andrea replied, that red-haired Weasley? Draco's face registered immediate understanding, truly lacking in taste. Now seated together in the Slytherin common room, they enjoyed a degree of privacy, as Slytherins typically valued their solitude and would not intrude upon them. Draco seized Andrea's arm, preventing her from leaving for her dormitory. He still had questions to ask. Their encounters had been few and far between over the past month, and Andrea seemed perpetually busy, vanishing the moment classes ended. He resolved that he could not let her depart without addressing his concerns. Andrea, is there something you've forgotten to tell me? He inquired. She genuinely didn't recall, having spent every night confined in the dungeon. The peculiar Professor Snape instilling a sense of dread that made her forget what she might have overlooked. The Chamber of Secrets. You must know about it. The professor certainly does. How else would you explain your month-long confinement? Draco quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, feeling angered that Andrea had concealed this matter from him. He felt like a fool waiting for events to unfold without any knowledge of what was truly at stake. Indeed, she had intended to inform him once matters had resolved. But the confinement had caused her to forget. Listen, Draco, she said gravely, this is highly confidential, and I cannot divulge too many details here. You must find a way to inform Lucius that the diary he lost has now been completely destroyed. As she recalled the descriptions from the book given to her by Gellert, her expression turned somber. We may have shattered a part of the Dark Lord. Listen closely. She firmly interrupted Draco. If the Dark Lord returns and discovers this, Draco, Lucius will be finished, and you will be too. Even worse, you could all perish. In 6th year, Draco had been chosen by the Dark Lord to join the Death Eaters due to Lucius's mistakes, tasked with the assassination of Dumbledore. Marking the darkest period of his life. Family, friends, and conscience were all stripped away from him. Later, when he allowed Death Eaters into Hogwarts, his sanctuary was destroyed. And countless young wizards faced persecution. Every bit of it stemmed from that madman's relentless pursuit. What can I do? Draco asked. Anguish evident in his voice as he recalled those events. If that individual returned, the Malfoy family would face utter devastation. To save his father. His gentle mother had taken on her husband's responsibilities among the Death Eaters, even coercing Professor Snape into an unbreakable vow for his protection. And lying to that man to shield him. Without him, none of this would have transpired. Draco's tone turned resolute. Andrea, what must I do? How can I prevent all of this? Draco, persuade Lucius, even if it's just a slight chance, to cease his allegiance to that man. Whether it succeeds or fails. He has gone mad. The future of the wizarding world cannot belong to someone like him. Andrea understood the difficulty of this task. Lucius was a stubborn man. Driven by self-interest. Although family meant everything to him, he would never relinquish his master without absolute leverage. She tightened her grip on Draco's hand. Draco, you must never tell your father about your rebirth. And also, I hope you can master the art of mind blocking over the summer. One day, you will need it. Once, Draco had been personally taught the technique of mind blocking by Bellatrix, and Andrea was aware she was far inferior to him in that regard. However, unlike Draco, he might have to face that man directly. As for memories, Dumbledore and Lucius represented two entirely different extremes. Once Lucius understood the truth, would he prioritize maximizing the Malfoy family's interests or his devotion to his master? If you ask her, Lucius was the most susceptible to the Dark Lord's influence. Having uttered her final words, Andrea could no longer bear to witness Draco's expression and retreated to her dormitory. If he couldn't convince Lucius to redefine his stance, what options remained for Draco? Could he truly confront his father in opposition? And without revealing the truth to Lucius, how could he make him believe that his master, a deranged old fool devoid of a nose, had treated Narcissa in such a manner upon his return? Good luck, Draco. The future lies in your hands. Chapter 40. Different Journeys. As the end of term approached, time seemed to accelerate. Andrea unsurprisingly achieved excellence in all her subjects. On the final day of the competition for the House Cup, due to the extraordinary efforts of Andromeda, Dumbledore naturally could not show undue favoritism towards Harry. With a knowing, almost playful expression from Andromeda, Dumbledore announced that this year's victors of the House Cup were once again Gryffindor and Slytherin. Well, Andromeda understood that Dumbledore was building up Harry's reputation. Considering various factors, she could not afford to be angry with Dumbledore. Of course, the consequences of angering him could very well result in being rigorously trained by Gellert. Another academic year had concluded. Since Harry Potter's enrollment, school life had become increasingly thrilling. Last year, it was Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Lord, and this year, it was the Basilisk. What would next year bring? The Dementors. This year, Sirius had cleared his name, so surely the Dementors would no longer be required to guard Hogwarts. Such a cunning politician. She had long harbored disdain for Fudge, who believed that everyone shared his obsession with power. This year's journey on the Hogwarts Express was still shared by Andromeda and Il. As James had proposed to his German girlfriend the day before Valentine's Day, and they had hastily wed in March, their child had already been born. After discussing with her, James decided to move to Germany to live with his wife, leaving Andromeda and Il in their little cottage in England. However, Andromeda assured that she would find time to visit them in Germany over the summer. Given Andromeda's level of independence, James felt quite at ease allowing her and Il to reside in England alone. Upon learning that Andromeda and Il would be living by themselves during the summer, Molly Weasley warmly invited them to stay at the Burrow, as she was quite uneasy about leaving two children to fend for themselves. Andromeda found it hard to refuse such unabashed maternal affection, and before long, she accepted. Harry would continue to stay with his aunt until the last 2 weeks of August, when Sirius would personally come to Privet Drive to bring Harry back to the Black ancestral home for the remainder of the holiday. For IL, spending the summer with his friend was a delightful prospect, but the burrow was rather cramped. He had to share a bed with Ron while Andromeda moved into Ginny's room. It was only then that she discovered the room was much more spacious than it appeared. Likely due to some enchantment, the walls were adorned with Quidditch posters. Andromeda did not know much about it, but she was keenly aware that this girl possessed all the admirable qualities of Gryffindor, being as remarkable as her brothers, if not braver and stronger. Life at the burrow was filled with joy and freedom, watching the boys fly through the air on their broomsticks every day. I forgot to mention, after Harry acquired the Firebolt 2001, he lent his former Firebolt 2000 to the twins, who took turns using it during matches, much to the delight of the Quidditch enthusiasts. By the third day of her stay at the burrow, Andromeda had already begun to mirror Mrs. Weasley's nurturing demeanor. The boys were so boisterous that they left a mess everywhere, especially IL, who threw a goblin at her, infuriating Andromeda, who retaliated with a strong leg-locking charm, making him hop around for the entire day. As for why she could use magic during the summer, that remained her little secret, which the Weasley family was considerate enough not to question. The happy times at the burrow did not last long. "Sister, are you really not coming with us?" IL pleaded, holding her hand with reluctance. They stood in the burrow's small garden, while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley busily packed their bags. Percy was still immersed in his book. George and Fred were making faces at Ron from behind, and Ginny was nestled in Molly's embrace, watching them. Arthur Weasley had won the annual award from the Daily Prophet, and they planned to use the money for a trip to Egypt, where their eldest son, Bill Weasley, worked at Gringotts. They invited IL and Andromeda to accompany them. The remaining funds from the trip would allow the Weasley family to enjoy a comfortable period, and Andromeda initially wanted to go. However, Gellert had instructed her to come to the manor to study magic, so she had to politely decline Molly's invitation. She gave IL a pouch filled with some galleons and sickles, instructing him to keep it close and not to let the Weasleys pay for anything. Just before they departed, Fred leaned in close and whispered, "I'll write to you from there. Remember to reply." "All right." Fred then asked, "Where are you going next? Do you have a place to stay? Is it safe?" "Don't worry, I'm going to my teacher. It's very safe." Fred seemed to want to say more, but time was running short as Arthur urged them on. Andromeda watched them leave until each one had vanished from sight before she summoned her belongings and disapparated. At Grimmauld Manor, when Andromeda arrived, there were other guests present, including the leader of the Heinrich family, someone she had met before at Nurmengard, a pillar among the saints. He was likely reporting to Gellert about recent happenings in Germany. Ever since Gellert left Nurmengard, he had begun quietly reclaiming former influence. However, the matter of relocating part of the Saints' power to England must be acknowledged as Gellert's penchant for dancing on Dumbledore's turf. Poor Fudge still believed that Dumbledore was his greatest political adversary after Voldemort's defeat. If he knew that the Dark Lord had returned to England, his expression would surely be a sight to behold, Andromeda thought with a sense of schadenfreude. "Miss Taylor," Heinrich greeted her with a slight bow, a gesture of respect for the only student of the Saint Emperor. "Hello, Mr. Heinrich." Andromeda set her suitcase down and returned the greeting in a British manner before approaching Gellert, who was seated and embracing him. "Teacher, it's been a while. No rush. Put your things away and take some time to rest." Gellert smiled, instructing the manor's house elf to show her to her room, where tea and snacks awaited, allowing Andromeda to rest comfortably. After watching Andromeda ascend the stairs, Gellert's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "You mean to say that Death Eaters have been spotted in Germany recently?" "Yes. They seem to be inquiring about the Saints and likely wish to get in touch with you," Heinrich replied. A smile played on Gellert's lips, but his eyes glinted with a coldness. "Voldemort, the very burdens you imposed upon Albus will be repaid in kind, piece by piece. Arrange for someone to casually encounter the Death Eaters," Gellert instructed. "Understood." Chapter 41, The Secret Location. Life at Grimmauld Manor was undoubtedly rigorous, under Gellert's tutelage. Andromeda was compelled to dedicate extensive hours to practicing magic. Gellert firmly believed that Voldemort would return in the near future, a notion that Andromeda shared. "Very well. Although you are merely 15, I believe your magical prowess is sufficient to confront most dangers," Gellert commended her. This was not solely the result of Andromeda's diligent training, but also stemmed from her previous 2 years of combat under high-pressure circumstances. Everything was a consequence of war, and fortunately, this time, the conflict would not commence without preparation. Andromeda maintained this conviction for less than 2 days. "Andrea, I hope that upon receiving my message, you will promptly make your way to Godric's Hollow. I trust you are familiar with the path. I shall await your arrival." In the midst of her studies at Gellert's estate, Andrea was suddenly summoned by Dumbledore's Patronus. His tone markedly grave. "Professor, do you know what has transpired?" She immediately inquired of the individual who shared a close bond with Dumbledore. A splendid performance awaited. Gellert smirked slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Simultaneously, a messenger, exclusive to the Malfoy heir, arrived belatedly. Peter Pettigrew and Bellatrix Lestrange escaped from Azkaban 2 days ago. The Malfoy family is now under scrutiny. Do not return. Professor, what is going on? Andrea gasped, her mind racing at the thought of Death Eaters escaping Azkaban before Voldemort's return, unless she dared not entertain that possibility. Such events had never occurred before. And now, with this upheaval, could it be the butterfly effect resulting from her and Draco's rebirth? What if Voldemort? Gellert sidestepped her suspicions, redirecting the conversation. Albus wishes for you to come to him immediately upon receiving the message. You should ascertain the matter at hand. Was there truly anything more pressing than the resurgence of the Death Eaters, who might incite havoc? Suddenly, she thought of Lucius, as Voldemort's former right-hand man. If Lucius were to turn against them, would the Death Eaters target the Malfoy family upon their release? What of Draco and Narcissa? One could only hope that Lestrange still harbored some restraint and would refrain from acting against the Malfoys before their master returned. Andrea turned to Gellert. Will you not accompany me? He cast her a glance, in which she perceived a hint of melancholy. My presence cannot be revealed. It would create complications for Albus. With a heavy heart, Andrea made her way to Godric's Hollow, bearing a final request. Please check on Albus's favorite student, Harry Potter. Upon her arrival, she found Dumbledore clad in a simple wizarding robe, the most ordinary attire she had seen him wear in years. He appeared vigilant. As she approached, she was met with the sight of his wand pointed at her. It is I, Andrea. My dear child, how swiftly you have come, Dumbledore said, stepping forward to embrace her gently. Andrea, brimming with anticipation, queried, Professor, what is it you wish to discuss with me? It concerns the escape of the Death Eaters. I had hoped someone would inform you of this matter. I did not wish to involve you prematurely. However, given your unique circumstances. Dumbledore paused, offering her a glance. I apologize, but I must act. I am grateful that you have not concealed this from me, for I am already entangled in it, Andrea replied. Their conversation was brief, consisting of a simple embrace and a few exchanged words. Dumbledore grasped her wrist. We cannot discuss this here. I shall explain more thoroughly once we reach our destination. With a flourish, Dumbledore apparat them. Moments later, they materialized thousands of miles away, and Andrea found herself gazing at a familiar, yet slightly awkward street. Is this Grimmauld Place? How peculiar for the Black residence. Indeed, child, Dumbledore confirmed, nudging her gently with his wand. The situation is dire. I must personally escort you here. Please, enter. They concealed number 12 Grimmauld Place with the Fidelius charm, with Dumbledore serving as the secret keeper. Andrea recalled that her parents' former home had been similarly hidden. As she concentrated, an imposing, austere door suddenly materialized between numbers 11 and 13, followed by windows, culminating in an entire house appearing without disturbing the nearby muggles. Dumbledore led the way inside. The long corridor was no longer ominous and dark. The portrait of the screaming Walburga Black was now shrouded in a velvet cloth, rendering her incapable of berating anyone. Unlike the first time she arrived, the place felt brighter and cleaner. Following Dumbledore, as they neared the dining room, she overheard a heated argument erupting among several individuals. Before she could discern the content, upon entering, the noise intensified, all eyes turning accusatorily toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore, this is who you chose to bring, a mere child? Andrea turned to the speaker, a terrifying man with graying hair, a disfigured nose, and one eye replaced with a magical orb. She recognized him, Alastair Moody. During her 6th year, he had been attacked by the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., imprisoned for a year as a component of a polyjuice potion. Regrettably, he would meet his demise 2 years later at the hands of the Death Eaters. That chase had cost George his ear. Only a handful of individuals were present, and their gazes toward her were rife with discontent. The faces did not match those she had previously encountered. She surmised that only a portion of the members had arrived. She had learned that those present were the original members of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore, allowing a child to come here endangers her and us all. A voice interjected. It was Remus Lupin, the werewolf professor, indicating that Dumbledore had indeed sought him out, perhaps with Sirius's influence. She wondered if he would still teach defense against the dark arts this year. Hopefully, he would not have to leave his position due to the revelation of his werewolf identity. Andrea bore no prejudice against werewolves. In fact, she believed Lupin was quite a capable instructor. As she pondered this, Dumbledore spoke again. I believe you have lost your wits, for I see a Slytherin student here. A low, raspy, and sarcastic voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Andrea keenly sensed the atmosphere in the living room grow tense. In response, she turned to the newcomer and greeted, Good day, Professor Snape. Of course, I recall you are also a Slytherin, she added. I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you are here. A mere 5th-year child, no less, Snape replied, arching an unimpressed eyebrow. After Potter's enrollment, he had noticed this previously low-key Slytherin student had become increasingly conspicuous, first associating with the Malfoy heir and inexplicably maintaining a cordial relationship with Dumbledore. And then, she had the audacity to involve herself in the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk incident during her 4th year. Had she not been a Slytherin, Snape would have surely deducted 50 points. No, 100. Such a rebellious child. That is a question for Professor Dumbledore, Andrea deftly deferred. Turning back to find several wary gazes from the Order members, she smiled nonchalantly. In her past life, they had been rivals, but this time, she had no intention of joining the Order. She snapped her fingers, and a soft pop echoed in the air as the aged creature appeared before her, bowing deeply with his large head nearly touching the ground. It is a pleasure to have you back, Miss Leah. What is the meaning of this? Did not Sirius claim this old elf ignored everyone? Of course, did you not see his disdain when Remus arrived? And where is Sirius? Wasn't he just here? Reactions varied, but all shared a unified skepticism toward Creature's peculiar demeanor. Chapter 42, The Meeting at Grimmauld Place. Creature disregarded their words, casting an indignant glare while mumbling inaudibly to himself. Following Andrea's previous request, he had been instructed not to utter any more insulting remarks. Creature, please assist me by returning my luggage to my room, Andrea commanded, feigning ignorance. Creature bowed respectfully. Yes, Mississippi. Just then, someone else seemed eager to speak. Sirius, who had previously been elusive, emerged from the shadows, looking somewhat disheveled. He muttered, "She is a descendant of the Blacks," and under his breath added, "Creature treats her 100 times better than me." Very well. It is nearly time. Those who are meant to be here have arrived, Dumbledore interrupted, assuring everyone present that each individual was among his most trusted. Severus, Andrea, please take a seat here. Sirius, would you be so kind as to fetch Mundungus at the door? We are about to commence our meeting. Are we really allowing that little brat to attend? Someone questioned. The attendees, all members of the original Order of the Phoenix, quickly discerned Dumbledore's intentions, finding it peculiar to include a student who had yet to graduate and was still unaware of the full situation. Dumbledore confirmed, indeed. Mundungus soon entered, a scruffy, portly man whom Andrea had previously held in low regard. Their meeting extended for over an hour. Finally, Dumbledore spoke gravely. All right, Mundungus. I entrust you with monitoring Harry's activities for the time being. Should anything arise before we retrieve him, inform Mrs. Fig. She has ways of contacting me. You need not return to Grimmauld Place. They briefly discussed strategies for the remaining time, and Andrea sensed that Dumbledore was wary of Mundungus. She recalled that he had once been a thief. Draco had informed her that Mundungus' cowardice had led to Moody's demise during Harry's 7th-year relocation. Andrea shot him a sidelong glance. Now, let us settle down again, Dumbledore beckoned. The Death Eaters have escaped and are currently unaccounted for. Let us ponder where they might be headed. I cannot rest easy with these two out there, especially Bellatrix. That goes without saying. They are surely seeking their master, Moody grumbled. Sirius shot a malevolent glance at Snape, suggesting that they might assist their master in dealing with traitors as well. Snape's complexion turned deathly pale as he glared at Sirius with murderous intent. The two were like sworn enemies, ready to quarrel at the slightest provocation. Were it not for Dumbledore, they might very well kill each other. Dumbledore, unfazed by their animosity, affirmed his suspicions. Who do you think they would seek out first? Malfoy, Andrea replied, her face drained of color. Many present were aware of her close ties with Draco. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened on her. Did Draco tell you anything? Nothing. He merely mentioned that Malfoy was being targeted. I doubt the Death Eaters would dare to act so boldly at this juncture, Andrea asserted. Humph, the cunning Malfoy. How can you be certain that everything he says is true? Moody remarked. He had witnessed Lucius Malfoy's trial firsthand and had seen him escape Azkaban using flimsy excuses. I can assure you, Andrea retorted, not meeting his gaze. Her declaration was directed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore inquired calmly, what assurance do you have? He is like me. Andrea stood, her demeanor commanding. I saved his life. He would be willing to pay with his own. In fact, he had already done so. Andrea pondered how someone so fearful of pain and death could be so willing to embrace it after her demise. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes scrutinized her, and after what felt like an eternity, as the atmosphere grew tense, he seemed to relax with a slight shrug. I am moved by your conviction. Draco is indeed a fine young man, far surpassing his father in that regard. Though he may have been shaken by recent events, he remains composed. He winked at her, and Andrea understood that the matter was to be deferred for further discussion. What do you mean by that? What are you all cryptically alluding to? The assembly was left bewildered, grasping at straws. Really? I do not recall any perilous incidents involving the young Malfoy. Snape drawled from his corner, his voice smooth and serpentine, sending shivers down Andrea's spine. His amicable relationship with Lucius was one of the reasons he had later agreed to protect Draco under duress. There is much you do not know. Andrea winked at him. Consider, Andrea, he is a good person, do not fear. Snape scoffed. as if mocking her naivety. So, where might the Death Eaters be headed? Lupin inquired gently. Sirius, filled with animosity, retorted, when did Azkaban become so ineffectual that it cannot even contain 2 prisoners? Andrea glanced at him, recalling how he had once escaped Azkaban quite effortlessly. By the way, how did Sirius manage to escape? The guards at Azkaban are not ordinary. Dementors are relentless, thriving on the happiness of others. She remembered the haggard state in which she had seen Sirius during his capture. Professor Dumbledore. I recall that Peter was also imprisoned in Azkaban after his capture, correct? She remembered that Peter and Sirius had been good friends during their school years. Indeed. Do you have any theories? It seemed Dumbledore had forgotten about Sirius' prior escape. Andrea felt a surge of urgency. Recovering the Death Eaters was imperative. She had to ask directly. Sirius, if it were you, how would you escape from Azkaban? Dumbledore's eyes brightened, as if he had just conceived a notion. For Sirius, having emerged from Azkaban a year early was not due to any illicit means, but rather because Andrea was deeply concerned about what he might be thinking at that moment. However, it appeared that Sirius had already contemplated this matter countless times. Dementors are emotionless creatures. They can only discern human emotions and cannot differentiate between a person and an animal. Thus, when a prisoner transforms into an animagus, they would not recognize whether the being before them was human or animal. This was the truth behind his escape. He was an unregistered animagus. Lupin instantly grasped Sirius' implication. What do you mean? Moody inquired, puzzled. Sirius lifted his head, his expression terrifying, as if he were ready to kill someone. Peter is an animagus. He once transformed into a rat and hid in the Weasley household for over a decade. The trial of Peter Pettigrew had not been made public, and few were aware of it. It was hard to believe that the ministry was so incompetent that they had not placed him under stricter supervision upon discovering he was an animagus. Snape's expression darkened, as if a troubling realization had struck him. A little rat, where might one find him? Then how did Bellatrix escape? Surely, she cannot be an animagus as well. Andrea wondered aloud, equally perplexed. Dumbledore responded. On that day, Fudge dispatched a ministry official to interrogate Peter. Peter used the Imperius curse to control her and facilitated Bellatrix's escape, who subsequently met a grim fate in Azkaban. Damn it. Andrea could not restrain herself from cursing. None of those present could help but blame Fudge for his meddling. We must locate Peter. He is undoubtedly seeking Voldemort, Andrea stated gravely. Aside from Dumbledore, the others regarded her with astonished expressions, clearly taken aback by her casual mention of that name. Chapter 43, Horcruxes. I wonder what insights our Miss Taylor might possess, Snape remarked with a sardonic tone. Visibly unsettled by the mere utterance of Voldemort's name, he fidgeted in his seat, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. Andrea was aware of the torment he endured at Voldemort's hands for Harry's safety, which ultimately led that madman to maintain his trust in him. Professor Dumbledore, do you know where Quirrell was before he taught at the school? She recalled that it was precisely from that time that Voldemort began to inhabit Quirrell's mind like a parasite. What relevance does this have to the Death Eaters? I believe it bears significant relevance, Dumbledore replied, surveying the room. Few are aware that last year Voldemort returned to Hogwarts with the aid of his servant. Although his scheme was ultimately thwarted by Harry and his friends, this matter had been buried deep in Dumbledore's heart, and those directly involved had been instructed to remain silent. As evidenced by Snape's astonished expression, he had treated Quirrell with disdain throughout the previous year. Well, you know, Albus, Moody interjected, I have a slight understanding of him. Albania. Dumbledore rose. Alastair, I must ask you to accompany me. If fortune smiles upon us, we may uncover some clues there. Dumbledore resolved to undertake the journey himself. After all, Bellatrix was a formidable adversary, and if she and her master were indeed present, it was likely that any who ventured there would not meet a favorable fate. Professor, Andrea called after him, what about Harry? What will happen to him? You do not intend to keep him in the dark about this, do you? He is likely still at his aunt's, oblivious to all of this. Were it not for certain individuals' counsel, I would hesitate to involve you. You are still quite young, and such matters ought to be handled by us old bones, Dumbledore said kindly. Yet, how could this matter remain concealed from her? Voldemort's desire to kill would not be swayed by age. Harry ought to know that he is not secure at present. Sirius has long maintained that we should have brought Harry here sooner, Andrea remarked. Dumbledore was resolute. I am sorry, but Harry has compelling reasons to remain there. I assure you, I will have him here within 2 days. Sirius, remember not to sneak a glance at him. Discovering where Harry resides would lead to trouble. Andrea, upon my return from Albania, I expect you to disclose the truth about your little secret with Draco, Dumbledore thought with a faint sigh. No one knew the complexity of his thoughts at that moment. A person who foresaw the future, appearing to side with the Death Eaters, yet whose path remained uncertain. After parting from Grimmauld Place, Andrea had not seen Gellert again. Everyone had evacuated the estate, leaving only an ancient house elf behind. After her initial visit, Andrea ceased her trips there, now residing in the Black family home, surrounded by many others. Harry had also been brought to Grimmauld Place, with Sirius personally overseeing it. Upon hearing of Harry's aunt's frequent abuse, he was furious and would have surely overturned the place had Dumbledore not repeatedly emphasized that Harry must spend 2 months there each year. Nevertheless, he had given that family a severe warning, mentioning notorious murderers in a manner that now amused Sirius as he used it to intimidate others. For Harry, being with Sirius was all that mattered. He was blissfully unaware of the tumultuous changes awaiting him. He also met another dear friend of his parents, Remus Lupin. As for Dumbledore's expedition to Albania, Andrea speculated that they perhaps returned empty-handed, having reportedly found no suspicious individuals, although they did discover several locations heavily tainted by dark magic. Suggesting a possibility of past occupancy, Andrea discreetly left Grimmauld Place, returning to school as before, where Dumbledore awaited her in his office. "Sit, Andrea," he instructed. The table was still laden with tea and snacks prepared for her. Eagerly, she inquired, "How did it go, Professor?" "Not well. We have completely lost his trail, and no one can fathom where they might have taken his master." Yet, it seems Dumbledore was not overly concerned, despite the situation developing a full year earlier than anticipated. "Perhaps we should be cautious regarding this year's new defense against the dark arts professor," Andrea suggested with a shrug, recognizing the precarious nature of that position. "Have you finalized your choice for this year, Professor?" "Yes, it has been decided. You are acquainted with this individual." Dumbledore winked, not intending to disclose who it was. Andrea rapidly brainstormed. Among her acquaintances, there were many capable of filling the role. Was it Lupin or Moody? Surely not Sirius? All right, Andrea, let us not dwell on that. Tell me about Draco. What is the matter with that boy? Andrea drew her wand. I am prepared to reveal the truth that remains unspoken. With a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, they plunged into the pensieve that held their secrets, glimpsing fleeting images. Dumbledore silently raised his head, recalling the last time he learned of his impending death, unaware of the reasons behind it. He had thought Andrea was uninformed, not realizing it also involved Draco and Severus. But he understood that, given his nature, Severus would surely seek to maximize his advantage before the situation escalated. He has borne too much for me. Dumbledore reflected on Severus's motivations for joining the Order of the Phoenix, feeling profound sorrow. How was he any different from Fudge, that despicable politician? Indeed, we once believed you were the only one capable of opposing Voldemort. Professor Snape murdered you. We all harbored hatred for him. Yet I have heard from Draco that during the final battle, Harry cleared Snape's name, suggesting that his sacrifice was not in vain. Someone will remember him, and he shall no longer bear such infamy. Andrea pondered sadly. A piece of candy was offered to her by Dumbledore. Do not fret. You must believe that this time we will be prepared. We shall not engage in unwarranted conflict again. Andrea felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that she and Harry had not formed a closer bond. Otherwise, they could have wielded more influence. No, perhaps she could still be of assistance. Professor, do you recall Voldemort's diary? My teacher reminded me that it could be a Horcrux. Andrea subtly gauged Dumbledore's expression. It exhibited little change. Yet she noticed a slight tightening in his gaze. So he was indeed aware. I have extensively researched the subject of Horcruxes. Although I remain uncertain as to the total number he has created, I currently speculate there to be several. A diary, one located in the room of requirement at school, another in the possession of Bellatrix Lestrange, and yet another is Nagini, the serpent that accompanies Voldemort, though she is unaware of when Nagini was transformed into a Horcrux. That accounts for 4. What a terrifying revelation. Dumbledore gazed at her with a sorrowful expression and remarked, I fear there may be more. If, as Voldemort asserts, Harry was struck by his killing curse once more yet survived, do you comprehend the implications of this? What does it mean? What does it signify? Andrea's visage fluctuated wildly with disbelief. Are you suggesting that Harry, too, is akin to Voldemort? Indeed, he has unwittingly become the architect of his own demise, Dumbledore replied, gently patting her shoulder. I am grateful for the information you have provided, yet it is unfortunate that Voldemort has proclaimed 7 to be a number imbued with power. Thus, I suspect he may have forged 7 Horcruxes. This assumption is erroneous. Including Harry, there exist 7, with Harry himself being an unintentional creation of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Andrea fell silent. If a single Horcrux represents an additional life for Voldemort, what might 7 signify? Chapter 44, Gathering at the Black Manor and the Truth. Since their last encounter, nearly a month had elapsed without Andrea seeing Il. The recent escape of the Death Eaters compelled the Weasley family to prematurely conclude their journey in Egypt. Dumbledore deemed that Peter, having lived as a rat in the Weasley household for over a decade, was well aware of their connection to Harry. Should they attempt to leverage the Weasleys to coerce Harry, the repercussions would be dire. Ultimately, this was also to safeguard the Weasley family's well-being. Although he had never acted in such a manner before, circumstances were not absolute, especially with the notorious Bellatrix Lestrange at his side. Andrea vividly recalled her slaying her own cousin, Sirius Black, and during the battle, murdering her niece, Nymphadora Tonks. Such a person harbored no semblance of humanity. To temporarily ensure the safety of the Weasley family, Sirius warmly invited them to reside in the manor, believing they could return home once these two outward threats were apprehended. The children remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Ginny, on the cusp of her second year, entered the place with a bewildered expression, while Ron was more excited about reuniting with friends and the mysterious Black Manor. The slightly older twins sensed the seriousness and tension of the atmosphere, yet they consistently sought to alleviate others' burdens through humor. It was heard that Percy had been elected president of the Boys' Student Council, presenting himself with an air of authority. Andrea thought he spoke with an exaggerated tone. As Ron and Il burst through the door, Harry awaited them behind it, and they embraced like brothers. "Hey, Andrea." "Long time no see," Fred exclaimed, though he merely offered a light handshake. Andrea noticed that the twins had grown their hair long, the fine strands resting on their shoulders, shedding their youthful appearance for a more handsome demeanor. George approached from behind and embraced her heartily, though he grumbled, "Mum says we can't even return to Grimmauld Place. Do you know what has happened?" Andrea led them into the hall, refraining from revealing the severity of the situation. The adults had deliberated and decided that it was prudent not to disclose everything, only sharing significant information. "Stop talking at the door. Come in, someone is waiting for you," she urged. Arthur and Molly had already arrived and were conversing with Sirius, while Remus had been summoned by Dumbledore and was unaware of the matter at hand. As Ron marveled at the ancient and opulent draperies adorning the walls, he remarked, "Truly, this is the legacy of the Black family. I heard there are house elves here. Mum dreams of having one." Fred playfully tapped his head. "Perhaps we should send you to the Blacks to be their son." "Humph," Ron retorted, mockingly. "I see someone wishes to be the Black family's son even more than I do." Andrea, perplexed by his statement, suddenly caught George's teasing expression and observed Fred's slightly flushed ears, inexplicably feeling her own cheeks warm. She quickly turned her head, mumbling, "Perhaps that's not feasible. Sirius wouldn't accept the second son." George chuckled, wrapping an arm around his bashful brother, realizing for the first time how astute his younger sibling had become. Poor Fred had lost a prime opportunity. What he meant by that remained unclear. Their playful banter dispelled Ginny's unease, and Andrea watched as she subtly smiled, her heart finally at ease. Upon entering the living room, they noticed the conversation abruptly shift upon their arrival. "Brother, I must say, they are quite peculiar," Fred whispered conspiratorially. "Indeed, they believe they can deceive us," George added. "Do you trust their words?" "Of course not. Do I appear to be a fool?" Andrea felt compelled to quell their strange notions. "Enough. Remember, absolutely do not act independently." She feared the twins might succumb to their restless spirits, discreetly signaling them to wait for a moment when the younger ones were not present to discuss further. After calming the two, Andrea ushered the children to the sofa, where they huddled closely, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. "Sirius, please enlighten them." Andrea entrusted him with the floor. Faced with so many eager gazes, Sirius was at a loss for words. "Look at the Daily Prophet. 2 Death Eaters have escaped from Azkaban." "What is Azkaban? What are Death Eaters? Does this relate to our stay here?" Andrea found the incessant questions exasperating, particularly the two posed by Il. Had she not previously informed him not to interrupt others? "All right, let me speak," Sirius interjected. Arthur Weasley had decided to confront his children personally, as most of them were indeed his. "Harry, I'm afraid I must extend my apologies in advance." "Oh, there's no need." "Why is that?" Harry responded, feeling awkward. Arthur's face turned crimson, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Oh, Harry." Molly gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. "Do you remember Scabbers?" "Ron, of course, poor Scabbers. I wonder if he was petrified. He was part of our family for 11 years, and I never suspected." Molly's voice broke as tears streamed down her cheeks. Arthur gently embraced his wife, tenderly brushing her hair. "Scabbers was transformed by a Death Eater named Peter Pettigrew. Harry, I am deeply sorry for not realizing this sooner." Which resulted in Sirius being wrongfully accused for so many years. What? The Weasley boys could hardly fathom this revelation, especially considering Scabbers had been Percy's pet, having grown up alongside him. How could an old, disabled rat possibly be a notorious Death Eater? "Dad, this must be a mistake. Scabbers could never be a Death Eater." "Indeed, he has been with us for so many years. If he were a Death Eater, why has he never harmed us?" Ginny's expression was one of profound sorrow. This mouse had been a part of the Weasley household for nearly as long as she had, and she had long since considered it an indispensable member of the family. "Scabbers was known as Peter Pettigrew, wasn't he, Dad?" Fred inquired. George quickly exchanged a glance with him. "Yes, how do you know?" Arthur asked. "A marvelous map. I saw that name next to Ron's last year and thought it belonged to another student, Fred revealed. Sirius, evidently aware of the significance, remarked that the Marauder's map was in their possession. How did you come by it? No one told you. It was found in Filch's drawer during their first-year night escapade. After they were punished. Sirius glanced at Harry, filled with nostalgia. That was created by me, Harry's father, Remus, and Peter. Indeed, Peter was once our friend. But why did he turn into a Death Eater? So he betrayed my parents? Harry asked, looking utterly devastated. He clearly could not fathom the idea. If Ron and the others had betrayed him to Voldemort, he would wish for nothing more than to perish. Yes, Harry. Peter was quite cowardly during his school years. Long before Voldemort sought to kill you, Peter was already acting strangely. I should have noticed. I was the one who suggested to James and Lily to switch secret keepers. It was my actions that led to their demise. Just thinking about it made Sirius feel unbearable anguish. He had spent years in Azkaban torturing himself with that guilt. Had it not been for his foolish, reckless plan, James and Lily should have lived long and happy lives. Andromeda could hardly bear to witness it. Sirius often fell into these reveries. Sirius, don't dwell on such thoughts. What matters most now is to locate Peter and Bellatrix. Otherwise, Harry will remain in peril. I am certain that this time, Fudge will firmly insist on sending Dementors to give them a kiss. Harry was bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Harry. That woman, Bellatrix, is a lunatic. Her escape will serve only two purposes, to find her master, or to deliver you to him. Sirius embraced Harry. I have already lost James and Lily. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Chapter 45, The Risks Remain. Recently, there erupted yet another dispute regarding the start of the school year. Sirius was adamant that Harry should venture out to Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies, and no amount of persuasion from Remus seemed to sway him. Remus, I will protect Harry. Even Bellatrix cannot thwart his normal life. Just days prior, Sirius had been exceedingly anxious and overly protective of Harry, but now he wished for him to escape and clear his mind. Honestly, school begins tomorrow. Bellatrix cannot be lurking around every corner, can she? Remus was somewhat irritated by Sirius's insistence, but spoke gently. Sirius, you have acknowledged that Bellatrix is indeed a madwoman. Why attempt to apply rational thought to the actions of a lunatic? In the living room, only Sirius and Remus were embroiled in their argument. The Weasley children who had been eavesdropping had long since been sent back to their rooms. Arthur still had to report to the Ministry of Magic, and Molly was bustling about in the kitchen, insisting that everything they consumed be homemade. Andromeda was uncertain how long she had been leaning against the foot of the stairs, but with Sirius's unwavering stance, she could no longer restrain herself. Sirius, there will be too many young witches and wizards in Diagon Alley that day. If a Death Eater were to attack Harry, could you ensure the safety of those children? In the chaos, who would protect them? Andromeda was somewhat frustrated. It was not only Harry who was under his care. When you take Harry out, you also bring danger to others. Although her words were grave, upon reflection, they were indeed true. Death Eaters cared little for the lives of others, and should their mission fail, they would retreat in madness and seek revenge, causing great turmoil in Diagon Alley. Remus cast an appreciative glance her way. I now understand why Dumbledore insisted you remain here. You always consider the broader picture. Sirius, you are no longer a child. I hope you can act with reason. You must understand that in this world, Harry is not the only one who matters. You cannot disregard everything for his sake. Having dissuaded Sirius from his reckless thoughts, Andromeda no longer wished to witness him sitting there in despair. She was nearly exasperated. Professor Dumbledore had indeed intended for her to remain at number 12 Grimmauld Place to counsel Sirius, especially since he felt immense guilt regarding Regulus. But she never anticipated having to offer such counsel multiple times in a single day. The upper floor was somewhat quiet today, but as Andromeda ascended to the third floor, she soon discovered the reason. Several children were huddled at the foot of the staircase, including the youngest, Ginny, although Percy was notably absent, as he typically scorned participation in their childlike antics. They each wished they had the ability to see and hear everything. Yet the sounds of Remus and Sirius's argument were hardly subdued. Whether they had understood the entirety of the conversation was uncertain. Harry must have overheard some of it. He felt disheartened that he could not go to Diagon Alley, and the ensuing argument between Sirius and Remus left him somewhat bewildered. He had not realized that his mere presence could incite such turmoil. Yet, Sirius was his godfather, and he genuinely cared for him. Still, he did not want to be a burden. If I cannot go, then so be it, he thought. Andromeda had mentioned that perhaps it would bring trouble to other young witches and wizards. Just imagine how many eager young witches and wizards would be in Diagon Alley, their magical careers just beginning. How could he bring danger upon them for the sake of fleeting joy? Andromeda, George threw an arm around his shoulders. If you ask me, Sirius is really cool, isn't? Humph, just barely, Fred begrudgingly concurred, likely still mulling over the events of Christmas. Well, it's not your fault, Blame the Death Eaters. Don't overthink it. Just keep Sirius steady, Andromeda encouraged, patting him on the other shoulder. They did not linger on the stairs for long, as Mrs. Weasley soon called them down for breakfast. Once the children descended, they seemed to act as though everything was normal, as if they had not been eavesdropping at all. Sirius's eyes were red-rimmed, and they dared not ask too many questions. Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills were exceptional. Harry forced down a few bites, but his mind was elsewhere, causing him to eat slowly. After breakfast, they were supposed to head to Diagon Alley together, but now they sat in the living room on the sofa, pretentiously sipping tea and chatting. Now, please tell me what you need to buy for school, so that I and Sirius can procure everything for you, Remus said. Everyone was aware of the plan, but there was little discussion, as they had all previously believed they would be going. To clarify, Andromeda explained, Peter has lived with the Weasleys for over a decade. He is certainly familiar with you all, and he knows that Ron and Harry are good friends. If anything were to happen to Ron, none of us could bear it. Ron, in horror, what does this have to do with me? Eel, equally incredulous, chimed in, I'm with them all the time. Does that mean I'm in danger too? This thought reminded Andromeda that Eel might also be in peril. If he were to meet the same fate as in his past life at the hands of the Death Eaters, what would she do? However, he was already deeply involved. Retreat was not an option. If she tried to keep Eel away from Harry, he would resist. Just as Fred bravely joined the Order of the Phoenix after graduation to confront the Death Eaters, Andrea urged everyone to remain vigilant, reminding them that all was merely speculation for now. However, she insisted they must be on guard. If any unfamiliar rodents appear in our midst, we must be cautious. They could very well be Peter or his advanced scouts, Andrea declared solemnly. Ron lamented, unfortunately, I won't get to see Hermione before school starts. A thought struck Harry. What about Hermione? She often spent time with them. Could she be in danger too? It was a possibility. Sirius and Andrea exchanged a quick glance. Bellatrix was a fervent, pure-blood fanatic, and if Hermione, a muggle-born witch, fell into her hands, the outcome would undoubtedly be grim. If we catch sight of her, Remus and I will bring her along, Sirius promised before he and Remus departed. Fred and George had further inquiries, but Andrea could only escort them back to her room, leaving Harry and the others to review their studies in the sitting room. She foresaw that Professor Snape would not spare Harry once school resumed. The decor of Andrea's room was predominantly silver and green, adorned with hints of gold and crimson, a warm, tasteful combination that was far from cliched. She drew her wand and levitated 2 sofas to face her, inviting the twins to sit. Although they often practiced magic with adult wands at the old manor to evade the Ministry's detection, they couldn't help but notice that Andrea used her own wand. How did she manage to elude the Ministry's scrutiny? Yet, one must have their little secrets, and Fred and George would not pry into Andrea's, just as she never inquired about theirs. In truth, there was no significant secret behind Andrea summoning the twins to her room. Rather, she had pondered the peculiar actions of Fudge from her past life. What if such occurrences repeated this year? Reflecting on past events, she recalled how Harry had plummeted from a great height. Had Dumbledore not intervened in time, his injuries would have been far worse than merely a broken arm. His neck could have been broken as well. And during the final battle, an overwhelming tide of Dementors had surged into Hogwarts, stealing the joy from countless souls, leaving them as mere shells. Since she possessed such abilities, why not impart this knowledge to these 2 adventurous boys? Chapter 46, Dementors and Approaching Shadows. Dumbledore decided that Sirius and Remus would personally escort them to the train. Upon entering the compartment, Sirius transformed into a large black dog. After the summer, everyone learned he was an illegal animagus, yet they tacitly agreed not to disclose this information. The compartment was somewhat cramped, accommodating 6 individuals, including Remus and Sirius, who had to sit beside Remus to create more space. After the summer, Andrea South's 2 close friends had become a couple, so to avoid disturbing them, Andrea joined Fred and George in their compartment, unaware of what had happened to their classmate Lee Jordan. How was your trip to Egypt? Andrea inquired, as the atmosphere at the old manor had been rather oppressive, and she and T had the chance to ask them about their recent adventure. Fred's eyebrows shot up in excitement. You won't believe it. We entered the pyramid. They say the kings, or whoever they were, must be mummified after death. I wonder if we could be mummified too when we die? Andrea muttered discontentedly. Please, don't speak of death. They seemed not to hear her. As George continued Fred's thought, Fred and I had initially planned to lock Percy inside the pyramid, but unfortunately, Mum found out. Otherwise, we would have loved to see his reaction. He sounded rather regretful. Though Andrea disapproved of such a reckless plan, it was hardly a reliable scheme. It's such a pity you didn't come with us, Fred finally concluded. But it wasn't without its gains. I practiced many spells this summer. Andrea reflected on her summer. It had been filled with endless spell practice and a wealth of books waiting for her at Grimmauld Place's study to deepen her understanding of Horcruxes. Her summer had indeed been enriching. Fred's eyes brightened. Is that the spell you taught us? The Patronus charm? George interjected. Did your outside tutor teach you that? I do say we still lack the magical prowess to cast such spells. Fred replied, but don't you think? George chimed in. That's what makes it exciting, right? Together, Fred and George chuckled. Huh? Once we return to school, let us find a secret base to practice. Andrea recalled the Marauders map that Sirius had mentioned, but she hesitated to bring it up to the twins. Instead, she shifted the conversation. Do you know about the Room of Requirement? She thought that after all these days, Dumbledore must have located the Horcrux hidden there. They responded in unison, of course. We entered there during our second year. We dare say there are no secret passages in Hogwarts that we haven't explored. Well, you haven't been to the Chamber of Secrets, Andrea retorted, unwilling to allow them to delve into more perilous topics. She cautioned them against using secret passages to reach Hogsmeade, as 2 Death Eaters were still at large. If they happened to lie in wait in Hogsmeade and spotted them emerging from the passage, it could spell disaster. They had already heard Molly's warnings about the current situation many times over the summer. In the compartment, they entertained Andrea with amusing spells. But suddenly the train seemed to slow down, the overhead lights flickering ominously. Gradually, the train came to a halt. The corridor erupted with noise, as if someone was shouting furiously. George opened the door, and a crowd peered in just as he did, heads popping out in curiosity, with many bursting into laughter. What is going on? Fred asked. George, shut the door, Andrea said sternly. Suddenly, silence enveloped the train. The swaying lights flickered out, plunging the entire carriage into darkness. In a swift motion, George slammed the door shut. Creak, creak. He sensed something had boarded the train. What could it be? Shoo. Andrea pressed a finger to his lips. Gradually, an icy chill swept through the entire train, frost forming on the windows, making Andrea shiver. In the darkness, someone began to move slowly. Ouch! Fred gasped, having bumped his foot against the table leg. What's wrong? Where did you run off to? George inquired. Suddenly, warm hands clasped around her. Are you all right? Fred whispered. Andrea hadn't anticipated Fred would seek her out, and she was grateful for the darkness that concealed the blush on her cheeks. George sat alone across from them, realizing his brother was no longer there after a few exploratory pats. Is there no place suitable for a single dog in this world? Fred and Andrea leaned against each other, Fred still holding her hand, feeling that her hand was no longer cold, yet he did not release it. What on earth is it? He whispered in her ear. Dementors, Andrea replied, her expression grave, as her words hung in the air. The frigid aura at the door drew ever closer, and with a creak, they felt someone opening the door. Bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight, they beheld a towering silhouette that nearly grazed the ceiling, draped in a tattered cloak as black as night, its face obscured from view. Andrea's wand emitted a tentative glimmer, illuminating the Dementor as it extended its grotesque, gray fingers, revealing a decayed visage beneath its cloak, matted with filth and spittle. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her, and she was haunted by the memories of that fateful year, the lifeless bodies of James, Illinois, and Fred, all of whom had been violently cast aside before her eyes. As if something was being siphoned away from her, her joy, the cherished memories of the past 2 years spent with Fred. Leah, it seemed someone was calling her name. Shaken from her reverie, she noticed that the Dementor had drifted perilously close. Fred, exhibiting great distress, had been the one to rouse her from this trance. She had nearly succumbed to its grasp. Expecto Patronum. The tip of her wand burst forth with radiant white light, initially forming a mist that gradually coalesced into a resplendent silvery creature. Fred strained to discern the shape of the creature that leapt forth from him. It resembled a majestic eagle. And under Andrea's resolute determination, it soared towards the Dementor. It circled the creature once, causing it to recoil slowly before vanishing from sight, presumably searching another chamber. It was undeniable that Andrea feared the Dementors. She had borne witness to the demise of too many loved ones, rendering her far more vulnerable in the presence of a Dementor than Harry. In her quest to withstand such anguish, she had diligently mastered the Patronus charm after the Dark Lord had employed the Dementors, yet she still found herself easily ensnared by their influence. Nevertheless, Fred's grip tightened around her hand, a silent reminder that the past had not yet come to fruition, urging her to relinquish her fear. Fred held her hand tightly, his lips pressed together in determination. He now comprehended why Andrea insisted they learn the Patronus charm. The Dementors feasted upon human emotions, and any hint of wavering resolve could lead to the theft of one's happiness, or even their very soul. Why had these terrifying creatures embarked upon the Hogwarts Express? They were the guardians of Azkaban, dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to search for Peter and Bellatrix. Once she regained her composure, Andrea produced chocolate from her pocket to share with everyone. After consuming it, they felt warmth returning to their bodies. Creak, creak. The train resumed its journey. Chapter 47. The Dementors arrive at Hogwarts. Soon, the train came to a halt once more, the night sky outside now thoroughly darkened. This time, they knew they had arrived at the school. Unlike the first-year students, they entered Hogwarts via carriages, yet the horses that pulled them remained unseen. Speculation arose among them that the horses were invisible. But Andrea could distinctly see that the lead horse was a gaunt creature with a dragon-like head and enormous bat wings, a thestral. According to legend, only those who had witnessed death could see them. Before them stood a perfectly aligned row of over 100 carriages, each accompanied by a thestral. Andrea was momentarily awestruck as she gathered her bearings. They found an empty carriage, and as soon as the door closed, the wheels began to move forward automatically. The carriage glided towards the entrance, where two Dementors stood sentinel by the stone pillars flanking the door. As they passed through the chilling presence of the Dementors, an icy shiver penetrated their hearts, compelling everyone to remain obediently inside the carriage, refraining from opening the windows to gaze outside. This year's feast was markedly different from previous years. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose to address the gathering. Andrea noticed Remus Lupin seated at the staff table, next to Professor Snape, whose countenance was grim, his grip on the armrest betraying his effort to suppress an expression of disdain and animosity towards his neighbor. Another figure, a middle-aged wizard with golden hair and blue eyes, caught her attention. He appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive flair, yet there was something hauntingly familiar about him. As she pondered the number of acquaintances who resembled him, she suddenly observed the man at the high table winking in her direction. In that instant, a revelation struck her. Gellert Grindelwald. How could this be? Andrea was certain that the figure seated next to Dumbledore was indeed her former teacher, Gellert Grindelwald. But what had brought him to Hogwarts as a professor? Surely Dumbledore had not sanctioned such a thing? Before she could fully grasp the implications, Dumbledore introduced Remus. It is with regret that I announce Professor Kettleburn's retirement at the end of last semester. However, our new Care of Magical Creatures instructor is equally remarkable. Please welcome Professor Lupin. The applause that ensued was sparse, yet Gryffindor's enthusiasm was the most fervent, with Harry clapping vigorously, unable to believe that Remus, whom he thought was merely accompanying him to school, was now the new professor for Care of Magical Creatures. So, Gellert must be teaching defense against the dark arts. She mused. Dumbledore's decision to appoint a renowned dark wizard to instruct students on how to defend against his own curses was quite intriguing. No wonder she had not been required to purchase Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them this year. That book had once caused her considerable distress. As the applause subsided, Dumbledore continued, "Next, I would like to introduce Professor Byalbin, who will be taking over the Defense Against the Dark Arts course this year." This announcement elicited even more tepid applause. Andrea clapped perfunctorily, noticing that Gellert seemed utterly indifferent to the reception. His gaze had been fixed on Dumbledore from the outset, though one could argue that it might have been interpreted as admiration for the esteemed professor. "There is one more matter I hope every student will heed," Dumbledore stated, tapping his silver cup to garner attention. "The school is currently under the watch of several Dementors, dispatched by the Ministry to carry out their duties. As you have likely already experienced, I must be clear, while the Dementors are present, no one is permitted to leave the school grounds. Do not entertain the notion of deceiving them. Such attempts, including the use of invisibility cloaks, will be futile." Andrea noticed his gaze briefly scanning the crowd, yet his expression remained impassive. He continued, "The Dementors will be stationed at every entrance to the school, and I hope no student will instigate a confrontation with them. I expect our newly appointed male and female student council presidents to work closely with the prefects to ensure that no student engages with the Dementors." Andrea observed Percy puffing out his chest, a look of pride upon his face. "Well, that concludes the important announcements. Let us commence the feast," Dumbledore declared, and before them, an array of delectable dishes materialized on their plates, prompting everyone to set aside conversation and indulge in the feast. The banquet concluded joyously, and Dumbledore announced that they could return to their quarters. Andrea yearned to approach the staff table and exchange a few words with Gellert, but Professor Snape was not inclined to grant her that opportunity. As she raised her foot to ascend, his hawk-like gaze fell upon her, sending a prickling sensation across her scalp. Ever since Dumbledore had introduced her to the Order of the Phoenix, she had been meticulously avoiding him, fearful of being subjected to his interrogations. Reflecting on the matter, Andrea concluded that it would not be too late to seek another opportunity. Tomorrow, there would be a Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and she noted that Gellert appeared preoccupied this evening. Perhaps it was best not to disturb him. As they ascended the staircase, Nova leaned in closer, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "Did you encounter any Dementors on the train?" At that moment, "I thought I would never experience joy again." Andrea, keeping an eye on their surroundings, replied, "Yes, from now on, you and Eric should be cautious. Even on the way to Hogwarts, maintain a safe distance from those Dementors." They conversed as they descended, reaching the Slytherin common room located underground in no time. The hour was still early, and none of them had the inclination to rest. Nova sought out Eric, and the two immersed themselves in heartfelt conversation. Andrea finally spotted Draco, who had significantly grown during the summer, now standing as tall as she was. "Draco, come here, we need to talk." She pulled him aside, her heart heavy with concern after receiving his last message. For a month, she had restrained herself from sending any correspondence, fearing that Bellatrix might defy her expectations and dare to approach Malfoy Manor in plain sight. Fortunately, it seemed that Bellatrix still harbored some reservations. On the day of her escape, she had sent word to Father, ominously stating that she would eventually deal with this traitor on behalf of her master. "What should we do, Andrea?" Draco's eyes were filled with panic. She knew he spoke earnestly. The most important person to him was that individual. And only then came his mother. "That madwoman. I have no idea where she is now. What if she harms my father?" Draco cradled his head in his hands, dark circles under his eyes revealing the toll of his recent fears. Andrea, taken aback by the anxiety he had endured, comforted him. "It's all right, it's all right." She embraced him, trying to soothe his worries. "I've heard that the ministry has stationed personnel near Malfoy Manor, and as for Lucius, he travels to the ministry via the Flu network for work. It won't be so easy for anything to happen." She could only offer him such reassurances. However, for Bellatrix, her current priority was undoubtedly her master. Andrea pondered whether Voldemort had been taken away by her and Peter, and where they might be now. Dementors guarded every entrance to the school, which was somewhat reassuring, yet Andrea did not forget the previous instances of mass betrayal involving them. Relying on a cadre of emotionless entities as sentinels, Fudge was bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. Chapter 48. The Senior Investigator and the Lack of Respect. On the first day of school, everyone was in a foul mood. Before the first class even commenced, Dumbledore summoned everyone to the Great Hall, rousing those without classes from their slumber, including Andrea. As she rubbed the sleep from her eyes and arrived with her classmates, she learned what had transpired. The ministry had sent representatives, under the pretext of overseeing the Dementors' operations. Fudge had dispatched a senior investigator to supervise and assess whether the professors were qualified for their respective positions. Just as Dumbledore began to introduce the newly appointed investigator, the woman abruptly interrupted him. Her voice was sharp and thin, reminiscent of someone mimicking a little girl, and as she spoke, Andrea noticed many people covering their ears. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed deeply, her lips pressed tightly together. Professor Snape, fixated on an unknown object on the table, refused to glance her way. As for Gellert, interrupted by Dumbledore's speech, he regarded Umbridge with the expression one might reserve for a corpse. Indeed, the new senior investigator was none other than Dolores Umbridge, a woman obsessively infatuated with the color pink, whom many regarded as the most loathsome individual they could imagine. "Good morning, children. I am delighted that our minister has afforded me this opportunity to return to Hogwarts and witness all your enthusiastic little faces," she continued in her piercing voice. Andrea surveyed her surroundings, noting that more people were compelled to cover their ears due to her shrill tone. Where does she derive her confidence? Nova murmured quietly. Nearby, someone incredulously remarked, "Does she think we're still children? Who does she think she is?" Clearly, Umbridge's trite introduction was met with disdain, and recalling her previous interference in classes, Andrea furrowed her brow. She hoped Gellert would refrain from casting an Avada Kedavra on her within the school. After 2 interruptions of Dumbledore's discourse, this unwelcome self-introduction finally concluded. Andrea observed many Gryffindors discreetly gesturing at Umbridge, recalling Fred and George, who had not graduated smoothly, all in defiance of her tyrannical and unreasonable regulations. Rumor had it that she would even resort to corporal punishment. Andrea could only be thankful that she had not harmed those around her in the past. However, she resolved not to allow this woman to manipulate her easily. By 10 o'clock, she had 2 defense against the dark arts classes, and when she entered the classroom with her books, she discovered that the abhorrent woman had already settled into the professor's position, clutching a large folder. Her petite stature made her resemble a pink toad, croaking incessantly. "I believe this should be my seat," Gellert remarked in a slow tone. "Oh, of course," Umbridge replied with a forced smile, standing beside Gellert like a diminutive chick. Soon, class commenced, and Andrea decided to ignore her. As long as Umbridge did not seek her out, all would be well. If she dared to trouble Gellert, she would surely become the most unfortunate person in existence. The lesson focused on boggarts, and Andrea had a faint idea of what Gellert intended to teach. Boggarts were shape-shifting creatures that could perceive one's innermost fears, transforming into what that individual dreaded most. Andrea recalled that Lupin had once captured a boggart for a lesson. However, when she saw the 3 wardrobes lined up neatly at the front of the classroom, she was taken aback. "These creatures are called boggarts. I scoured the entire school and barely managed to find these 3, Gellert explained, "and today we shall learn how to deal with boggarts. The best way to confront them is to laugh, or you may recite a humorous incantation." "I don't think that's right," Gellert had barely finished speaking when Umbridge approached with her large notebook. Professor Keble, I believe your teachings are misguided. I do not think students need exposure to such dangerous creatures, as they are unlikely to encounter any real danger in their lives, she said in a sickly sweet tone, leading Andrea to believe she was pouting. Gellert's smile widened further. Umbridge, it's Professor Bilburn. Someone raised a hand to remind her. Please call me Investigator Umbridge, she replied, regarding him with a peculiar expression, bewildered that a student would speak without raising their hand. She scribbled something in her notebook with her quill. The students exchanged fearful glances, uncertain of what she was recording. Ms. Umbridge, if you disrupt my lesson, perhaps I could file a complaint against you for disturbing classroom order? Gellert waved his wand, and a cloud of black mist erupted from the wardrobe. Before the students could discern its form, Gellert had already banished it back. It's that simple. He simply demonstrated the action. And if your proficiency were sufficient to guide me, why did Professor Dumbledore not appoint you as the defense against the dark arts instructor? It is evident that Gellert has no qualms about disregarding the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. You are showing blatant contempt for the Ministry. Umbridge retracted her sugary tone, glaring menacingly at Gellert, yet he remained unperturbed. I shall report this to the minister. Her quill danced furiously across the parchment. Several students stifled their laughter. Professor Bearbon is truly impressive, George remarked. He seems far more capable than both Lockhart and Quirrell, Fred conceded. 100 of them combined would not match even one Gellert. Having successfully driven Umbridge away, Gellert unhesitatingly closed the classroom door. Now, everyone, take your wands and repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The class echoed his words. The incantation is the simplest. Remember, confronting fear is the most challenging task. You have 1 minute to practice, after which 3 of you will come forward to face a boggart. He stepped back towards the wardrobe, his keen gaze scanning the crowd, pondering who would be the first group to step up. Soon, Andrea, Nova, and Eric formed the initial group. Uncertain of what her boggart would manifest as, Andrea felt compelled to act before seeing its true form. What if it were a Dementor? Or, even worse, the corpse of Voldemort? Nova's boggart transformed into a gigantic spider, a creature she abhorred. Eric's boggart, however, was considerably less frightening, a pod of screaming mandrakes, a sound he detested. Fred and George also stepped up for the second group. The first lesson was relatively straightforward. Nevertheless, it marked their inaugural practical class in 3 years. Gellert's lessons were devoid of tedious essays, a delightful aspect of being a student. Chapter 49. The progress of Horcruxes. Not only in the defense against the dark arts class did Umbridge make her presence felt, but she also infiltrated various classrooms, taking pride in her position as an inquisitor. Initially, her ostensible purpose was to oversee the actions against Dementors, but it seemed more like an effort to curtail the authority of the professors. She made her presence known in Professor Lupin's Heir of Magical Creatures class, where she loudly criticized his teaching methods. The first lesson introduced the Thestral, a gentle, reclusive herbivore, whose precious invisibility cloak is woven from thestral hair, distinct from the invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows. When threatened, Thestrals can render themselves invisible, making them difficult for the average person to perceive. Umbridge accused Lupin's teaching of lacking practical elements, claiming that without concrete examples, he was violating the objectives of the lesson. It was utterly laughable. During the defense against the dark arts class, practical demonstrations were forbidden, yet she demanded them in the Care of Magical Creatures class. It became clear to everyone that her so-called high inquisitorial role was merely a means to harass the professors. Despite Remus's typically good-natured demeanor, his mild retorts still managed to leave Umbridge feeling humiliated. Apart from the divination professor, Trelawney, whom she directly criticized as useless and hypocritical, other professors had yet to face her ire. Andrea recalled how Umbridge had once forced Professor Trelawney to leave the school, only to be thwarted by Dumbledore. Umbridge resembled a stuffy old woman from the last century. She forbade couples from showing affection, silenced loud students, prohibited running in the hallways, and restricted the casual use of wands. Isn't Dumbledore going to intervene? Nova complained. Let that woman turn the school into chaos. They were currently seated upright in the library, surrounded by many others like them. Initially, they had been lounging on the grass by the Black Lake, but Umbridge insisted that such behavior was unbecoming of students, thus driving them to the library. She had searched every nook and cranny, in the flower bushes, atop trees, and behind mounds of earth, leaving no place unexamined. Madame Pants was irate. The library grew noisier with the influx of students. Eric had heard rumors that Dumbledore had been away from the school recently, but Nova was incredulous. How could that be? He is the headmaster. However, Andrea had indeed noticed Dumbledore's diminished presence at Hogwarts lately, while Gellert, apart from his scheduled defense against the dark arts class, seemed to vanish frequently. Yet, she could not openly display her closeness to Gellert within the school. Their frequent visits to the library had become so commonplace that they found themselves sitting there with no assignments to complete. Bored, Andrea began to grumble when she suddenly felt a stir from the two-way mirror in her possession. Without the time to properly bid farewell to her companions, she hurried outside. She retrieved the mirror, revealing Gellert's unadorned face after his disguise had been removed. "Come to the headmaster's office, but do not let that toad see you." Gellert held a strong aversion to Umbridge. It seemed that he had returned with the headmaster, likely to convey some important matter to her. As she traversed the corridors, Andrea feared encountering Umbridge, while Filch complained that she had usurped part of his duties. Fortunately, her journey remained uneventful. A massive stone beast parted, revealing a spiraling staircase behind it. Upon her arrival, Gellert and Dumbledore had already been waiting for some time. "Professor, did you summon me?" Andrea inquired. "Come here, Andrea." Dumbledore beckoned from his chair. "Do you recognize what this is?" As she approached, she noticed a crown adorned with jewels, glimmering on the desk. Alongside a circular ring embedded with a black gem. A crown, and wait. Could this be the relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House? Surely, they wouldn't summon me for something ordinary. Indeed, this was discovered in the Room of Requirement. However, given its status as a Ravenclaw artifact, we cannot ascertain whether Voldemort has transformed it into a Horcrux. Dumbledore mused, expressing regret over the possibility of inadvertently destroying Ravenclaw's heirloom, fearing Gryffindor might return to haunt him at midnight. "And what about this ring?" she inquired, shifting her gaze to the other ring. Gellert casually lifted the ring with the tip of his wand. "A Horcrux. This belonged to Voldemort's maternal grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt," Dumbledore explained. "Voldemort killed him and turned it into a Horcrux." Interestingly, he paused slightly as Gellert flicked his wrist, causing the ring to fall into Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore raised the ring higher, and Andrea leaned in closer. The tales of Beetle the Bard. Everyone regards it as mere children's bedtime stories, the 3 Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone, Andrea slowly articulated. She tilted her head slightly to glance at the Elder Wand that Gellert was toying with, contemplating if the tales were more than mere legends. If the Deathly Hallows truly existed. However, I suspect Voldemort is unaware of this. Otherwise, he would realize that the legends concerning the Deathly Hallows are indeed true and would not so easily have fashioned it into a Horcrux, Dumbledore remarked. "Professor Dumbledore, is the legend that the Resurrection Stone can bring back the dead also true?" Andrea gazed at the gleaming black gem, her heart racing. "I cannot say for certain." Gellert's suddenly amplified voice resonated behind her, leaving one to ponder who had awakened. "If I hadn't followed you, you would surely have found it impossible to return." He softly admonished Dumbledore. "Return? Why would one not be able to return?" A faint chuckle escaped Dumbledore, his gaze averted in a moment of uncertainty. Suddenly, Andrea seemed to recall something. "This ring, where have I seen it before?" It shouldn't be, since this Resurrection Stone ring had always resided in the Gaunt mansion. How then had she come into contact with it? "In the memories of your dear friend from 6th year, I saw Albus wearing that very ring," Gellert remarked. "Have you saw Draco?" Andrea first noted this inquiry. Gellert huffed dismissively. After all, Draco had once received orders to kill Dumbledore. "I fear Draco has come to his own conclusions. He sought us out. In his 6th year, I witnessed my withered, charred arm, adorned with the ring. I suppose it was when I succumbed to temptation while eliminating the Horcrux." Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. At that moment, Gellert fell eerily silent, his expression darkening to rival that of Professor Snape. Andrea understood their demeanor well. They were both acutely aware of the nature of such temptation. Dumbledore speculated that the remaining Horcruxes likely originated from the relics of the founders of the 4 houses. Fortunately, Gryffindor's sword remained securely in Dumbledore's possession. But the predicament lay in the uncertainty of where Voldemort had concealed the others. Given the troublesome mischief maker within the school, Andrea felt the complexity of this endeavor had escalated significantly. Chapter 50. Practicing the Patronus charm. Umbridge was undoubtedly favored by Fudge, merely 2 days after her denunciation. Her new decree arrived, promoting her to the position of special investigator. Though she was unclear on the significance of this title, it did not deter her from flaunting her authority in Dumbledore's absence from the school. Indeed, Dumbledore had been quite occupied as the school year commenced, often absent, and after classes concluded, he and Gellert would vanish without a trace, leaving Umbridge with ample opportunity to assert her dominance. However, the affairs of the elderly couple were of no concern to her. After a history of magic class, which had been disrupted by Umbridge, Fred, seated at the desk behind her, poked her shoulder. "What's the matter, Fred?" Andrea inquired. "I recall you have no classes after history of magic. Let us practice the Patronus charm together." Fred extended the invitation. Due to Umbridge's stringent oversight, they had not spoken in several days. George, sitting beside Fred, hesitated. unsure if his interjection to join was inappropriate. Nevertheless, he bravely piped up, "Count me in." Despite being twins, ever since Fred had developed feelings for Andrea, he could walk alone through Hogwarts and still have someone mistake him for George. It was quite alarming. "What jest is this? I wouldn't leave you behind," Fred replied. Andrea couldn't shake the feeling that George was somehow orchestrating opportunities for her to spend time alone with Fred. "Not at all, thank you. It is he who has been afforded opportunities," George quipped. After class, Andrea, taking advantage of the crowd as cover, stealthily slipped away with the brothers, knowing the consequences if Umbridge were to catch them. "Fred, please inform Il about the necessity of staying in crowded areas when visiting Hogsmeade. She must not wander alone," Andrea suddenly recalled. Given the unreliability of Dementors, allowing such emotionless beings to guard Hogsmeade, would the pervasive joy not draw the Dementors closer? Andrea harbored serious doubts about this. "Have you received any news?" Fred questioned, sensing the air of mystery surrounding Andrea. "Is there news of the Death Eaters?" George leaned in to whisper. "No," Andrea replied, uncertain where their minds had wandered. Yet she refrained from sharing her own suspicions, as it would only incite unnecessary panic. Navigating through the throng of students, they safely arrived on the 8th floor, passing the tapestry of the giant troll thrice, while mentally reciting, "I need a place to practice spells." A simple room materialized before them. Andrea, Fred, and George quickly slipped inside. The origin of such a remarkable place was truly wondrous. No matter how many times they entered, George remained deeply enchanted by it. He and Fred often used it as a workshop for their creations. "Where did we leave off last time?" Andrea asked, as it had been some time since they had practiced, and recent events had clouded her memory. "You mentioned something about the Patronus." Fred eagerly responded. "Very well. Today, we shall attempt to cast the spell," she instructed. "When reciting the incantation, you must concentrate entirely on a particularly joyous moment for the spell to take effect." Clearing her throat, she declared, "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum," they chanted in unison. "Focus. Concentrate on your happiest memory," Fred encouraged, already envisioning the times he and George had played pranks, causing Ron to cry out in terror, a highlight of his childhood. "I'm ready as well." George echoed Fred's sentiment. "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum." They raised their wands together. 2 wisps of silvery mist emerged from their wand tips, only to vanish before fully taking shape. "Not bad, but perhaps you could conjure a memory of even greater joy," Andrea suggested. They exchanged glances, both recalling the exhilarating matches on the Quidditch pitch. "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum." A burst of sparkling silver mist erupted forth, forming a brilliant luminescence before them. Significant progress. Continue practicing for a while longer. As Fred and George contemplated the emergence of Dementors, Andrea's fully formed Patronus left them feeling somewhat disheartened. "I must say, achieving this level on your first attempt is quite impressive. The Patronus charm is a formidable defensive spell, and few wizards can conjure it in its entirety," Andrea reassured them. Reflecting on her own journey, she had embraced a similar mindset while learning. After all, her defense against the dark arts grade had been an O. Yet mastering the Patronus charm had taken considerable time. While the Weasley twins practiced diligently, Andrea was equally engaged. The escape of the Death Eaters instilling within her a profound sense of urgency to master more advanced spells. Thus, the modest room became distinctly divided. One side focused intently on practicing the Patronus charm, while the other side reverberated with powerful magical energies emanating from Andrea. After a time, Fred and George found themselves pausing, unable to ignore the magnetic allure of Andrea's formidable magic. Indeed, it was captivating, Fred mused. Such a powerful presence, as Andrea was like a beacon of light, illuminating everything around her. "Fred, if you allow me to stand out anywhere, you are doomed." George jested fiercely. "Not at all. I wouldn't wish for such a fate." Fred replied casually, his gaze still fixated on Andrea. Though they had ceased their practice, they were now able to consistently conjure a silvery mist from their wands, no longer experiencing the erratic fluctuations of earlier attempts. According to Andrea, this was a remarkable advancement. "Have you finished your practice?" Andrea, noticing for the first time that the two had halted, inquired during her break. "We're done," Fred replied. "Have you noticed," George interjected, "that he wants to ask Andrea if she has observed Fred's recent peculiar behavior?" However, his brother was astute enough to understand him and swiftly restrained him by the neck, pulling him away. "We've been gone for too long. Let's hurry outside before our classmates notice something amiss," Fred insisted, cutting off further conversation. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the onset of night, indicating their diligence had indeed paid off. Thanks to Fred and George, Andrea once again found herself in the kitchens of Hogwarts. Everything here felt refreshingly novel, save for a few shrieking house elves. Chapter 51, Comforting Draco. Next weekend, Gryffindor was set to face Hufflepuff in a Quidditch match. Fred had mentioned that what was pushing them to their limits, with daily practices exceeding 4 hours. The recent rains had been relentless, drenching everyone in a painful downpour. Andrea had visited the pitch once, overwhelmed by the dazzling flashes of orange and red. Lacking any athletic prowess, she found herself dazzled and dizzy after just a few visits. However, Dumbledore had been spending more time at the school lately, and Umbridge had notably toned down her antics. The castle corridors were once again filled with affectionate couples. And on a sunny afternoon, Andrea found herself sitting by the Black Lake with Draco. "What's the matter? Has your Gryffindor heartthrob been too busy for you lately?" Draco teased acidly. Originally, aside from that impish Taylor, he had been the most significant person to Andrea. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Taylor had joined Gryffindor. And as a result, her relationship with the Weasley twins had improved considerably. Now, it seemed that Fred Weasley's demeanor towards her was rather peculiar. Once indifferent to Quidditch, she found herself lingering at the Gryffindor training grounds for several days, even being accused by Oliver Wood of attempting to steal Gryffindor's secret tactics. Of course, Draco was unaware that George had jokingly suggested that Fred was eyeing Gryffindor's exceptional beaters. Otherwise, he might have stormed over to give George Weasley a piece of his mind. "It's all right. Isn't there still my Slytherin heartthrob?" Andrea thought, aware that she had been neglecting Draco lately and wishing to utter some comforting words. Sure enough, she watched as Draco awkwardly turned his head away, covering his mouth with a smile. "Hey, Lia," Draco murmured, his head bowed to mask his despondent expression. "Do you think this time there will be a different outcome?" "Of course. Each of us is destined for a brighter future," Andrea asserted resolutely. "But haven't you realized that some things are simply unavoidable? You took away the diary, yet it still led others to unleash the basilisk. No escape from black. Yet there was Peter's escape, this time accompanied by that madwoman Bellatrix." Draco exclaimed in anguish, lamenting that he had scarcely slept a wink over the summer. Tormented by the escaped Death Eaters. Even Lucius appeared far more relaxed than he did. "Things are different now, Draco." Andrea grasped his hand, recalling how she once shared his thoughts, but reality had proven far more complex. Though Voldemort's Horcrux had been vanquished as in the past, Professor Dumbledore's hands remained unscathed, and his life continued unabated. Once, Gellert had not appeared, and she would not become his student for many years. Everything had undergone a tremendous transformation. Nothing remains constant. "And Draco, how did you even contemplate confessing to Professor Dumbledore?" "As far as I know, Lucius is still a staunch supporter of Voldemort. Draco's actions must surely have been concealed from Lucius and Narcissa. Father has not yet made a firm decision." When that news reached him, he was almost immediately prepared. Having already devised an explanation regarding the truth of his betrayal, awaiting the day his master would call upon him once more, Draco sorrowfully stated. He recalled Potter's words from the previous 4th year, when Potter had mentioned seeing his father in the presence of the Dark Lord, which was true. His father had answered the summons, yet he had revealed his true self due to past betrayals, showing no concern for his father's fate. Andrea tenderly stroked his hair, reminiscing about how Lucius had been imprisoned in Azkaban, forcing Draco to mature rapidly, enduring one impossible task after another that stretched his capabilities and conscience. During that time, he had suffered from sleepless nights, losing clumps of hair. Without Narcissa's support, he might have crumbled entirely. Once such a cherished child, cradled by his parents. "It will be all right, Draco. You must believe that everything will ultimately be far better than before. You are too good. Merlin will not allow you to endure suffering again." Not only was Taylor her kin, but Draco too was one of her dearest. She would never permit him to experience the same hardships again. Even if Lucius refused to join Dumbledore's ranks, as long as he did not revert to the darkness, I, in Gellert's name, assure you he shall come to no harm. Andrea declared. I knew you've been mingling quite well with Dumbledore's army lately," Draco retorted, playfully extricating himself from her embrace. No sooner had he done so than a flash of orange raced toward them, closely pursued by another figure. Hey, a prolonged echo, you too. "Do you mind if we join you?" It was Fred Weasley. "Damn, does he have an antenna named Andrea? Every time I manage to spend a moment with Lia, this rascal inexplicably appears from nowhere, interrupting us." "May I join you?" Fred panted as he approached, breathless. "For the love of all that is good, please agree quickly." George trailed just behind him. They had just concluded Quidditch practice, and while airborne, they had noted this scene. More precisely, Fred had been casting glances in their direction. Upon spotting Andrea with Draco, he had sprinted the moment would announce the end of practice, leaving George to chase after him like a dog. George plopped down beside Draco, his body still glistening with sweat from exercise, prompting Draco to scoot away in irritation. "Little Weasel, how about giving the lovesick Fred a chance?" George suggested in a lowered voice. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Beg me." Beg you," George clarified. "It's Fred who's begging. I'm indifferent." He shrugged. It was utterly perplexing why Fred, who was secretly practicing magic and completing assignments from professors, wouldn't he simply confide in Andrea. Instead, every time she was with Draco, he concocted foolish excuses to intrude, a sight that was almost painful to witness. "Sit down, Fred. You must be exhausted from training," Andrea remarked, oblivious to the silent exchanges between George and Draco. George sat beside Draco, while Fred conveniently took a seat on the other side of Andrea. Next, it was Fred's turn to rack his brain for conversation topics, for he realized that since he and George had settled down, they had run out of things to say. Chapter 52, A Bunch of Weasleys. "If my mother finds out, she'll definitely kill me," Ron lamented. They were traversing the first-floor corridor, having just come in from outside, and were en route to Professor Dumbledore's office. According to Hermione, they intended to confess their wrongdoings to Dumbledore. Il was quite excited, discussing as they walked. "I can't believe it. Ron, where did you get those prank items?" Hermione shot him a glare. It went without saying that they must have originated from Fred and George. "You're right." Ron clutched his satchel tightly, completely engulfed in the shadow of impending expulsion. "Hey, where are you all headed?" Along the way, someone greeted them. But no one paid attention, as they were determined to reach Dumbledore before Umbridge could report them. "What is going on?" Fred inquired. "No idea," George replied. Andrea flipped through a piece of paper in her hand. Their lesson in Gryffindor was care of magical creatures. Could it be that Professor Lupin had covered something unacceptable in class? Suddenly, a noisy throng of Gryffindors surged towards them, chattering incessantly, their faces alight with excitement. Andrea and the others could barely make out words like Umbridge and exploded amidst the din. They exchanged glances. Fred pulled a startled Gryffindor from the crowd. "Neville, what is the interesting news?" George asked. "Did something happen in Professor Lupin's class?" That shouldn't be the case. Lupin was known for his calm and steady demeanor. Even if he disliked Umbridge, he wouldn't stoop to tripping her up in class, would he? Neville recalled the recent classroom scene, trembling slightly. He nervously scanned his surroundings, fearing he might encounter someone, until they led him to a deserted corner, where he finally ceased his quaking. "They've gotten into trouble," he exclaimed, his expression still one of shock. Ron threw a thunderbolt firework at Umbridge, which ordinarily wouldn't be a big deal. But she didn't realize she had something on her that caught fire. She was furious, waving her wand everywhere and obliterating a box of fire lizards. She said she would tell Professor Dumbledore and get Ron expelled, Neville whispered, sniffling. Andrea glared at Fred and George. It was needless to say that such hazardous items must have stemmed from these two mischief makers. If it hadn't harmed Umbridge, and had been used on a student instead, who knew what other complications could have arisen? Although the incident had befallen Umbridge, she felt it was well-deserved. "What about Professor Lupin? Is he going to allow this to happen?" Andrea questioned. "Professor Lupin is on leave. I heard he had asked Hagrid to substitute for him." But Umbridge insisted that Hagrid was unqualified to teach properly, and insisted on taking over Lupin's class. If she hadn't blamed Lupin, Ron wouldn't have acted that way, Neville added, both fearful and resolute. "Did you just say that Umbridge wants Dumbledore to expel Ron?" Andrea asked, her face contorting in disbelief. It was highly improbable they would achieve anything, not to mention whether they could even manage to find Dumbledore. It was clear that no one at Hogwarts, including Dumbledore himself, would be unhappy to see Umbridge leave. Furthermore, she recalled the reason for Lupin's leave. "Our little brother is terribly unfortunate. Clever Fred and George, yet they have never been caught red-handed. Surely, they can't allow him to be expelled? What do you suggest?" "Do nothing at all," Andrea interrupted sternly. "Think of your father. He still works at the Ministry of Magic." Fred and George's faces fell. This matter should be left to Dumbledore. Surely, he wouldn't want to lose a fine Gryffindor student because of Umbridge. She will definitely deduct points from Gryffindor, Neville thought sadly. And it could very well be 150 points. Andrea was tempted to witness the spectacle, but knowing Umbridge's nature, if she were to be seen in such a state of disarray, she could very likely face special treatment in the future. As for Fred and George, although they were also eager to see Umbridge's humiliation, Andrea was right. Their father still worked in the ministry, and what if that woman tried to sabotage him? Just moments ago, Umbridge had stormed into the school, sporting a ridiculous explosion of hair and filthy black clothing. Many students from various houses had witnessed her disgrace. She must have been so enraged that she forgot to disguise her appearance. The three of them huddled at the base of the small tower with their books, ensuring that when Ron and the others emerged, they would be able to see them. However, before they could wait for Ron, Percy and Ginny came rushing over. Percy, apparently informed by someone, was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically. "I heard Ron blew up Umbridge the Inquisitor, is that true?" Andrea rolled her eyes. Only Percy would refer to her that way. Ginny, unaware of the situation, sidled up to Andrea and asked in a small voice, "What happened?" "Your brother. He blew up Umbridge. Haven't you heard Percy mention it? The Inquisitor is now off to complain to the headmaster." "Fred, George, do you have any idea how serious this is?" Percy exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, one he had never worn before. He had always anticipated working at the ministry after graduation, but now it seemed that his younger brothers might ruin that for him. He spoke each word carefully. I know Ron's items must have come from you. I will write home to tell Mom and Dad about this. You two can expect to be punished. Whatever, George replied. You always do this, don't you? Prefect Percy. Fred retorted without reservation. You two never learn, Percy said, his tone growing more severe. Andrea felt discomfort. Percy always viewed Fred and George through a biased lens. Although the items were indeed theirs, it was Ron who chose to use them. Why was it always their fault? Stop arguing, Ginny whispered. Percy continued loudly. It's all Mom's fault for spoiling you two. If you're the favorite son, then you're the one who brings pride to Mom. George and I are merely two pests in the family. Fred shouted angrily, yanking George and Andrea along as he turned to leave. If you're so capable, I suggest you go to the headmaster and speak to him. Instead of taking your anger out on your brothers, Andrea shot back at Percy Weasley before departing with a lingering glance. Fred and George hesitated momentarily, but soon resumed their hurried pace, with Andrea struggling to keep up with their strides. They dashed up to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Chapter 53, The Art of Mental Occlumency. Stupid Percy. Fred concluded his tirade against Percy Weasley with a few choice words. Andrea was somewhat vexed. She had evidently recalled that Percy Weasley had aligned himself with the Ministry of Magic for the sake of so-called ambition. Why had such an anomaly emerged from the Weasley family? For an extended period, Fred and George had no desire to converse with Percy, although it was clear that he also had no inclination for small talk, as he would stride past them with his head held high. The details of the previous incident remained unclear. However, Umbridge had not returned to the school since her departure that day, leaving one to wonder what stance the ministry had regarding the matter. Professor McGonagall, in a fit of anger, had deducted 20 minutes from Ron's time as a cautionary measure. Yet no one reproached him this time. It could be confidently asserted that not a single student in the school harbored any fondness for Umbridge. Given the unique nature of Dumbledore's office, Andrea could not frequent it. Thus she had shifted her focus from diligent potion studies to earnest defense against the dark arts. Considering that the 3rd floor housed only this one office, Andrea seldom encountered other professors here. Professor, I have arrived. Upon entering, she found Gellert reclining in his chair, the fireplace casting a warm glow. The table was set with refreshments, and 2 cups already bore the marks of use. Has Professor Dumbledore just departed? Do take a seat, Gellert replied succinctly. Andrea recalled the times she had instructed Fred and George in practicing the Patronus charm in the room of requirement. Their progress had been somewhat sluggish. The twins had experienced so many amusing adventures throughout their lives that it could be said they scarcely knew moments of unhappiness, and thus their Patronus forms remained elusive. Andrea, it seems your occlumency needs further refinement, Gellert remarked. It dawned on her that he had performed legilimency, perceiving her thoughts. Why is that? Andrea inquired. Gellert was aware of her keen sense of awareness. She must have noticed Dumbledore's recent peculiarities. After conferring with Dumbledore, he decided it prudent to inform Andrea, especially since she seemed to have a good rapport with Harry Potter. Surely Dumbledore has informed you that Harry Potter is also one of the Horcruxes, Gellert pronounced, twisting the name with a certain gravity, which implied that Voldemort could potentially surveil those around Harry through him. Is it akin to legilimency? Andrea swiftly surmised. Precisely, Gellert continued, that boy is pivotal. Yet he is currently too impetuous. Youth is indeed a virtue, but regrettably, he is yet to master the control of his temper, often acting on impulse. He cannot rely on Dumbledore to continually rectify his missteps. But now, Voldemort remained an unknown entity, an amorphous soul. How could he have discerned that Harry was one of his Horcruxes? Unclear, Gellert replied. However, Harry's emotional fluctuations are too pronounced. Should Voldemort regain his corporeal form, he will certainly become aware of this. By then, it would be too late to take precautions. Gellert's assertion was indeed accurate. Having interacted with Harry for 2 years in a past life, she understood this well. Each time Harry managed to elude detection, he would boldly utter Voldemort's name, ultimately leading the Death Eaters to the trio's location. The most severe incident had transpired at Malfoy Manor, where Draco had nearly fallen victim to Bellatrix's machinations. So, you and Professor Dumbledore have been avoiding him? It appeared her concerns were not unfounded. I need not evade him. Rather, I must present myself more prominently before him, Gellert stated. Andrea found this perplexing, yet Dumbledore's absence from Harry was untenable. His frequent departures had afforded Umbridge the audacity to act, much to the discontent of the students. Andrea wished to inquire further, but Gellert precluded her questions, having intended only to alleviate her confusion. Focus on teaching your friends the Patronus charm. Soon enough, there will be a spectacle to behold. As for you, if your occlumency with that Malfoy remains unrefined, Dumbledore and I may need to consider alternative measures. The secrets they both harbored were far too significant to risk any missteps. Professor, Have you received any intelligence? Andrea was brimming with curiosity. Although a Dementor had brazenly attacked Harry at school, Dumbledore and Gellert were now aware of this incident and would have certainly fortified defenses. Was it conceivable that they would allow such an event to transpire again? Gellert held a piece of parchment, which Andrea recognized as a special leather paper used for communications among the saints, imbued with a potent invisibility charm, visible only through specific incantations. Is this a message from the saints? She pondered. However, the influence of the saints has recently infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. How else would they be privy to information regarding the ministry's lackeys? Gellert glanced at her. I recall your spellcasting practice has been commendable. During the final Hogsmeade weekend before the holidays, you shall accompany me there. Bring along a polyjuice potion, as you are in for quite a show. Gellert spoke with an air of mystery, and though Andrea yearned for further clarification, he firmly sealed his lips, unwilling to divulge more. With a weighty task ahead of her, Andrea departed Gellert's defense against the Dark Arts office. She need not worry about Draco. He was a master of occlumency, trained personally by Bellatrix, while she remained susceptible to being legilimenced by a master of advanced spells. Gellert was correct. Whether she or Draco was exposed before that individual, it would be a significant blow to their side. Should her oversight lead to failure for everyone, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Gellert's implication that he would not instruct Draco in occlumency left her with few options. The other expert in occlumency at the school was Professor Snape, and she dared not reveal her secrets to him. Thus, Draco became her only recourse. They had supported each other, growing together, and surely there was nothing they could not share. Andrea mused, oblivious to the fact that someone else was harboring a rather jealous heart. Chapter 54, The Successful Patronus Charm. Draco was undoubtedly an excellent practice partner. His proficiency in occlumency far surpassed that of any of his peers. In just a few short days, Andrea made significant strides in her occlumency. This was an exceedingly rare skill, and her emotional nature made it inherently more challenging for her than for Draco. To avoid attracting attention, especially from Professor Snape, they had chosen the room of requirement for their practice. Consequently, when Fred, hindered in his attempts to conjure a Patronus, observed Andrea and young Malfoy entering the room of requirement for several hours, he was utterly incensed. He assumed it was his own ineptitude that had caused Andrea's impatience. George, however, was less concerned. His recent spell casting had been less than successful, and he and Fred had exhausted all avenues of joyful thought, yet still failed to summon a tangible Patronus. Did they truly lack any happier memories? When he broached the topic with Fred, he was too absorbed in his complaints to notice Fred's discomfort. Fred reminisced about the times he held hands with Andrea, his heart swelling with joy to the brink of bursting. On several occasions, the tip of his wand had conjured a creature resembling an animal, though it had yet to fully take form. Thus, while he fondly recalled those delightful moments, he observed Andrea growing closer to Malfoy, which ignited a sense of urgency within him. After a week of rigorous training, Andrea had finally mastered the ability to repel Draco's legilimency at any moment, signifying that her task was nearing completion. One day, as she stepped out of the room of requirement, she spotted a red head peeking around the corner. Fred, what are you doing there? With Umbridge gone, even Filch felt a notable relief, no longer competing for work, allowing him to be more lenient with the mischievous students. Fred emerged, glancing behind her to find no one else present. Where's Malfoy? He asked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Andrea was aware he had come to seek her out, but feigned ignorance. Are you looking for Draco? He just left. Shall I escort you to Slytherin to fetch him? Recently, Fred had become more straightforward with her, yet without explicitly stating his feelings, she felt hesitant to respond. Even Draco had advised her to take the initiative, but she remained too anxious to take that leap, especially when it came to matters involving Fred. If Illy had learned of this, he would surely exclaim, Fred is going to be my brother-in-law? How splendid. Does that mean I will have endless prank supplies in the future? After which, Andrea would retaliate with a well-placed punch, reminding him not to overly encourage Harry to engage in perilous antics. Fred leaned closer, bending down to adopt a pitiful expression. My Patronus has made great strides. Would you care to take a look? Well, sure, she stammered. Shall we return to the room of requirement? Andrea was caught off guard, his warm breath igniting her senses. All right, he smirked, a proud expression creeping onto his face. Andrea notably refrained from inquiring about George's whereabouts, and Fred chose not to remind her either. Thus, poor George was left alone in the dormitory, oblivious to the fact that his brother was not only secretly catching up on studies, but also forging a bond with the teacher. When it came to Patronus training, Andrea exhibited a strong sense of responsibility. Upon entering the room, she urged Fred to summon his Patronus, her tone slightly urgent, which pleased him. As he drew his wand, he reflected on how every interaction with Andrea, their conversations, their closeness, and every shy moment she displayed, was intertwined with his feelings for her. This realization filled him with immense joy as he raised his wand high and confidently declared, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand. As a tall, gangly creature burst forth, soaring into the air before circling around them. Finally, it gently nestled its head against Andrea's shoulder, revealing itself to be a monkey. Tall and lanky, much like its master. Andrea blushed at the intimate gesture of the Patronus, clapping her hands in excitement. That's amazing. How did you do it? With a sly grin, Fred replied, Do you want to know what I was thinking when I cast the spell? Instinctively, Andrea sensed it prudent not to inquire further. Yet her curiosity burned within her. Just as she was about to voice her question, the door burst open, and in rushed another tousled redhead. I knew you were here. Practicing behind my back. Andrea jumped, quickly glancing towards the entrance. George! Fred shouted in anger, rushing towards his brother. They had almost reached a pivotal moment of honesty, only for George to ruin it entirely. Now, discussing the matter would undoubtedly be awkward. Andrea discreetly unclenched her fists, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had nearly posed her question, but if the answer had differed from her expectations, it would have been exceedingly embarrassing. Thankfully, George had arrived. However, she realized she had indeed been neglecting George lately. Unlike Fred, he seldom sought her out, causing his progress to lag behind Fred's. With a sense of responsibility, Andrea felt compelled to pull George over to continue their training. Why haven't I seen you practicing with Fred lately? She inquired, unknowingly striking a nerve within George, who didn't wish to come. It was Fred who had been sneaking off to see Andrea without him, taking advantage of Andrea's momentary distraction. George shot Fred a knowing look. Yet, for the sake of brotherly loyalty, he refrained from exposing Fred's mischief. But Fred's Patronus charm has succeeded, so you better catch up. George, Andrea reminded him. Sure thing. You think I don't know what you're really thinking? Fred quickly covered George's mouth, determined to keep any secrets from spilling. With George's meddlesome presence around, Fred's chances of success were thwarted, and for now, he hoped Andrea would remain unattached. Chapter 55, The Eavesdrop Conspiracy. Perhaps Fudge was convinced that Dumbledore would soon seize control of the Ministry of Magic. To their dismay, on the third day following Umbridge's departure from Hogwarts, a new official from the Ministry, named Michael Collins, seemed to have arrived. He was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and exuded an intimidating presence, quite unlike Umbridge. Andrea noticed that he appeared particularly antagonistic towards Professor Snape. Had he not targeted potions class on his very first day? She might have believed his intentions were to ensure students received a higher quality education. Uncertain of Collins's true motives, Professor Snape, infuriated, did not dismiss him. Though Collins was undeniably handsome, his temper left much to be desired, yet the students seemed to regard him favorably. Leah, don't you think the new investigator is rather dashing? Andrea noted that Noelle was also captivated, though many Slytherins expressed outrage at his disrespectful remarks towards Professor Snape. However, she could not recall a Michael Collins among Fudge's inner circle. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the Ministry. As Andrea instinctively sought to clarify her doubts with Gellert, she discovered that this new Collins appeared to be acquainted with him. During Gellert's defense against the dark arts class, Collins had neither criticized nor questioned him, instead praising his teaching methods and engaging in lively conversation afterward. From Gellert's demeanor, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. How curious. To have a Ministry official, seemingly a confidant of Fudge? Recently, Dumbledore had re-emerged in the public eye, and from his relaxed expression, Andrea surmised he must have resolved some troubling issue. One day, while Andrea was in the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts, a knock resounded upon the door, heralding the arrival of a distinguished guest. Andrea, please retire to the inner chamber for a while, said Gellert. She made her way to Gellert's study, a sanctuary filled with manuscripts on dark magic research, where she often sought knowledge. The identity of the visitor remained a mystery, prompting Gellert to discreetly suggest she hide. Extracting a book she had left unfinished, she immersed herself in its pages. The study was separated from the main office by a small door, slightly ajar, allowing a faint sound to seep through. Yet, as long as she remained silent, those outside would remain oblivious to her presence. Initially, she had no intention of eavesdropping, until she discerned the voice of Collins, the newly appointed investigator rumored to have been granted considerable authority by Fudge, enabling him to assess Professor's teaching standards and report back to the Ministry of Magic. However, unlike Umbridge, he did not flaunt his power with ostentatious documentation. What could have brought him to consult Gellert? Yet, since Gellert had not explicitly advised her to remain silent, she felt justified in listening. My lord, have you considered our previous discussion? Collins's voice bore a weighty tone, suggesting he was aware of Gellert's true identity, although he refrained from uttering his name aloud. Gellert, however, perceived Collins's understanding as superficial. Your methods are indeed impressive, Collins. A mere stepping stone has elevated you to a position of trust with the Minister of Magic, Gellert remarked. causing Andrea to gasp. She had assumed Collins and Gellert shared only a casual acquaintance, unaware of the profound connections binding them. Before she could ponder further, Collins continued. My master genuinely wishes to form an alliance with you. We could achieve our respective goals together. Why not embrace this opportunity? Who could this master be? Andrea mused. Gellert's response seemed dismissive, revealing that Collins had not presented compelling enough incentives. The notion of a nebulous master was hardly worthy of consideration. You could once again unify the European magical community, while we merely need to dominate Britain. What reservations could you possibly harbor in such a mutually beneficial scenario? Collins's excitement was palpable, evidently not his first attempt to persuade Gellert, though previous overtures had been rebuffed. At this, Andrea's alertness heightened. To her knowledge, there was only one individual in Britain with ambitions of unification. Had he returned? When did the ranks of the Death Eaters include someone named Michael Collins? Moreover, how could he speak so brazenly, knowing Gellert's true identity? You expect me to deal with Dumbledore, my dear Albus, while you take on that golden-haired brat Potter? Do you perceive me as a mere pawn at your disposal? Gellert's voice turned icy, his disdain palpable, upon hearing of the plan. He had yearned to cast an Avada Kedavra, simultaneously eliminating a nuisance. Had it not been for Albus's intervention, he would have long since sought an audience with Merlin. And now here was Collins, daring to speak before him. I dare not, Collins quickly retorted. I am here precisely to discuss this matter. Our plans have shifted. My master has decided to leave Dumbledore to himself, and requires your assistance in extracting Harry Potter from Hogwarts. He needs him, Collins elucidated. Extracting Harry from school? What could Voldemort possibly want with Harry? To kill him? It was bold to conspire with professors to abduct Harry. What a ludicrous scheme. Just a wall away. Andrea leaned against the door frame, unable to suppress her critique. I am here incognito. Should my identity be revealed, your plans would be utterly foiled. Gellert countered. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to occur. I have gained Fudge's trust. He is convinced of Dumbledore's intentions to usurp his power. We can shift the blame entirely onto Dumbledore, inciting them to turn against one another, Collins proposed, presenting what he believed to be a flawless strategy. Unbeknownst to him, Gellert's countenance darkened at the thought of yet another assault on Dumbledore, albeit in a different guise. Yet, he merely raised his teacup to shield his expression. I shall contemplate your proposal, but heed this. Should you act unilaterally, do not expect me to remain amicable. Gellert unceremoniously issued an ultimatum. After Collins departed, Andrea emerged from the study. You heard everything? Gellert inquired. Yes, who is this Death Eater? Andrea asked directly. A fool who owes his life to a woman. Gellert concluded. Chapter 56. Fragments of Truth and a long-awaited reunion with Cedric. How could they have approached you? You let them discover your identity. Do you not fear they might turn against you? Andrea questioned, perplexed. The strong fear nothing, Gellert replied, casting a glance her way. But truth be told, you are somewhat lacking. Of course, I am merely 15. Andrea feigned innocence, though she had lived many years and possessed considerable magical prowess. Yet in comparison to Gellert, who had surpassed a century, she was but a child. Professor, is that Collins truly a Death Eater? Why have I never heard of him before? Collins sounded like a Muggle name. There was not a single pure blood bearing that surname. Given Voldemort's obsession with blood purity, he would not recruit a Muggle or a half-blood unless they possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, why had this name not surfaced before his downfall? Gellert refrained from divulging that Collins was a fiercely loyal and ruthlessly ambitious individual. Such a person ought not to be nameless. Among the cohort she recalled most vividly were Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphius Lestrange, and young Barty Crouch Jr. Even those of lesser renown had made their presence known. Michael Collins, however, had seemingly materialized from thin air. It was also a fault of Fudge's carelessness. Allowing such an individual to infiltrate the ministry and meddle with Hogwarts was reckless. Gellert merely indicated that Collins was formidable, but declined to elaborate further. To her knowledge, the most loyal Death Eaters had either been imprisoned in Azkaban or had perished. Aside from the fugitives Bellatrix and Peter, whom else remained? Why do they wish to bring Harry before Voldemort? Has he regained his corporeal form? How could he permit his servants to witness him in such a diminished state? Though he has not restored his physical body, he has discovered the bloodline magic inherent in Harry Potter. By utilizing Harry's blood for his resurrection, Harry Potter will be rendered unable to harm him, Gellert explained. Andrea recalled that Ilver had once informed her that Quirrell had turned to ash upon encountering Harry's blood. It seemed that Voldemort feared the bloodline curse left behind by Lily Potter within Harry's blood. What is your plan? She inquired. Professor Dumbledore must be aware of my desire to collaborate with the Death Eaters, or else Gellert would not dare to publicly associate with a concealed Death Eater within the confines of the school. Given Dumbledore's astuteness, could he truly be oblivious to this matter? Andrea expressed her skepticism. Gellert's explanation was that Voldemort must restore his corporeal form and eliminate all his Horcruxes before he can genuinely be vanquished. The implication of removing all his Horcruxes led her thoughts to Harry. Indeed, it necessitated that Harry Potter once again perish under Voldemort's killing curse. But that is a curse of death. How can one ensure that Harry will survive this time? Andrea voiced her concerns. Witnessing this child, whom she had grown fond of, inevitably march toward death was an excruciatingly cruel prospect. Impossible. Did you not see him return? That alone suffices to prove that Voldemort succeeded only in killing his Horcrux. Gellert scoffed with a disdainful smirk, recalling how he had created a Horcrux with the killing curse, only to later use it to end its existence himself. Such was the design of fate. With a heavy heart, Andrea departed from the defense against the dark arts office, while Gellert traversed through the fireplace to the headmaster's office. She had heard that Harry and Professor Snape had been summoned together, with Gellert stating that he intended to reveal a portion of the truth to Harry, specifically requesting the expertise of the renowned master of occlumency, Severus Snape, to personally instruct him. She wondered whether Professor Snape could temper his temperament and treat that unfortunate boy kindly, especially if he were aware of the fate that awaited Harry. As she descended to the first floor, she fortuitously encountered Cedric, the Hufflepuff boy, with whom she had not conversed in quite some time, particularly given the recent tumultuous events. They were on their way to practice Quidditch, having just concluded a match against Gryffindor without the interference of Dementors. This year, Harry had navigated the game with remarkable ease. Although he lacked the Firebolt, the Nimbus 2001 still showcased his exceptional flying skills. Gryffindor had triumphed over Hufflepuff with a lead of 170 points. However, to her knowledge, her affluent Uncle Sirius had initially planned to purchase a Firebolt as a gift for Harry upon its release, but Harry had vehemently dissuaded him, deeming it far too ostentatious. Such a broomstick would cost an exorbitant number of galleons. Andrea held Cedric in high regard. He was an exceptionally eager learner, and when he invited her to the Quidditch pitch, she readily accepted, as she was in dire need of a distraction. As they walked and chatted, the charming duo drew considerable attention. Andrea noticed a boy with dark skin and dreadlocks passing by, casting a strange glance in her direction. She vaguely remembered him as a classmate of Fred and George, named something like Dan, though the specifics eluded her. She brushed off the encounter without much thought. Upon reaching the pitch, she took a seat in the stands, where the view was splendid, and the figures darting across the sky created a dizzying spectacle. In her estimation, Cedric's flying prowess rivaled that of Harry, though his broom was a limiting factor. As Cedric once again captured the golden snitch, Andrea's hands became sore from clapping. Incredible! Cedric! She exclaimed with excitement. Though merely a practice session, it was exhilarating to watch. She began to understand why Eric was so captivated by Quidditch matches. However, she had not missed a single match featuring Fred. Just as Andrea was lost in thought, a voice drifted into her ears. Andrea, I am so heartbroken. Chapter 57, Fred's Relentless Pursuit. Andrea felt her spine stiffen, the hairs on her neck rising. Without turning around, she already knew it was Fred. There is a saying that a strong woman fears a persistent man. Although she did not consider herself particularly strong, Fred's frequent appearances in her life had certainly increased. It was not that she disliked the attention, but being alone with Fred felt peculiar, especially as he often bore a look of grievance and melancholy. George, it's all a ruse. All a ruse. Hey, Fred. She glanced behind him. Is George not here today? We want to fetch him for homework, Fred replied, taking a seat to her left. At that moment, Andrea recalled the boy she had seen earlier. His name was Lee Jordan, a close friend of theirs. She suspected he was the one who had come to deliver the message, though she found it hard to believe that George had accompanied him for homework. Poor George had confided in her more than once. Fred harbored feelings for her, which filled Andrea with a sweet sense of joy, though neither had voiced this sentiment aloud. With Voldemort still at large, the rivalry between the two houses could thrust them into peril at any moment. Not to mention the lingering shadow of Fred's death from the previous timeline that haunted her. Until Lucius, the Death Eater, was no more, her heart could not find peace. The specter of that loss loomed incessantly. Even if he were to perish, other Death Eaters remained. As long as there was war, there would be sacrifice. And it was uncertain who would fall. If it were someone close to her, the pain would be unbearable. She had already lost too much. Hence, her final choice had been to save Draco at the cost of her own life. Thus, it was perhaps best that neither of them addressed the unspoken feelings. Fred, in his clumsy enthusiasm, approached her without voicing his thoughts, creating an illusion that anyone else would have long since abandoned him. Yet, this was perfectly fine. What made you suddenly interested in Quidditch? I thought you were not fond of it, Fred inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him after Andrea's prolonged silence. He had just heard from Lee about the news and had rushed out without even setting down his homework, nearly getting caught by Filch in the corridor. Andrea smiled. I happened to run into Cedric, and since I've been a bit down lately, He invited me to come watch. Fred's cheeks puffed with indignation, though he remained oblivious to his own actions. If I invite you, you would come too? I have been coming every time, haven't I? What are you getting jealous about? Fred? She thought, amused. Then I have training tomorrow. You must remember to come, he insisted again, indifferent to whether Wood had any plans. Andrea readily agreed, successfully pacifying him. Soon, Hufflepuff's practice concluded, and when Cedric approached, he noticed Fred and Andrea engaged in conversation, leaning in close, with her head bowed, unaware of his arrival. Hey Fred, what brings you here? Cedric inquired, proving himself to be a remarkably good-natured boy. Andrea would have been annoyed had Fred been so rude as to turn his back on Cedric. She nudged him gently. Fred finally lifted his head, forcing a smile as if 2 toothpicks were holding his mouth corners up. What a coincidence, Diggory. The remaining members of the Hufflepuff team, who had a decent rapport with Fred, gathered around to greet him. Fred's demeanor towards them was significantly warmer than it had been towards Cedric. He could not possibly be oblivious to such overt treatment. His gaze lingered on the distance between Fred and Andrea, and a flicker of understanding passed through his mind, accompanied by a tinge of discontent. Andrea was a remarkable girl, her company as refreshing as a spring breeze, offering countless lessons in her presence, and Cedric cherished their interactions. However, it seemed that Andrea had already found someone who captured her affection, though Cedric yearned to make a bold move. Andrea appeared to have shielded herself, and her chosen one, so effectively that her heart remained impenetrable. Every time he revealed the slightest hint of his feelings, she deftly rebuffed him without a word. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to invite Andrea to Hogsmeade. Perhaps it was best to make a dignified exit. Andrea, let us return, he said. Goodbye, goodbye. After Cedric departed, Fred found himself reluctant to leave. Leah, would you like to soar through the skies on a broom? Fred excitedly invited. Perhaps she wasn't so keen on the idea, he mused. I'll take you. You won't fall, I promise. The thought of Andrea sitting behind him, soaring through the heavens, sent Fred's excitement to dizzying heights, almost causing him to topple from the stands. Fred, you look as if you intend to whisk me into the sky only to let me plummet back down, Andrea remarked, puzzled by the mischief evident in Fred's smile. She did not refuse. After all, she had confessed she could never turn down Fred. The school's brooms were rather worn, and Harry's Firebolt 2000 lay neglected beneath his bed. It was too late to borrow it now. Fred could only take Andrea on the old clean sweep, yet fortunately, his flying skills were impressive. As Andrea settled behind him, she clutched the hem of his shirt tightly as they ascended slowly, holding her breath. Though she was unafraid of heights, the reliance on a mere broomstick was both unfamiliar and unsettling for her. Andrea, do you feel it? Fred shouted into the wind. What? As they soared higher, Fred accelerated, his voice shattering in the air, compelling Andrea to lean closer just to catch a whisper of his words. Let us try something more thrilling. Andrea, hold on tight. With that, Fred tightened his grip on the broom and dove sharply, causing them to plummet as if weightless. Andrea had never been so near to the ground. Everything below swelled in size as they descended, and she buried her head against Fred's back. Oh my goodness. Now I understand the peril of those daring dives during Quidditch matches. Fred let out a whoop, exhilarated beyond measure. This is thrilling. Too thrilling, Andrea shouted. Just 10 feet from the ground, Fred gently lifted the broom, sending them soaring back into the sky, showcasing his aerial prowess as they danced between ascents and descents. Spins and flips, reveling in the exuberance of flight. Fred, my hair is a complete disaster. Eventually, Andrea had to voice her concern, her breathless words betraying her accelerated heartbeat. Though exhilarating, her wind-blown hair was hardly a pleasing sight. Gradually, Fred guided the broom back to the ground, and in that fleeting moment, he turned. Andrea discreetly cast a charm to restore her appearance, ensuring he would not witness her disheveled state. Chapter 58, The Secrets of Harry. Should your closest friend suddenly become enigmatic, vanishing after classes and returning only in the dead of night, one's heart would undoubtedly swell with suspicion. Hermione astutely noted Harry's erratic behavior of late. He frequently disappeared and returned tight-lipped, his demeanor always weary. Harry, what has transpired? She inquired, attempting to uncover the nature of his recent escapades. Yet whenever she posed the question, Harry evaded her inquiries, fueling her growing frustration, anger at the secrets kept by her dearest friend. It was only after Hermione's prompt that the oblivious Ron and Il realized they had not engaged in any activities with Harry for quite some time, apart from classes and Quidditch practice. I don't understand. Does he think we are untrustworthy? Ron exclaimed angrily. Whose fault is this? Who might betray his secrets? Il pondered, recalling their first year when they had tried to conceal Andrea's words. Fools, Hermione scolded, striking both boys on the head with her book. These 2 childish boys knew Harry was not that kind of person. Yet Harry's actions left her profoundly saddened. She had thought they were a family with whom he could share everything. One fateful day, the trio seized the opportunity to confront Harry as he exited Snape's office. Harry, so you've been seeking out Snape all along? Ron could hardly believe it, given Snape's demeanor toward Harry. It was unfathomable that Harry would clandestinely approach him for unknown reasons. The three friends ambushing him was a surprise Harry had not anticipated. However, they were still near the stairs, and Snape could emerge at any moment, making it inappropriate should any passing Slytherins overhear their conversation. Harry was reluctant to reveal the peculiar relationship he shared with Voldemort in such a setting, nor did he wish to disclose it to them. As he hurried up the stairs with his head down, Ron feared Harry might be abandoning their friendship, until Hermione reminded him they were in Slytherin territory. Turning back, the inquisitive Il dashed ahead of them. They raced to a broom cupboard on the third floor, their recent secret hideout, a seldom visited nook where Madame Pants rarely ventured, minimizing their chances of encountering Filch. After locking the door, the dimly lit broom cupboard prompted Hermione to illuminate her wand, allowing them to see each other's faces. Now, tell us, what have you been concealing from us lately? Hermione demanded, one hand on her hip and the other pointing her glowing wand at Harry's nose. Her tone grave. Under the intense scrutiny of his three friends, beads of cold sweat formed on Harry's brow. He did not intend to keep secrets from them. But this matter involved his scar, a significant issue that Professor Dumbledore had insisted he not discuss with anyone, and they were not anyone. Harry felt as though his head might explode, still reeling from the anxiety of having glimpsed a fragment of Snape's thoughts, now facing the barrage of questions from his friends. At that moment, he wished he were in Slytherin, where at least the students were not consumed with such insatiable curiosity. My scar. This, he said, brushing back his hair, was left by Voldemort. Everyone involuntarily shuddered, Ron's face paling. In fact, Professor Dumbledore informed me that Voldemort can possibly monitor my surroundings through this scar. Harry divulged part of the truth, omitting the potential danger posed by several Death Eaters who might be watching him. Sharing such revelations would only plunge them into panic, and no one could resolve his predicament. You mean, that person can watch you? Ron's eyes widened, his freckled face suddenly flushed with concern, realizing he too was a perilous target. As one of the most advantageous hostages on the path to eliminate Harry Potter, what have you been up to these days? How did you emerge from Professor Snape's office, when he is known to be particularly adversarial towards you? Il inquired. Hermione's gaze immediately fixed upon him, as if warning him not to dare lie to her. Well, Professor Dumbledore instructed me to learn to control my thoughts, so that Voldemort doesn't gain any insight into our situation. Harry recalled the words spoken by Dumbledore that day in the headmaster's office. Present at that meeting, besides himself and Dumbledore, were Professors Byleborn and Snape. Undoubtedly, his approach was correct, Hermione affirmed. Yet, how can one truly control their thoughts? If you tell me to think about not eating a drumstick tomorrow, I will certainly respond that it is impossible. Ron interjected, his mind preoccupied with the image of the glazed chicken leg on the dining table. It must be the brain closure charm. I encountered it in my sister's books, Illinois thought, recalling the volume on advanced dark magic defense he had seen in Andrea's room during the summer. That is an exceptionally profound defensive magic, one we won't learn at school. Harry, you are truly fortunate. Hermione's perspective diverged from the others. She had seen this spell in the restricted section, but regrettably, it wouldn't be covered in their 7 years at Hogwarts. How have you been progressing with it? She asked with keen interest. Harry struggled to articulate the sensation. Merely contemplating it made him feel nauseous. Terribly, I cannot think of nothing at all. Snape read my thoughts. Snape? Ron rudely interrupted. How could it be him? You must be feeling quite miserable. Ron cast a sympathetic glance at Harry. It's not as dreadful as you're suggesting. Snape is the head of Slytherin, Illinois interjected, recalling Andrea's praise for him. Last Christmas, my sister even received a return gift from Professor Snape, despite her insistence on sending gifts every year. And last year was the first time she received a response. This revelation astonished not only Ron, but also Hermione and Harry, leaving them agape. Come on. That's Snape we're talking about. Who at school could be favored by him? Even Dumbledore often faces his sharp sarcasm. In that moment, Andrea's stature in their minds grew immensely. Harry, you are a person of great emotional depth. Controlling your thoughts will be quite challenging for you. Hermione, having read extensively, possessed some understanding of the brain closure charm. Yet, as Dumbledore had stated, it was imperative for Harry to master it. If he has appointed Professor Snape to teach you, then he must be exceptionally skilled in this area. Harry, do not let a moment of pride cause you to miss this opportunity, Hermione earnestly advised. Indeed, mate. For your safety, and for the safety of all, myself included, you must take this seriously, Ron chimed in. Il patted his shoulder, reassuring him that he would surely succeed. As curfew approached, with Filch enforcing strict regulations, Harry and the others dared not linger too long, hastily concluding their conversation before stealthily returning to the tower. Fortunate enough to encounter no one along the way. Chapter 59, Betrayal. On the morning before Halloween, Andrea rose to breakfast with her classmates, her demeanor unperturbed. Once again, she had declined Fred's invitation to visit Hogsmeade, feeling regretful but bound by her prior commitment to Gellert. The polyjuice potion had finally reached her hands yesterday. Though its origin remained a mystery, Andrea concealed it on her person, intending to use it to access Hogsmeade via Gellert's office fireplace. She pondered the true meaning behind Gellert's cryptic remarks about a grand spectacle. After consuming a sip of the potion, she swiftly transformed into a man of average build. With ginger hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. Gellert had also altered his appearance, his hair now a reddish-brown, adorned with half-moon spectacles that Andrea found oddly familiar. Upon entering the Hogshead Inn, they encountered a bearded proprietor who perpetually hid behind a large glass, tirelessly polishing it with a cloth. Andrea sensed an unexpected tension emanating from Gellert. It seemed someone had unwittingly provoked him. The inn was a melting pot of characters, with patrons tightly wrapped in cloaks. Few, like Andrea and Gellert, had the audacity to appear with merely hoods. They did not linger long, quickly stepping out onto the main thoroughfare. Everywhere, there were notices posted by the Ministry of Magic, and Dementors flitted about ominously. Why are there so many Dementors? Andrea mused, a chill creeping over her. That coward Fudge is convinced that an abundance of Dementors will help capture the Death Eaters. He will soon realize his folly. Gellert glanced up, furrowing his brow in discontent. He, too, harbored a strong aversion to Dementors, and despite his formidable magic, he wished to avoid these loathsome creatures. Let's head to the Three Broomsticks. Upon entering, they each ordered a hot butterbeer. The inn was particularly crowded today, likely due to the festive atmosphere. Soon, their drinks arrived, and they sipped slowly. Andrea felt a warmth envelop her, prompting her to inquire about the necessity of their visit. Someone arranged to meet me here for a discussion, Gellert replied. As an individual approached them, he swiftly changed the subject, moving to the side. Do not sit too close. Grip your wand tightly. Instantly, Andrea shifted her drink to create distance, feigning ignorance of him. She had brought 2 wands today. Her own was concealed within the pocket of her robe, and the second, a spare wand Gellert had provided for emergencies. Upon hearing Gellert's words, she stealthily tightened her grip on her wand, though still pretending to drink. Her focus, however, was now entirely on the individual who had taken a seat. He, too, wore a hood, and she could sense his vigilance, his wand firmly clutched in his right hand. Yet, Andrea found his caution to be foolish. Did he truly fear that others might not recognize his difference? Suddenly, the voices of their conversation became muffled, likely due to a silencing charm. The man was seated facing her, preventing her from directing her full attention towards them, leaving her to sip her drink nonchalantly. Potter is amidst these Dementors. Help has arrived. Andrea's expression hardened as she strained to catch fragments of conversation, piecing together disjointed words that offered no clear insights. Yet, it seemed to pertain to Harry. Who could be here? A Dementor? Or perhaps Harry himself? It couldn't be. A jolt of realization struck Andrea. She thought of Harry and the sudden influx of Dementors on the streets. Aside from that inept Fudge, what if there were Death Eaters lurking nearby? Il was undoubtedly shadowing Harry, and if something were to happen, Andrea would never forgive herself for failing to protect him. Yet, Gellert was currently engaged in conversation with that man, his back turned to her, leaving her with no means to alert him. A cold sweat broke out on Andrea's brow as anxiety surged within her. As she felt a surge of anxiety, Gellert casually flicked his cloak with his left hand. Andrea observed his left hand making a swaying gesture in her direction, and she realized it was time for her to retreat. When she finally stepped back onto the bustling street from the Three Broomsticks, she noticed an alarming increase in the number of Dementors. One floated ominously every 10 meters in the air, and the streets were growing emptier. She wondered if the Ministry of Magic had noticed the troubling behavior of their once reliable guardians, as they were slowly descending towards the ground, an icy dread sweeping over her. Where on earth was Harry? Andrea searched desperately. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, and an invisible chill engulfed Hogsmeade, with waves of anguish and despair crashing upon her. Damn it! Andrea cursed under her breath as she began to run. These Dementors. She noticed the eerie, footless, ghostly figures gliding in unison towards a specific direction. Bystanders gasped in horror. But Andrea had no time to waste. She brandished her wand to ward off the attacking Dementors, sending forth a silvery mist that repelled them. She pressed on, recognizing the unmistakable intent of the Dementors as they congregated with purpose. This was the assistance that person had mentioned. It was evident that the Dementors had betrayed them once more. Harry! Andrea heard a voice call out, instantly recognizing it as Ron's. It seemed someone was in peril. She hoped he had not suffered serious harm. How could it be that Dumbledore and Gellert had failed to implement protective measures? Knowing the threat, they still allowed them to roam free. The onslaught of Dementors was overwhelming, and Andrea felt utterly incapable of facing them. What if Gellert had managed to escape? Their collaboration was still ongoing. She called her brother's name, the fool, who should have been practicing the Patronus charm over the summer. She hoped he had heeded her words. There were simply too many Dementors, and she was nearly lost among them. Raising her wand, she conjured her formidable eagle, which bravely charged into the throng of Dementors but quickly exhausted its power. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Two identical voices echoed from behind her as two Patronuses leaped forth, plunging into the Dementors to shield her from part of the assault. Chapter 60, Chaos. Andrea turned to see Fred and George. Thanks to her relentless efforts, George had finally mastered the Patronus charm, mirroring Fred's. Their Patronuses were quite similar, but it was Fred who seemed to enjoy dancing around her. Almost forgotten was the fact that she was still wearing the unfamiliar face of a stranger. To her astonishment, the two of them were also in Hogsmeade. Adding another layer of concern, she wondered if they had seen her conjuring the Patronus. Being recognized would spell disaster. She dared not utter another word, as Fred and George were astute enough, and she feared being unmasked by her subtle habits. Thank you. With that, she turned and fled, recalling the earlier cry. The quartet might have encountered some peril. She dashed down the narrow streets, and soon the sound of running footsteps echoed behind her. It was Fred and George following closely. They too had sensed the commotion. It seemed they had not recognized her. The two, with their long strides, easily surpassed her. As they drew nearer to the Dementors, Andrea quickened her pace. By the time they arrived, Harry and his companions were encircled by a swarm of Dementors, a faint silver glow emanating from within. Thank the heavens. Even if Il couldn't conjure a full Patronus, at least he and his friends could muster some flickering sparks, buying them precious time. Meanwhile, another group was embroiled in a fierce battle, two of whom Andrea knew all too well, Sirius and Remus. Opposing them was a deranged woman, reduced to a shadow of her former self after over a decade of torment in Azkaban. If Fudge were present, he would recognize that the very person battling Sirius and Remus was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange, the target of his pursuit. Grasping a wand she had seemingly acquired from somewhere, she unleashed a torrent of dark curses towards her cousin, reminiscent of that fateful green light from years past. Though her years of imprisonment had stripped her of much of her beauty, they had driven her further into madness. Countless curses flew recklessly around her. She cared not for the bystanders, fixated solely on fulfilling her master's commands. This relentless assault left Sirius and Remus struggling to defend themselves. Hey Bella, long time no see. You've really become quite the sight, Sirius mocked without hesitation. Shut up, traitor of the Black family. Let me kill you and offer your life to my master. Her response was an even fiercer onslaught. A green flash narrowly grazed Sirius's cheek, but Remus, quick on his feet, yanked him back just in time. Sirius could no longer afford to underestimate her. A portion of the Dementors soared towards them, and they were quickly overwhelmed. Andrea, still cloaked in the guise of a stranger, donned a hood, and upon seeing her approach, Harry and the others became exceedingly wary. Fortunately, they also spotted Fred and George. The twins' arrival alleviated some of the pressure. Seizing the moment when their attention wavered, Andrea waved her wand, sending an eagle soaring outward. She needed to send word to Dumbledore or Gellert. Either would suffice. This technique she had learned from Dumbledore himself. Fred, George, what are you doing here? Ron shouted, never having viewed his older brothers as so cool before. You've learned the Patronus charm? Hermione asked incredulously. This is amazing, Il exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Who is he? Harry gripped his wand tightly, staring intently at Andrea, who followed closely behind them. The group formed a tight circle, clutching their wands with unwavering resolve, not daring to relax. The temperature plummeted, and Andrea felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. She was no match for Bellatrix. Her only hope lay with Harry. As more Dementors focused their attention here, she realized she couldn't wait for Dumbledore to arrive. Taking a deep breath, Andrea raised her wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. After all, Harry had never seen her Patronus, and as for Fred and George, well, they would surely help her keep her secrets hidden. As expected, when Andrea's Patronus appeared, it seemed to carry a tracking charm. A monkey dashed forward, while the eagle's talons gripped its shoulder, the two creatures boldly diving into the swarm of Dementors. The onlookers were left speechless. Fred exclaimed, Focus. George added, Shut up. I've gone out of character, help. As the brilliance of the Patronus illuminated the scene, they managed to catch their breath. However, it was evident that Andrea's and Fred's presence had drawn Bellatrix's attention. With an exaggerated grin, she exclaimed, Look, an unexpected prize. Red hair, twins, it seems we've found the little master of the rat. Her gaze, sharp as a hook, fell upon Andrea's cloak, dark and foreboding, accompanied by a menacing proclamation that none of them could ever hope to be her adversaries. Why don't you come out? She bellowed to the side. Is there anyone else? Andrea's instincts sharpened. but an attack came from an unknown source, catching her off guard and nearly striking her down. Don't be hasty, let me see what I have discovered. So many little wizards, which one should I bite first? The creature before her, a grotesque being of unrefined evolution, with sharp teeth and a repugnant visage, elicited a wave of nausea as Andrea instantly recognized him. Fenrir Greyback, the gluttonous werewolf. Memories flooded back. He was the nemesis of Remus, who had sought him for many years. Sirius, I fear I must take my leave for a moment. Remus, unable to contain himself, charged forward with his wand drawn. The odds shifted to a 2-on-1 scenario, and Sirius narrowly dodged a strike, forcing Andrea to intervene with a surprise attack just to maintain their precarious balance. Greyback grinned menacingly. Ah, Remus. I trust you are savoring the taste of blood. He was adept at inciting fury, and Remus's attacks became increasingly reckless. Silence. Come on, Remus. There are so many little wizards here. Greyback continued to provoke him, gradually steering him toward Harry's direction. The Dementors were met with fierce resistance from Harry and his allies, while Andrea wielded her wand with fervor, sparks flying in her wake. Shatter them to pieces. Drive them to despair. Armor of protection. Good brother, Sirius shouted, though he remained oblivious to the identity of the mysterious assailant. Damn it, when will the reinforcements arrive? Gellert had brought her out with the explicit intention of ensuring her safety, yet the question lingered, when would help finally arrive? Just as anxiety reached its peak, a blinding silver light erupted, and a colossal phoenix apparition descended from the heavens, causing the Dementors to scatter in the face of such overwhelming magic. Andrea breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore had arrived. Chapter 61. The Halloween Feast. Dumbledore was undoubtedly one of the most formidable wizards of the age. Upon his arrival, he immediately took command of the battlefield, effortlessly dispelling Bellatrix's curses and liberating Sirius in the process. No longer hesitating, Andrea unleashed a series of stunning spells upon Greyback, who, in his obliviousness, failed to notice the enchantments that struck him from the left rear, sending his towering figure crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Remus, with a howl of rage, charged at him, raining down blows. Sirius hurried to comfort his only brother. Harry had just been assaulted by the Dementors, having fought with every ounce of strength, while Hermione and the others surrounded him tightly. Fred and George leaned against one another, glancing in her direction as if to inquire. But Andrea resolutely avoided their gaze, conveying her disinterest clearly. They wisely refrained from pressing further. After all, there would be ample time in the future, wouldn't there? Gellert had not appeared, indicating that he still held some measure of trust among the Death Eaters, at least for the time being. When Sirius finally pried Remus away from Greyback's lifeless form, he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Without mercy, Andrea bound him tightly with a rapid incantation. Sirius intended to express his gratitude to the valiant and powerful wizard, stepping forward, only to see the man retreat swiftly to a position not far from Dumbledore. Moments later, Bellatrix was no match for Dumbledore, easily captured by his prowess. I have notified Fudge to come here. Remus, please escort Harry and the others back to the school. Sirius, you will accompany me to explain the recent events to Fudge, Dumbledore stated with calm authority. Let the children enjoy a joyful Halloween, allowing them to forget today's turmoil. Perhaps today was merely a ruse, an elaborate scheme to draw out the Death Eaters while simultaneously expelling the Dementors from Hogwarts. However, Andrea discerned that this was a signal for her to leave quickly. Fudge's arrival would complicate her presence. Furthermore, her polyjuice potion was nearing its expiration, and she could not afford to drink it in front of everyone. Seizing the moment when attention diverted from her, she used her wand to disapparate, needing to traverse the secret passage back to the school, though first, she had to resolve her disguise. Fred observed the spot where Andrea had departed, blinking rapidly. He exchanged a knowing glance with George, deciding to return to the school first. If anything could bring a smile to Harry's face, it was the knowledge that his godfather, after dealing with that insufferable Fudge, had been specially invited by Dumbledore to join him for the Halloween feast. The betrayal of the Dementors was indisputable. Sirius's memories could attest to it all. Despite Fudge's attempts to deflect blame onto the disappearing figure, Andrea, he was met with fierce rebuke from Sirius. After all, while Andrea had been aiding him against Bella, that rotund man had been hiding away, oblivious to the fact that the guardian he trusted had nearly delivered them a fatal blow. The feast was lively, with a significant number of students having returned to Hogwarts before the Dementors' attack on Harry, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had ensued. The few who could not evacuate were sheltered by shopkeepers in Hogsmeade, leaving only Harry and his friends exposed on the main road. Fred and George, emboldened by their mastery of the Patronus charm, charged headlong into danger, prompting Andrea to chastise them before they could even voice their inquiries. The Great Hall was adorned with Professor Flitwick's meticulous decorations, centered around a terrifying vampire theme. Large pumpkins were hollowed out and transformed into whimsical shapes, their flickering candles suspended high above. Dark roses climbed the walls, and cobwebs were strewn about, with cracks marred the surfaces. Several professors donned costumes, sporting fangs that made them resemble true vampires. This lifted everyone's spirits considerably, and the evening's feast was bountiful, with Illy's favorite being a peculiar drink that resembled blood, which he claimed tasted of a sweet, tangy essence, perfect for his palate. Sirius sat beside Harry, incessantly piling food onto his plate until it towered high enough to obscure him completely, at which point he buried his face in his dinner, too embarrassed to look up amidst the astonished and teasing gazes of those around him. One could only wonder how Dumbledore would explain the events in Hogsmeade. Hermione speculated that the incident had likely become common knowledge by now. However, Fudge swiftly stifled the narrative, determined to prevent anyone from discovering that Dementors had been employed in an assassination attempt against the boy who lived, maintaining that it was merely an unfortunate accident. He seemed far too pleased with himself. This infuriated Sirius, yet Dumbledore's aims were not aligned with such trivialities. He had successfully pressured Fudge into withdrawing all Dementors from Hogwarts, ensuring that no one would have to face those loathsome creatures upon entering or leaving the school again. Andrea sat at the Slytherin table, observing as Gellert raised his glass slightly toward Quirrell, who responded with a rather unpleased smile. Perhaps their plan has faltered due to Bellatrix's recapture, Andrea mused. She noticed a diminutive scar on the knuckle of Colin's right pinky, one she had recently observed on the hand of a hooded man. It appeared that the dealings between Gellert and the Death Eaters were still ongoing. They likely believed that Gellert and Dumbledore were irreconcilable enemies. Fred frequently cast glances in her direction, attempting to signal her, but unfortunately, Andrea was not inclined to acknowledge him at that moment. She then turned her attention to the professor's table, where Professor Snape's demeanor was unusually grim, his gaze repeatedly darting towards Gryffindor. Andrea was uncertain whether he was observing Harry or Sirius, but his expression was undeniably disconcerting. The conclusion of the banquet featured a performance by the ghosts, who sprang forth from tables and walls, forming various formations for their display. The Bloody Baron occupied the head of the Slytherin table, his bloodied form fixated on Peeves, who was lurking in the corner, ready to wreak havoc on the evening's festivities. Aside from the professors, Peeves feared only the Bloody Baron. The evening passed joyfully, and after the feast, Sirius departed from the headmaster's office, with students following their respective prefects back to their common rooms. At this juncture, Harry remained unaware that a surprise awaited him within the school. Chapter 62, An Incursion into Gryffindor Tower. They ascended the lofty castle stairs. Harry seemed to have forgotten the events of earlier that day, having just enjoyed a delightful Halloween at school with Sirius, an experience he had never dared to imagine prior to attending Hogwarts. As they climbed, they animatedly discussed Fred and George's release of a fully formed Patronus earlier that day. At the start of third year, while Dementors patrolled Hogwarts, Il had excitedly recounted how Andrea had compelled him to practice the Patronus charm over the summer. However, Illinois, being somewhat forgetful, retained only the gist of the technique, and in practice, he proved less adept than Harry, who had only begun learning it later. Clever Hermione, too, struggled somewhat with the Patronus charm, though she consistently acknowledged that defense against the dark arts was her weaker subject. Hermione was known for her foresight, yet regrettably, the Patronus charm was a complex spell that their professors would not impart to them. Moreover, their defense against the dark arts instructor appeared to harbor an aversion towards Harry. As Harry himself would put it, he was not particularly liked by the professors, yet encountering two whom he deemed detestable, specifically Snape, was rather unfortunate. It was evident that Professor Byers was indeed unfriendly towards him, especially as he seemed to vanish after class, leaving them with no opportunity to inquire further. Initially, their academic pursuits were not so pressing. Harry had thought that sneaking off to Hogsmeade before Halloween would be inconsequential, yet who could have foreseen the attack by Dementors, particularly with nearly the entire contingent of them from Hogsmeade and Hogwarts present? Thankfully, Fred and George had arrived to assist them. Ron, why can Fred and George perform the Patronus charm? Harry inquired. No need to guess, Illinois replied with a pout. Who else but Andrea would teach them? As they climbed, they cast envious glances at Fred and George's backs, lamenting their fortune. If only Andrea were willing to teach him. Perhaps he could master it even better than Fred and George, Harry pondered secretly. The Gryffindor common room was located on the 8th floor, and by the time they reached it, they were breathless and too fatigued to contemplate anything else. After exchanging goodnights, they returned to their dormitories, exhausted from the day's events. They quickly succumbed to sweet slumber, and whether they continued practicing the Patronus charm in their dreams remained a mystery. Later that night, Harry's sleep was restless. He felt as though something in the darkness was watching him. He experienced a peculiar dream, fully aware that he was dreaming. A large, ginger tuft of fur, grotesque to behold, with 4 legs, emitted unpleasant sounds as it ran vigorously forward, tugging at the hem of his clothing with its exaggerated mouth, as if attempting to draw him in a certain direction. It sprinted faster and faster, and Harry noticed a smaller, grayer, and balder entity ahead of it. Suddenly, this diminutive creature spotted him and lunged at him, sinking its sharp teeth into his neck. Harry cried out in pain, awakening not from a bite, but from the weight of something heavy that had landed on him, pressing painfully against his chest. He opened his eyes to find Crookshanks, Hermione's ginger cat, who had been the subject of his dream. But why was it not in the girls' dormitory, but rather in their room? Upon seeing him awake, Crookshanks approached him, raising a paw to press against his neck, reminiscent of the sensation he had felt in his dream. Harry broke into a cold sweat. Just as he attempted to lean back to avoid the cat, he suddenly noticed that Crookshanks's raised paw was entwined with several fine, gray-black threads. Upon examining the strands, he realized they were fur, forcibly pulled from Crookshanks. This could perhaps warrant Ron's inspection for clarity. He climbed down from his bed, and Ron was sleeping in the adjacent one. Harry lifted the curtain of Ron's bed. He was in a deep slumber, and if not for Harry pinching his nostrils shut, he likely would not have awakened any time soon. If you're not sleepy, you might as well take your broom and fly a few circles over the Black Lake. Just don't wake me, Ron grumbled, turning over. Harry presented the tuft of fur to him, lowering his voice. Take a look at this fur. Doesn't it seem familiar? Ron was still groggy, barely awake, and could only hear Harry pestering him. Unable to contain himself, he sat up abruptly, and Harry's hand inadvertently jabbed into his nose. Achoo! Achoo! Ron sneezed twice. Harry, what on earth are you doing? Look! Harry clenched his fist, his face contorted with a look of hatred. Startled, Ron was taken aback, but did not perceive the anger was directed at him. He scrutinized the object in Harry's hand under the moonlight, a tuft of fur. Leaning closer, he sniffed it. It's him, Wormtail. He always carries that rancid scent. I thought it was merely a sign of his old age, Ron declared with certainty, fear coursing through him as he scanned the dormitory. Where is he? Has he come looking for you? Yet, aside from the sound of their companion's snores, there was no other noise. From Harry's bed, Crookshanks emitted a series of yowls. It was Crookshanks. It woke me up. Thanks to it, perhaps Peter was here just now, and Crookshanks caught him. There are traces of him everywhere. He must have transformed into a rat to enter. But where has he gone now? Ron inquired. I don't know. Crookshanks didn't chase after him. Perhaps he escaped. Harry speculated, knowing that Hermione's cat was rather uncanny. For reasons unknown, Crookshanks had displayed an unusual fondness for Sirius upon their recent encounter. Do you remember Fred and George's contraption? Ron remarked that if Peter were to make an appearance at school, they would undoubtedly discover him. Where could he possibly be hiding to sneak in? He wondered aloud. I have no idea. Harry glanced over at Aiel's bed, where he was sleeping soundly. If you hadn't woken me, I would have been in the same deep slumber as him, Ron grumbled. What do you intend to do? Seek out Dumbledore? He won't be returning tonight, will he? Harry was reluctant to disclose the matter to Dumbledore, harboring resentment since their last encounter when Dumbledore summoned him and Snape to his office for a reprimand. Though he understood the rationale behind Dumbledore's actions, emotionally, he found it intolerable that neither he nor Snape believed he could not be easily manipulated by Voldemort. Let's deal with it tomorrow. I'll discuss it with Hermione and the others then. He looked at his bed and contemplated placing Crookshanks at the bedside. Let us rest for now. I doubt he will return tonight, at least if he wishes to avoid being devoured. Then why can't you wait until tomorrow to ask me? Ron retorted before flopping onto his bed and, within seconds, emitting a contented snore. Harry embraced Crookshanks, his loyal companion, and succumbed to sleep as well. Chapter 63. The Great Misunderstanding. The following morning, Harry recounted the events of the previous night to Hermione and Aiel. Hermione insisted that they should inform Dumbledore, or at the very least, Professor McGonagall. However, Harry vehemently opposed this notion. Why can't we capture Peter ourselves? True, we could enlist Fred and George's assistance. Sirius has informed us of the Marauders' map's capabilities, and Fred has demonstrated it to us. Why not seek their help? Harry naively mused that capturing a Death Eater who was an animagus should be a manageable task with so many students in the school. The news reached Andrea through Aiel, revealing that Peter had already infiltrated Hogwarts and even approached Harry. It appeared that Voldemort was in a state of urgency, so much so that Peter dared to act brazenly, suggesting that the urgency of his resurrection was paramount. Yet, Andrea hesitated, recalling what Gellert had confided in her. It is too cruel. Harry is a good boy, and his childhood has been fraught with suffering, all due to Voldemort. And now, she could not bear to contemplate it further. Nevertheless, allowing a Death Eater to roam freely within the school was evidently imprudent. Perhaps Harry and his friends harbored some hero complex or were influenced by the hatred transferred from Sirius, but she could not let this rat escape again. If Gellert's plans still required him, at the very least, he should not remain in Hogwarts. Andrea considered informing Dumbledore, yet he had been elusive lately, often preoccupied with his own discoveries. They had all grown accustomed to his absence over the past year, hoping he had unearthed something significant. One afternoon, led by Il, the new quartet of saviors approached her, awkwardly expressing their desire to learn the Patronus charm. Merlin's beard, she exclaimed, recalling that it was Harry who had clandestinely organized the D.A. to resist Umbridge's foolish regime during their 7th year. However, given Harry's situation, Andrea hesitated to intervene. His occlumency training was still in progress, and she was wary of engaging too closely with him, fearing that Voldemort might one day notice this Slytherin, who had connections with both Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. This matter should be entrusted to a more qualified individual. There was no hope in relying on Gellert, as merely refraining from consigning him to the fireplace was already a show of respect to Dumbledore. As for Professor Snape, that avenue was even less viable, unless Harry wished to forfeit any chance of a peaceful existence. Who could she turn to? She had only a few half-hearted allies. And Draco was not suitable either. She realized she had forgotten to contact him recently. Suddenly, a name emerged in Andrea's mind. Remus Lupin, a friend of Harry's parents, who was currently teaching care of magical creatures at the school, an ideal candidate. Although Andrea's refusal of their request left Harry somewhat disheartened, being mentored by Remus was nonetheless a joyous prospect. However, after several sessions, Illinois and Ron's progress was too slow, necessitating that Harry and Hermione provide additional tutoring after class. Fortunately, after Hermione invested nearly double the effort, she finally managed to catch up with Harry. During this time, Andrea could no longer tolerate Fred's incessant following, his vibrant red hair bobbing in and out of view behind her. Unable to restrain herself, she decided to confront him. George had completely given up. Until he could win Andrea's affection, Fred would not align his steps with him. He could now navigate every corner of Hogwarts with ease, calmly responding to others with a casual, "Hey, George, just you again today." Fred, the fool, was oblivious to whom he was toying with. Perhaps it was actually he who was being strung along. George found himself questioning his existence. With his hands in his pockets, he trailed behind the two, maintaining a distance, reluctant to intrude. If he could just extract all the spells Andrea knew, perhaps he would not have to follow her like a dog. He sighed. Recently, he had been forced to become more diligent, even dreaming at night with his mouth muttering, "Study, study," nearly scaring his dorm mates half to death. As November rolled in, the damp, chilly air swept through Hogwarts, icing over the surface of the Black Lake, making it too cold for most to venture there. Andrea and her companions made their way to the lake's edge, where they had to cast a multitude of warming charms before settling down. The Room of Requirement had been appropriated by Harry and his friends for their Patronus practice, and Andrea preferred to avoid encountering them, opting instead for the solitude of the lake to converse. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask," she said, having avoided these two since Halloween, having diverted conversations for over a week. Heaven knew how trying these days had been for Fred. "Is it you?" he blurted out suddenly. Andrea immediately realized he was referring to that day in Hogsmeade, understanding that with these two, no pretense would suffice. Why did it have to be a Dementor? If it had been anything else, even a few Death Eaters, she could have guaranteed that no one would have discovered her Patronus. But it had to be a Dementor, and it had to be these two present. No one else had ever seen what her Patronus looked like. The identical faces before her gazed intently, rendering her unable to concoct an excuse. "All right, it is me," she finally admitted, throwing caution to the wind. "I initially hoped you wouldn't find out. That no one would know. This is all your fault, Fred." She shot him a meaningful glance. Fred, catching her gaze, smiled in a pleading manner. George, meanwhile, wore a face that suggested he had lost a tooth. However, the other two paid him no mind. "You can't hide from me, even if I weren't the one. I would find another way to recognize you," Fred proclaimed with pride. He possessed an innate radar for Andrea, wherever she went. He believed it would lead him to her and allow him to recognize her. "It would be best for you to forget this matter entirely. Under no circumstances should you ever disclose that you saw me on that day," Andrea stated with utmost seriousness. "Harry and his friends have already encountered my Patronus, so I shall refrain from using the Patronus charm in their presence for the time being. I have my reasons for this, and I would prefer you not to inquire further." With a shift in tone, Andrea spoke playfully, her voice imbued with a charming lilt. What choice did Fred have? Naturally, he acquiesced to her request. As her brother, George felt compelled to comply as well. Chapter 64, A Brief Exchange with Colin. As long as this topic remained unexamined, Andrea was more than willing to assist them with any other queries, including their desire to practice spells alongside her. What could be wrong with that? Eric and Novi had voiced their grievances more than once, lamenting that she devoted nearly all her time to these two brothers, which left her feeling quite guilty towards her friends. However, she would not impose upon the two from different houses to set aside their differences and interact amicably. Yet, it was evident that her two dear friends were far more magnanimous than she. One day, in her haste to find Fred, Novi intercepted her, feigning displeasure as she remarked, "Off to see your clingy Gryffindor boyfriend again? Perhaps no one had noticed that Andrea's birthday fell on Valentine's Day? He is not my boyfriend." Andrea corrected her more than once. Though she did wish for that to be the case, the shadow of Voldemort's existence loomed large in her heart, and any mention of such topics by Fred would cause her to divert the conversation immediately. "Honestly, if he is not your boyfriend, why do you two spend so much time glued together?" Novi was unconvinced. "George is quite grown. At least give him some credit. He is still around." Ironically, despite George often complaining about being overlooked, it seemed others shared the same perspective. In her view, George Weasley simply failed to recognize the situation. Although she disliked her friends falling for a Gryffindor giant, she felt compelled to advocate for her own affections. George Weasley, as a perpetual third wheel, was far too conspicuous. "Andrea, you mustn't place such burdens upon yourself. You are only in your 5th year. Some matters are best left to the adults," Novi lightly teased. The subject of her commentary left ambiguous. Regarding the incident last year when she fell victim to the soul-binding curse, she had almost forgotten it entirely until Eric recounted those tumultuous times, prompting her to realize that she must have encountered something truly dreadful. It was no wonder that for an extended period, Andrea remained steadfastly by her side. She did not appear to be a typical 5th-year student. She was far more formidable and contemplative than any of them. Thus, Novi felt compelled to voice such sentiments. Indeed, Andrea softly embraced her friend. Recently, apart from teaching Fred and the others some spells, she had, at Dumbledore's behest, instructed them to relay their acquired knowledge to Harry. If all went as anticipated, a life-or-death trial awaited Harry in the near future. Rumblings had reached her ears that Harry and his companions had formed a study group in the Room of Requirement, gathering every Thursday afternoon after History of Magic to practice spells. However, Colin had been spending far too much time with Harry, and on several occasions, they had narrowly avoided being discovered. Andrea had yet to identify which Death Eater Colin was, but recalling the conversation she overheard in Gellert's office, she felt a twinge of caution. Harry was still too weak to confront the Dark Lord directly, especially with so many evil allies at his disposal. The only solace was that the most formidable Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, had been apprehended. Uncertain of Gellert's role in this scheme, Andrea noted his absence of late. He seemed to be off with the headmaster on undisclosed errands. On this day, while ascending the stairs to the divination classroom, Andrea encountered Colin once more, acutely aware that he was there to surveil her. Harry's divination class was about to conclude. She approached him with an air of feigned admiration. "Good day, Mr. Colin." Colin's expression was one of confusion, but upon her introduction, recognition dawned. A notable half-blood from Slytherin, known to have amicable ties with the Weasley family of Gryffindor. Colin's brow furrowed, his demeanor turning frigid. "At school, you are to address me as Officer Colin. It is disrespectful for a student to omit this." He would not demand such formality, and Andrea quickly sensed his discontent. However, who cared? She persisted, "Officer Colin, I have heard of your vast knowledge. May I inquire about a few matters?" Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Harry and his friends departing the classroom in succession. Intending to head downstairs for afternoon tea with Hagrid, a plan communicated to her by IL earlier that morning. Colin also noticed the commotion, his face darkening further, impatience radiating from him as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Step aside," he commanded, uttering no further words, devoid of any pretense. Yet, Andrea observed his right hand resting on his hip, a wand tucked within his jacket pocket. He was a man of extreme arrogance and indifference. Andrea doubted she could match him. His extraordinary deference and reverence towards Voldemort reminded her of a figure long thought dead in the eyes of the world. His performance was seamless, and upon realizing Harry had already departed, Andrea hastily sought an excuse to extricate herself from his presence. She recalled that Fred and George possessed a magical item known as the Marauder's Map, which revealed the names of everyone present within Hogwarts, except for the Room of Requirement. Why had she not thought to borrow it for a quick glance? Andrea was unaware of Fred and George's whereabouts at that moment. Remembering they had no classes and had not arranged to practice together that day, she wandered aimlessly outside, hoping to find them. If only she could borrow the Marauder's Map. Perhaps she could confirm her suspicions. Fortunately, Andrea found them shortly after in the courtyard, where they were playfully pelting passing students with enchanted snowballs, delighting in their surprised yelps. She had witnessed such antics in her 3rd year, when she had been the target herself. Coughing, she dared not dwell on it, hoping he wouldn't hold a grudge. The courtyard, bustling with activity, was hardly an ideal setting for a discreet conversation. After locating them, Andrea ushered them into the broom cupboard on the 1st floor, a dimly lit space rarely frequented by others. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, she lowered her voice as she spoke. Fred leaned down, pressing his ear closer, nudging George's head aside as he did so. "What's the matter?" he inquired. George chimed in, Chapter 65. Two Names. Andrea felt compelled to gently push Fred back a bit. I remember you have a Marauder's map. Oh, you sought me out for that? Fred exclaimed, disappointment evident in his tone. Perhaps this matter is one you should discuss with me, George replied earnestly. In the cramped confines of the narrow broom cupboard, three individuals found themselves with little room to maneuver. Fred, somewhat disgruntled, grasped Andrea's hand. She felt akin to a deceitful temptress, rejecting his advances while simultaneously entangling herself in an ambiguous dance with him. However, George's intentions to stir trouble seemed rather overt. Andrea shot him a surreptitious glare, which earned her a gentle tap on the head from George. Sweetheart, please do not direct your gaze upon me. I wish to live a while longer. Andrea refused to engage with their teasing remarks and nudged Fred at the waist, inquiring, do you happen to have the Marauder's map on you? May I borrow it for a moment? Of course, I shall grant you all your wishes, Fred replied, producing the map from beneath his cloak with his left hand. It shimmered with an ethereal glow. It was a large, square piece of worn parchment, battered and tattered, appearing as though it had been discarded as refuse, devoid of any markings. Now, dear lady, do not blink. We shall present you with a miracle, just like us. Raise your wand and recite along with us. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. George drew his wand and lightly tapped the parchment. In an instant, delicate ink lines unfurled like a spider's web, spreading from the point of contact and intertwining, expanding to every corner of the parchment, ultimately revealing every name within Hogwarts. The map bore several lines of elegant green script, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, offering assistance to those who engage in magical mischief. We proudly present the Marauder's map. This was a comprehensive map of Hogwarts, and Andrea noted numerous small black dots, each corresponding to a name, moving continuously across the map, clearly revealing their whereabouts. Andrea caught a glimpse of Gellert conversing with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, their stillness suggesting a lengthy discussion. Harry and his companions were at Hagrid's hut. Their names appeared in the first-floor broom cupboard, and Corlys hurriedly made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, unaware that Gellert was not there at that moment. The entire spectacle was utterly enchanting, save for two individuals whose names were prominently displayed above their heads, Gellert Grindelwald and young Barty Crouch. Andrea surmised that their aliases were visible due to their signing of magically binding contracts within the school, although their true names remained at the forefront. Gellert had been at the school for nearly a term, a name of considerable notoriety. She could scarcely fathom who else would dare to bear the same name. Frequently, it was the twins. With great difficulty, Andrea shifted her gaze from the map to their faces, hesitating, unsure how to broach the subject. If you are inquiring about the individual whose finger rests in the headmaster's office, we discovered that quite some time ago. He is aware of our possession of the Marauder's map. He sought us out shortly after term commenced, alongside Professor Dumbledore. Although we were thrilled, that notion was swiftly curtailed. Both of them shrugged nonchalantly. This esteemed wizard issued us a stern warning. It must be that Fred is rather unlikable. I recall his demeanor towards you was far from pleasant, George concluded. My goodness, how was I unaware of this? Gellert's exposure occurred so early, and he even spoke with Fred. Are you not at all surprised? A once infamous dark wizard has appeared at Hogwarts and taken on the role of a professor. Forgive me. Professor, forgive me, Andrea interjected. George waved his hand dismissively. This does not concern us, does it? Dumbledore seems to maintain a rather amiable relationship with him. Clearly, Dumbledore was in the know, so what concern was it of theirs? Fred, with clarity, remarked, though I am quite curious as to when I offended such a significant individual. Perhaps my charm is simply too overwhelming. He stroked his chin, lost in self-admiration. Andrea contemplated her future, desiring to be with Fred, while Gellert remained a profoundly important teacher to her. Do you recall when I mentioned to you all that I have a teacher? She pondered on how best to phrase it. Yes, what of it? Fred replied, still oblivious. Suddenly, George comprehended, his expression morphing into one of impending doom. Could it be that this person is he? She cautiously inquired. Fred's expression resembled one struck by lightning as he frantically reflected on whether he had misbehaved in defense against the dark arts or spoken disrespectfully to the new professor. Thankfully, he had not. This was due to Andrea's unwavering focus in class, coupled with the fact that the new professor was indeed formidable, and his lessons were genuinely captivating. Thus, when Gellert had expressed disdain toward him, Fred felt he had unraveled the truth. Might he possibly be inadequate? George nudged his shoulder in the dim light. Hey, brother. Perhaps you should become more studious and inquisitive from now on. Do not overthink it. Andrea felt compelled to interrupt his spiraling thoughts, reminding him that everything remained uncertain. She quickly pointed to another name on the map. This individual, do you take note? She indicated the small black dot representing Barty Crouch, who lingered in front of Gellert's office for a considerable time before departing, now heading downwards. What makes him significant? Fred queried while stroking his chin. This person is rather unpleasant. Old Barty Crouch had resigned shortly after his son was captured, leaving many unaware of his identity. Andrea held no interest in recounting his history. She solemnly instructed the two to be exceedingly cautious not to confront Crouch openly, for this cruel Death Eater could be capable of unthinkable actions behind the scenes. If he gets too close to Harry, could you relay a message to me? She implored. George replied, I see that Crouch is near Harry 9 out of 10 days. If he intends to enact something nefarious, you may need to inform the professors promptly. Fred tapped the map several times, focusing on locations like the Black Lake, the library, and the Quidditch pitch, places he had visited numerous times. Andrea's expression grew grave. She sensed that Crouch was on the verge of a breaking point, exhibiting less trust in Gellert than anticipated. Perhaps Peter had entered the school with his aid. Though was Peter still within the school, or had he long since escaped under his protection? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 66, An Imposter. Frankly, George had become somewhat irksome lately, Fred mused unhappily, ever since learning that Gellert Grindelwald was Andrea's enigmatic teacher. Especially given that the latter seemed to hold him in low regard, Fred had fallen into a state of anxiety, while George only reveled in his misfortune. The next time George pursued a romantic interest, Fred vowed to trip him up. However, the professor always seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing swiftly after classes. Though he ultimately spent his time with Headmaster Dumbledore, Fred could hardly approach Dumbledore in search of him. Thus, the arduous task of endearing himself to the teacher he admired was temporarily set aside. Days passed, and Hogwarts remained tranquil. No one knew that a fugitive Death Eater had once infiltrated Gryffindor's common room, nearly captured by a cat-like creature. However, Peter was likely no longer within the school's confines. While the intentions of that fateful night remained unclear, Harry had emerged unscathed, and Corliss had not ceased his desire to make personal contact with Harry, indicating that he had yet to suffer any harm. Andromeda was no saint, yet of late she found herself increasingly agitated. Time was of the essence. With the Ministry of Magic's endorsement, Corliss's actions had become more conspicuous. Gellert had also mentioned to her that he would soon take action, but that was hardly sufficient. No matter how astute Harry was, he was still merely a 13-year-old child, and his magical prowess could not possibly compare to that of the battle-hardened Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Andromeda, I must implore you to personally train Harry in solitude, Dumbledore requested. Yet, how could that be feasible? She was still a student, and how could they conceal this from others? Andromeda was incredulous. Had it not been stated that she should not be exposed to Voldemort's gaze? Dumbledore produced a locket inscribed with an S-shaped emblem and a piece of parchment. In a place unbeknownst to us, a former follower of his has likely sacrificed himself to exchange for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He placed the locket on the table. Their efforts had yielded no results. Andromeda examined the letter. R.A.B. It appeared to be a repentant Death Eater. Or had he taken the Horcrux? Had it truly been destroyed? To her knowledge, Horcruxes could not be vanquished by ordinary spells. The known means included Gryffindor's sword, Devil's fire, and Basilisk fangs. It seemed that only Devil's fire remained, but did that individual know it could annihilate a Horcrux? Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. Dumbledore regarded her with an inscrutable gaze. Do you know how many individuals named R.A.B. joined the Death Eaters during Voldemort's zenith? A few? She inquired. Only this one. Dumbledore traced the name on the table with his finger, Regulus Arcturus Black. So, Andromeda stammered, desperately recalling her mother's diaries. He died abruptly because he discovered the Horcrux and chose to betray him. Regulus, her mother lost contact with him after 1979. Everyone claimed he was dead. Yet no one could find his body. So he did not perish while executing some wretched Death Eater task. Rather, he sought to overthrow Voldemort. Perhaps he died where Dumbledore discovered the Horcrux. She hastily asked, where did you find the Horcrux? In a cave, where there is a vast and deep lake. Voldemort grew up in an orphanage, luring his classmates there. Now it is overrun with inferi. If it weren't for Gellert's assistance, we would not have escaped unscathed. You know Gellert excels in dark magic. Grateful that Gellert accompanied him in every search for a Horcrux this lifetime, he wondered if he would have repeated past mistakes otherwise. He was killed by inferi? She asked calmly. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore replied, patting her shoulder. However, I believe there was another individual present. The Horcrux was exchanged, and someone must have taken it away. I fear Regulus willingly stayed behind as bait to allow that person to escape. That individual must have been someone Regulus utterly trusted. Do you have anyone in mind? Andromeda's throat felt constricted. Initially, she did not, but suddenly she understood why Creature howled so mournfully whenever Regulus was mentioned. She had thought Creature mourned his deceased master, but Creature was Regulus's most loyal companion in the Black household. As the future head of the Black family, Regulus was undoubtedly favored by Voldemort, and it was entirely reasonable for the Dark Lord to entrust him with the Horcrux. When Voldemort sought a reliable servant, What would Regulus have done? He would certainly have recommended his most trusted creature, yet something must have transpired that made Regulus aware of creature's actions for his master. Perhaps he felt as if his faith had been shattered. From Regulus's correspondence with her mother, he appeared to be a remarkably upright and virtuous individual. His allegiance to Voldemort stemmed merely from personal admiration. However, if that admiration was misguided from the outset, the price of his awakening could have been the life of creature, who had accompanied him since childhood. Regulus had swapped himself. Voldemort would not allow a favored heir of a pure-blood family to perish. He had creature take the true Horcrux away while he himself was entombed at the bottom of the lake, though she had never met Regulus. Andromeda's heart brimmed with sorrow, for Regulus, for creature, for her mother, who in her final moments still thought of her brother. All of it was Voldemort's doing. Do you remember creature, the old house elf from the Black Residence? The Horcrux must have been taken by him, she stated. She wondered if creature ever succeeded in destroying the Horcrux, and if he understood just how significant the object was that his master sacrificed a life to have him retrieve. Dumbledore had even thought of the cantankerous creature from the Black household. She feared this matter would require both of their involvement, as he might not be inclined to heed me. Apart from Andromeda, no one had ever received a kind countenance from creature. However, Andromeda recalled that after Sirius had driven creature away, he found Narcissa and eventually worked for Bellatrix. Such a scenario must not occur again. I am more than willing. When do we depart? She eagerly inquired, yearning to uncover the truth from creature's lips. Chapter 67, Regulus and Creature. To ensure that no one learned of this affair, they had to choose to depart from Hogsmeade stealthily after curfew. The Black Residence had been hidden by Dumbledore with the Fidelius charm. Once they apparat to the old house, creature welcomed them. Bowing his head to the ground and bending his body into an arc, he greeted, "Welcome back, Miss Andromeda." The old house remained as it had been when they last left. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley preferred residing at the Burrow, and since their children were all attending Hogwarts, they had long returned. However, the Burrow was under powerful protective enchantments. Only Sirius and creature were home, but he was presently nowhere to be found. No matter. He was not the focal point. They traversed the lengthy corridor and temporarily settled on the sofa. Andromeda fidgeted restlessly. She was uncertain how to broach the subject with creature, fearing it would touch upon his painful memories or a terrifying past. Yet she had to inquire. This was the very reason for her visit that night. "Creature," she said, gazing at the old house elf who was solely loyal to Regulus, uncertain of how to pose the question. She produced the false locket box that Dumbledore had entrusted to her. And before she could inquire of creature, it had already spotted the box. It let out a piercing, anguished wail, a sensation that was beyond description. Creature rushed forward with fervor, snatching the locket from her hand with such a brutish motion that it clutched it tightly, its elongated nose emitting loud sobs. Master Regulus. Creature has failed your command." "Oh, my master." It stammered, its words coming in fits and starts. Dumbledore's eyes, concealed behind half-moon spectacles, sharpened with intensity as he locked onto creature like a hawk. "We have not arrived too late. The Horcrux has yet to be destroyed," he concluded. Creature, in its despair, was inconsolable, colliding the false locket box against the wall repeatedly, its large ears drooping, refusing to listen. She was compelled to shout, "Think of Regulus. You wouldn't want him to die with regrets, would you?" "Master Regulus." Creature, filled with tears, glanced over. Dumbledore remained still, and Andrea realized that it was solely her responsibility to persuade creature to reveal the location of the genuine Horcrux. "Listen, creature," she approached and crouched down. "I know you are deeply sorrowful, but I require your assistance. Can you tell me where you took this locket box?" She pointed to the imitation in creature's grasp. "This was taken from a cave filled with wretched corpses. You know where that is, don't you?" "Ah." It let out another lament, too tormented to respond. Andrea pondered for a moment, gently stroking its head. "You wish to bring him back for a proper burial, don't you, creature? I need your help." "Master Regulus." The Dark Lord took creature to a cave, and it was Master Regulus who summoned creature. He drank the poison in creature's stead and was dragged to the lake's bottom. It sobbed intermittently. However, Andrea surmised that Regulus had commanded creature to destroy the locket box, but creature had been incapable of fulfilling that task. Wretched creature. Useless creature. You couldn't even carry out Master Regulus's final command. It once again collided its head against the wall repeatedly. Andrea pulled it back, her lips pressed tightly. "Where did you hide the locket box?" "Creature has it concealed in the small box left by Master Regulus." Creature continued to weep. "Hand it over." She wondered if, after Voldemort's demise, Dumbledore could retrieve Regulus from the clutches of the dead. "At your command, Miss Andrea," it replied, still sobbing. The next moment, it vanished, only to reappear shortly after, clutching a gray-green metal box. Creature extracted a locket that appeared identical to the one before, reluctantly offering it to her, and Andrea, rarely impolite, snatched it away. She handed the locket box to Dumbledore. Professor, does this seem genuine to you? Dumbledore held the locket box in one hand, observing it as an ordinary object, devoid of any semblance of dark magical artifacts. However, it is unsuitable for testing here. The malevolent force Voldemort left within it possesses the potential to obliterate the Black family estate. Andrea, we must return to the school and eradicate it with Gryffindor's sword. Once the devil's flames are ignited, this place will no longer be tenable. Creature. Andrea crouched down again, pressing against Creature. We will ensure it is successfully destroyed. As for Regulus, she could not guarantee that he would indeed return. Offering Creature hope might only lead to disappointment in the end. Thank you, Miss Andrea. It said with utmost reverence, pressing its head to the ground. They wondered where Sirius had gone. He hadn't been seen until they were about to leave. However, it was late, and returning too late could increase the risk of Andrea being discovered. Upon returning to the castle, Grindelwald was already waiting for them in the headmaster's office. But first, she needed to ensure Andrea returned safely to her dormitory. Do you need me to escort you back? Dumbledore inquired. A heavy gaze bore down from behind. Andrea mustered a smile. No need, Professor Dumbledore. I have a good grasp on the disillusionment charm. I won't be detected. With that, she hurriedly departed before Dumbledore could decline. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on her retreating figure as he softly remarked, You frightened the child. My students are far more perceptive than your prized pupil, Grindelwald replied. Let us begin. Dumbledore drew forth Gryffindor's sword, his eyes filled with cold resolve. As soon as Andrea exited the headmaster's office, she cautiously cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. The castle was still patrolled by professors and Filch, and Madame Pomfrey's keen senses had caused her to quicken her pace several times upon seeing the matron approaching. Chapter 68 focused on preparation for battle. The eradication of Horcruxes had made significant progress. Thus far, they had destroyed the diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, the Gaunt family's ring, and Slytherin's locket box, which appeared promising. Recently, as she had taken over Harry's defense against the dark arts studies, she had heard little of Grindelwald's inexplicable remarks. She was puzzled by his peculiar attitude toward Harry, especially since Harry had been performing admirably in the subject, hadn't he? I heard George has been ill lately. Is that true? She asked Fred. Absolutely, he replied with conviction, nudging Andrea toward the library. He had recently developed a newfound love for studying. As for his ailing brother, he had to remain in the common room, forcing Lee to accompany him. Please, if you leave too, I will be so lonely. Indeed, he had been forsaken. George has not been well recently, has he? Andrea inquired, sensing it might be one of Fred's pranks. However, Fred's facade of nonchalance belied a thicker skin than he let on. I often suggest he ought to exercise more, but alas, he hardly listens to me. Ginny and her Ravenclaw classmates happened to pass by, rolling their eyes. Being blessed with a brother like you is truly George's fortune. Hello, Andrea, they exchanged greetings. Fred made a face at Ginny's retreating figure before turning back to Andrea earnestly. They just don't understand me. Indeed, no one seemed to comprehend him. George likely felt that the 15 years of inseparable companionship had been a facade. Why do you find yourself frequently visiting the teachers? His visits had become so frequent that Grindelwald had privately complained to her about it, claiming it was encroaching on his after-class time. Fred seemed taken aback that Grindelwald had reported this to Andrea. Isn't this the year of OWLs? I thought I should catch up on some lessons. OWLs? Fred mused, struggling to recall how many he had taken. I don't quite remember. I don't think it was many. Andrea remembered receiving 6 or 7 outstanding grades in her 5th year, which were not particularly remarkable. However, in her 7th year, with numerous responsibilities, her nude examinations had been a complete disaster. This year, Grindelwald had insisted that she must achieve all outstanding marks, placing immense pressure on Andrea. While everything else was manageable, her studies in ancient runes were fraught with difficulties, leaving her quite confounded. However, prior to Voldemort's resurgence, it is undoubtedly prudent for these individuals to enhance their abilities. To this end, Andrea believes it is imperative for George to shed the label of frailty and rejoin their training cohort. For heaven's sake, let George recover swiftly. Andrea clasped her hands together in a mock gesture of prayer. Mission accomplished, Fred declared. They entered the library, found an empty table, and settled down. Andrea needed to complete her thesis on ancient runes, while Fred had a few inquiries regarding defense against the dark arts he wished to pose to her. Yet, it seemed inconvenient at the moment, compelling him to momentarily suppress his restless thoughts. Although his recent frequent visits to Grindelwald were somewhat suspect, his original intention remained singular. Andrea was far more enigmatic and formidable than she let on, and he was reluctant to fall too far behind. They swiftly became engrossed in their arduous studies, seated across from one another, sunlight streaming onto their side, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. They were unaware of how much time had elapsed until Andrea snapped back to reality, realizing a considerable amount of time had passed. Fred, biting the end of his pen and furrowing his brow, was still mulling over his assignment. Andrea discreetly cast a silencing charm, ensuring those nearby would remain oblivious to their activities. Then she retrieved a tome titled Advanced Dark Magic, for knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. It is well known that Voldemort and his subordinates favor and frequently employ the 3 unforgivable curses. Currently, the only individual known to have survived the killing curse is Harry Potter. Of course, she and Draco were merely jesting with Merlin, and that was an exceptional case. No one could guarantee he would evade another encounter with the killing curse. How to maintain the greatest advantage under the onslaught of Death Eaters was a question she had long contemplated, even though she believed absolute power would suffice. Yet, in reality, that was the most challenging aspect. Consider this. The youngest cohort of Death Eaters are of her father's generation. It is not merely a matter of having decades more experience. They have devoted nearly their entire lives to the study of dark magic, their minds long since driven to madness. Just think, Bellatrix could even hold her own against Dumbledore, while only Sirius and Remus could barely match her. Now, they are in the light, while the enemy lurks in shadows. She still did not know how Barty Crouch Jr. had regained his powers, or whether old Crouch was safe and sound. There were myriad questions to ponder, even though she had conveyed her concerns to Dumbledore. Many matters could not be brought to light at present. Harry had much more to learn beyond just the mental shielding spell. He had numerous defensive spells against dark magic to master. According to Gellert's predictions, time was not on their side. Andrea had also noticed that Quirrell's patience had been wearing thin as of late. If it were not for Dumbledore's leniency, did he think no one would notice his scheming? Voldemort himself must personally destroy the fragment of the soul within Harry. When do they plan to disclose this to him? Must they allow him to walk into danger in ignorance? Andrea slammed her fist on the table in frustration. Fortunately, she had just cast several silencing charms. Otherwise, Madame Pants would have been at her with a feather duster, ready to eject her. However, it startled Fred, who had just completed his assignment. "Am I too slow?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "No, it's not your fault," Andrea replied, somewhat irritable, unable to confide in anyone. Were it not for the threat of Azkaban, she would have relished teaching Harry the unforgivable curses, allowing him to dispatch Voldemort with a single flick of his wand upon his return. But that was impossible. Harry still had traces of the trace spell yet to be lifted. The only option left was to expedite Harry's growth, while she followed Dumbledore's instruction to teach Harry magic. She and Draco were also under strict orders to protect themselves. Even if they could withstand Voldemort and the Death Eaters' attempts to extract their thoughts, what about Veritaserum? They had no assurance against that. To prevent them from becoming a blade turned against their own, Andrea must ensure her own protection. What she could do now was to swiftly bolster her side strength. Chapter 69. Once more, intercepting Harry. This Christmas, many chose to remain at Hogwarts. Harry had initially intended to return to Grimmauld Place to celebrate the holiday with Sirius, marking what should have been their second Christmas together. However, Dumbledore insisted he remain at school. Andrea understood that time was running short. It seemed the moment was imminent. Through the Marauder's map, Andrea grasped how frequently Quirrell had been visiting the Defense Against the Dark Arts office to consult Gellert over the past month. It appeared Voldemort could no longer wait. But were they prepared on their end? Andrea was uncertain. A more troubling issue arose. The matter of teaching Harry magic was known to only a handful of individuals. Yet his companion Hermione Granger was a remarkably astute young witch. Initially, she adhered strictly to the rules, but Andrea discovered that after curfew, she had stealthily followed Harry outside and uncovered their secret. Andrea couldn't help but admire the girl's audacity. This was perilously reckless. Considering Quirrell's predatory gaze was fixed on Harry, he would hardly harbor any fondness for a Muggleborn, which like Hermione. "Harry, you must tell us the truth. This is the second time this year you've kept secrets from us," Hermione exclaimed, arms akimbo, glaring at him like an enraged lioness. Harry could only shrink back, unsure of how to explain himself. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville, dragged out by Hermione, were still trying to comprehend the situation. Ron, bleary-eyed, nudged his brother. "Harry, what have you gotten into this time?" "Hermione, can't we discuss this tomorrow?" Neville yawned, still half asleep, leaning against Ron's back. "You've broken school rules far too many times lately." Yeah. Can't we talk about this tomorrow, Hermione?" Harry pleaded, looking at her with desperation. He hadn't yet formulated a response, nor did he fully understand why it was necessary for a student like Andrea to tutor him in advanced defense against the dark arts, especially given how proficient she was. Harry was certain that no other student at the school could rival her prowess. Yet, she was remarkably unassuming. Meanwhile, under Andrea's guidance, his mental shielding spell was progressing rapidly. This brought Harry immense relief. He no longer had to endure Snape's biting remarks, which had been tormenting him of late. And the secret to achieving this lay in Andrea's determination to keep her own secrets shielded from others, compelling her to teach Harry the spell with fervor. He had promised not to disclose anything to anyone, yet Hermione's probing made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The act of concealing truths from friends and harboring secrets weighed heavily on his conscience. Harry, I'm genuinely worried about you. Hermione's tone softened, her expression filled with concern. We all know that the attack in Hogsmeade was no accident. They were targeting you. She referred to the Dementor incident. And those with eyes could see that Fudge's earlier statements were merely attempts to create a facade of safety. Such matters were no longer secure. What? Is it really such a matter? Ron exclaimed, suddenly alert, realizing their lives were indeed fortunate. Ronald. Hermione was on the verge of exploding. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut while I am speaking? Il squinted in an effort to wake up, covering Ron's mouth as he retreated. Do not worry. I shall restrain him for you. They were seated in the common room, where everyone else had long succumbed to slumber. The fire crackled warmly, and Harry felt a cozy warmth in his heart, grateful for Hermione's concern, yet he was at a loss as to how to broach the subject with everyone. He was acutely aware that if friendships were shrouded in secrecy and deceit, disappointment was the inevitable outcome. I do not know how to convey this to you, he said, sitting on the floor, clutching his knees. The remaining three gathered closely beside him. In truth, aside from studying occlumency with Snape, he glanced at Il. I have been learning defense against the dark arts under Andromeda. What? The revelation astonished everyone, particularly Il. Why isn't she teaching me? You do not need that. Hermione shot him a glare. Continue. It was Professor Dumbledore who instructed her to do so, forbidding me from disclosing this to anyone, especially regarding Andromeda's involvement, Harry explained. He did not comprehend why Andromeda's formidable abilities had to remain a secret. Is this related to Dumbledore? Hermione questioned, her thoughts diverging from her initial assumptions. The recent escape of Death Eaters indeed had significant implications for Harry, the savior of the wizarding world, which naturally drew Dumbledore's attention. Yet, what role did Andromeda play in all this? Why would Dumbledore entrust such a critical task to a fifth-year student, particularly one from Slytherin? Her skepticism was not born from prejudice against Andromeda, but rather the sheer absurdity of the situation defied rational explanation. Has Dumbledore revealed anything else to you? Ron inquired. If you have noticed, this year Dumbledore has not permitted me to return to the Black residence. Something must be afoot, Harry mused. Having contemplated this matter for quite some time. It must be something urgent, Hermione affirmed her hypothesis. Ron, still bewildered, asked, what are you two playing at? Did I miss something? He turned to Il. Il reassured him. It's fine. You don't need to overthink it. Ron glared at him in frustration. Hermione had no time for their antics and pressed on. Is your recent absence also connected to this matter? Yes, I can sense that Andromeda has been somewhat anxious lately. Hermione suddenly slapped Ron on the back, producing a loud sound. This cannot stand. We cannot remain in the dark like fools. Harry, we must seek out Professor Dumbledore for clarification. Previously, Hermione was intent on understanding the reasons behind the enigma. They would not act in secrecy from the professors, but also could not stand idly by while their friend was in danger. I want to go too, Il exclaimed excitedly, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding his sister. Only Ron remained perplexed. Aren't we discussing Harry hiding things from us? Hermione shot him an angry glare and pinched him sharply. Chapter 70. Seeking clarity from Dumbledore. Their timing was rather unfortunate. Their defense against the dark arts professor was present in the headmaster's office, and both seemed to be engaged in a serious discussion. As Harry and his companions ascended, they felt somewhat reckless, particularly Hermione, who regretted her impulsive decision to confront Dumbledore. However, retreating now would mean they might never muster the courage to return. In the headmaster's office, Gellert and Dumbledore occupied separate chairs. Gellert with his arms crossed and a frown etched on his face. Harry hesitated, uncertain how to request Professor Bilbin's departure, knowing the matter sounded rather confidential. Professor Dumbledore, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, he stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Professor Bilbin squinted at him. For some inexplicable reason, a chill swept through the room. Hermione tugged at his sleeve, summoning courage to step forward. Professor Dumbledore, it concerns Harry. We seek an answer. Oh, I am well aware. Dumbledore replied, his smile returning. Here is a group of brave youngsters willing to confront challenges for the sake of their friend. Seeing you reminds me of James and the others in our school days. I am pleased you have the courage to ask me. Do not be too upset. He added to Gellert. Just as Hermione and the others believed their inquiries might receive resolution, Dumbledore continued, however, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose this matter. Why? Hermione blurted out in astonishment, then immediately realized her impudence. I apologize, Professor. I did not mean to. Professor Dumbledore, I too am perplexed. Everything seems different this year. Harry interjected, struggling to articulate the sensation of being kept in the dark while the events directly pertained to him. He was being instructed in occlumency and defense against the dark arts, yet remained utterly uninformed. Harry loathed this feeling of entrapment. as though he were ensnared while simultaneously feeling like an outsider. I am sorry to impose this burden upon you. It is time I divulged the truth, Dumbledore stated firmly. Yet he insisted that Hermione and the others leave, emphasizing that for the safety of all, only Harry could be privy to this information. His resolve was unyielding, and as Hermione prepared to press further, he cast a stern glance, prompting Gellert to rise in displeasure. Upon hearing that the situation posed a threat to everyone's safety, Harry resolutely insisted they depart, thinking if the danger were solely his to bear, he would shoulder it alone. Professor, please reveal the truth to me. Dumbledore and Gellert exchanged a glance, acknowledging that this was not an ideal time to reveal certain information, yet revelations from Crouch had accelerated the timeline. It was initially believed that the great serpent at Voldemort's side had been made into a Horcrux long ago. However, the Ministry had only recently discovered that a female official had mysteriously vanished, her last known whereabouts remaining a mystery. I recall that young Barty approached you first, correct? Dumbledore inquired of Gellert. Indeed, Gellert replied. Signs of the Death Eater's resurgence began as early as the summer of your second year. Perhaps it was then that Voldemort rediscovered a means to return to his servants. Upon discovering young Barty Crouch, Dumbledore had sought out old Barty, only to find him under a powerful Imperius curse. Any attempt to break the spell would result in the utter collapse of the unfortunate man. To avoid alarming any potential threats, Dumbledore chose not to send him to St. Mungo's for treatment. However, this also confirmed that Voldemort had indeed returned, even if he lacked a corporeal form. Who is young Barty? Professor, I do not understand, Harry interjected. He is a loyal subordinate, Dumbledore replied evasively, aware that Harry, being an emotionally vibrant adolescent, might react rashly upon learning the truth. Harry, do you recall why I instructed you to study occlumency? Dumbledore asked. You mentioned that when Voldemort attempted to kill me, the killing curse rebounded upon him, leaving me with this scar. Harry gestured towards his forehead. Through this mark, he could observe the world from my perspective, while the occlumency kept Voldemort at bay from my mind. There is no error in that assertion. Dumbledore sighed, gazing deeply at Harry. It must be rather peculiar for you to receive tutoring from Andromeda. Indeed, Professor, Harry replied. Humph, Gellert scoffed, displeased. Andromeda was his most outstanding pupil. Do not take offense. Dumbledore felt compelled to reassure once more. Perhaps he ought to distance Harry from Gellert? I trust that as you spend time with Andromeda, you will discover she is truly remarkable. I should not have involved her, but my options were regrettably limited. Dumbledore paused, realizing he ought not to divulge too much about Andromeda to Harry, as it would benefit neither him nor her. The priority was to convey to this child his predetermined fate. Allow me, Albus, if you truly care, Gellert interjected, pushing him back into his seat. With a casual wave of his hand, Harry beheld several exquisite artifacts he had never encountered before. What are these? He unconsciously directed his gaze towards Dumbledore. Some of these are relics of the founders of Hogwarts, while others are Voldemort's personal belongings, Dumbledore explained, indicating a diary. It was this very object that unleashed the basilisk last year. Harry certainly recalled it was he who had opened the Chamber of Secrets using Parseltongue. Yet, why could a mere diary wield such power? Horcruxes, Gellert replied, waving his wrist once more, causing a lengthy passage of text to materialize in the air. By binding one's soul to an object through acts of murder, the item becomes a vessel of malevolent dark magic. Some believe that by splitting their souls, they can achieve a form of immortality. Voldemort is a quintessential example of this. Gellert endeavored to simplify his explanation. Are you implying that this diary is a Horcrux of Voldemort? Harry asked incredulously. Despite having grown up in the Muggle world, he understood the significance of the soul to a person, and the notion of attaining a twisted immortality through soul division was profoundly unsettling. Gellert let out a disdainful laugh, his gaze sweeping across the collection of items before settling back on Harry. Humph, all of these. You too. Chapter 71, The Truth Revealed. All of them. Harry's eyes widened, his mind affirming Voldemort's depravity. Who would choose to divide their soul into so many fragments for the sake of immortality? Do you know why you are a Parselmouth? The Potter lineage has no such precedent, Gellert inquired, an unsettling amusement lurking in his smile. Voldemort once took great pride in a unique ability of his. Do you understand what that is, Harry? Dumbledore supplemented. Why do you gaze at him so? Harry felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Then he recalled the basilisk. Why did the diary need to unlock the chamber? Did Voldemort know a basilisk resided within? What would happen if they discovered it? Would it lead to the extermination of all Muggle-born wizards at Hogwarts? This aligned perfectly with his established ideology. Harry's expression shifted as he grappled with the thought. Is it possible that I too am one of his Horcruxes? Indeed, Dumbledore regarded him with pity. So this is the true reason I am learning occlumency? Harry demanded. Who else is aware of this? His thoughts immediately turned to Snape and Andromeda. Did they too comprehend this matter? Aside from us, Andromeda knows, Dumbledore was reluctant to conceal this from Harry. He needed him to understand Andromeda's significance to them. Does Snape not know? Harry had long suspected Snape was aligned with Voldemort. From the outset, Snape had harbored disdain for him. Although he had initially misjudged Snape due to Quirrell's actions in his first year, over the past 2 years, his suspicions had only solidified. Unable to restrain himself, Harry began to pace. You should refer to him as Professor Snape. Dumbledore's azure eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, bore into him. Harry, I assure you, Professor Snape is trustworthy. Humph. Gellert interjected with a cold chuckle, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Harry found himself increasingly irritated by Gellert's presence. Yet he couldn't help but agree with his assessment of Snape. How could anyone trust that man? I dislike him. I mean Professor Snape. He even loathes me. I can feel it. Harry recalled how during his occlumency lessons, whenever he thought of his parents, Snape would hurl insults at him, attacking his father. All I can tell you is to trust him. Dumbledore was unwilling to elaborate further, believing that any additional words would only bring trouble to Severus. Harry, promise me that you will clear your mind before you sleep. Dumbledore grasped his shoulder firmly. Yes, I will, Harry assured him once more. He regained his focus, nearly losing himself in thought. Professor, why would Andromeda know something that even Professor Snape does not? Is she not merely a student? She is only a few years older than him, around 15, the same age as Fred. Dumbledore was hesitant to disclose too much about Andromeda. Your mind should not harbor excessive secrets regarding her. Then why must I learn those things? Harry pressed. Dumbledore could not help but respond. Do you know why the Death Eaters attacked you in Hogsmeade last time? Was it not to exact revenge for their master? Harry had always believed this to be the case. No, Harry. The Death Eaters' assault and the Dementor's betrayal indicate one thing. He has returned, Harry stated calmly. And neither Dumbledore nor Gellert contradicted him. Did you not say? Dumbledore interrupted. Yes, I did mention that he currently lacks a corporeal form, hence his return. How can he achieve that? It is quite evident, Gellert interjected. Do you think the Death Eaters wish to capture you for no reason? He desires you to use your body as his own. Harry felt an inexplicable terror. He had never heard of such a wicked notion. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry, your vivid imagination is one of your strengths. It is your blood. Gellert shot him a sidelong glance. Harry had yet to notice how closely his two professors were positioned. He merely found it curious. My blood? Why does he need my blood? 12 years ago, when Voldemort ventured to Godric's Hollow to kill you, your mother sacrificed her life for yours. This potent enchantment left a mark upon you, which is why Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort during your first year, could not touch you. Voldemort realized this as well. Harry comprehended. He believed that using his blood for resurrection would nullify that mark. Yet why was he so fixated on killing me? I am merely a third-year student. This perplexity gnawed at him, as if everyone regarded him as Voldemort's adversary, who truly had lost their senses. Remember, never fragment yourself into so many pieces. Such madness is the origin of insanity, Gellert mocked, his thoughts lingering on a certain noseless Dark Lord who had desecrated Albus's grave, despite it being a result Albus had orchestrated and anticipated. However, Gellert is not a person who values reason. Though somewhat crude, there is a certain truth to it, Harry. Even during Gellert's most deranged times, he never contemplated achieving immortality through the creation of Horcruxes. Certainly, had Gellert taken such a step, they would not now be sitting together in quiet conversation. Yet, I still fail to comprehend why you wish for me to train in magic. Is it out of fear that they may strike at me once more? Harry struck upon the crux of the matter, thinking that Dumbledore feared he might be captured again, just as he had been during the perilous incident in Hogsmeade. He then observed Dumbledore gazing at him with a sorrowful expression. No, we will send you directly to him, so that he may fulfill this task. What? Harry was utterly bewildered. He had presumed that Dumbledore was the most opposed to this course of action. Should Voldemort regain his corporeal form, how much more arduous it would be to vanquish him again. Harry, as long as Voldemort's Horcruxes remain intact, he shall never truly perish. His fingers traced along the pages of the diary, recalling that 3 more remained undestroyed. One of them posed a particularly vexing challenge. I am uncertain how to handle it, and I dare not confide in anyone. This Horcrux is me. Tears streamed down Harry's face as he finally grasped why Andrea was so insistent on his maturation, and why Dumbledore had repeatedly regarded him with such melancholy. Indeed, Dumbledore sighed. Gellert held one of his hands. Chapter 72, the final preparations from that day forth. Hermione noticed that Harry had completely vanished from her sight. Yes, he had disappeared. Harry was avoiding them. By the time Harry returned to the dormitory each day, Ron and Iel were already fast asleep, unable to contain their impatience. Such matters could not be openly discussed. Hermione had no means to confront Harry in front of others. She initially intended to inquire about Andrea through Iel, but it turned out that Andrea had no intention of divulging anything to them. Hermione utterly despised this feeling of helplessness. Harry was aware that this was no viable solution, Yet the recollection of their earlier conversation rendered him powerless. Upon the conclusion of potions class, Harry hastily packed his bag, carelessly shoving his belongings inside. Before he could take a step, Hermione dashed up, restraining him, while Ron and Il flanked him on either side. "You absolutely cannot run away today. You must tell us the truth," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes ablaze like two burning candles. "I cannot," Harry refused. Who would come to his aid, even if it were Snape? Perhaps hearing his silent plea, Snape descended from the podium, casting a disdainful glance upon the four of them. Is Gryffindor preparing to lose points over this scuffle? The remaining three quickly released their hold, and Hermione hastily replied, "Professor, we will be leaving at once." "You may leave, but Potter stays." "Detention," Snape said impassively. "But Harry, hasn't he done anything wrong today?" Ron protested. "I have. I was punished last week." Harry realized this and swiftly shoved Il aside, standing beside Snape. He chose to heed Dumbledore's words, willing to believe that Snape was a good man, one of their own. Snape felt profoundly vexed. Dumbledore had tasked him with aiding the Potter boy to prevent him from being besieged by a throng of Gryffindors. How had his time become so devalued? Nevertheless, upon witnessing Harry being cornered, he instinctively stepped in to extricate him. At least his reflexes were sharp. Had Harry dared to question him about the timing of this predicament, he would have certainly expelled the boy, along with a month's worth of detention. "Really? But Professor, it's still daytime," I said now, Snape reiterated, each word dripping with impatience as he ushered everyone out. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Harry said earnestly, taken aback by Snape's unexpected assistance. Snape turned, his cloak swirling. "Do you think I jest? Now, detention. I need to assess your clemency skills." Harry had not anticipated this turn of events. However, he chose not to dwell on Snape's sardonic remarks. Time was of the essence, and for everyone's safety. He needed to ensure absolute security, even if Snape was unaware of why it was imperative for him to master a clemency swiftly. Meanwhile, Andrea was notified to expedite the process. Recently, she had temporarily borrowed the Marauder-S map, and she was increasingly awed by its enchantment, pondering how Sirius and the others had crafted such a remarkable magical artifact. Each day, she monitored young Barty Crouch's movements through the map. Gellert had informed her that during the first Hogsmeade weekend following the Christmas holidays, they would lure Harry to their ambush site, where Crouch would personally deliver Harry to his master. To ensure Harry's safe return after Voldemort removed the fragment, they had crafted a concealed portkey for him to carry, allowing him to return successfully at a critical moment. As for the resurrected Voldemort, Dumbledore advised against large-scale pursuit for the time being, as there were still 2 Horcruxes yet to be destroyed, aside from Harry. The repercussions of Voldemort's fragmented soul had rendered him exceedingly weak, to the point that he remained oblivious to the destruction of the other Horcruxes. They intended to capitalize on this information disparity and eliminate the remaining Horcruxes first. Regarding Nagini, once Voldemort became aware that his other Horcruxes had been eradicated, he would undoubtedly keep her close for protection, just as he had in the past. Thus, Nagini would be dealt with last. As for the one in Bellatrix's vault, Andrea mused that she might need to speak with Draco. With Bellatrix still incarcerated in Azkaban and Voldemort not yet resurrected, only Narcissa could manage this. She needed to ensure that Lucius made his stance clear. "I know what you're going to say." Before she could utter a word, Draco interrupted her, his expression darkening. Something terrible must have occurred. Andrea feared the worst. Had someone come knocking? "Peter Pettigrew, I want to kill him," Draco shouted furiously. How dare he send a swarm of rats into Malfoy Manor? That filthy fool. It seemed the Dark Lord was eager to ascertain whether his servant had truly betrayed him. Yet Pettigrew was undoubtedly the most contemptible Death Eater she knew. "Draco, he's coming back." Andrea had to restrain him, revealing the harsh truth. This explained why Pettigrew had been so brazenly roaming about. "Are you saying?" Draco fell silent, the color draining from his face as memories of his circumstances in the 5th year resurfaced. Did this mean it was happening again? They all knew that his first order of business upon returning would be to reassemble the Death Eaters. Lucius needed to reaffirm his allegiance. Andrea spoke gravely. Lucius was not like Snape, and she was uncertain how to counsel him. If one day he were exposed, Voldemort would not spare the Malfoy family. "I understand. But what can he do?" Lucius would never easily relinquish his position. He cannot and dare not. The words he uttered to distance himself from blame when Voldemort fell would be enough for Voldemort to lose faith in him. Andromeda and Dumbledore, along with Gellert, deliberated and resolved to disclose the truth about the Horcruxes to Draco. After all, there was still one Horcrux that required Narcissa's assistance to obtain. Yet this decision might put her in peril. Following Andromeda's explanation regarding the object in Gringotts, Draco promptly declined without hesitation. "No, Andromeda, I cannot involve my mother in this." Draco gazed at her with pleading eyes. "We have no alternative." In that moment, Andromeda exhibited remarkable composure. They exchanged glances for an extended period, and Draco discerned the steadfastness within her eyes, as if he had never before regarded her with such earnestness. Yet he found himself unable to counter her. He cherished Narcissa deeply, and so did Andromeda. Had the Black family not been reduced to only his mother remaining in the outside world, she surely would not have wished for Narcissa to face danger. I wish to tell father and mother the truth, may I? After a prolonged silence, he inquired softly. His gaze lowered. Of course, Andromeda embraced him. Let us hope for a favorable outcome. Chapter 73, Lucius's Decision. Convincing Lucius Malfoy is no trivial task. Draco had been striving to do so since his first year, yet by the third year, Lucius had not completely altered his views. The recent escape of Death Eaters had left him in a state of trepidation for an extended duration. He was acutely aware that when his master returned, the first to be dealt with would likely be himself and Severus, his old friend. However, the fear of his master was one aspect, while betraying him was an entirely different extreme. Not to mention the consequences of betraying Voldemort. Did Dumbledore offer anything worthy of such treachery? Upon Bella's capture by Dumbledore, Lucius's initial reaction was one of relief. At least he no longer had to contend with a deranged aunt perpetually threatening him. Yet his son, Draco, had concocted some scheme that necessitated both him and Narcissa to visit the school to see him. Naturally, he would not acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. And then, Draco cried. Since Draco turned 5, Lucius had never witnessed such profound sorrow upon his face. In that instant, his heart softened. He sought permission from Dumbledore to visit the school, and the latter assented without a word, causing Lucius to suspect some underlying plot. Nevertheless, concern for Draco prevailed, and when he and Narcissa arrived at Hogwarts, they found Draco already awaiting them in the headmaster's office. While waiting in the headmaster's office, Draco fidgeted restlessly. Dumbledore had left early, deeming it essential to grant the family time and space alone. With him present, Lucius might be inclined to argue. For Lucius's safety, he had to depart with Gellert ahead of schedule. Draco, what has transpired? Why must we meet at school? Lucius inquired impatiently as he landed. In recent days, he had felt as though he were being monitored during his comings and goings from the manor. He was well aware that most of those were sent by Dumbledore, making him feel quite uncomfortable in this setting. But are you feeling wronged? Narcissa gently stroked his head, the slight swelling around his eyes indicating that he had recently wept profusely. No one. Draco had yet to decide how to reveal the truth to his parents. Memories were more vivid, but he could not bear for them to witness his ultimate demise firsthand, without needing others to inform him. He could surmise the profound sorrow they would endure upon his death, having been raised as their cherished child. Yet, as Leah had pointed out, his father needed to make a decision. A vague stance would only endanger himself and keep his mother in a state of anxiety. Draco's resolve began to solidify, and in the room lay a pensive. Dumbledore had likely anticipated he would take this course of action. Father, mother, I have a secret to share with you. Draco drew forth his wand, never before having felt such determination. He could not allow his father to return to that man. The wand pressed against his temple. Lucius and Narcissa's expressions turned ashen. They could hardly be oblivious to the fact that this indicated a memory extraction, but what circumstances could have led Draco to this notion? The Malfoy family was submerged in a sea of memories that could only be described as terrifying. After a long pause, Lucius staggered and embraced his wife and son. Good boy. His kiss fell upon Draco's soft crown, and recalling the images he had just witnessed, he could not help but feel tears prick his eyes once more. He could scarcely imagine the fear and anguish Draco had endured in his stead while becoming a Death Eater at only 16, with Narcissa, his beautiful and gentle wife, representing him at Death Eater meetings. Damn it, if it weren't for Bella. Lucius calmly closed his eyes. The Malfoys could sacrifice everything for their interests, except for those they loved. Little dragon, my little dragon. Narcissa tightly clutched Draco's back, her tears flowing unabated. It is I who have brought you trouble. Lucius embraced them once more. Father, don't go back. Draco struggled free from his grasp. He was now nearly as tall as Lucius. The boy who once cried for his father in times of distress was finally growing to match his father's stature. I cannot. Why not? Draco was taken aback by Lucius's unwavering refusal. Lucius rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the hideous mark exuding an aura of malevolence. As long as this exists, he will always find me. Draco's complexion drained of color. He understood that Voldemort could summon them through the dark mark, punishing them. Yet he had not realized it could also be used to locate them. No wonder Igor Karkaroff had been killed even after fleeing. Lucius. Narcissa pressed her hand against his left arm, avoiding the dark mark. You must speak with Dumbledore. Draco is right. You cannot return to him. They had witnessed all that Dumbledore had done through Draco's memories, and Lucius could hardly believe that his old friend Severus was truly aligned with the Order of the Phoenix. As he recalled the cover he had once provided him, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Lucius, you should speak with Dumbledore, right here, at this critical moment. Narcissa was resolute. Draco, would you take Mother to meet Leah? From Draco's perspective, that girl, a half-blood, was the only person they had grown close to during their darkest 2 years, aside from Draco himself. Andromeda Taylor, to be precise, was the daughter of her disowned cousin, Doria Black, also her niece, making her Draco's cousin. It was uncertain why she had saved Andromeda in their past life, whether she had foreseen her lineage. Yet it was regrettable that she could not save her brother. She deserved gratitude. Although she had rescued Andromeda's life, she ultimately sacrificed her own for Draco, having no obligation to stand alongside them. She is the girl you asked Mother to make treats for in your first year, isn't she? Narcissa recalled. As at that time, Lucius had learned of their connection and had been quite displeased with Draco's closeness to a half-blood witch. Yes, Andromeda has always been very kind to me. Upon his induction into the Death Eaters, it was Andrea who steadfastly supported him from the shadows, offering assistance in myriad forms. They relied upon one another, advancing and retreating together. Aside from Lucius and Narcissa, she was the one he cherished the most. Let me introduce her to Mother. Narcissa insisted once more. After I meet with Dumbledore, I wish to personally express my gratitude. At last, Lucius relented. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. Dumbledore was awaiting them. Chapter 74, Captured. The nature of the agreement struck between Lucius and Dumbledore remains shrouded in mystery. What is known is that, following that fateful day, rumors spread that Lucius had succumbed to a curse, his life hanging by a thread. To avoid raising suspicion from the Dark Mark, he indeed ingested Severus's concocted weakening potion, rendering him in a state that appeared as if he were on the brink of death. The Horcrux was personally retrieved by Narcissa from Bellatrix's vault, and as expected, it was the Hufflepuff cup. With the exception of Gryffindor's sword, Voldemort was nearing the completion of assembling the relics of the four founders. On that day, Andrea encountered Lucius and Narcissa. Narcissa remained as stunningly beautiful as ever, a stark contrast to the melancholic woman burdened by her husband's imprisonment in Azkaban and her son's forced allegiance to the Death Eaters. Narcissa radiated boundless kindness towards her, and in that moment, Andrea felt as though her beloved Cece, whom she had cherished for 2 years, had returned to her side. However, everyone knew that such a possibility was but a fleeting dream. She did not allow herself to feel sorrow. Merely surviving was a gift from Merlin. The paramount concern was how to discreetly abduct Harry and return safely to Hogwarts from Voldemort's resurrected killing curse. This matter must remain concealed from Sirius. If he were to discover it, he could very well upheave Hogwarts itself. Furthermore, Hermione and the others were to remain uninformed. The adventurous Gryffindors could not be trusted to refrain from reckless actions. For safety's sake, she and Draco had been ordered to abstain from participating in this operation, much to Draco's dissatisfaction upon realizing how much he was missing out on. When Potter returns, I shall have to settle some accounts with you, Draco huffed, arms crossed. At long last, Hogsmeade Week arrived. Harry declined Hermione and the others' invitation to join them, and concurrently, Professor McGonagall, acting on Dumbledore's instructions, kept the three of them at school under the guise of academic discussion. Harry was not equipped with any defensive magical items, as Dumbledore feared they might hinder Voldemort's ability to cast the killing curse. The invisibility cloak was entrusted to Gellert, who placed a tracking charm on Harry, intending to accompany him under the cloak and potentially save him if necessary. Dumbledore had organized the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who were unaware of the mission details. Once Gellert sent word, Dumbledore would lead them to action. Only Nagini and Harry remained. It would be ideal to eliminate Nagini, but if the mission faltered, they must not allow Voldemort to discern their intentions regarding his Horcruxes, due to the fragmentation of his soul. Even if the remaining Horcruxes were destroyed, Voldemort would remain oblivious. After an agonizing wait, when the day finally arrived, Harry was surprisingly composed. He could not share his thoughts with anyone else. Only Andrea could lend an ear to his grievances. Yet, he could see that Andrea was in pain regarding the prospect of sending him to his demise, and gradually, he refrained from speaking much in her presence. Harry remained calm. The portkey fashioned into an inconspicuous keychain nestled in his pocket. A mere flick of his finger would transport him back to Hogwarts, provided his hands were unbound. His wand was tucked into his trouser pocket. It would hardly suffice against Voldemort, but he had to ensure he did not perish at the hands of the Death Eaters. Only Voldemort would do. As he strolled alone through Hogsmeade, he took a moment to admire the village lane. If he returned safely, he would bring back ample galleons to indulge in every delightful experience this street had to offer, treating Ron to the joys of friendship's generosity. Harry slowed his pace, acutely aware that at any moment, someone might spring upon him unexpectedly. His palm repeatedly brushed against the edge of his trousers as he struggled to maintain control. Act natural, Harry, he admonished himself. The further he walked, the more he sensed a lurking presence. Even the passing students seemed to harbor ill intentions. Was it that one? Harry glanced discreetly, spotting a young man wielding a wand that spewed flames. No, it couldn't be. That would attract far too much attention. Then he caught sight of another figure, cloaked and not far from him, tightly wrapped against the chill, with only a pair of pale hands visible. Yet, this person hurried past him, dismissing him entirely. No, it couldn't be. Harry pressed onward, approaching the area of the Shrieking Shack, a place few dared to tread. As he ventured forward, the crowd thinned. He feigned ignorance, quietly advancing. The soft crunch of heavy boots on the snow behind him sent a chill down his spine. He knew he should turn and feign discovery, but his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground. With great effort, Harry lifted his foot, preparing to take another step when an ominous whoosh pierced the air, something hurtling toward him with alarming speed. He barely had time to glance back before a crimson light struck him. Darkness engulfed him. He instantly lost consciousness, collapsing into the snow. A mysterious figure, shrouded in a black cloak, swiftly approached, seizing Harry by the collar and disapparating. Crack! Gellert, disguised as bile, materialized at the spot where Harry had vanished, his wand emitting a silvery beam towards the distance, the direction Harry had taken. His tracking magic had proven effective. The adversary's vigilance was lacking, failing to conduct even a cursory check. With a flick of his wand, a massive silver light ascended into the sky. The plan was set in motion. And now he needed to alert Dumbledore and the members of the Order to follow in his wake, laying an ambush in the shadows. He hoped that Potter wouldn't encounter any unforeseen complications. Otherwise, Albus and Andrea would bear the weight of guilt for eternity. Gellert contemplated, vanishing from sight once more. The swift Patronus soon found its way to Dumbledore, who remained calm, scanning the faces of every member present. They were the Order's sharpest forces. Today's mission held great significance, and each must ensure their safety. With a swish, they all disapparated in succession. Chapter 75, in the Graveyard. It seemed that a sound of breaking air echoed from somewhere. Harry was oblivious to where he had been taken. The last voice he heard before losing consciousness informed him that he had been struck by a stunning spell. When he regained consciousness, he found himself firmly bound to a large gravestone, his hands and feet secured. Surrounding him was a desolate expanse, marred by several leaning gravestones and tattered white cloth. He immediately recognized it as a graveyard. Yet these graves had been desecrated, the names inscribed upon them deliberately scratched away. The fluttering white cloth, combined with the dim and eerie atmosphere of the graveyard, created a sense of dread that made Harry shiver involuntarily. He began to struggle frantically, realizing that if he remained bound in this manner, he would be unable to reach even the slightest semblance of his own belongings, even unto death. A creeping sense of fear enveloped him. What of the professors? Had they not claimed they would be watching over him from the shadows? And Voldemort? Why was he alone now? Hello? Who is it? Who brought me here? He shouted in a fit of rage, torn between recalling that he was merely acting and the genuine terror that gripped him. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from an unknown source, reminiscent of a robe sweeping through tall grass, who was approaching barefoot. In the midst of the overgrown weeds, Harry discerned the silhouette of an unusual figure, hunched and cradling something in its arms. What could it be? As the distance between them diminished, Harry recognized the newcomer as a short, stout man clad in a hood, his rough hands reverently supporting a cloth bundle. Was it a baby? Or perhaps a sack of clothing? The man halted a mere 6 feet away, peering at Harry from beneath his hood. Ah! Harry's scar throbbed painfully, as if 1,000 needles were incessantly prodding at it, the agony overwhelming him as he writhed against the gravestone. In a desperate attempt to alleviate the torment, he closed his eyes and forcefully struck the back of his head against the stone, striving to ignore the perturbation emanating from his scar. Voldemort had arrived. Harry was acutely aware of the profound connection he shared with Voldemort. Ah, my little guest, how difficult you are to summon, a serpentine. Slick voice slithered through the air nearby. At the sound, the pain in his head abruptly ceased. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at the bundle held by the man, tightly wrapped, leaving its contents a mystery. It dawned on him that it was no innocent infant, nor merely a sack of garments. It was Voldemort. He had been reduced to this grotesque, unrecognizable form. Desperation surged within him as Voldemort yearned to forge a new body using his blood. Wormtail, what are you dawdling for? Voldemort's voice was cold and commanding. Harry then noticed the man Voldemort referred to as Wormtail, trembling under the weight of his master's icy gaze. The traitor to his parents slowly unveiled his hood, revealing his watery, fearful eyes. Ah, Harry Potter, it has been a long time, he uttered, a brazen act considering his betrayal and the years spent ensnaring Sirius. Harry struggled fiercely against his bindings. Silence. Do not utter useless words, Voldemort ordered again, his tone laced with impatience. Yes, my lord, Wormtail stammered, his voice quaking with terror. He dared not hesitate further, carefully placing his master upon the ground, just a stone's throw away from Harry. If only he had his wand. He would shatter that bundle without a second thought. He glared at the tightly wrapped object, wishing fervently that it would remain unopened. Longing for a way to end Voldemort's life. Where was Professor Burbage? Why did he not intervene? Professor Dumbledore, must he await Voldemort's resurrection? He heard a sound. Something was approaching him. Looking down, he saw a large serpent slithering through the grass, coiling around the base of the gravestone. Wormtail was laboriously pushing a colossal stone cauldron towards him. Harry's eyes burned with hatred, unwavering upon Wormtail, as the cauldron appeared to be filled with water, towering just slightly above his position, seemingly capable of containing an entire adult. Voldemort seemed invigorated, and Harry imagined that if it weren't for his physical limitations, he would be compelled to rise and leap into that massive cauldron. Wormtail busied himself igniting the cauldron with his wand, sparks flying as the flames crackled beneath it. The liquid inside began to boil, erupting with sparks, its surface thickening, while the steam rising obscured Wormtail's figure. The serpent then ventured into the darkness. Voldemort grew increasingly anxious, twisting the bundle in his grasp, emitting a cold, sharp sound. Hurry! The surface of the liquid now sparkled with flames, resembling a tapestry of diamonds. It is ready, my lord, Wormtail whispered. Then now, Voldemort commanded coldly. Wormtail tore open the bundle, revealing its contents, cradling it in his hands. Harry gasped. What manner of creature was this? To call it a monster would be too lenient. It resembled a hairless, baby-sized being, its skin covered in scales, akin to a piece of tender flesh scalded by heat. Its arms were thin and pliable, seemingly devoid of bones, and most terrifying of all was its flat, serpentine face, where a nose should have been, now replaced by two thin seams, crowned with a pair of glistening red eyes. Harry could hardly believe it. Was this truly Voldemort? He appeared utterly incapable of self-sufficiency, his frail arms wrapped around Wormtail's neck, relinquishing himself into the cauldron. As soon as he submerged in the viscous liquid, it began to boil with a hissing sound, and Harry heard the soft thud of his body meeting the cauldron's bottom. Pain and revulsion flickered across Wormtail's pale face. Harry's scar flared with heat. He could not bear the thought of Voldemort's resurrection. I cannot allow this, he thought. Wormtail began to speak, trembling as he retrieved his wand. The air crackled with a few sharp sounds, mingling with the chilling wind, unnoticed by anyone. Wormtail appeared frayed with fear, raising his wand, closing his eyes, and addressing the night sky. The bone of the father, unknowingly given, shall bring forth your son's rebirth. The grave beneath Harry exploded. A plume of grayish-white smoke billowing forth, wavering as it descended into the vast cauldron. The once tranquil surface shattered, flames erupted, crackling as the liquid transformed into a vibrant blue hue. Poisonous. Wormtail let out a great sob, lifting his wand once more. Harry heard his labored breathing. Chapter 76. The Noseless Dark Lord is revived. Simultaneously, Wormtail drew forth a gleaming, slender dagger from beneath his cloak, its silver glinting menacingly. His voice trembled with fear. The flesh of the servant, willingly given, shall bring forth your master's rebirth. Harry's gaze locked onto him fiercely. Wormtail extended his right hand, the one missing a finger, while his left hand raised the dagger high. Realization dawned upon Harry, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Yet, he could not escape the piercing scream that reached his ears, a sound so horrid it threatened to rupture his eardrums. He heard something fall to the ground. Wormtail's struggles mingling with sobs, as something was cast into the cauldron, the sound of it settling to the bottom. Harry recoiled at the thought of what it might be, yet a burst of red light erupted from the cauldron, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. The fiery glow piercing through his tightly shut eyelids. The blood of the enemy, forced to be offered, shall bring forth your foe's revival. Wormtail's groans persisted, until the weight of heavy breaths brushed against Harry's face, signaling that Wormtail had stopped before him. Harry opened his eyes abruptly, fixing a gaze of hatred upon him. He looked so much like James. How dare you, betraying my parents? He bellowed with all his might. Wormtail lowered his head, and Harry struggled even more fiercely. But the ropes were tied too tightly. With his one remaining hand, Wormtail tremulously raised the silver dagger towards him. Harry fought with all his strength, unleashing the most vile curses he could conjure. Yet, this did not deter Wormtail. He heard the sickening sound of the dagger piercing his flesh, pain radiating from his arm as blood trickled down his robes. Still in agony, Wormtail trembled as he retrieved a small glass vial from his cloak, pressing it against his wound, allowing a trickle of blood to flow into the bottle. He poured the crimson liquid into the cauldron, which instantaneously transformed into a blinding white. Wormtail had completed his task. He staggered to the side before collapsing to the ground, clutching his mangled limb, gasping in pain. The cauldron was on the verge of boiling. sparks flying and emitting a brilliant light. It was about to happen. Harry watched intently as the figure began to emerge. He had resurrected. Never had he wished so fervently to see Voldemort. If only that man would rise from the cauldron. If only he could reclaim his corporeal form. If only he could vanquish him himself. At that moment, he had never felt so fearless in the face of death. The mirror in his trouser pocket spun wildly, radiating warmth. It was a gift from Ron at the beginning of the term, brought back from Egypt. He now felt like a true savior, who knew that Voldemort's demise had begun with the theft of his blood. He was truly sealing his own fate. Master. He heard Wormtail's head strike the ground. At last, a man's form slowly ascended from the cauldron, tall and gaunt, resembling a skeleton. Dress me, commanded a voice, cold and cruel. Wormtail, sobbing and cradling his severed arm, scrambled to retrieve the black robe that had once wrapped around him, carefully draping it over his master's shoulders with his one arm. Voldemort stepped forth from the cauldron, his crimson eyes fixated upon him, eyes that Harry had seen countless times in nightmares. A pale visage, a flat, serpentine face, red eyes, nostrils like slits, and a skeletal body. Voldemort had returned. He approached Harry, his voice slick and serpentine, saying, "It has been a long time, my boy." Ugh. Harry turned his head in disgust. Wormtail emitted a loud sob, fearing the consequences of Harry's defiance. Voldemort's icy gaze swept over him. He had no time to deal with this servant as he busied himself examining his new body. The great snake had slithered back, coiling around Voldemort's feet. Voldemort surveyed his new form with elation, every part fitting perfectly. He utterly despised the infantile body crafted from unicorn blood and Nagini's venom. Though that form allowed him to wield some magic, it was a source of profound humiliation for him. His hand withdrew a wand from the deep pocket of his robe, his long, oddly shaped fingers caressing it. How long had it been since he had felt the presence of a wand? He roughly yanked Wormtail up from the ground, who was still weeping for his right arm. Voldemort violently flung him towards the base of the gravestone where Harry stood, landing at his feet. Wormtail, clutching his wound, wept. "Master, you promised, you promised." Voldemort cast a disdainful glance at his most contemptible servant and languidly commanded, "Extend your arm." Wormtail's blood soaked his robe as he shakily lifted his right arm. "Not that one." Voldemort's voice grew even colder. "And master?" Wormtail clutched his arm in confusion, and Harry saw the profound fear etched on his face. "What is happening?" Voldemort bent down, yanking Wormtail up from the ground, seizing his left arm and roughly rolling his sleeve up above the elbow. On his left arm, Harry beheld a vivid red tattoo. The dark mark, something Andrea had once educated him about. Voldemort pressed his sharp fingernails firmly onto the mark, eliciting a pained wail from Wormtail, who could not help but slide down to the ground beneath his master's hand. "Ah, how many years it has been. It is time for my servants to return, those dead, those who have fled." Wormtail let out a loud whimper. "And some imprisoned. How many can respond to the Dark Lord's call?" He softly mused, his cold gaze once again falling upon Wormtail. When his hand left the left arm, the mark had turned black. Harry's scar throbbed painfully, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. "My boy, I have often pondered how you managed to kill me 12 years ago. I have studied it for so long. How laughable and tedious is a mother's love." Voldemort's eyes swept over Harry once more. "You shall not speak of my mother." Harry roared in anger. Voldemort could not help but pace before Harry and Wormtail, traversing back and forth several times, his gaze fixed upon the gravestone behind Harry, finally unable to contain a cold laugh. "Harry Potter, you now stand upon the grave of my father. My foolish mother fell in love with my muggle father. Ha, a wizard. After revealing her true identity, that useless man abandoned her. She bestowed upon me a name akin to that muggle man, Tom Riddle. Alas, I never cared for her melancholy. It matters not that he is dead, for he now serves my purpose, just like your muggle mother." Voldemort's cold laughter ceased, his gaze chillingly fixed upon Harry's scar. The great snake slithered closer, coiling around his feet. "You too have contributed to the Dark Lord's rebirth. How shall the great Dark Lord reward you?" His serpentine gaze fell upon Harry's face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 77. Let us duel, Voldemort. Standing in this familiar place, Harry felt a twinge of sadness. He forced a fake smile. "Let me recount my family history, but that belongs to the past. Look, my true family is arriving." The sound of rustling cloaks echoed around them as figures approached. Harry knew the climactic moment was at hand. Each shadow seemed to conceal a hooded figure, tightly wrapped and moving slowly, scrutinizing the man before them as if in disbelief that he had returned. One Death Eater stepped forth silently, approaching Voldemort and kneeling at his feet, kissing the hem of his black robe. "My master," he uttered, yet Harry could not recognize him. With the first, then the second, and the third, each person who came forth knelt and kissed his robe. After this, they retreated, forming a circle around Voldemort, Harry, and the prostrate Wormtail. Some entered and then exited, leaving gaps that suggested others were meant to stand there, but after a long wait, no one else joined. Those who once stood by their master could not return. 12 years had passed since the last meeting, and there were fewer than before. His gaze lingered on each individual. Yet he felt joy that most had chosen to return to his side, responding swiftly to the Dark Lord's summons. However, several were still missing. His voice swiftly turned cold. 3 individuals have perished for my sake. One has not dared to return, and I shall ensure he pays the ultimate price. One is likely to have departed from us forever, having found a new master. I shall undoubtedly execute him. Another wretch shall also face my retribution. The last is my most loyal servant, who has returned to serve me once more. His gaze fell upon Harry, as he brought my dear friend before me. The Death Eaters dared only then to raise their heads and fix their eyes upon the renowned savior, all cloaked in hoods, rendering Harry unable to recognize any of them. Who brought me here? Which one of you? He demanded loudly. Even if he could unearth the identity of a single Death Eater, why did they not tear off their hoods? One among the Death Eaters gasped audibly, and Harry's fierce glare fixated on him. My dear friend, it is not yet your turn to speak, Voldemort interjected, his fingertips flickering, causing Harry to feel his lips glued together. Voldemort continued, you have disappointed me, for 12 years. Not a single Death Eater has sought me out. Wormtail, however, has proven himself useful, as he was the first to find me. Master, Wormtail wept from the ground. Forgive me. A Death Eater stumbled forth, clutching at Voldemort's leg, pleading for mercy. Voldemort, with a chilling laugh, raised his wand. Crucio. The man seemed struck by an unseen force, writhing in agony and screaming. Several Death Eaters retreated, their courage faltering. You remain as foolish as ever, Avery. Today as protagonists are not you. Step aside. It appeared he had forgotten Wormtail, who awaited his acknowledgement on the ground. Voldemort, barefoot, slowly navigated past each Death Eater until he reached a spacious area, where the Malfoys were absent, and the Lestranges ought to have stood in their stead, my most loyal servants. The Dark Lord would present them, rewarding them handsomely. The Dementors had become our allies, and the conquest of Azkaban was imminent. I had originally anticipated your arrival. My loyal servants. I must confess, following my initial failure, I awaited someone to come forth and lend their dark magic to the Dark Lord. A single soul did not appear. I endured the most harrowing years, ultimately encountering a fool whom I persuaded to accompany me back to Hogwarts. He was unable to even procure the Philosopher's Stone for me, resulting in yet another failure. He could not restrain himself and approached Harry, his exaggerated red eyes locked onto him. Once again, I found myself in Albania, alongside my little girl. His hand brushed against Nagini's imposing head, her round eyes vigilantly surveying everyone. Fortunately, I awaited another servant, who sought me out, didn't you, Wormtail? The Death Eater's gazes turned to him, and Wormtail could not help but emit a shriek. He had brought me a woman from the Ministry of Magic, from whom I gleaned a significant secret. Alas, she proved to be of little use. I crafted a physical form, anticipating my servant to bring forth my dear friend. Yes, I have been resurrected. The Death Eater's eyes once more fell upon Harry, who silently met their gaze, trembling at the multitude of vacant stares. Do not frighten my dear friend, Voldemort approached, releasing Harry from his bindings. Harry Potter, you have contributed to the resurrection of the great Dark Lord, and I shall reward you. With a flick of his right hand, the ropes binding Harry untangled, and he collapsed awkwardly to the ground. The Death Eaters erupted in laughter. The Dark Lord grants you the opportunity for a fair duel with me. Wormtail, return his wand. Voldemort coldly declared, this time, your mother cannot protect you. I wish to see if you possess the capability to defeat me. The wand rolled to his feet, and Harry picked it up, slowly rising. He understood that this was the moment. His left hand discreetly brushed against the seam of his trousers, the slight hardness reassuring his heart, regardless of whether he could return. After today, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes would be obliterated. He would remain oblivious. He was already sufficiently weakened. If his death could procure peace for the wizarding world for decades to come, Harry deemed it an invaluable exchange. His parents had dedicated their lives to combating Voldemort, and as their son, Harry felt he could not waver. Voldemort was correct. 12 years prior, it was his mother who had safeguarded him, and now, devoid of her protection, he must learn to defend himself. Harry stood, sweat-soaked hair fell into his eyes, and he wiped it away, revealing the scar. He appeared utterly disheveled. Hearing the laughter of every Death Eater around him, he did not know their names, but as long as he could return alive, he would remember each laugh. Harry raised his wand, fixing his gaze resolutely upon Voldemort. Let us duel, Voldemort. Chapter 78, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort's expression remained tranquil, his voice nearly a straight line. Such rudeness. You ought to bow to me. Harry stubbornly refused to bend, and Voldemort's demeanor shifted as he waved a finger, causing Harry to feel a crushing weight upon his back, compelling his head to bow forward. At that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, bowing to his adversary, the very one responsible for the slaughter of his family, now intent on ending his life. Voldemort, release me. Their disparity in power left Harry no choice but to lower his head and shout in fury. He could not submit like this. Even if he had come with the purpose of allowing Voldemort to kill him, to stand and duel him once, just to witness how truly fearsome the legendary Voldemort was. Excellent. You resist. Rise and let us duel as your father did before his demise. Voldemort raised his wand, and before Harry could react, a curse struck him. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, a searing pain radiating throughout him, and he was certain he would die. Why not simply finish him with the killing curse? Harry let out a heart-wrenching scream, one he had never uttered before. It seems you possess no extraordinary qualities, Voldemort sneered, looming over him. He could not fathom what capabilities such a foolish, arrogant adolescent could possess to vanquish the greatest Dark Lord. Harry, unable to endure the pain, rolled aside, desperately attempting to crawl away, only to be forcibly shoved back by the wall of Death Eaters encircling him, leading him to fall once more. Coward! Harry gritted his teeth. Why not simply cast the killing curse? Why had no one informed him that the Cruciatus curse, aside from the killing curse, could inflict such horrific torment? Cruciatus. Voldemort, without hesitation, waved his wand again. Harry writhed in agony on the ground, suffering a pain he had never experienced before. Why would Voldemort not strike first? Counterattack, Harry. She taught you. You must counter. Harry's right hand gripped his wand tightly, summoning his strength, and then relaxing. The Cruciatus curse ceased, and Voldemort's smile faded. Even the Death Eaters gasped in astonishment. No one had ever dared to resist the Dark Lord while he wielded the Cruciatus curse. One must say that the Savior embodies the audacity of youth, unafraid of the ferocious. Harry demonstrated his agility as a seeker, pointing his wand toward the most lax of the Death Eaters, causing one to collapse into unconsciousness. With fervor, Harry dove to the side, seeking refuge behind a large gravestone. Another spell shot past him. Although it missed its mark, the stone now bore a visible crack. I have little tolerance for cowards, Voldemort coldly remarked. Where are the professors? Harry frantically craned his neck, searching, yet found no trace of them. Had Dumbledore arrived? Was this the opportune moment? If he had not perished at Voldemort's hands and the professors had not come, then his demise was inevitable. He could not rely on himself to overcome such a multitude of Death Eaters. As Voldemort's curse drew ever nearer, despair enveloped Harry's thoughts. If death is to come, then so be it, he resolved. Before Voldemort could unleash his next incantation, Harry sprang to his feet, an expression of valor etched upon his features, and shouted, Expelliarmus. Voldemort countered with a resounding, Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light burst forth from the tip of Voldemort's wand, only for the onlookers to be astonished to discover that Harry had merely feigned the spell. His wand had not released any magic. The emerald light surged forward with unrelenting force, striking Harry squarely in the chest. In that same moment, Voldemort emitted a brief gasp and collapsed to the ground. Chaos erupted among the Death Eaters. What has transpired? What has happened to our master? Who launched the attack? Has Potter perished? Someone go check. Yet no one dared to move. In the shadows not far away, Gellert, cloaked in invisibility, stood beside Dumbledore, with other members of the Order of the Phoenix strategically positioned nearby, awaiting orders. Harry Potter has truly inherited your compassion and kindness. Thinking to use Expelliarmus against the most malevolent of wizards, Gellert mused, his dissatisfaction evident. Did he truly believe that without his wand, Voldemort could not contend with such a mere boy? Do not be so hasty in your judgments, Gellert. Harry has exhibited a composure beyond what one would expect at his age, Dumbledore replied, his gaze resting on the boy sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. The Death Eaters clustered around their fallen master, cautiously scrutinizing him. No one dared to act, nor did anyone dare to flee. Within the hour of their master's resurrection, he had made it abundantly clear that any act of betrayal would be met with dire consequences. As for Harry Potter, he lay pitifully to one side, with only the whimpering Wormtail nearby, while the rest remained oblivious to him. Are we not to act, Albus? Gellert inquired. Patience, replied Dumbledore. I must see Harry awaken. He felt an unsettling uncertainty. The members of the Order had grown increasingly restless the moment they witnessed Voldemort cast the killing curse at Harry. They had yearned to rush forth, had it not been for Dumbledore's prior admonitions. Upon witnessing Voldemort also collapse, their excitement became almost unbearable. What a splendid opportunity it was to eliminate Voldemort. Yet the invisible presence beside Dumbledore instilled a sense of dread within them, and just as their control began to wane, a piercing gaze snapped them back to reality. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity before a stir was heard. The Death Eaters let out exclamations of surprise. They knew Voldemort had awakened. Dumbledore sighed inwardly, realizing that Voldemort had indeed killed the fragment of his soul that resided within Harry. Otherwise, he would not have lost consciousness. The repeated fracturing of his soul had rendered him exceedingly fragile, such that he was entirely unaware of the disturbance among his Horcruxes. Dumbledore observed as Voldemort struggled to rise, the Death Eaters still encircling him. His attention was primarily on Harry, and he keenly noticed the boy's head begin to stir. He had awakened, awaiting their signal. The plan had succeeded, and Harry had survived. Everything had unfolded as it was meant to be. Without hesitation, Dumbledore declared, "Action,"